Making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
A very good morning to you. I hope you are well and welcome to the craft store. My goodness, we've got a fabulous day ahead. We really have. We've got lots of different crafts, lots of different products and inspiration for you. And we've got demonstrators as well. And we go live all the way through until 10 p.m. every single day. And then we go on to repeat overnight. So we are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And throughout those 24 hours, you may see a certain face several times, not just presenting, but also demonstrating as well. Multi-talented. It is, of course, the lovely Catherine Sturrock.
Good morning.
How are you, Catherine?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm all right, actually.
Are you?
Up bright and early this morning, really early, but, you know.
You're always up bright and... In fact, I don't think you sleep. I think you just plug yourself in for a few hours.
Not a lot. I don't sleep a lot. I really don't.
Oh, listen, it's great to have you company, and you will be demonstrating today. You are one of our presenters here at the craft store, but do you know what? Can we just have a little insight to your crafting background?
Where it all began?
Yeah, do you know what? I don't think I've ever asked you that live on a show.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I've always it all began really, I suppose, because my mum used to sew a lot. She used to knit, crochet. At that point, I didn't really like crochet, although I love it now. So it began there, really. So I dabbled a little bit as a little girl.
Yeah.
And then as I got older, I did very well at art and design at school.
Did you?
But
I don't know why I'm so surprised.
Yeah.
Did you?
Well, I did, but my teacher said, "Oh, you need to go on to other things." And I said, no, I don't want to take it any further. And I didn't at that point.
Yeah.
But then when family came along and I got young children, I started to pick up as a hobby.
Yeah.
The hobby grew into a business. The business found me on TV somehow.
And then the rest is history.
And the rest is history.
You see, it's always nice, isn't it, to know a little background. So that's fabulous. Right, we have got a superb show for you. If you've got any fabrics in your home, maybe you've got some T-shirts, maybe you've got some cushion covers, maybe you're thinking about getting into fabric and maybe making your own fabric with the colours that we've got available for you. The show is all about Viva decor, but we're starting off with these fabulous, fabulous dies. Now, they're not paints, they are dies, so you can start to create your own colourful backgrounds, but there's lots of things that we can do with these. You can put them on synthetic fibres, you can put them onto natural fibres, and when you do put them onto the natural fibres, you can wash these up to 90 degrees without bleeding, which I think just shows the superb quality that you're getting with Viva decor.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you can heat set them as well, and you can use these in your washing machine like you do other dyes, but you can use them directly from the bottle. This is what I like about these, actually. You've got a very fine nib on them, so you can have very intense colour directly from the bottle. You can apply with water, you can spritz the fabric, you can use the fabric dry, so you've got lots and lots of different options.
Now, just to show you that fine nib, which is great, because if you want to do any kind of pattern making or precision work with your, potentially writing and things like that, these are going to be absolutely excellent. So we can use these in, say if I have like a T-shirt that I want to dye, maybe I've got a white T-shirt, I want to change it to yellow, could I use one of these or one of the other colours in a washing machine and dye it like I would use a normal dye?
You certainly can do. Or you could do it by hand in a bowl of water as well. So what I can tell you is if you were to use a full bottle of dye with a litre of water, you'd be able to probably dye 3 T-shirts with that one bottle.
So if we dye them down, we get more of a pastel colour, don't we? Or we can use them
the
direct
more water,
and intense.
yeah, exactly. The more water that you use, the more condensed, obviously, the dye is. So you can go through those different shades. As I say, you can work with this directly from the bottle. You can mix the colours as well. So that's a good point, actually, because there is an orange in there, there is a green in there. But, you know, if you're going for a pick and mix of any 3, maybe you want to look at those primaries, maybe you want to go for your favourite colours. But, yeah, there's some beautiful colours in there as well.
There certainly is. It's a great idea to mix and match, isn't it? Right, let's take you through the colour options. It is a pick and mix of any 3. That is superb value for money, £12.99. As Catherine says, you could possibly dye like 3 regular sized T-shirts from one bottle. I've bought dye before that would only dye, let's say, 2 T-shirts, and it's cost me £7. So you are getting 3 for £12.99. You can have the same colour if you want to, but it's a good idea to have a look at all the individual colours and mix and match. So we've got yellow for you, so a nice bright yellow. We've got a gorgeous orange. We have got red, like this one, that gorgeous pink in there. It's more of a like a fuchsia colour than a pink.
Yeah, it's
like
one of my favourite
pink.
ones, that one.
Like that one. Then you've got your coral, which is also a wonderful colour to use. You've got brown. You've got your violet. You've got blue in there. You've got your turquoise. You've got your dark green. Your lovely lighter green, like a limey green, actually. You've got your khaki, or your khaki. And then you've got your petrol and your black. So there are colours here to do lovely bright colours, mix your colours, do some nice grungy effects as well. Give it a go. £12.99. 573619 is your item number. Now, everything is going to be dispatched on the 2nd of July, so it's not too long to wait, but that will give you a chance, of course, to get some fabrics together, have a look around your home, see what you want to make and create. So pick and mix any 3. You can head to the website and also see all the other products that we've got for you on the show. We've got some great pearl pens. I love those, just making those lovely pearl drops or actually adding to your fabric dyes. We've got some fabric glue as well, so maybe you're creating some patches that you want to stick onto certain fabrics, or maybe stick fabrics together rather than stitching. We've also got some art panels for you, so we've got some great shapes and sizes there. And that's all available on the website. And if you want to become a Freedom member, so you don't pay any P&P, it's 888 your basket, £7.97 a month, which is brilliant. Right, Catherine, shall we start with the demos?
Okay, right, so we're going to keep it very simple, and obviously we're doing everything on a very small scale. Now, I've just got some calico here. What I would say is, you will get the best results from white fabric, because you're going to get the real intensity of those colours. It's not going to change the colours. I've got quite a cream calico here. It will work. It doesn't matter on the colour really. But for me personally, I do like the effect with the white fabric. But we're just going to work with what we've got. So I'm just going to take a small amount of this just to show in miniature, you know, a tie-dye technique. There's different techniques that you can do with the dyes. You could do dip dyeing, you could do cold dyeing, you could add salt, so you could do the batik sort of effects. Tie-dyeing has been around for so many years. I think it's all coming back quite.
Yeah, it is. Tie-dye's really, really popular and so easy to do.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong.
Exactly. Now, there's a little bit of water in this pot, and I am just going to dip this in here, so I'm going to wet this beforehand. I mean, as I say, you could actually add your dye directly to your cloth or your fabric as it is, when you'll get intensity of colour. But, of course, if you're making the fabric wet to start with, then, of course, the colours are going to bleed into each other a lot more easily. So it depends on the effect that you want. Now, what I will also say is, You could also use a water spritzer, so if you don't want to, you know, over wet the fabric, you can also spritz with water as well, or maybe go with the dye and then spritz with water. Just play around with it and you'll get those different effects. So with this piece, all I'm going to do is take the fabric and I'm really going to scrunch this around. We're going to keep it quite simple.
Sort of like chatting with you. I'm letting you get on with it.
I did think it had gone rather quiet in here.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought you were like sitting thinking, when's she going to chip in? I'm being good.
You are being good, aren't
I am.
you? There's something not right this morning. Right, I'm actually just going to tie this into a knot. Okay, now I'm just going to use my little bowl of water for catching any drips of the dye. Now I am going to put some gloves on simply because it is a dye. It will wash off eventually, but if you protect your hands, then obviously it is the best thing. And I've got more shows I'm presenting to do, and I don't think it'll look very nice.
No, you don't want green hands, yellow hands, blue hands, brown hands especially. You know, because it's a dark colour.
Oh, look at my little... I think I might have to blow into the glove.
Are you all right, Catherine?
No.
Blow into your glove.
I'll have to blow into the glove.
There you go. There's the cow's udders. You've still not got your thumb out, have you?
The thumb was out. I think it went back in when I took it off.
Do you know what? For 7 a.m. in the morning, this is riveting television, especially after the build-up that I gave, Catherine. I hope you noticed that. Red is in the lead at the moment with the dyes. Lots of people multi-buying the red, so because it's a pick and mix, you can go for the same colour. Also, the petrol is very, very popular. Petrol is a great colour. It really, really is. For me, if I was going for any three, I would go for the pink. I would definitely go for the petrol. And I'd go for the coral. I like coral.
Oh.
Yeah, I would.
Well,
I like
I'm going to go for petrol.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for the yellow.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go for the pink.
Oh, good choice.
Okay, so obviously, again, this is on a very small scale. Do you know, it doesn't really matter which colour you start with, and I am going to use this directly from the bottle because I've already wet the fabric. So just a few little drops here and there is all it needs. You don't have to dye the whole of the fabric itself. You can leave some of the natural fabric coming through. So you can see there, because the fabric is wet, how that has easily spread. Now, did I say shake them? I didn't, did I? Give them a good shake.
I am
Give them a good shake when you use them. Just to make sure they're well mixed. But I just want you to notice how small that nib is. It's a really good, precise nib. So if you are wanting to apply just small amounts in certain areas, then you can do. Now, the reason I'm going over a bowl of water as well as any drips that go in there, if I wanted to use that for dyeing afterwards, I could do.
Good idea. You could make your own batiks.
You certainly
Style
could.
fabrics.
Yeah, you certainly could. So there's the yellow. We'll have a little bit of the pink as well. Now, I am going to open this live on air, so you're going to see that quite quickly. Can I just point out, I don't know, can you spot where the yellow and the petrol are making that beautiful sort of lime green as well?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so you will get that mix of colours coming through. This is when it really helps if the fabric is a little bit damp to start
How about
with.
dyeing lace?
You can dye lace.
How about, I'm just thinking, I'm just going to pick up this picture that we've got at the back of set. So I've just seen this and I'm thinking, well, you could start to dye your own twine and cotton.
Do you know, I've got some cotton with me. We are going to do that. Ribbon as well.
Could you do wool?
Wool,
You know,
yeah.
through crochet?
Yes, that's what I've
Ooh.
brought, some of my white cotton.
That would be
crochet
interesting,
cotton.
yeah.
Yeah, so you can definitely do that.
Like that.
Okay, so now what you could do, you could put this into a plastic bag and you could leave it to sit overnight for a few hours. We are going to open this now. The only thing about opening it now is I've got quite dirty fingers, even with the gloves on, so I might smudge the colours a little bit. But we want to see it live on air. We want to see the effect. So just by undoing the knot.
Oh, that's a lovely rainbow effect.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get, do you, until you reveal. Oh, I like that one.
Oh, I do. How about dyeing your socks?
Look at that. You could dye your socks.
Oh, you see, I should have brought all my white socks in for you to dye. Oh, we like that, very much so.
Yeah, that, and the vibrancy of colour. Now, I'm going to go back to the fact that if that was white fabric, those colours would look even better.
Yeah, do you know what? If you've got a sarong to make, or you've got a pair of shorts, for example, because we can dye clothes that we've already got and worn for a while, rather than throwing them away. That's what I did during lockdown last year. Rather than buying loads of new clothes, I just dyed everything, and it was like I had a whole new wardrobe. But now with these precision nibs, you can start to create some really different designs, and it's very, very popular at the moment. It really is, not just in clothing but in home furnishing as well. You know, you've got your botanical styles, which are very popular. You've got the tropical bird style designs, which are very popular, and they're popular because we've got that colour, and we're adding more colour to our homes, whether it be with our furnishing, whether it be with our clothing, whether it be actually for a piece of artwork on the wall, because we can dye fabric and use it in such a way. But how about shoes?
Shoes, you can do your shoes as well.
Canvas shoes.
You could paint this on, you could sponge it on. As I say, you can mix those colours as well.
Oh, I love this idea.
If you're using this, we have got stencils on the show, and we've got some of the products to show you as well.
Yeah.
If you are using the dies to stencil, you'll get different results depending on whether the fabric's wet or dry again. So you could get some interesting results there. Think, you know, we do the drip technique with the paints.
Yes.
Where you wet your watercolour card and then you put your paint at the top and let it drip down. You can actually do the same with the dyes on fabric
do you know
as well.
what? And would you, to do that, would you like put the fabric onto something that's quite stiff, like a clipboard or a piece of card?
That's the best way to do it.
Stretch it out, peg it down the sides. I love that.
Yeah.
Or maybe in the garden, peg it on the line and just throw it at the sheets. Seriously?
Throw it.
That's what Jackson Pollock did. He made a fortune.
He did actually. You're
Exactly.
Right. This is one that I did earlier. This is one I did at home just to test it out. It's just exactly the same fabric, and it's very pretty, isn't it? I'm thinking journal covers, your fabric journals,
Stitching into it, doing
yeah,
a bit of
course,
embroidery.
stitching embroidery. In fact, that's a good point actually, because if I just move this out of the way and bring in. This could lead on to another demonstration. I would have preferred white with just a blue, but actually this would also work. I'm thinking of Rowandine. In fact, I've got one of Katrina's lovely spring hoops here.
Or Hannah's room.
Hannah's room. If you want to dye your own fabric to embroider on, then you can. Now that as a background actually would work very, very well, and I can decide, you know, where would I want it? Yeah, it does look like flowers, but there's more we can do because you can dye your own cottons and yarns and threads and ribbons as well.
A nice
so
turtle
we'll move on
would
to
look
that.
lovely. 'Cause it's like a sea background, isn't it?
Exactly.
Do you know what? You can have so much fun with this, and we're in June, aren't we? So when do the schools break up? Have they gone back to school? They have, haven't they?
Yes,
Even
they
if you're
have now.
homeschooling still, but in the summer holidays, under supervision, I think the kids will love this.
So do I. They would love it.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is a sensational price, it really is. £12.99. Choose any three. These are going to go a long way. Catherine was only using a couple of drips there to build and create those amazing backgrounds, and think about all the different things that you can start to make and create and change around your home with the Viva decor die. So choose any three. That's how you do it. Pop them into your basket, and then you can head to checkout, unless you want anything else that we've got on the show. And we've got some stencils for you. Now, these are brilliant. You've been shopping ahead for these. Now, these are really, really good for T-shirts, for cushions, but also, but you don't have to just use them with your fabric dyes. You can use these with your texture paste as well, and your paints. So these are multi-functional, but we've got some great, great sayings there, haven't we? These are A3 in size. You're getting a lot on there as well. So the first option, you'll see you've got your T-shirt words. So you've got good vibes only, always be fabulous, you've got oh la la, and then you've got choose happiness. But of course, you could just have fabulous and not have always be. You could have always be and then maybe do a ... And you could choose those words and break them up, which would be lovely. You could put choose fabulous maybe, or choose good vibes only. So that's going to give you the opportunity to use all of those. 122764 is your item number. Then your second option along, this is your T-shirt elements. So we've got the big kiss or the big X. You've got yeah, love that, the exclamation mark. Optimist, follow your heart, and then you've got that lovely heart shape. It's like a folk heart, isn't it? Love that one. That is really cool. £9.99, 122764. And then the final one is called Leo for a leopard, or is it a cheetah? There's the big debate, leopard or cheetah. I really like that. It's pretty cool, isn't it? And again, you can use as much or as little of the stencils as you like. They're only £9.99, A3 in size, so it's a huge size. Excellent price. 122764 is your item number. They're bigger than me, aren't they? Right, we've got some Cracklet for you now, and this is great. So you've got a pair of trainers, and you probably bought them from a shop that was very affordable for you, as we all do. But then you go out, there's someone wearing designer trainers, and you just sit there and you think, oh no, I can't afford the designer trainers. Well, now you can make your own and be the envy of everyone. 409907, £14.99. Now you've got two options here. You've got black or white, and you can see here on the box. So the black one gives you more of a black background and the crackle's white. And then the white one, you've got more of a white background, and the crackle underneath that, well, is kind of the crackle that's on the fabric. Now, the most popular one at the moment is the black. Wow. 409907 your item number, just £14.99. And you can still wash your projects afterwards as well. And I think the maximum temperature is 30 degrees. We've got these on trainers, Catherine, but can we use this on just fabric?
Oh, yeah.
Normally?
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of that. Hopefully we'll see it crackle before our very eyes.
Oh, can we have a look now then? Step by step demonstrations with Catherine.
Wonderful. Actually, before we do the crackle, I am going to use one of the stencils for the crackle. In fact, I've got two different ones. We'll just do a little bit more with the dye first, and then I'll move on to the crackle. So this is just another piece of fabric that's got various bits of colour on. So with the stencil, I'm using that sort of animal print one. If you wanted to use a sponge, it might be advisable rather than a brush, but you can do it either way. I'm just using a couple of the different paints here. I've got khaki and brown. So just using a brush.
Could you water them down, Catherine?
You could water them down. It depends how intense you want the colour. You can mix the colours. I'm using these directly from the pot because I think they're going to bleed less and the fabric is dry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it be different than if it was wet?
It would spread more and it would sort of leach into the fabric.
Yeah.
So, you know, it depends on the look what you want. If you want kind of that watercolour effect, so it's sort of spread out and you've got that sort of soft edge, then you can do that. But just with the dye, just to show again, it doesn't have to be diluted. You can use it in so many different ways. And you can go directly onto your fabric. So with your stencils, of course, onto a T-shirt, onto a bag. If you want to do the finer writing with some of the stencils we've got as well, you can do that directly with those dyes. But we can also do it with the crackle as well. So I'm going to use the same stencil for now, and I've got another one that's already prepped. So you've got a two-part system with the crackle. You've got step one, which is the one that looks white. Now this will go transparent. You can use this either with a brush or with a spatula. I'm just going to grab a brush, and all you need to do is just pop that through the stencil. Try not to get it under the stencil, so dabbing it on, brushing it on, but you know, just be, it's consistency is really nice actually. It doesn't it's not too thick, it's not too runny, it's just a really, really nice consistency. Now, is that going to give you a white background or just like a pastel-y over the colour that you're putting on? This is going to go transparent. Ah, OK. So this is our crackle medium. This is the product that's going to make the crackle effect appear. Got you. OK, now I've got the black kit with me at the moment, so we're going to put black on top. Now what you can do, and I'm really pleased about this actually, you don't have to let that dry naturally, you can heat dry it. So using a heat gun, and you can see, and you can use a stencil, keep it in place. It's advisable not to remove that stencil with step one because it will go more transparent and you need to be able to see where you're going with it. So that's going to crackle, and what you put on the top, well, that's not going to crackle, but it's going to make the crackle. That's the product that's going to form the crackles. I'm just thinking, Catherine, could you put dye on top of that and it will crackle the dye? No. No, I don't think I won't ask you that again now. Right, I'm going to set this one aside because I've got another one I've been working on that's got a different background. Now, what you would do when that is transparent and it's almost there now, you would put a second layer of the primer on. But I have got a piece that's already been primed, so we're just going to continue with this one. Now this is a piece of cotton. It's quite a thin piece of cotton actually, so if you've got a very fine fabric, what you could do is put a board behind there again. It's fine. It is fine, it's going to work, I'm sure, but I can see that it's quite a fine cotton, so you can stabilise it if you so wish. Now, there's already been a coat applied of the primer, so that's been drying. This is a much larger stencil area to work with, so hopefully we'll see the effect come through. So a little bit more of that primer. Again, leave the stencil in place as you do this. Let's just go back with the heat gun. Now it is going to start, you can see quite quickly it's going transparent, so you don't have to wait too long.
Now every box of your Cracklet, unfortunately, won't have Catherine in it, unless we can try and get her in one later on. But it does come with a leaflet, trust me, we'll try. It does come with a leaflet, step by step, showing you how to add your crackle mediums to your shoes, for example. Don't they look amazing? You can pick shoes up like that for next to nothing, or even if you go to charity shops, for example, as well. But not just for your shoes, how about for your t-shirts as well, as Catherine is showing you at the moment, going straight onto fabric, so you can make some really, really cool effects. And journal covers would look amazing if you've got fabric and you crackle it as well. So you've got your two options there, the black or the white, £14.99, 409907 is your item number. What a fabulous kit. And I believe, Kathleen, this is going to go a long way because you're not using a lot there.
No, it will go a long way. Obviously, it depends on the stencils or the areas that you're applying to, but yeah, it certainly spreads very easily. It's very easy to work with. It's friendly as well because it's water-based. It's, you know, it's just great.
Did it say hello as it came out the paper?
Hi, Catherine, how are you today? You all right? She did actually. Yes, have a lovely day.
I wondered why you had your ear to the fabric earlier.
Oh, do you know, did you hear my story about the ants last week?
No, what's about the ants?
Yeah.
I
give a
ants?
whole new meaning
pants?
to having your ear to the ground.
Yes.
I was saying last week that if you have a lot of ants nesting under your grass, if you lay with your ear to the grass,
you can hear them.
You can hear them.
Well,
yeah, you can. Yeah, my dogs. Sometimes if there's a lot of them and they're quite close to the surface, it's almost like a violin or a screw.
Right, let's just get this straight. An ant's nest under your grass or grass sounds like a violin. Right, is it raining outside? If it's not raining, after the show or when we have a break, head outside, lie on your grass and have a listen. See if you can hear the violins play as well.
Okay, not a tune as such, but just like the screechy sound of a violin. If you can't play a violin,
I can't wait to get home and lie on the grass. Well, that's why birds are like that, you know, they're like that because they're listening. And also that's why birds stomp on the ground, because the vibrations get the worms up. The worms come up and go, what's cracking? And then they're gone. It's cruel, really, isn't it?
It is. It really is. Right, okay.
Anyway,
so we've
back
got
to your crackle.
We've got the black.
Back to the crackle.
This is part 2, and this is the black one. So I've almost got the transparency there. There's just a little bit, but it'll be fine, I'm sure. I am going to use a spatula. You can use a brush, but again, if you want this to crackle in, it's a little bit like the crackle that we use on the paints and the MDF, you know, such as the Crafty Devils.
Yep.
You know, the thicker you put on the paint or the medium, then the more the cracks will actually work. So I'm actually just going to spread this on, and as soon as I've done this, I would then remove that stencil. And this is at the point where you really want to be washing your stencil. Okay, so.
So how long will it be until we see the crackle?
Almost instantly.
Really?
Hopefully, we'll soon find out. Okay, so we've put that on there. Let me just take the stencil off. This is why, if you've got a very thin fabric,
well.
it has, hasn't
Look
it?
at that.
Let me just pop that down there. Now, this is a nice thing again, because you can take your heat gun to it, so you don't have to wait. So let's hope, fingers crossed now, it's going to start coming through.
Your apron and your top is matching your demo.
Oh, Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a plan at all.
In fact, that would look amazing on a pinny or an apron.
It would.
You know, if you're gifting.
This is my new pinny.
I know, I was going to say, it's quite nice. It's a bit short. Was it supposed to be? I thought you'd bought the wrong size. That's what I didn't like to say.
Well, how long do I need it?
I just... Well, I don't know. I mean, some of the aprons we have here are quite long. So when I looked over and it was quite short, I thought you bought a jacket.
I think it's long enough. Oh, can we see it? Look. Look.
Oh, look at that.
Let's just keep this going a little bit longer.
Oh, that looks amazing.
It does, doesn't it? So, because I've used the pink fabric, so
Yeah.
you're seeing the crackle is the fabric or the colour in the background.
Okay, so here's a question.
Okay.
We've got the crackle on. It looks amazing.
Yeah.
But it's crackling, so is it not going to just peel off?
No. You
Okay.
can heat set this as well, and then it is washable.
That's very good.
So it's still going, but, you know, because I know we need a bit of a recap, I'm just going to leave it there and let the rest dry on its own. But
Love
do you know,
that.
that's a really, really good effect.
Oh, that is
And
fabulous.
it's
Oh,
barely used.
Do you know what? You know, if you've got a plain white quilt, just having 3 X's at the bottom would be amazing. Or a pattern
Yeah.
with the crackle on it. That's really cool.
I
Thanks
like
for the
that.
crack. Love it. Right, okay, so we have 2 choices for you. We've got the crackle white or the crackle in black. And you get your full instructions. You can, of course, watch this show again to watch that demonstration with Catherine. But we do have the full instructions that come in each of those boxes. £14.99, 409,907. How exciting. I bet you're rummaging around now thinking, right, what can I crackle up? Have you got any old trainers, any shoes? Maybe you're going out shopping today. Maybe you've got a list and someone's shopping for you. They could go out and buy you just some very, very plain trainers or shoes and you could crackle them up. Or if you've got some fabric, because it works on fabric as well. How about a bag? How about a tote bag? Maybe you've got some canvas, maybe you're making some tote bags today. Then add this to your basket so then when you get it home, everything's being dispatched on July the 2nd. Then you'll be able to make and create some amazing designs. 409,907 is your item number for your Viva decor cracklets. All you need to choose is the white or black. Now, we've got some pearl pens. I love these. We've got a pick and mix. We've got various different colours for you. $9.99. You get to choose any 3. You lucky, lucky people. Right, colour-wise, you've got your black. So the black's there. You've got your ice white. The next one, you've got your silver chrome. You can just see that at the top. That's gorgeous. Next along, you've got your bronze. Then you've got your lovely lilac in there. You've got your red. And you've got your yellow, 244298. And with these, Catherine, can we use those? Can we use those? Can we use those on fabric? Can we use them on other mediums?
You could use them on card and paper as
Yeah.
well. Yeah. Does that answer the question?
Well, that's that then. Riveting. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yep,
Well,
just what it is. No, yeah, go on.
Yeah, you can, but on fabric, of course, you know, you
Yeah.
can add that fine detail again. You can write with them. You could do your little flower
you?
centres. You know,
And again,
just
my
add trails,
it's going to
butterflies or something.
set fine on fabric. Oh, are you going to use some now? I was going to say,
No.
do you know what you could do with that, Catherine? On a piece of fabric, you could make a snail,
Oh, you could.
and then a snail trail.
You could.
Yeah, and then the background with your dyes.
Yeah.
That would be great. But we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Now, it is washable up to 30 degrees, so you can put it on your fabric and wash it, which is absolutely amazing. And it is a great price for 3. Give it a go. £9.99. 244298 is your item number. Now, fabric glue. We have got some fabric glue for you. We've got 4. Now, I questioned this earlier on. So, fabric glue. Would this be the kind of projects maybe if we have got, I don't know, like a square piece of fabric that we want to stick to a cushion, or is this actually sticking fabric together for a project like making a cushion instead of stitching?
You could do it. It depends if you want something to work. If you're going, it's going to get a lot of use. I would say always stitch. But yes, of course, you can use fabric glue for many things. You know, just for turning hems. If you're not a stitcher, you can use it maybe again for your journals or something like that. Also, as well. What was I just going to say about that? Sticking on gems and things like that. Your sequins.
That's a good idea. How about turning up my trousers?
Yeah, you could do that.
Really?
You could.
Now, to have one of these with you in your handbag, if your trousers come undone, if you don't stitch your trousers like me, I don't. But I do need to take up a lot of trousers because I've got short legs. That'd be really handy. It's like having glue for your stilettos. That's never going to happen for me. But having this to turn my trousers up on the go would be brilliant.
It would. Again, I'm a big believer in if you're going to do the job, do it properly. If you can sew, if you've got the sewing machine for turning up trousers, that would be my recommendation. But yes, it's a quick fix, or if you can't sew, or if you haven't got access to a sewing machine.
You're making me feel inadequate now.
And so you should.
Yeah, thank you. Right, £11.96, 526328 is your item number. That is excellent value for money. So if you've got some gems to stick on a project, or if you've got some hems to stick together, or if you've got patches to stick onto things, this is going to be absolutely fantastic for you. Now, we're moving on. We have got some transfer liquid for you now from Viva Decor. 30ml in each one, £10.99. You're getting two, 101,645. You're already buying this, so some of you know what this is all about. For those that don't, with your liquid transfer, can we transfer images to fabric rather than photocopying?
Yes, yes you can. So it does take a little bit of time, so I'm not going to do it as a demo because it takes a little bit of time to transfer. But yeah, it's great. I mean, we've seen transfer mediums now from Viva Decor for your card and paper. We've seen it for wax, and we've also got it for fabric as well.
So would we put this onto a picture? And then put the picture onto the fabric?
Yeah, you would put it onto the back of the picture.
And then do we iron it or just leave it to set and transfer?
Leave it to set, but then you can heat set it afterwards.
Perfect. Isn't that excellent? Lots of you going for that already. £10.99, 101,645 is your item number. Right, we have got some other items for you. We've got some craft board. Now you can paint it, you can shape it. I think you have to heat it first with like your heat gun, but you've got full instructions on how to use that. So we've got that available for you, which has always been popular in the past. Saving £8 on that today, £11.98. Now we've also got some art panels for you. There you go, two different sizes, and these might come in handy for another show we've got later on with our Catherine. Yeah,
yes.
So you might want to pop those into your basket. £12.48. It's a great price, and also it gives you the inspiration to get up and do something. You know, if you're putting your paints onto an artboard, you could even do some of your fabric dyes and place them on there, and do some mixed media if you want to. We've got some mixed shapes for you. Now, I think the hexagons in there would be fabulous if you did dye some fabric and placed it over there. That would look really good. £11.98, 519421 is your item number. That wasn't Catherine blowing her nose. That was Catherine trying to blow up those gloves again and create a cow's udder. That's a good noise there.
Oh, that was a first. Right, okay.
That, aren't you?
We're going to do a little bit more of a tie-dye, but a different effect this time. So again, no idea how this is going to work out because you get a different effect every single time.
Okey-dokey.
Now, this is a cushion cover. It's a natural fabric again. You can tie-dye your synthetics, or you can dye your synthetics. You don't have to tie-dye. You can do all sorts of different effects. The calico that I've been using, I did pre-wash it. If you're going to pre-wash your fabric, which is advisable if it's brand new fabric and it's never been washed before, wash it just in a standard washing machine, but don't use fabric softener because it will sort of affect how the dyes take. If you're using some old sheeting or pillowcases or something like that that have been washed before, then that's absolutely fine.
Can you use fabric softener after the dye has set?
Yeah, you can afterwards. It's just before you add the dye. So this one, instead of scrunching it, twisting it round and tying into knots, I'm going to take the centre and start to twist this almost into a coil.
Okay.
Okay, now I've only got a small pot of water, so I'm hoping it's going to work for me. I'm going to then put some elastic bands around this.
If you had some wax, you could use that on the fabric to act as a resist and then put your dyes on it.
You could, yeah, of course you could. Yeah, that would work very, very well.
Would you use normal wax, Catherine, or do you buy special wax? You're stuck in there.
I think... well, wax doesn't wash off very easily, does it? But
No,
if you
it
heat
doesn't.
it, it's going to melt.
But you can do wax
But
effects, and there must be a special wax that you can buy.
Yeah, some sort of resist. Or do you? I don't know. It's one I'll have to look up, and I'll be honest, I've never done
at home, email in.
Yes,
It's
do email
studio@thecraftstore.com, or maybe you've done some dyeing techniques that you'd like to show Catherine. Again, studio@thecraftstore.com. I'd like to say hello to everyone on Facebook Live, by the way. We are live on Facebook, so yeah. If you've got up early to watch us, by the way, did you know you can watch us on your tablet and smartphone by downloading the app or going to thecraftstore.com through your internet web browser? Yeah, you can go back to bed. In bed with Catherine this morning.
Oh, right, okay, I'm bringing in my pot of water and I'm actually going to dunk this. I've tried to get that as small as I can simply because it will help with the
because we couldn't get a bigger bowl.
Yeah, I couldn't get a bigger bowl. Just haven't got the room, have we, here, really, to do it. Right, just going to give that a little bit of a squeeze out. Now, I could dilute the dyes, but I think we'll keep it as bright as possible.
Yeah.
We'll use them straight from the bottle. Janice, I'm going to let you choose some colours.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so I like yellow because that adds
like yellow?
quite a lot of vibrancy.
Okay, we'll go with yellow.
Turquoise would be nice. What would that look
turquoise.
like?
Yeah,
that
we
would
can
look
go
nice.
with turquoise.
How about would the coral be too weak?
We can try it. We can see what happens. Let me find the coral. There we are. There's the
Is that
coral.
the coral?
That's
Or is
the
other one
coral.
the coral.
No, that's the coral.
Or is that orange? How about orange?
Orange? Which one do you want? Orange,
Orange.
or coral?
Orange. Orange.
Orange?
Or do you want coral now you've looked at me like that?
Let's go with yours.
Let's go
I
for the
asked you, so we'll go with yours. Which one should we go with first, Janice?
Oh, you're asking me again. Let's go for the coral.
The coral first.
Yes.
Okay, so we can... Actually, it's a nice one to go with first because you
Is
can
it?
see the true colour then.
What? Did
Yeah.
it do good then?
No, because we went for orange, not coral.
Well, I thought that. You put the coral back.
I'll tell you what we'll do.
After all that malarkey.
We'll go with the orange and we'll
Yeah.
put some coral in as well. Then we can
Yes.
see both colours, can't we? Okay, so this is quite wet, this fabric, which means that the dye is really going to sort of work its way into that fabric. Now, because we're doing it with this sort of technique rather than the previous technique, there are going to be lots of areas inside that aren't really going to get dyed at all.
Okay.
If you let it sit longer, then the dyes will seep through more. So the longer you leave it, the more the transfer of the dyes will be.
So I've got another question.
Okay.
With watercolouring, I like to create like violas or pansies. You know the technique where you put the yellow down and then you put a little blob of blue in the middle and then you've got the pink leaves around the outside so it all bleeds in.
Yeah.
Could you do that with the dye?
Yeah.
Sort of like put a big blob of yellow and then put a little dab of green in the middle so it just bleeds out and then it looks like a flower?
Yeah, you could do that. You've got there the orange. The coral is the brighter colour. So there is quite a marked difference between the two colours.
See, there was method in my non-choosing.
Shall we go with the yellow next?
Yes.
Okay, so give these a shake, remember.
Can we say hello to everyone in Europe who are watching today?
Ah,
Hello, everyone in Europe. Absolutely everyone in Europe. Talking of Europe, my goodness, there's a big game later on today. Scotland versus England.
yes.
Yeah, the old rivalry. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, have you been watching the football then?
Uh-huh.
Have you? Has it been good?
It has. It's been interesting.
Has it?
And that's it, really. I know you're not interested in football, so I won't banter too much on about that. But of course, nothing could be as good as when Leicester City won the FA Cup.
We've got our own teams, haven't we, here on our blue shift?
Yes, we have a syndicate. Who have you got?
I've got Belgium.
Have you?
We're doing well.
Yeah,
And
Belgium.
I've got Spain.
Oh,
I've got two
You've done
decent
well.
teams, haven't I? There?
I've got North Macedonia and Austria.
Oh.
But then I've done another one, and I've pulled Portugal.
Oh.
So I might get my money back. Not that we do things for money here, but just for fun.
Just for fun. Right, okay. Now, I'm adding in some of the... What did we go with? Turquoise, didn't
Turquoise.
we? Which actually, again, where it hits that yellow,
Yeah.
I'm loving the blues and the greens and the yellows
It's nice,
together.
isn't it?
Now, because this is really tightly wound, I know there's going to be a lot of sort of blank space in the middle. So what I'm trying to do... Oops. Is put the nozzle, and this isn't a good thing, put the nozzle down into those creases as well to see if I can get some to go further in. Obviously, as I said, if you let this sit, and especially if you put it in a plastic bag or something overnight, those colours are really, really going to work their magic.
I've had an idea.
What's that?
With the dye.
What?
Now, I know I mentioned cotton wool earlier on, but I've actually thought of a technique that you could do, and I don't know whether it would work. You could put some dye into something like cotton wool, like soak it, and then put that in the centre of your scrunch ball, like that, and it would bleed out from the centre.
Oh.
Do you know, almost like a dye bomb.
Oh,
do you like
Janice,
that?
I like that.
Catherine.
Oh, why didn't you suggest that earlier? We could have had a go
I
at that.
said at the start of the show, are you familiar with the cotton wool technique? And you said no.
And you said no, neither am I.
Yeah, but then I've thought about it. Yes. It would be good. Or soak some salt and put that in the middle.
Salt,
and watch
you
that
can get
explode.
different effects from your salt. You can also get lots of different effects using ice as well.
Yes.
Now, because I'd scrunched it up well in the middle, what I've actually got there is almost a frame.
Oh,
to
that
my
is brilliant.
cushion.
Now, yeah, I
Which
like
I
that.
quite like that.
That's like being down the rabbit hole, isn't it? And looking up.
What you could do,
That's very
if you
good.
wanted more colour in the centre, obviously, as I said, if you'd have got a bigger bowl of water, you could have not scrunched that quite as tightly, and then you would have allowed the dyes to get in further. You can also let that dry and then scrunch it in a different way, or roll it in a different way, tighten a knot, and then go again with different colours. But I actually quite like that as it is.
Does Vaseline wash off fabric easily?
I don't know.
No, I'm just thinking, because that could act as resist. I know it sounds weird, but I'm just thinking of things that you've got at home to use. If you put, like, Vaseline instead of wax, because wax is difficult to get off fabric, and then put dye on and then washed it. I don't know, I'm just thinking of all these different things that you've got in your homes that you can use. You can get bottle tops, you know, the plastic bottle tops, and you can put that inside fabric and tie a band underneath, and then do just all around it, and then put the dye on and see what it turns out like. All kinds of different things that you can do with objects and stuff that you've got at home to build up and create your designs. I'm loving this, absolutely fantastic. So are you as well. Now, it's a pick and mix for any three. If you want more, you can. So if you want to go for 6, for example, it's going to be under £26, just under £26, shy of 2 pence. It's excellent value for money. Remember, one of these, a whole one, will probably dye, if you dilute it down, probably 3 T-shirts. But we're talking about pattern building. You can see how many little drops that Catherine used on that particular project to start building and making. And let me just show you this one as well. We only used a few drops on that, and already that has made a lovely, gorgeous pattern. And you can take that, do you know what, you could go even bigger. You could do some Roman blinds with your patterns. You could do quilt covers, for example, just taking a regular cushion cover and changing it. How about your trainers? Maybe some T-shirts that are lacklustering. You don't want to throw them away. They're still good, but they're white and they're not quite as white as they were. Now you can use your fabric dye to change them completely and add some brightness to your fabric. These will go onto synthetic fabrics and they'll go onto natural fabrics as well. Your natural fabrics, probably 30 degrees wash, but your synthetic fibres, about 30 degrees, but your natural fibres you can wash up to 90, which is absolutely fantastic news. It really is. 753619 is your item number. All you need to do is choose your colours, and we've got a whole variety. So we've got yellow for you. That's now in the lead. Yellow's lovely, isn't it? You've got your orange, you've got your red, you've got your pink, which is a gorgeous pink actually. You've got your coral colour, you've got your brown, you've got your violet, you've got your blue, your turquoise, your dark green, and then your light green. Then you've got your khaki, you've got your petrol, and then you've got your black. So a whole variety of colours, whether you're doing the grungy, steampunk style designs, or whether you're going for something that's bright and vibrant and rainbow style colours. I know you're going to enjoy using these. If you have any questions, we've got about 10 minutes left on this show. Get your questions in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. 573619 is your item number. Give us a call or head to the website. Right, Catherine?
Okay, right. So I've got another pot here. I've just done a little bit in advance, but I'll do this live. So I have brought some cotton in. This is from, you know, some of the crochet cotton that I use, but it could be any yarn. It It can be a synthetic. This is 100% cotton, which is great. But yes, use synthetics as well. I'm going with the white because obviously I'm going to get the true colours. There is a little bit of water in there. I'm just going to add some of the dye. You don't have to measure this out. It's personal choice. The reason being, I don't want this to be too intense. I could go directly from the bottle, but you know, I don't want it too bright. So I'm just going to start to dip in the cotton there, and you can see very quickly how that is taking the colour. But what if we want to change the colour? What if we want to do? I'm thinking of Katrina.
Variegated.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was just about to say.
Exactly. So there's a couple of things we can do. We can either stay with this and add another colour in it and change the colour that way, or I can bring in a second pot, which I probably will do. Just get rid of some of that water.
How about fabric flowers? You know, people make faux flowers.
Yeah, beautiful.
You felt.
Yes, yeah. I'm going to go with the yellow again next because I just think the pink and the yellow makes such a beautiful colour. So taking out the string there, or the yarn there, I'm now going to start, oops, drop the end in. Now going to start adding some more dye, and because we've got the pink as well, we are going to see a little bit of orange coming through. If you decide that it's not strong enough, you can go with a little bit more of the dye in there as well. So now we've gone into the yellow. Let's go back into the pink.
Can we do some wool as well for knitting?
Yeah, of course you could. Yeah, you could dye a whole ball of yarn if you wanted to. If you've got a big enough bowl of water and you mix your dye, I'd do a test first, mix your dye, do a little strand test first. When you're happy with the colour, then you can just leave your yarn to soak. You need to give it long enough. I mean, obviously with demonstration, I'm just taking things out and opening things out directly. But at home, you've got the opportunity of letting things sit. You can let them sit overnight. You'll get completely different effects depending on the time, the strength of the dye. And something like this, I mean, the variegated, I could go with lots of different colours. I could go directly on with the bottle as well. I might add one or two little bits more colour. I might go with a bit of green actually.
Yeah, green would be
just
nice.
Directly into this as well. So let's just get to the end of this.
Socks. Just buy some plain white socks and do some really nice bright rainbow style colours.
You certainly could.
Or hats.
Yeah, hats, anything really. See, I'm going back to the embroidery again, the tie-dye piece of fabric in the embroidery hoop, and now I'm dyeing my own threads to create those flowers, those leaves, the foliage, the landscape. And if I work with the colours, you know, if I'm just going for 3 colours, let's say, if I went with the green or a yellow and a blue, because it makes green, so you can get different shades of green.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. With it being a pick and mix, if you choose the primary colours, you can start making and creating your own mixes. What primary colours would you go for, Catherine? The yellow, the blue?
Yellow, red and blue are your primary colours.
I know that. But there's some people at home that might not know that. And I was just trying to be gentle and encouraging and educational. And you just slap it in there.
But you could, instead of going for the red, you could go for the pink.
You could.
Because it will work in the same way. Sometimes I find the pinks give me prettier shades.
Have you seen the doctor?
Well, you think about our printers, and you've got the magenta, the cyan, and the yellow inks.
Yeah.
So rather than the bright reds, I'm just drying this off just so you see a bit of a truer colour, actually. And we have got the pink running through to the yellow. We've got a little bit of a coral come through because we've mixed the colours together as well. So very, very easy just to dye those. I'm not going to take my gloves off because I might do a bit of ribbon as well. It's not fully dry, and the colour's really going to come out better when it's dry. But if we just go through the colours, so we're going from the yellow, you can see almost that coral coming through there. If I lay this together, so you can see there's the bright pink.
So they go a bit brighter when they're dry?
Yeah, it'll look brighter when it's dry. And this is again why working on your white will give you the better colours. But if I just lay all that onto the top of that glove, so you can see the different colours coming through.
Yeah, I love that. It's a good point actually to remember. If you're putting it onto white, it's going to look different. If you've got some navy fabric, you can still use the dyes, but it's going to look different because you've got the base of navy on there already, which could be really interesting if you've got a darker colour like navy fabric and you put the yellow on. who knows what kind of effects that you'll come up with, which is brilliant. Remember, we've got stencils on the show as well that you can go for, but you might have some stencils at home. You don't have to go for the ones we've got here on the show. You might have some stencils at home that you can use these with, which would be absolutely excellent. Now, we have had an email through from Amanda. Good morning, Amanda. I hope you're well. Amanda says, Amanda said she remembers doing batiks at school and using brown paper and an iron to remove the wax after dyeing fabric. Of course you did. Yes. And that built the effect.
Right, isn't it? Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah.
Didn't know that, did you?
Okay, right. Now, just because I've got a little bit of that yarn left, was the yellow. Just as Janice was speaking, I've put a little bit of the blue in there. Yeah, it is just called blue. I'm going to water this down because I want a very sort of pale colour. So obviously, because it was yellow and it's blue as well, we've mixed a really nice green. So just with the rest of the yarn, this is what I mean about if you had a whole bowl and you had a bigger bowl of water, use an old kitchen bowl or something like that.
I wonder, you know, if you had the whole yarn ball, and you put half in, just leave half in with water up to a certain height, let that dry, and then go in with another corresponding colour or a colour that will mix. Like, let's say you had blue and yellow, so you did one side blue, let it soak, let it dry a little bit, or not, turn it over and then put it in the yellow to see what would, and you'd probably still get a few white bits, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it would look nice, but it would look good. Because when you work with it, you're going to get that variation. And again, if you wanted to pre-damp... Oh, dear.
Is everyone all right? Yes, Karen is all right. Oh, we've got two Karens. We've got two Karens over there in the studio. What's going on?
I think it's Karen and Cheryl. I recognise that.
It looks like face. Two Karens to me. Double mischief. The ladies are okay. Just dropped an earring. We're fine.
What I was going to say is if you pre-damp the yarn first as well, then the dye will sort of, Now, I've got a little bit of ribbon. This is synthetic ribbon. This has been dampened down a little bit. I have got very diluted dye here. There's quite a lot of water and very little dye, but I think what you're trying to say, Jan, is something like if you just sort of dip one end.
Yeah, just let the ball soak up.
Okay, well let that soak there for just a second.
And then when you unravel it, it will look differently. Also, I'm thinking if you really saturate some fabric, really saturate it, really saturate it, and then just either placed the fabric in the dye, would the dye then start to move up?
Yes, it would. Yeah. And this is how you do the dip dyeing. So if you've got a T-shirt and you want to dip dye,
that's it.
Mix some dye into a bowl, and you only damp it first. That would probably be the best way. Dip it in so far, and then hang it, and it will leach down. It will sort of bleed into the white fabric.
And I'm thinking about it going up as well. Like if it's really wet, and you dip it into the dye.
Yes, so it kind of meets in the middle, or you get that white space.
Can we do another hour of this show?
we've got some. We're going to have fun later. You're demoing later.
Am I?
I think so.
I thought you were the
well,
demo
we're both going to do it.
Today.
I think we're both going to do it. I'm just mixing some yellow in there as well.
And that shows at 11 o'clock today?
It is.
11 o'clock today. This is so much fun. Oh, I imagine the fun you're going to have at home. And I think it's about having fun, Catherine, but it's about the creativity, isn't it?
It is, definitely. And that is going to give me quite a pretty soft pink when it's dry, because it's still wet at the minute, so that colour will lighten down. And at the other end, we have got, because I put the yellow in, it's going to be almost sort of an apricot corally colour again. And I'm going to leave the middle, so we've got that slight bit of white in there, and it will totally change as it dries.
Love that.
Obviously, don't waste any of the dye either. Just use scraps of fabric, as I did, you know, and tie-dye and make journal covers or patchwork with them, sew them onto your clothes, make a bag from it. You know, you could stitch lots of different pieces together, but there's no need to waste any at all.
No, you could put your socks in there, you could put your knickers in there if you wanted to.
You could.
You know, oh, it's fabulous, isn't it? The fun you're going to have. But all you need to do is choose your colours. It's a pick and mix on any three. And if you want the same colour 3 times, you can do. And if you want 2 sets of 3, you're more than welcome to do that. Don't miss out on this fabulous deal. Just $12.99. I think that's a cracking deal. I really do. 573-619. Catherine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you again at
11.
With the apron or without?
With.
Excellent, excellent. I'll see if I can find one as well to match our Catherine's. Thank you to Catherine. Stay where you are, though, or go and grab yourself a cup of tea, because we've got more coming up after the break.
What a fabulous show. And another fabulous show coming up. It's Stamps Away, Happy Hour with Ali and Adam. Oakwood Archer, you may have heard the ladies earlier on. They're coming up next. Then we've got Pink Ink Designs.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your project. You'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Good morning, how are you? It's Friday. Oh, have you got that Friday feeling? All right, fair enough. Good to myself. I hope you are well. It is Friday, though, and we are looking at something slightly different, okay? Now, it's 8 o'clock, and normally, at this point, I would say we're opening the doors to the one-day special. Well, in theory, we still are, okay? We've not gone really anywhere with the one-day special, but we thought we'd sneak in a little happy hour deal show as well. All from Stamps Away, which means if we've got Stamps Away, we've also got Ali in the studio as well. Good morning, Ali, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good. Literally, it is like doing a Skype call with you. You are on the other side of the studio.
He refused to be in the same set as me.
Yeah, we thought about it this morning, and it's like, I'm not working with him anymore. So I'll stay where I am. What a cracking little happy hour, though, we've got out. For the sheer fact, not only have we got templates, we have got some amazing stuff down the bottom of the counter. Like, phenomenal.
It pained me to bring them in. I wanted to keep them all.
Well, this is the thing, and we're talking big names as well, and we'll get there. And obviously, you know, when Ali brings us stuff, we're not just bringing you any old stuff. It all comes with a reason, with a purpose. Shop ahead of me on the website for that, because I know they're going to be busy once we get there, because the prices are ridiculous. But what I'm going to kick off with first are our templates, okay? These are your Stamps Away Get in Shape Cards template collection, £12.96. Have you ever struggled to create your card? To create a card that's other than square? To create a card that's other than rectangular? You see these gatefold cards and you see all these really snazzy, intricate cards and you go, I don't know what the measurements are. I don't know, I'll give it a go, and then you think, oh, that's my best cardstock, I really don't want to. So how about if I told you could make a double tri-folded card, I know, a twisted gatefold card, you could make a stepper card, and you could also make a double-folded back card as well. Now, normally, Ali, these are really difficult to make because there's a lot of folding and a lot of measurements to remember.
There is, and the trouble is, A4 paper isn't an even number in inches, it isn't an even number in centimetres, so it's a nightmare. But do you want to see just how easy it is?
Right, go on then. How easy is it? Is
Right.
it quick, though? This is the thing. Because normally these
Well,
cards take
it
forever.
depends if you'd sort of, spend all the time talking or anything. But basically, it really doesn't take very long at all. Because you just line the template up, because they're A4. You have to do one little cut. Now, I've marked this with a pencil so you can see, but you don't have to. And then the thing is, it's just all that, intricate messing about and folding and, you're just getting in a bit of a state and, they just take too long. So
What?
I'm finished.
We'd already done in 45 seconds. You beat your own record. Okay, I didn't mention the clock at the start, just in case. 45 seconds to make a stepper card. What was your previous at 50?
58.
58.
There you go.
58. That's why I didn't talk to you. I thought I'd let you crack up. 45. So literally, this is what you're creating. So this is now what we've made. So you can now start creating all those stepper cards that you want to do. And this is only one of 4 that you will be creating. £12.96. And I'm guessing if that one's that quick out, they're all more or less the same.
Yeah,
the
the double trifold uses 2 A4s because it slots together. The twisted gatefolds really, that's fun to do in acetate. And that's one A4 again.
Look at that, though. That's beautiful.
And that's got a little stitched book in the middle, little shopping list book.
Oh, here we go. See, so now the cards don't have to be cards. You can really go to town. And I suppose it's a nice way of using all those papers that you want to use, but you're just scared to cut into them.
Yeah, and things like the twisted gatefold and the double fold back are really good for your double-sided papers.
I suppose,
because you're seeing all sides of it.
Oh, look at that.
And that folds flat to go in an envelope.
So it folds flat, but then all opens out. You've got that intricateness. So you could turn these into like little vases and put your little bobbles in there with flowers.
All sorts of things, yeah. They're definitely more than just a card.
And that's what we like. We like value for money. £12.96. 797 877 is your item number. I've got another set of templates on the show as well. In this one, you've got your surprise shadow that we're looking at there. You've got your slider card in there. You've got your pop-up in there as well. And you've got your double pocket in there. Once again, to do these normally, it would take a whole die system. So you would need a set of dies, is what you're going to need for them. You would then also need a die machine. Fair enough. So once again, and I'm not knocking any of these, I'm just saying this is what you normally use, but if you're starting out and you keep flicking onto these craft channels, obviously, there's only one, this one, you keep flicking over to them all, you go, well, I need so much equipment. With this, is it literally a case of put the stencil down and you are good to go?
Yeah, so you just, again, draw around it, score the lines, fold it up, and away you go. The double pocket folds just from an A4. It's just a fancy way of folding it. The surprise shadow, you do need to do a spot of glue, and the slider, you need a spot of glue.
I like... These are absolutely...
That one has a little album inside it as well, an accordion album inside.
Look at this. So these are your little boxes, and then from there... You've got your accordion album that can then go in the inside. So this is what you can now start creating. So these could be family albums. This could be the new way that you're going to start doing albums. Even if you left it open and you didn't close it, what a beautiful gift box.
Yeah, because it's got that kind of, the nice little doors on it.
Like a little favour box that you've got there, because you could also close it upwards and have it as little favours on the table. And there's so many possibilities.
Because they fold flat, they can become internal in a book, so in a journal. So you could actually have that inside a journal, so that then it opens out, so you've got that interactive. Or if you make children's books, that one folds flat and then you pull it.
So for a children's book, so if you've got books, journals, jotters, then you can pull it up, and now you've got your easel cards without doing anything at all.
Yeah.
It's all there in the template.
I did one like that at college to do their then and now history book. So it had the now picture, and then when you slid it, it revealed the then picture, so you could do comparisons. So you can do all sorts of different things with it.
I love it. I absolutely love it. £12.96, 599067 is your item number for this one. I think we're looking at this in our first demo. Is this, Al?
Yes.
This will be our first demonstration, is what we're going to be looking at. So this will be our first demo, so stick around for that one. 599067 is your item number. Right then, here we go. We are very, very busy. Craft tubes are what we're looking at now. So I saw these last night and I was like, what am I going to do with an arrangement of tubes? And then I came in this morning and it all sort of made sense. For the sheer fact, look at what you can create. How beautiful is this? It is absolutely stunning. But I suppose because you get the different sizes that you've got in there as well, you can now go to all sorts of craft mediums.
Yeah, the thinking behind these is we can cut MDF into all sorts of shapes, but you can't do a cylinder. So you can either use them just on their own, as I have in the samples, or you can start combining them. You can create little, like, display tables. You can put them laying down, so you've got tubes. You could make yourself a pen rack that your pens lay in. It's all sorts of... Quite often we have to go out and buy drain pipe, but this is recycled card, so it will take all your mediums. You're not going to have to cover it. You can literally paint straight onto it. But because it's card, you can glue onto it, you can put your papers on. It's easy to work with.
Well, this is the, and it's the thickness you're getting as well.
It's really sturdy.
The thickness that you're getting here. So this is not going to be like a tube. Once you've put your mediums on, it's all going to go sort of squidgy. You know when kids play with toilet rolls and they throw that much paint on it, it literally turns into a mush. These, you're not going to get that. These are the sturdy tubes that we are looking at in there at the moment. £9.99 is what we're looking at. They're absolutely beautiful. But then you can go in things like your vellum, turn them into little frames, just ribbon all the way around the outside. You've got beautiful little frames. You've got beautiful little coasters that you are looking at there as well, which I adore. You imagine that because it's got the rim on. I reckon that would fit a wine glass beautifully on a table, so you know it's not going to go anywhere. Or when you're outside as well, if you're going to do things like these, they could be wine glass covers to cover the wine, to cover your drinks, so you don't get any insects and things in them. There's nothing worse than that. £9.99. You are getting a variety. Now, these are all the sizes that you will get as well. Am I right in saying that? This is not concept will vary.
18 pieces, and you'll get different lengths. They might vary slightly in the lengths, but you'll get short, medium and taller ones. So you can do different levels. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking displays. You could put some nice card on the top and have different plinths and displays. The thinner ones actually... And I haven't seen a single person come to the studio that hasn't actually put their hand through one. So, yes, they do fit as bangles.
Well, it's the first thing I did.
I noticed.
It's the first thing I did, and then I was told not to. But you have got all those different sizes in there, so they are all going to work. So whether you just use them as is, or whether you turn them into something else, it's worth having a little look at all of these. I do like them a lot, and you will find a lot of things you can do with them. £9.99. 912621 is your item number for your tubes. £9.99. You're loving the tubes. Right, Ed. I am excited. I like a bit of storage. There's something about storage that you can never have enough. You can never have enough storage, and now we're talking. These are absolutely beautiful. Now, you are getting both of these for £9.99. £4.99 each is what you are looking at for these at the moment. Obviously, they are drawers. They're very easy to open. You've got good depth on the drawer as well. You can leave them with the drawer out or leave them with the drawer in. Ali, these are absolutely stunning.
They're beautiful. I mean, they're a lovely colour anyway, but they are from sturdy cards, so you can redecorate them if you want to. You can go on with your rice papers, but they're beautiful just as they are.
They are beautiful, and they're also from a big old brand name as well. Is what we're looking at with these. Not only are they from Stamps Away, but they're also from, and you'll know the store, Paper Chase. These are from the Paper Chase brand.
Yeah, and we all know, everybody that goes into Paper Chase, it is the store to covet. You go in, you admire, it's beautiful stuff. It's just fabulous. The quality is...
It is, and that's it. You can feel the quality the minute you put your hands on them.
It's got a lovely texture. Almost feels sort of like leather furniture.
Yes.
It's really hard to explain, because obviously you can't see that on air, but it has got a lovely feel.
It's got that sort of leatherette feel to it, which is absolutely stunning. I know we wouldn't, but you may want to. If you're not liking the pink, can we decorate these up with more, like, throw our gessos on them, throw our papers on top of them?
Yeah, rice papers and things like that. Just be aware, obviously, it's a drawer, so only... I think when you look at them, you'll see where you can cover, because it's already covered, if you know what I mean, so... But you can personalise them really easily.
I absolutely love them, and I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Individually, if you went out to buy them, they would be £8 each. £8 each is what you are looking at for these. You can stack them as well, so if you've not got that much room, they are stackable. I absolutely love them for £9.99 only for this hour. It's a happy hour. It's a happy hour is what we're looking at, so the prices will go back up at the end of this hour. 426893 is your item number for your 2 pink 3 drawers storage unit is what we're looking at, £9.99. From there, though, the 4 drawer. Now, this in an office, on a bureau, in Dad's man cave, for the screws, nuts, bolts and washers, for your ephemera that you can split down as well. These work really, really well. 2 sides of drawers are what you're getting in here, and they're long old drawers. They look, because they're small at the top, that they're going to be small. These are big old drawers, so if you still use things like your index cards and things like that, this would be perfect, Ali, for those sorts of things.
Yeah, and again, if you've got your journals and things like that, you know, use them for your craft and create on top of them as well. You know, they're just fabulous. Drawers are so handy because you can hide things away, particularly little bits and pieces. Beads, because then you can pull the whole drawer out, take it to your workbench, rummage through and then put it away, and it's all safe and sound.
I love them. So you can store away things like your pencil cases in there. We've got these coming up later on as well. So you can store things away should you so wish and should you so need to. And once again, you're getting both of them for £12.99. £12.99 for 2. Already, we are approaching a third of the stock has already gone. Once again, a beautiful texture all the way around. You get that stunning design of the hexagons, which sort of meet up, which I quite like.
It doesn't look wrong, does it?
No, it really doesn't. It really works. So if you are going to use them on a unit and a storage system this way, I reckon these would be nice not only in your craft room, places like the kitchen, where you're going to put your letters and those bits and bobs that you always got, that handy pen, them notelets that you're going to have, maybe by the phone or something like that. It's worth getting hold of. You're now approaching how much? 40%. 40% now of the stock has already gone. This is how quick these are flying out of the doors. If it was me, and I'm not here to spend your money, you know that, I just try and get you the best possible deals I can, I would definitely put in, I'd be multi-buying. You could get 4 of these, what would that be, 24, 25, 26 quid-ish, just lower.
I know it's only June, but wouldn't they make really nice Christmas hampers?
Yeah, oh, beautiful little hampers. And the pink one, sorry to go back, would make beautiful little bath hampers.
Yeah.
You know, things like bath bombs, a little flannel in there, a little bar of soap.
If you make your own soaps and things, or make your own candles, wax melts, put them in these and make it into a gift basket, drawer set.
That would be you imagine little candle melts along in the top, then little candles in the bottom. Put it with a little burner that you've got as well. 50% now of the stock has already gone. I'm being told we're going to have to move on because it is about to go. Scrapbooks up next. Small scrapbooks is what we're looking at, and my word, once again, they are beautiful. £9.99. Not for 1, nah. Not for 2, nah. All 3 for £9.99. Oh yeah, yeah. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's ridiculous value for money. We are talking the creme de la creme. They are absolutely, they are high quality paper pages is what we're looking at that's on there as well. Stunning, stunning. This is nice cardstock as well, Ali, that you're getting in there.
It is. I mean, to be fair, even if you just use them and take those out to make card toppers to stamp on, it is beautiful, beautiful weight. So it's worth it just for the paper. You don't necessarily... And because it's the ring bound, you can actually sort of manipulate it, so you don't have to tear them out. You can sort of manipulate them out. You could take half the pages out, make half into the book, and you know, you've still got a nice book.
You've still got a beautiful journal that you're getting in there as well. They are absolutely stunning. Once again, they feel quality. You know when you pick them up, you've got quality in your hand is what we're looking at with these ones. Individually, should you go and want to purchase them today, feel free. Go and pop in to the Paper Chase store. They'll cost you £6 each. £6 each is what they cost you. I'm giving you 3 for £9.99. All the hard work has been done for you. They would make beautiful, we sort of still can have weddings, but just no one can dance. They would make beautiful, I don't see the point of that, to be honest. What am I getting at? Sign books, guest books. They would make beautiful guest books. One for the day, one for the night, maybe. They would make beautiful baby shower books to do like little projects in for like little photos, little, you know, portable photos that you can get these little mini printers now. They would work well for that as well. And they also look beautiful along with your storage. They really, really work with the storage as well. All 3 of those, £9.99, 603447 is your item number. Up next, your compartment cases. Let me open one of these up to show you the inside, and we'll get Ali to talk around them. You'll get the compartment cases, so you've got the beautiful compartment that you've got in there. Maybe you're storing pens in there, maybe it's going to be your tools, maybe it's your jewellery making little kit that you're going to be getting. You've also got the zipped area at the top. Once again, a good sized pocket. This would be perfect for your crochet needles. If you do little crochet, beautiful for that. What are these made out of, Ali? They've got that funny texture.
They are actually made out of recycled paper. So they have got like a craft card finish, which as a crafter is exciting because it means that you can alter them. So they're lovely as they are, but also you can stamp on them, you can paint on them, you can stick stickers on them, you can stencil onto them, you could even stitch onto them, I suppose, because they're sturdy enough. But yet you've got the little handle. They're just really, I think glasses would fit in them nicely, all sorts. I mean, I put chalk paint on that, I stenciled, I then put ephemera on it, I stamped onto it. Stamping, you just have to put something inside it to make it a sturdy, flat surface and move your zip about inside so that you've got a flat surface. But that's all things that if you're experienced on stamping, but you don't have to. Stencils are a way forward as well. Or you could just leave them plain, obviously.
Well, this is the thing. You could leave them plain if you wanted to. They are beautiful for the stuff. They've got so many uses, and I know we're a craft store, and we talk about craft art because that's what we do, but there's so many uses that you could use these for. These would be perfect, as we said, glass cases, to leave all them stuff in the glove box of the car. All your necessities that you need in the car, like a packet of wipes. I reckon you could get a packet of baby wipes in there.
I tell you what else would fit in there, your mobile phone, because at the moment, in the summer, I've got nowhere to put my phone. That has got a little handle, it becomes a little phone case.
It becomes a little bag, so it could be that little bag that you use, a little pair of little ice blocks in there, a little zip-proof bag. You can put your little sarnies in there if you wanted to as well. How much you got, Meg? A quarter of the stock. Quarter of the stock has already gone. You've only seen them for 2 minutes and a quarter of the stock has now already gone. 393059 is your item number. We are busy. Something else that's busy. Your blue storage boxes. I was meant to tell you, we got to 50%. I was meant to tell you at 60%, but I didn't want to interrupt Ali. Then when we came back, I was meant to tell you 80% of the stock had gone. It's now limited stock. We're now down to single figures. Is what we are for these. Single figures, £12.99. Remember, you are getting 2 of these. Is that right? So, I didn't realise earlier. I've got to show you. I don't care. On their own, they are £12 on their own. Okay? So we are looking at £12 on its own. Oh, it's technically sold out. a technical sellout on our storage. Well done if you've got them. If you're in your baskets, I would definitely start checking them out because they will go soon. They only sit in your basket for 10 minutes. Glue runners is what we've got up next. Now, I like a little glue runner. You can't go wrong with a glue runner. I do all my wrapping with a glue runner because I find it's easier and it looks more professional. $9.99 for 5. These are an amazing little deal that we're getting. Once again, Ali, always handy to have.
Yes, and again, it's if you're crafting on the move as well, because I mean, I love a wet glue. I use a lot, but sometimes you just need, and in your journals. So if you're journaling when you're out and about, you can have one of these in a little carry case or something, and away you go. But what was quite sweet was yesterday, Paula saw them and she got very excited because apparently that's a Spanish brand and it was the first brand that introduced her to stationery and the love of all things paper. And I thought that was really, really lovely.
So in theory, it was down to this little tape runner that got our Paula crafting.
It was actually a rubber made by them, but yes, that brand.
Well, it was the brand we're using, so we know they're a good brand. Paula likes them, and our Ali likes them as well. You know, we only talk quality when we talk Ali that we're looking at there. £9.99. 248368 is your item number for 5 glue runners, is what we're talking about here. Is there a difference between a glue runner and a tape runner?
No.
Oh,
no. Sometimes tape runners are temporary, but it's just terminology.
Something just fell down on Ali's counter and no one touched it. It was like a ghost. Right, £9.99. Matt's all over it. 248368 is your item number. You are getting all 5 as well, is what you're getting in your kit. And then last but no means least, we have got a little set of roses. Now, you are getting all of these roses, is what you're going to get. Approximately 30 roses is what you'll be getting, so that's across 6 bags. They're beautiful as well. They really are. Embroidered, made of ribbon, Ali?
Yes, they are. They're satin ribbon, and it's 30 in each pack, so that's 6 times 30, which is 180.
So 180? Yeah. 180 roses. There's 30 in each pack is what we're looking at this one. $9.99, 180 roses. Beautiful. They are, and they would go, these would go well with your little bags. You put them on your little tote bag, stitch them in to do like a little bouquet and then a couple of stamps that you've got.
I mean, yeah, they go on cards, they go on you can embroider them onto cushions and things like that because they're ribbons. But also, if you do your power techs and things like that, obviously, you can stick them on, then gesso over them and highlight them. I use ribbon ones and put gesso over them and make them into my mixed media projects because it has that lovely feel of fabric.
It's worth having a go, and it's worth for $9.99 as well. You may not use all 180 in one project, but it's good to have in your stash. You have 35 minutes and 34 seconds left before the prices go back up, because remember, this is a Stamp Away happy hour. It is a happy hour show, is what we're looking at. We've already had 1 sellout as well, and I don't know if we can get any of this stuff back. Meg is frantically on the phone as we speak. I don't really know who to, but she's on the phone. Right then, might be KFC, could be anyone. Burrito. But let's go over for our first demonstration. Ali, what are we looking at first?
OK, we're going to make a surprise shadow box.
Oh, OK.
OK, so I've got a nice bit of double-sided graphic 45. Because, again, these sort of projects are great for your double-sided papers because you're able to see both sides. So none of this having to choose which is your favourite side. No favouritism on this template. So this is not the most complicated, but it's more complicated, but it's still not complicated. I'm just seeing how many times I can say complicated in one sentence, really.
I liked it.
OK, so I'm going to draw around it, and then again I'm going to take my embossing tool and I'm just going to run up and down.
So we don't need like a little mat or anything like that, like these scory mat things that we can see?
No, if I get a chance to do the twisted gatefold, I am going to work on a piece of cardboard because I'm actually going to try and do a twisted gatefold out of vellum, so which is really thin, and there's a danger I'll put the tool through it. But no, you're just sort of running it up and down. And don't think, oh, you know, if you suddenly realise you've missed a score line, it doesn't matter. You can just line the template back up and away you go.
Is there instructions with these as well?
Yes, there is. Full instructions. And I am always available on social media. If you get really stuck, you can go help. And
Where can you go on? Give it a plug, Ali. Management's aren't in for a while.
I've got a little group, All Things Crafty with Stamps Away. So you can pop in there, and that's it's one of those places any question goes. Nothing, I always say there's no such thing as a silly question, because the chances are if you're thinking it, 10 other people are thinking it as well.
Very, very true.
So that's always, because people go, oh, it's a silly question. It's like, no, there's no such thing as a silly question, because if you're thinking it, it needs... Right, so I'm just cutting all these little bits of paper. I need them for my 12 o'clock show. Okay. Don't waste anything.
We'll keep those. Remember, 12 o'clock show, we're going to look in more depth at your one-day special. We're going to go back to the one-day special as well. This template bundle as well. You get the surprise shadow in there, you get the slider in there, you get the pop-up in there, and you're also getting the double pocket as well. So this is for £12.96. You get all of the stencils that you need. And because they're stencils as well, things like this, the little things like this, I'm guessing this is the tab that we use on one of them. But
it's the belly band, that if you want to wrap a belly band around this to make sure it stays flat.
But now, once you've got that as a template, you could put that into anything.
Yeah, I mean, that looks quite... I always think that makes me think of a wristwatch.
I was thinking, it does look very wristwatch-esque. Very, who needs an Apple Watch when you've got Mylar? It's
Exactly.
Mylar time. What's the time?
Oh, we always need a bit of Mylar time.
Mylar time. It's all Mylar time.
But also, you know, they're washable. They're, you know, virtually indestructible. So I'm just doing my folding now on the lines that I've scored. So forward and backwards.
It's easy to do. It's like there's one. I suppose once you've made one, I say it's easy to do. Like I've made loads of them. But once you've made one, I'm guessing it's all just sort of common sense.
It is, once you've got your head round it. And I always say, just do it on a bit of scrap paper to begin with, just so you're getting an idea of which way. But because you've scored the lines, if you find you've accidentally folded something the wrong way, it's easy to fold it the other way. So all I'm going to do, pop a bit of glue.
And as you said, those double-sided papers that we were too scared to use because we like both sides.
It's perfect.
This is perfect for that.
So I'm just going to pop a bit of glue there. I've got my trusty clips just to hold that while I do the other side, just while my glue grabs. Now I'm using Graphic 45, which is obviously a nice weight, but you can get away with pretty much any weight with this because it's nice, and because of the triangles and the shape of it, it is really sturdy. So they can come off now. So that folds down. Ba-ding! Folds down.
Look at that. It's really, really easy to do. So easy.
And it's a nice, so you can put photos in there, you can put little fold-up books, but so it just folds down. So look how flat it folds down.
It really does.
I mean, that one's got an accordion book inside, and it's still pretty folded
flat. It's still flat, so literally, that is easy to post. That's not going to go far. But then when I open it up and I show you what's inside as well, you've also got the book. That's on the inside. Show the right side, Adam. You've also got the book that's also in there. So once again, these could be photos, these could be memory boxes that you're now going to take. Maybe you're just sick of the normal standard albums that you're making. You're like, well, actually, I'm going to make something totally different with these. Or you could use the box itself and use the template, then use the one-day special to make a little notelet holder that you can tear.
Yeah.
A little, I don't know what them, but what are they called?
Pads.
Pads.
Yeah.
Just make a pad. Just make a terrible pad is what you need to do. £12.96 is what you're looking at. 599067 is your item number. Remember, you're getting 4 sets of the stencils that you're looking in there as well. And once you've got a decent set of stencils, there is so much more that you can do with these. All the score lines are on them as well. Right then, they've brought me back down to our pink boxes. 40%. 40% now of the stock has already gone. I absolutely adore them. I really, really do. You're getting 6, which means you're getting 2 sets is what you're going to get. So you're getting these, what you see here, for £9.99. Cracking little offer for £9.99. Individually, you are looking at £8 individually on these. We're doing you a deal for £9.99 today. 426893 is your item number. For £9.99 as well, what was that? 33695. You'd need 2 sets, I think. It would make a cracking advent calendar. It would make a stunning, you know them big posh advent calendars that you can buy? You could put your little miniatures in there maybe. You could have it, I reckon you could even get a little glass in there. So you could start with the glass and then you could then work your way through different gins, or I reckon you would even get a small can.
Beautifully personalised baubles. Have one in, and then you put them on the tree as you go through Advent.
See, Ali's gone classy with this. I've just gone drink. Straight for the drink. Ali's got decorative baubles. So it does say a lot about us and the team that's coming in my ear. But it would work. So you could, or even if you did, but 20 quid is what we're talking about. £20 is what it would be for 2 sets. If you wanted 2 lots of them. You could have a little craft item in each one.
Yeah.
So you could fill each one with a different part of a craft or a different essential, or you go for a personalised jigsaw. You know you can buy these jigsaws as personalised, and you could split them up between the boxes, so every day they've got a new part of the jigsaw to do, and things like that. It's worth having a little look. Nice little baby shower gifts, once again, fill the drawers with little socks and baby grows. £9.99, you can't go wrong. 426893 is your item number. 45% of the stock has already gone. I think it was the gin, and then again... I may think it was Ali's bauble idea, to be honest. Drink responsibly, don't spill it. Now, up next is your scrapbooks that we're looking at here. Very busy for your scrapbooks. Now, you are getting 3 of the scrapbooks, all in all, is what you are looking at. Beautiful quality is what you're looking at. Individually, they're £6 each. You're getting all 3 for £9.99. Beautiful quality, super smooth. Now, it says paper on the back. It says plain pages, but I would go for cardstock.
It's the thickest of papers you could have. My definition between card and paper is if you fold it in half and it stands up on its own, it's card, and I would definitely say that's. I think it will also, not that I did because they're too nice, but I could imagine tearing those edges. I bet they take ink beautifully, but I couldn't actually bring myself to
You couldn't bring yourself to it. No, it is one of them things that they're so beautiful told. £9.99, you're getting all 3 of these as well. Well worth having a little look at this at £9.99. 603447 is your item number. Right then, Ali, I'm coming back to you. What you showed me this time?
OK, I'm going to do twisted gatefold, and I'm going to do it out of vellum, so it's really thin vellum. So what I've done is I've put the back of a paper pad underneath, just so that I've got a little bit of squidge, so that I'm not pushing too hard on the vellum. Again, it's A4. You've got a scalloped edge. Now, last time I had these on, I discussed that I don't actually ever cut out the scallop. What you do is you ink along it and you faux scallop.
Faux scallop.
Lot easier, lot quicker. Now, on this one, because of the nature of the card, you've got lots of triangles. So you see all these lines here. That's nothing for the actual construction. That's for your mats and layers, and I'll do some in a minute. So all I'm going to do is I'm being a bit more careful than I normally am because I'm dealing with vellum. So I'm running this down because I don't want to...
So those big bits in the middle, could we snip them out if we wanted to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you do this out of acetate and you then mat proper card and paper onto there, it looks like they're floating. It's really cool.
These look nice.
So I am going a little bit more slowly than I would normally, just because of the material I'm using. Obviously, me being me, I haven't made it easy for myself. I've chosen a really trickier paper, but just to show that even this thin vellum, because of the shape of this card, it's really clever, because when you do science, you learn about how strong triangles are. And this is a good example. So you can see that I've got my score lines. So I'm just going to fold along there, open it out. Obviously vellum likes to fold along there, and then this one goes outwards, and this one goes outwards, and there you've got your twisted gatefold. See, even the flimsiest of vellum. So that just ruined my theory on garden paper. I'll just disprove myself. But then...
look at that. Then you go in with that with your mats and layers that you've already got in the templates as well.
I'll only do a couple, but I'm just using some brown paper. So when you're doing your mats and layers, if you draw around the outside line, that's your bigger layer, or if you do the inside one, you get the smaller. So you even within that triangle there, you're getting 2 different sizes, so that you can do a real sort of statement mat and layer in if you want to.
And this is the thing, like, now you don't need, because normally to do these sorts of cards you would need dies, you would need a die machine, and it all starts getting a little bit expensive for those beginners. With this one, you're going to start making the big professional cards, but all you need is a pencil and a pair of scissors.
But also, even if you've got the die, if you want to, say, go out and go for a weekend away in your caravan, you could grab that and some paper and card and sit and make that without having to lug
everything with you.
So
you start thinking things like, and I'm gonna go for it. Things like your Christmas cards, because they must be on the horizon to make now. Are we getting to that time of the year, or have people already made them?
Some people will have already made them.
Already made them. Little.
There's always next year.
There's always next year you can make them for. But they are, so if you want to make snazzy little Christmas cards and things like that, you are good to go with these, because so they're the perfect sizes for your mats and your layers that you're going to be using in there. All those little scraps. And because you've got the template, you could do it as like a little scrappy triangle if you wanted to.
Yeah, because you can see through. So if, for example, I don't know what paper's got in here, but this is a really, really beautiful paper, and I might want those bugs on it. I can actually see through enough and make sure I position it exactly where I want. So if I want the butterfly and the flowers, I can see that's the bit I'm going to get.
I love it. I absolutely love it. £12.96 is what you're looking at for this one now. 797,877 is what you're looking at there. So you have got the stepper, is what you got there. You've got the double fold back. You've got your twisted gatefolds, and then you've got your double try in there as well. All 4 of those come with full instructions, and you get everything you need included in the kits as well. Every single one for £12.96. 797,877 is your item number. What you're looking at this one, but the offer will go back up. The price will go back up in 20 minutes. Time is what you are looking at. Well, on that though, we've got another set of templates for £12.96. You've got the surprise shadow in here, you've got the slider in here as well, you've got the pop-up in here, and you've also got the double pocket. I didn't realise we were back to me then. And the double pocket is what you're looking at. Look at these. So now we start talking things like little plaques and things. Look at those. How beautiful. But it all folds flat. So you can post it should you so wish. So now you've got that sort of beautiful sort of pop-up card that you've got going on. But you could stick that into a journal quite easily that you've got already in there. From there, you've also then got things like your little journals that you can start creating. How beautiful are all of these that you can make? With your little tabs in your pockets that's already in there. From this one, we then go into one of my favourites, is the smaller box that you've got as well. So then all this folds all the way down. So it will fold flat, and then you've also got your pop-up as well. So you've got that little pop-up element that works all the way through. Love this set of stencils, is what you're getting when we are talking the big name. Well, the big name. We are talking Mylar, so you know they're going to last, is what I'm trying to say. £12.96, saving of £7 on this. 599067 is your item number. Craft tubes up next. Very busy for the craft tubes is what we're looking at. Now you're going to get a variety of sizes is what you're going going to get on these for £9.99. There's so many things you can do with a set of decent craft tubes, and they are. Look at the thickness that you are getting in these tubes. These are not going to be the tubes that are going to bend and buckle under any weight, or well, technically we're talking construction.
Power techs.
Yes.
Because you could do your fairy houses, you can do that, and again, it doesn't matter what you throw at it. Truth be known, we accidentally parked the fork truck on one. Well, we dropped the pallet on it. It only did a slight dent, and that was a pallet of MDF we dropped onto one of these.
Also, they're
quite
rigid.
sturdy.
They're gonna...
Yeah. So again, I was thinking, because I want to actually make tables and things like little, you know, sort of not bedside tables, but like little platforms for doing displays. Because that's the thing that when we're back to doing craft fairs and markets and things, you want different levels. Well, you know, you put a piece of MDF or an antique plate on the top of those and then display your things on there. That's sturdy, that's going to take the weight. So even just from a practical point of view, they're really, yeah.
They really would. They're really, really... I reckon I could stand on them. And then take my weight. But you are... I'm not going to try it at home, and I'm not going to try it here. Yeah, displays. Even if you're thinking, that's all well and good, I don't go to the crowd, I don't spend... Home displays. You could turn these into beautiful cake stands and things like that you could use them for.
But again, if you coat them, they make really funky vases because you can wrap anything round. The little purple one you've got there, that is just old jewellery wrapped round and then painted and then with the glitter gleams on. You know, you wouldn't know that's a cardboard tube. That looks...
Well, that's why I never said it the first time around, because I never realised it was. I thought it was all in the lid. And the base, I thought, I didn't really understand why we had it here. So that, what you're actually looking, I'm going to be honest, so this bit is the tube itself.
Yeah.
So that is what you're looking at now, OK? So you can decorate them all up, put your bases on there, your little MDF bases if you wanted to. You could go to... So that means now we could have one of these for our clay, that we can mould our clay around to give it that arcness that we wanted. So we can now put all our resins onto them and...
Yeah. But you imagine putting something underneath, probably a silicone sheet or something.
Yeah.
Pouring resin into the tube, particularly the narrow one. I insisted that we had narrow ones. Doing it in layers, putting different things within it. Then when it's set, you just paint the tube around it, and now you've got like a resin one to hang. I mean, I did it just with vellum and had it as a hanger, but you know, it's so many different things you can do. So the light shines through that really nicely.
There is so many. If I hold it by the TV, you'll be able to see. There is so many possibilities that you are looking at these now. Nice little frame. There'd be nice little box frames as well, even for the wall, even for the small ones. Put little photos in them, and you can hang them and cut them, do them in your colour.
You know the beautiful dies that make layered scenes?
Yes.
If you did those in black card, different layers, light behind, you've got round shadow boxes that are just a bit different. It's the whole... Because like Paul was like, well, what do you need tubes for? Because it's a shape you can't easily do.
And not this sturdy as well. No. Literally, these are going absolutely nowhere. It's worth having a little look at these. Sort of like John Next Door baubles and them sort of things for the little scene builders that you can mount. Would be absolutely stunning, and especially for the smaller ones. Get the kids involved. £9.99, 912621 is your item number. Now, the 3-drawer storage, my advent calendar, 50% now of the stock has already gone. I absolutely love them. They are a party to me. That keeps opening them like that. So you can have them however you want to stack them. It's entirely up to you. You've got a good depth on the pockets on the drawers as well. So they are a nice little drawer size, is what you're looking at. These are absolutely beautiful, and you're getting both for £9.99. 426893 is your item number for these ones. Worth having a little look at these. Nice little storage. Little trinkets and baskets and little bouquets and little things, just little things that you want to gift to someone and you don't want... Basically, if you don't want to bother wrapping, stick it in a box and gift it. And then you can decorate over them as well. Gesso them, paint them. Decoupage papers, rice papers, however you want to go, you can do that with them as well. Also be nice for little scenes. You can have little scenes in there if you so wish. £9.99 426893 is your item number. Then, our scrapbooks, very busy for your scrapbooks at the moment. You're getting all 3 of these scrapbooks for £9.99. A saving of £8 is what you're looking at here. 603447 is your item number, and you are getting all 3 of them as well. Nice little guest books, nice for little memory journals that you're going on on there. It's super smooth paper on the inside as well. I can't give you the GS image, but by the fields of it, no, check me out. By the feel of it, I reckon it'd be sort of nice watercolour and inking paper. What would you say, Al?
Yeah, definitely. And I was thinking, you know, your art journals, don't think of it as scrapbook. You use each of those pages as a little canvas because it's sturdy enough, it's not going to go through to the other side.
It does feel that sort
really
of quality
nice.
that you get. It is beautiful, beautiful paper. And you're getting 3 books. So if you don't work on the first one, tear the first page out and you've still got another book and well, you know what you're doing with them. Let's be fair, they're flying out the door for £9.99. You can't go wrong. 603447 is your item number. Up next, the cases. The more I look at these remind me of little bowling bags. They really, really do. They used to put little bowling balls in there, the grass green bowls. £9.99, you're getting 2 of them is what you're going to get. You can stamp on them, you can ink on them. You can colour them all up as well. Put your ephemera on them. You can't go wrong with these. They've got the storage on the inside. Let me open the bottom one just so you can see. They've got the little pocket on the inside that you have just there. And you've also got the zip compartment that we've already got. They're all made by recycled material?
Yeah, they're all recycled paper.
All recycled paper, 393059 is the item number. £9.99. I've got tape pens, I've got flowers, but guess what? You've only got 12 more minutes. Why only 12 minutes? Because you're watching a happy hour. Ba, 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 ba. You can't do that at a wedding. Now, let's go over to Ali. Ali, what are we up to?
We're going to do a double fold back.
Oh, sounds like a gymnastic move. A double
Trust me,
fold
I'm
back.
a bit too creaky for that. Now, what I love about this, and you've got a sample on your side of the studio up on the shelf above the TV, where you put them 2 together and have it fully open out, sort of almost like theatre. Yeah, theatre doors, sort of. So that's really dramatic, and and this is the great thing, you can extend this really easily. So again, it's designed to fit on an A4 piece. I'm going to mark it with a pencil so you can see what I'm doing, but when I'm doing this at home, I tend to mark this with my embossing tool just so it doesn't show. And then score lines again.
You can go quite thick. What was that? That was made out of grey board, is it not?
Yeah, it was. I like to sort of push the boundaries. It's not as dramatic as, you know, wild walking and wild swimming and stuff. I wild card.
You wild card make.
I'm a wild crafter. Extreme crafting, it's a new thing.
Catch on.
So again, this is just some folds, but these bits we're going to cut. So if you're happier with a ruler, you are more than welcome to use a ruler to do this, but it's just, it doesn't matter if it's a little bit wobbly anyway, because it all fits inside, because you're cutting it out of the card it's coming, so it doesn't matter if it wobbles, you can purposely wobble it. So that comes forward, as you see. The next one goes there. Then that one comes there, that goes like that, and there you've got...
Oh, look at this.
So it gives you those little elements. And again, let me just grab... You've got... I'm going to actually do this properly so you can see what I'm saying about the 2 sizes. So we're going to do... Because I know this is a dark side on the back, I'm going to draw both of them on this side, but then when I come to glue it, I'll flip it over. So on that one, I did the outside. This time, I'm doing the inside line. And that will give me 2 different sizes. And I'm not being very frugal. I would normally make that line up like that, so I'm not wasting any paper. But as I've got a use for the tiniest of scraps of paper, I'm not so fussy this now. So just cut that along. But obviously you could use your layering dies and things, because it doesn't matter if things overlap, it just gives it more interest because it folds flat like that to fit in a DL envelope.
And talking about your layering die, I said everything's got its own purpose, but if you have got your layering dies, 9 times out of 10 you only use the big ones.
Yeah.
This is perfect for those littler dies that we never normally use in our die sets, those little, the small squares and rectangles, because no one knows what to do with them.
And also, if you think a lot of your die sets, you get little flowers, you get little, you know, these are perfect for using that because it's an A4 piece of card, but the pieces you're decorating are tiny. So those people that are a bit nervous of doing larger cards and will probably, you know, might stick to 4x4s or smaller cards, you can branch out quite easily because that's the sort of size that you're decorating. But you see, look, if I put that on top of there, you've got perfect mat and layer in the size that fits in the panel. And then you've got another one to do on the next panel, allowing you to open it out.
Like it.
As simple as that. And obviously you can go to town on this, but again, you've got that whole seeing all different sides of it. You've got a layering one to go in there as well, so that's where you could print out your greeting or your little message, or that's where I've put can't remember if I've put a journal in one of those. Probably somewhere along the line I will have done, because it does make a really nice little cover.
It's worth having a go, because anything is possible, anything at all. All you have to do is let your imagination run wild with these. This is
wild crafting.
Wild, see? I thought I'd tie it all in, this is a case of, you don't need a die machine, you don't need any of the big cumbersome things. You literally just need a pencil and a set of scissors and maybe a dab of glue for some of them. Then you are going to start getting the beautiful cards. This is one that Ali just made for us that we're looking at now. How stunning is this? All folds flat that you've got, so you know it's going to fold flat, but then as you open it up, these could be your graphic 45 papers. These could be the papers that we do on happy hours that you go, oh, I'd like them, but I just don't know what I'm going to do with them. They could be those cards. From there, you've got also your stepper cards that you've got. Once again, it all started life as an A4 page, but then once you concertina it all down, look at what you're getting. Maybe this could be a diary. This could be months of the year. This could be a tear-off diary, so you know it sits on your desk, you know what the dates is, and then you have these as just like little memories that you've got in there. From there, I love this one. It's like two cards stuck together. Then as you open it up, it's absolutely beautiful. I reckon you could. Meg's asking if you could sort of turn it into a little waistcoat. I'm guessing you could, sort of, with the shape that you've got there.
Yeah, just mess about with it, yeah.
Well, yeah, if you're doing like little invitations and things like that.
A kimono, because that's got the diagonal sort of wrap, do you know what I mean? The sort of...
Yeah, a little opening kimono. Oh, risque.
Maybe not for 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, no, but that's how our Meg works, though, I've worked out. She don't care the time. £12.96. And then last but no means least, this is your double tri-fold card that we're looking at here. So folds flat, and then as it opens, it all comes towards you. But you've still got that card in the back to write all your message in. I absolutely love it, and they're really, really sturdy. The best thing to do, though, you've only got 5 minutes, by the way, before all these prices go back up, so get in quick for these. Shop by brand. Jump on the website and shop by brand. Stamps away is what you're looking at. Everything is on there, but the prices will go back up at the end of the hour. Oh, there's loads of things on here, isn't there? Loads of things. Some stuff isn't from the happy hour. Some stuff is just our normal stuff that we'd have on our normal show as well. Because remember, this is one of our one-day special shows, but we thought we'd sneak in a happy hour deal show at 8 o'clock. We will be looking at our one-day special again in more detail at 12 o'clock with myself and Ali. One show not to be missed because it is flying out of the door. It really, really is. We've only got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Let's talk about storage. We've sold out of one of our storage options that we're looking at the moment. This is our second storage option. This is your 3-drawer unit is what you're looking at. 426893 is your item number. Nearly 70% of the stock has already gone. I personally would turn it into a cracking little advent calendar. I'd get another set and place them on the top and turn them into a lovely little advent calendar that you've got there. But let's ask a crafter. We've got a minute and a half, Al. What would you, if I gave you these today, I bought you these as a little gift from me to you, what would you do with them?
Well, obviously for me, I would black gesso them and do faux rivets and make them look like an old-fashioned sort of workshop filing cabinet.
Oh, nice. That's a nice little idea.
So to match my pen pot I made.
To match the pen pot that you've got here, so you would match it?
I would make it all match like that, yes. Because I don't strike. I'm not a pink girl, but that doesn't matter because I've got gesso.
You've got gesso. The world has got gesso.
Have gesso, will travel.
You need that on T-shirts. I know. I don't care. I've got gesso. £9.99. Thank you, Ali. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I'll see you at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, will you be over this side with me?
Shall we stand together?
Yeah, it'd be
I'll put
nice,
some aftershave on then, and we'll stand together. We'll stand next to each other. Don't you go there. Start checking out your baskets. Remember, this is a happy hour show, so the deals will go back up at the end of this hour. So these will then be £15.99. So get in quick. The same with your books as well for £9.99. Let me give you the details one more time. 426893 is your item number. We've only got 20 seconds left. Where has this hour gone, I ask you? It really has flown. Coming up next, though, is another little cracking show, but I'll do that when I do the menu, which is in 6 seconds' time. Start checking out your baskets. Don't go anywhere. You've got 3.5 minutes to go and make a brew. I'll see you in an hour's time. See you then. Yes, she's up next. She comes in like a whirlwind. She likes to make an entrance. That's our Karen Keats with Oakwood Archer. And then Pink Ink Designs. The girls are in. And then it's Catherine with Viva Decor. You can't go wrong.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watt and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are well. Look at the side of the screen. We've got a sensational deal for you. It's a why not deal from Oakwood Archer. And we have got some fantastic savings throughout the whole of the show on all of the items available to you. And we've got a happy hour deal as well. You can jump ahead to the website and you can start shopping and checking out your basket before we even get to those items. So why don't you do that as I introduce to you the lovely Karen Keats.
Good morning.
Morning, love. How are you?
Noisy, I'm all right.
Yeah, it was quite an entrance this morning. How are
It's because
you
you don't make counters small enough for me. And I thought I popped it on, and obviously I wasn't tall enough to pop it on, and it just fell on me.
What are we popping on?
It was only a box of something.
Oh, right. I just
a box of something.
Wondered where you were going there. Listen, it's great to have your company, Karen.
It's lovely.
You know, I love and adore working with you. You're an absolute fantastic crafter. And you've got some great demonstrations lined up. What can we expect to see today?
It's not simplicity, but some nice, easy techniques.
Okay.
I think sometimes we go into, we forget about the new crafters,
Yes.
and it's some nice easy techniques, but pretty.
Lovely.
Not over, won't make you go, oh, I can't do that.
Yes.
It's something that everybody can do.
Lovely. So it could be the first steps on your journey to crafting. It could just be refreshing. You know, sometimes we need a little bit of that's how you do it. So plenty of demonstrations coming up, but let's start off with this great deal that we've got for you. This is Wings and Things. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. You've got so much in this particular deal. You've got your dies, you've got your stencils, you've got your stamps as well, and they are beautiful borders with your butterflies. You can create some gorgeous frames, very, very ornate. And then you've got the lovely dragonflies as well. And your stencils, my goodness, you can build and start creating some wonderful backgrounds. Let me show you what you can cut out with your dies. So the butterflies to start with, you've got that lovely shape at the back. You could leave it just like that if you want. Maybe colour in, sketch in your own details. There's a good idea. Or you can put that separately, which is the beautiful wingspan of your butterfly, or you could actually put them both together and lift the wings of the butterfly up, which would look gorgeous. And then you've got the smaller element die there, so your smaller butterfly, and you've got your flower as well. It's the same with the dragonfly, and dragonflies are so popular, aren't they? And they really do make a difference to your designs when you've got something that big, or maybe that small, just to add that certain detail. You've got that lovely bonus flower as well. Now, with your apertures, let me show you what you can create with those. So if you wanted just a regular aperture, so you can cut out and then maybe place your butterfly on top, that would look amazing. And you can start to mat and leg because you've got the 3 different sizes. And then if you want to go for something a little bit more fancy, look at that. Isn't that absolutely fantastic? Now, your butterfly frame die can be purchased on its own. We do have items available on their own. The details at the bottom of the screen, that's proving to be very, very busy at the moment. £12.99, 618460 is your item number. Do you remember I said about layering up the butterfly as well with your die? Here's a lovely example. Hopefully you can see that. If I put my fingers behind there, you've got that lovely piece of it's like plastic or acetate on the front, and then the butterfly at the back. So you can now see the designs that you can start to make and create with this fabulous set. Now, one payment today of £26.98 and then another payment of the same in a month's time. We will send everything out at the same time. It's a Freedom Why Not deal. That means if you are a Freedom member, you are saving on top of your initial saving. So becoming a Freedom member today would start to save you money today instantly. That's 888 in your basket, and you can become a Freedom member. That's for the whole set. It really is a phenomenal deal. And as I mentioned before, the stencils that create your background really do make a difference to your design. So you've got your dots there. Looks like a piece of cheese, doesn't it? Could be stars if you wanted it to be. And then you've got those lovely butterflies. Again, using your stencil with your paints and your inks and your paste will just give you incredible results. Oh my days. Now, there are elements that you can buy individually or pairs. Have a look at those on the website, but come on, the best value for money is buying the whole lot. Now, we also have another collection for you, and this is your rose garden, and this is the first one that our Karen is going to demonstrate. You love this one, don't you, Karen? I mean, you love both of them, Karen. But
They all fit together, they all match.
why do you love the roses so much?
You don't have to fussy cut. The
Yep.
die matches the stamp completely.
Fabulous.
And you've also got a mat on top of it. But the shading's there. They're so easy to colour. It's not, you're not fixed by any particular design.
Yep.
They're all individual items, individual stamps where you can build up your own scenes, go to town on them, make the bouquet as big as you want, or even just down to a small one flower. But then there's flower heads where you can decoupage it up, and you can just work with there's so much variety that you can use. It's not, you're not just got one flower.
Yeah, do you know what? I love that. And here's a prime example. I'll just pick this sample up the right way. Look at that. That's breathtaking, isn't it? Look at all those gorgeous roses and the way they look like they're tumbling down. And I really like the way that the card has been offset as well. What a lovely, lovely example. Of course, it's not always about using lots and lots and lots of colour. It's about using the stamps and, as Karen said, the shading that's already there on the stamps to build and create your designs. We have got some gorgeous samples for you, all using the stencils, you've got the dies, and you've got the stamps as well. So yeah, no fussy cutting. How easy is that going to be? 712119 is your item number. Pop this into your basket for £24.98 today. That's for everything that you see in front of you there. So you've got your 2 stamp sets, your 2 die sets, and your 2 stencils as well. And if you've gone for any of the Viva decor die that we were selling earlier on this morning, I think they would look gorgeous with these stencils, they really would. 712119 is your item number, available on FlexiBuy, which means we'll divide the cost. It's interest free. It's so easy to set up. You just tick a box on the website and that's it, it's done. No credit checks. It's amazing. But we'll send everything out at the same time, so we're only dividing the cost, not the products. And that's why so many people shop with us here at the craft store, because they love the way that they can flexi-buy. Now, we've got some new cardstock for you, A4 in size, lovely colours here, only $9.99. You know you're getting excellent quality from Oakwood Archer. It's 36 sheets and it's pearl card. Oh, shimmer. It's beautiful. 816230 is your item number, £9.99. Now, we also have black, gold and red. Yeah, there you go. So great colours. $9.99, $259. 490 is your item number. Again, you've got that beautiful finish to that card. Great colours as well. 259, 400, 999. Now, something that's proving to be really busy. You've already found it. Oh, first of all, just walking into a room with all of your dies stored in here in this folder. Well, it looks professional, doesn't it? But it's great because it can be stored as well, because you've got that spine to put in information, so you know exactly what dies you've got in here. You've also got the loop handle at the top, so you could hang this on the wall if you wanted to, or you could carry it like that. Let's open it up and see what we've got inside. Well, we've got the ring binders in here, and if I just turn this to the side, there you go. Open the 2 ring binders. What do we find? Well, we've got some project wallets. We open that up, and inside that, you've got your magnetic sheets. So that's going to store your dies on perfectly. Not just 1, not just 2. You've got 3 of your magnetic sheets in there. Now, if I take one of these out, do we know if these are double-sided magnetic?
No, I don't think so. I will just double check for
Let's
you.
double check. Karen's got one with her.
No,
but, no.
the single-sided. So on the underside, I would put my stamps underneath it. The matching stamps I'd put at the other side.
That's a great idea. Or your stencils. It just means that you've got your project right there in your wallet. You'll see our demonstrators here on the craft store. They'll have their folder at the side of them. They know they've got the dies in there, the stamps, the stencils, and it's all contained in that wallet. You've got the right amount of holes as well to just back shut. I think that is brilliant. And you've got lots of room in there to add more if you want to. £22.99. That's your 3 magnetic storage folders inside your actual big, larger storage case. I can't believe the price on this, Karen. It's amazing.
What has it got it at?
$22.99.
Wow.
I know, and that's including your storage wallets inside. That's an incredible deal, and that's why so many of you have found this on the website and you are popping it into your basket. Now, if you want more refills, how about this? We've got some refills for you, so you could get the whole kit and caboodle. This is on extended delivery. This is going to be dispatched on the 25th of June. Not too long to wait. £11.99. So if you want to go for the 3 refills, you can add that to your basket when you go for the folder. 595,564. Now, if you do that, it might be that your folder comes separately to your 3 storage folders because those are on extended delivery. They might all come at the same time on the 25th of June. Just bear that in mind in case you get this through the post first and you think, oh, where are my other folders? Well, that's just how it works. It's only a few days in between. But the folder itself with the 3 inside the sleeves, then that's on immediate dispatch. Very, very busy for your folder. Don't miss out. Don't miss out. It's fabulous. I love it. 595,564. Now, we've got a happy hour deal for you. If you need to stick stuff, we've got lots of stuff for you to stick it with. £19.99. 131220 is your item number. £19.99. You're saving £10 on that deal for this hour and this hour only. So that's a happy hour deal. And that means at the top of the hour, your price will be going back up from whence it came. So that is an excellent deal. That's what happy hour deals are all about, bringing you great prices and great products. Now, we've also got some glue, some craft glue for you, £15.98. And these dry completely clear. So transparent, clear, yeah, same thing. 788279, you can use them for grey board, you can use them for your MDF, you can use them for your paper as well. But it's great because it dries clear. You know, if you're a bit heavy-handed with your glue, or if you wanted to put an embellishment onto a project, doesn't matter if you, dare I say it, over squirt, because it will simply dry clear. I couldn't think of any other words. Lots of words in the morning. It's the first one that came to mind. And it's acid-free.
It's acid-free.
So if you squirt, it's acid-free. It'll be absolutely fine for your crafting and your scrapbooking.
Yeah.
£15.98. Another great deal. 788279 is your item number. Right, Karen, are you ready?
I am.
Are you steady?
I'm ready, steady.
Let's go.
Let's see if I don't drop anything now. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to... this is my storage case that I've got, and they are absolutely brand new. As you know that they're on... some of them are sort of extended.
Yeah.
So they're in the country, but they just got to be released.
Okay.
It could be less than 7 days, but he's just done it. He's just popped that 7-day on just so that he can get them in and get them to you instead of dribs and drabs.
Yeah.
But if you look round here, Janice,
yes,
you've got loads of room. How many times have you bought a storage that just fits into it?
Yeah.
So this is much larger
I
than
like
an A4. It's not just, it's what we would say, it's 15 inches.
Wow.
It's 15 inches by 11 inches, but you've got space to get in. And then these folders, they're not just a folder, but you've got the extra bit here with the holes in, so it's not falling into it or anything else at the same time. It's encased into that part for you. But this is now going to be... I know we do the A5 ones, and sometimes that you know they have the place for your A5 parts. But you know when you have a collection like we've got today, you want to keep it all together. So we're doing it into... He's brought this nice new A4 one, and it's got all the oak wood on it and everything. Really, really good quality. So the demo, what I wanted to do was... These have been designed so that they exactly cut out the stamp.
Yes.
So they actually fit the stamp, and then you get an outer edge as well. So the most simple thing I can show you is, if I show you that one, that is the...
Now that is a beauty, isn't it,
It's
Karen?
a beauty. This is an A5 card.
Yep.
And then it's nearly A5. That's
do-
going to look beautiful in your scrapbooks and everything else. You think about a family photograph around that.
Even if you cut that in half and had it like a semicircle,
Yes.
that would look beautiful.
Coming on half your pages and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Really like that.
Yeah. But in the set as well, also in the set, is the inside, which you cut out, you can cut your photographs out, and it fits perfectly.
That's lovely. Now that is from the butterfly collection. So that is the die from the butterfly collection. If you like that, it is absolutely gorgeous. Doesn't that look sensational, matte and lead? So that's part of the butterfly collection. If you want to go for that, we do have lovely butterflies, and you've got your dragonflies in there, and you've got that lovely stencils as well. And it's been popular as a single as well, because you can buy that die on its own. £12.99. That is exceptional value for money from Oakwood. It is Oakwood wings and things, butterfly frames, and you get 9 dies in that set. £12.99.
And that's an A5 set as well.
Yeah.
That's a big set for £12.99.
There's great value. I mean, Oakwood are fabulous, aren't they, with the value?
Yeah. They really are. Yeah, you when you want all your basics, it's like a one-stop shop sort of thing, everything that you get. So all I'm going to... Look, I've picked an ink pad up, and I've done it already, made a mark on it. Can't believe it.
You made a mark on your card?
I've made a mark on my card. I've only picked the ink pad up.
It's going to be one of them days.
It's always one of them days for me.
It, as they say, Lester.
Yeah, it. So I'm just going to stamp this down, and then you'll see how nicely it stamps.
Now, can you use these with a stamping platform,
Yes, I've got a stamping platform. I'll be using one later. I'm just trying to show off because I can stamp without a stamping platform now. And there you go.
You've even got the stamping shimmy going on as well. Yeah, I like it.
And then what I'm gonna do is I'll put this over the top, and what you can see is it goes straight over the top. It's got little holes in it where you will be able to see where you're going. Now, if you don't match it up, you can also, I'll show you another quick way later on.
Yeah.
At 1 o'clock, I'll show another way to stamp it and match it up perfectly.
Isn't it fabulous, though, how you can use the die on its own, you get the shape of the rose. So if you fancy doing a bit of sketching, you can.
Yeah.
Or if you fancied, like you say, decoupaging, just cutting it up a few times and maybe adding red to green, you've got that option as well.
You've got that option as well, but also when it goes through, you've got the samples there where I've cut them out of mirror card and put them on the black, and that is an embossing that goes straight through. When it goes through, you don't have to put an extra mat into there to do the embossing. The embossing has gone straight through.
You can see that. If I lean, there you go. If I just lean that forward, you can see the embossed detail. Wow.
If you did that out of plain card, if you've got like a pastel coloured card or a red or anything else, and then you just lightly ink over the top, you've got like your veins into it, it's going to give you all your shading, and you're only having to do a little bit of blending rather
I'm just
than
thinking
colouring.
if you've got alcohol markers or ink, you could do like a resist technique, because you can just go in between the embossed lines. That would be really nice. And that's on the leaves as well, by the way, not just the roses. So that's the value for money that you're getting with the dies. When you cut them out, you could just have them as they are without stamping. Gorgeous. Look nice in this mirror card. Beautiful, Karen.
So just pop. I'm not popping this one together. I just wanted to show how this actually comes out. It drops straight out. And if from underneath you can see that it's got a little bit of embossing. Once you've stamped it, you wouldn't be able to see much of it, but you can feel the embossing there. And then I've done the mat, and a simple card, if you wanted to do a simple card, would be a mat and a layer, and then that on top. And that's all you would need. However, if we got a little bit of ink out and a brush, we would be able to ink on top of here. I'm just going to get a little brush. I've got one there, I'll get a pink one.
Now, with the rose dies, this is what's so fabulous about it. Just while Karen's doing that, can I just show you the embossed detail on the medium-sized rose that you see there? But again, because it's value for money, you're also getting the little roses as well with the same detailing. Oh, they're amazing, Karen. Look at that.
Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? So you can add them, put those down the side of a scrapbook paper.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Do quite a lot of inking onto the scrapbook paper, and then have them go around as a border added on. But you're still able, if you don't want to do the die cutting, you can still do the stamping.
Yeah,
it exactly fits.
Yeah. That is absolutely fantastic. I love that. That's on a piece of wood. Love that. Very cute.
Oh, well, we've done green and yellow, but I'm not happy with that yellow because it's too much like the green, so we'll change that colour up. You don't even have to colour them in if you don't want to. Let's make it orange, shall we? Make a big difference.
If you want to go for that die set with the roses, it's only £12.99. I think that is superb value for money because you've got the different sizes of the roses. You've got the large rose there and the smaller rose on this particular die set. So you get 4 dies in total, and that includes your leaves in there. Isn't that beautiful? £12.99 if you want to go for that one. And if you want the corresponding stamps, they're £11.99, and that is 527630. Can I ask a question to my lovely producer, just to double check? I wonder if the other die set is available separately. It is. That's a smaller rose that we saw. These are nice because I call that the romantic rose. You know, just the one rose with the stem, Karen. The romantic rose. And I'm promoting that because that's all I do buy, just one rose,
just
not 24.
One rose.
Yes, that's romance. 24 is just...
Or the nightclub when they come round with the one.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
They come round with a bucket, don't they?
I've bought quite a few of those, I can tell you.
Oh, have you?
Singularly. £12.99, 815013. And if you want the matching stamp set, if you want to go for that, you can do. That's available separately at oh, I went all common then, sorry. That's available at £11.99, 848260. Not all common, I went all Leicester. Same thing, really. I don't mind, I'm from Leicester. Leicester. Karen.
So that was the simple rose of how you can put a card together. And if you're batch making or anything else, that is a set that would batch make together.
Yeah.
You'd be able to just stamp it, cut it out, and then just mat and layer it, and then you're batch making. If you're doing it for charity, that's going to be an excellent thing.
Isn't it lovely?
Absolutely. But the next one that I'm going to do is with a bit of a stencil.
Okay.
And I've just got some
Whilst
little
you
bits.
get your stencil ready, can I just show everyone the card that we've got on the show? Because I know you love this too,
Yes,
Karen.
it is lovely.
We've got 2 sets for you, 2 sets, and we've got 2 different colourways. So your first one, I love this because it matches my shirt. Lovely colours, but you've got that pearlescent finish on here as well. Really like these. I would call these more of like dusky colours. Do you know what I mean? So the 3 colours you've got are berry, redwood and sapphire. Well, that's your sapphire. That would be your berry, and then that would be your redwood. Oh, I think that's more berry. I think that's more berry, and that's more sort of redwood. Absolutely gorgeous. And I'll tell you something, if you were to put them together, just those 2 together, if you start to mat and layer, for example, if we just pop that there, don't they look lovely together? And then if you want to be really posh, you could have 3 of them layered up. Mat and layer those 3 together. Wouldn't that look lovely? Or the other way round. And it only works out to be 28p each. 816230 is your item number. That is excellent value for money, and it will be delivered directly to your door. Treat yourself, £9.99. And then we've got another colour set for you, and this is your black, gold and red. No, let me see which one's which. Now the black, I would probably say it's that one. And then the gold is that one, and then that one is your red, which is more of an orange. You get 45 sheets, and again 15 of each, but matting and layering these. I wouldn't normally say that black would be a good colour match with the yellow and the red, but my word, don't they look amazing. In fact, can I just turn it the other way, because I've just seen, let me just because you know when we mat and layer, we always show you the corners, but if I get that, there's method in my madness, there's method in my madness. Look at that as a triangle. I like that with a black background. It looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Striking.
It is, isn't it? That looks amazing. Love those 3 together. That's quite a nice little bit of mat and layering there. Quite proud of myself. Well done, Janice. You're welcome.
Well done, Janice.
Oh, I like that. I did well then. Well done, you. Thank you. Cheers, thanks, all right, enough. Right, moving on to the storage. This has been busy. Nearly a third of the stock has gone. I love it because it just makes you look quite posh, doesn't it? Because you've got your Oakwood logo just there, and you can be walking along and carrying like that. That's me walking. Yeah, I can't really walk, but that's me walking. La 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 la. You've got your spine there that you can. Yeah, it's a pocket, see-through pocket, so you can put some information in there. So you might want to multi-buy. Quite a few of you are doing that because you know the value for money that you're getting here. And when we open it up, you've got 1, 2, 3 folders, and then 1, 2, 3 magnetic sheets in there. One side magnetic, so you can store all your dies on there, and the other side you can get your stamps. Or you can put your papers in here. Now, there's a lot of room in here. We're going to give you 3 to start with. You can put other items in here as well if you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 holes in there to do so. The zip goes all the way around, so you've got the opportunity then just to keep everything nice and neat. Let me get the zip out of here. There you go. I love that sound. It's brilliant. And then you've got your loop at the top, so you can hang this if you want to in your craft room, or you can carry it like that, or carry it like that. Amazing. Love that. Extremely popular. If you want yours along with everyone else, don't miss out. £22.99. 597314 is your item number for that. Now, if you want some refills to go with it, nearly 40% of the stock of these have gone. These are on extended delivery, and that's on the 25th of June, which isn't that long to wait. It's only next week, isn't it? Only a week. £11.99 for those 3. That's the folders and the magnetic sheets. 595,564. What an absolute bargain. Don't miss out. Get yours and check out your baskets. Right, Karen, back to you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Can I just say thank you to all the design team?
Yes,
to
can we?
Cheryl, Caroline and to Sam. They've done an absolute marvellous job with the samples. These are all new samples. I know this has been on before, but they've all gone through and done it again.
Yes.
And then thank you to our Cheryl for looking after me today. She's come with me today because I've had a medication change. So we're driving. She's come down with me.
I thought you were twins at the start of the show.
Did you? We look about
with
the
your
same
masks
height,
on. I don't know
aren't we?
who's who. But yes, thank you to the design team. We've had an email in.
My personal hairdresser, my PH, she is.
Well,
not
if
my
you'd
PA.
told me that, I'd have waited to get my hair cut.
Oh,
Cheryl
she's
could
very
have done
good.
it. So I've gone all Liza Minnelli with my hair, haven't I? I didn't mean to go like that. We've had an email in from Sam, from the design team, and Sam says, these collections are timeless. She always loves working with them, and she looks forward to seeing your samples, Karen.
Thank you very much, Sam.
And enjoy your
marvellous
day.
job you
Thank
do.
you, Sam.
Yeah. So all we're going to do is one stencil. We're going to make a card out of the stencil, but we're going to put it through a die cutting machine. So I'm going to ink it first, and I can see all the different roses and everything else that we've got, and we've got leaves. So I brought a couple of greens in, and these are just dye-based inks that from Hero Arts that we did the other day, didn't we? We did the Hero Arts the other day. So we've got some greens, we've got some lemons, and we've got an orange. And I've got a bigger, because I'm doing a bigger surface, I've got a bigger block, a bigger, brush.
If you don't know what you've got bigger by now, Karen.
We've only had one coffee this morning, although it was a particularly large one. I've only had one coffee, so I'm not worried where I'm popping the yellow. Just making sure I can staying away from what I can see as the greenery. With yellow, it's not so worrying because you can put a yellow with a green, and it'll just make it a different one. But even the smaller ink pads, you can use the bigger brushes.
Yeah.
I wake up at 1 o'clock.
Well, I was just letting you get on with it,
I was
Karen,
up
to be
very,
fair.
very early, and I was more wide awake at 5:30 than I probably am now.
What time did you get up this morning?
5:30.
Wow.
5:30, yes. And then I'm going to bring a smaller brush in for the orange because I want it to be more directed. And we're just going to do the orange just here. And I'm not worried that my blending's not perfect.
Yeah.
For the simple reason is once we start doing the embossing and that, it's going to make a big, big difference. Just a little bit of orange.
Isn't it lovely when you're going for a set to have dies, stencils and stamps that all match precisely?
Definitely. Definitely. And you know that you've got, the only thing that you're going to need to add to this is the ribbons of your choice and gemstones to do that. You can do them grungy, because roses can be grungy. You can do them gothic. You can do them pretty. You see, my colouring is, I like a yellow and an orange. I don't know why. It seems to brighten things up for me.
Maybe that's your favourite rose colour.
A yellow one is, yes, after my Nan Keats. She always, she loved a yellow rose, and they moved house, her and Grandad moved, and we planted a yellow rose tree for them. And obviously on the day that she was buried, I cut some out and put them in the, and I think possibly it is that to do with it. It's not bad memories. No. It's really good memories of Nan. Yeah, and I do like a yellow rose, and I'm only putting the green on little bits.
Okay.
I'm not even worried how I'm putting it on.
Yeah.
It's very quick, and obviously I'm spending all the time chatting. And then a bit more lighter green on the edges of the leaves. So we've got like two-tone leaves, because you don't get leaves that are all one colour. Nature's so mixed. And then you'd think, well, you take that off and that's done. But no, I've not finished yet. What I'm going to do is, because the mylar is of such good quality, I can take it and I'm going to pop it through my die cutting machine. And all I'm going to do is, now, if you're anything like me and you're forgetful and you're dizzy, you always forget what order everything goes in.
Okay.
And the girls, the ladies from design team, there's many a message. When you go through our messages, it's, what's the order now? What's the order? So the best way that I've remembered is, I want it to push up, so I put the sponge behind.
Right.
If I put the sponge behind where I want it to push out, then when the pressure comes, I know it's going to push the paper through there.
Excellent.
So if I popped it on top, it's not going to do anything apart from press into the paper. Doing it this way, think about when you're doing your groovy, or you always push from the back.
Yes.
So push the paper from the back. And I'm just hoping I've remembered my plates.
Now, we were just thinking there that roses have different meanings. So if you're going for the rose collection, you could have a look at what different coloured means with roses. Like, for example, our Charlotte floor manager said the yellow rose is friendship. Yellow rose is friendship. You've got your red, which I guess could be love.
It's romance.
Romance. Ooh. Passion, true love and romance. How about a white rose?
I think that's for sincerity.
Sincerity.
You know,
white
condolence,
rose
sincerity.
for thoughts and sincerity. Innocence and youthfulness, actually.
Is it?
As well. Or young love.
And then you get blue ones, don't you?
Get blue roses. Wonder what blue roses are for. We're looking up, we're looking up. Oh, represent mystery and the unobtainable. So you could have lots of fun doing different subliminal style messages with your different rose colours.
Yes.
What a great idea.
Yes.
Love that.
And the rose shape is completely there all the way through. You don't have to do it. I do it. I think it's because I like the yellow of the friendship.
Yeah.
And also me Nan. So now I've taken, can you see the embossing on there? That was just where I tested
and that's
which
just
colour was
using
there.
The stencil.
And this is just the stencil. I'm taking the tape off now. I've got my own sticking machine here. Stick everything on it.
Let's have a look at that now.
And then look at that. Do you want the bit forward?
Oh, yes, please.
Can you see it? Am I wiggling it right?
That, yes.
And you can see the depth that's come through.
Just tilt it forward a little
Forward
bit.
a bit.
Oh,
Tell me when to stop.
There you go. Wow.
But then the stencil has not bled
clever?
anything underneath. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Isn't that clever? Very, very clever. And that would make a great front to a card or a box or a bag that you're making.
Yeah, definitely a box and a bag.
Yeah.
And all I've done is I've heat embossed onto some vellum one of our words from an older stamp from Paper Rose.
Oh, well, do you know what?
And I'm
Isn't
just
that lovely?
folding that over. I'm going to stick that down. Where's my tool? Here's my tool. Use your Teflon tool to do it. A little bit of tape. Now you can stick it underneath or on top. What I will do is I'll stick it underneath a couple of the finger lifting tape, a couple of pieces. I love this finger lifting tape from Oakwood.
It's finger lifting good, isn't it?
Oh, it's finger lifting good. You just get it and pull it up. Well, you do if you do it right, Karen. Get your nails underneath it. That's down there. So that's now taken that to a simple, nice, simple card and a bit of the glue. Now, you can go around the edges if you want. I'm not going to do too much round the edges. I just want to take off that starkness. So I'm not actually adding any more ink onto...
I really like that, Karen.
It's...
And is it acetate, did you say?
This is vellum.
Vellum.
Vellum or parchment, whichever you've got.
Yeah.
And you can put glue onto it on the back because for the simple reason nobody's going to see that where it shows through because you've already stuck it down onto a simple matte and layered A5 card. Bob it in there.
Do you know what? Isn't that look? And doesn't the black make it
and that
pop?
Makes it all pop.
And remember, we've got that black pearlescent card. Is it pearlescent
It's
card?
black.
No,
Matte,
the plain.
it's the plain
the matte black. We've
cuts
got that on the show,
beautifully.
so yeah, you could recreate that. We've got orange, yellow, well, it's called gold, and the black, so that would go really well with the roses. Do you know what? That is lovely.
But this is your simplicity of your card, and you can do this with quite a lot of you. If you've got good quality mylar, you can run it through your machine.
You've got another sample just at the side of you, Karen.
This is
the other one.
That one?
No, the other one at the side.
This one
Can you
here?
reach that? Yeah. Isn't that pretty as well? Look at that. And that's using the stamp. So it's a similar technique or style. So imagine batch making.
Yes.
But the great thing is you've got the stencil to do one sort, you've got the stamp to do another. So that could be your style.
But you could have these and you could batch make with them. It's one stencil, three, 4 inks. Blending inks, go through, do them all together, have them already matte and layered for yourself, and then when you're doing your craft fairs, you could have so many sentiments that you've got stamped out, and you could actually make them to the people that you wanting to sell them to. They can say happy. You can have some with happy birthday on, or you can have some little squares of have them plain like that. One on there to say, well, we can put what you want onto it. Happy birthday, happy anniversary, and you just add the sentiment on afterwards. But that looks beautiful.
You know, and I also think that roses are good for men's cards and ladies' cards as well, because it's that kind of flower which crosses over all genres. It's absolutely beautiful, and you get to change the colour. You could have rainbow coloured roses. They're absolutely gorgeous. Just showing you some of the samples here to give you a bit of inspiration. This is lovely. Here's a white rose, and you've got that embossed detail in there just as it is with a bit of pearlescent. Isn't that beautiful? And then you've got the stamps there using a bit of resist technique. How about making some signs for the home? This one is a lovely example by Sam, and then you've got the MDF in the background. You've got the 2 roses. If you know someone that's moving home, what an absolute delightful present for them. Now, when you're sending cards in the post, why don't you make a little pop-up box? Isn't that sweet? Or you could have this as a weight, you know, to weigh down, I was going to say umbrellas, but that would be so wrong, to weigh down balloons on a table. Isn't that lovely? That is gorgeous. It really, really is. Now, when we're adding to our cards, maybe we want the background to stand out. Look at that. And that's using the stencil again on some lovely pearlescent card, but look how that stands out. That's from a stencil, and then using the stamp on the front. This is a lovely collection, using your embossing powders on your roses as well. Because you've got the detail in the stamp, that's all you need. It's simple, it's effective, and that detail's going to come out time and time again. Really, really like this rose collection. If you're going to have any rose collection, get the Oakwood Rose Garden Complete collection. But nearly a third of the stock is gone. You've got 2 stamp sets, 2 die sets, and 2 stencils included in that deal. $24.98 today, and another $24.98 in a month's time. That gets you the full collection delivered to your door. with your P&P on top, but if you're a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay. But it's a great way to spread the cost and get that whole complete collection. And that's it. That's you done for your roses. You've got them for all kinds of different occasions and different designs. You could use your dies, your stamps in unison or separately, and you've got your stencils there as well that you can use to emboss or to use as a stencil, or do your lovely printing water techniques with them as well. £49.95, saving £10. Freedom members saving even more, saving £14.99. I didn't think that was supposed to be there. That's popped up, hasn't it? Very, very nicely. Wow, okay. Freedom members, get hold of this while you can. £22.48. I didn't realise it yet. That was a surprise. I think we better move swiftly on, and I think Freedom members better move swiftly to get those into your baskets. That's an amazing deal. Right, okay. Wings and things. Oh, I love butterflies. Aren't butterflies lovely? They really are. And dragonflies. Lots of dragonflies around at the moment. The giant ones and the smaller ones as well. Absolutely beautiful. And if you need to make a card for someone and you're thinking, well, what do I make them? I'm not quite sure what they like. Everybody likes a butterfly. They do, because it looks pretty, it looks beautiful. And a butterfly, you can say all kinds of different things. You could have an in sympathy card, happy birthday card, brand new home card. All sorts of different messages and sentiments will go with your butterflies, and lots of different ways of using these. So you could mat and layer your die. So you've got your die with the larger butterfly in the background, and then you've got your details. Let me just show you that one. There you go. So you can cut out your detailed butterfly and your background butterfly, and you can also do that for your dragonflies as well. And here's a gorgeous sample. Look at that. They look like metal, but they're not. It's on cardstock, but just made to look like bronze. You can really lift those wings up. How fabulous it really, really is. And these are the kind of cards that you'll be making at home, making beautiful backgrounds with your paints and making some beautiful cards, something quite different with your dragonflies and butterflies. You can make them as colourful as you like. You can make them as grungy and alternative as you like. It's a pretty one, isn't it? Or you've got the opportunity to make them very, very simplistic. How lovely is that? £26.98 today, saving £18.99 as a Freedom member. Yes, there is a Freedom member price on this, and it's a why not deal, which means if you become a Freedom member today for £7.97, not only will you get free and PP for a month, you'll get great discounts like this whilst you're a Freedom member. So today, become a Freedom member. It's 88888, £7.97, and you will save £18.99. So you've paid for your membership, really, when you think about it. Otherwise, you're saving £13. 793085 is your item number. What a great collection that is. Also available individually and in pairs. Now, we've got a happy hour deal for you. I don't know how long this is going to stick around for, but we've got 10 tape runners for you. Thank you, Karen. £19.99, saving £10 on that deal, but only for this hour. Great for matting and layering, great for wrapping presents as well, so you don't see that tape all messing up your beautiful wrapping. So lots of things you can use that for, and it's really easy to apply. 131220, stick without the mess, and stick with it, saving £10. What a great deal, but only for this hour. Right, another great deal. This is flying out the door. Wow, 40% of the stock has gone. It was a big stock. It was a huge stock. This is a huge folder as well. The zip going all the way around. We open it up, and lots of room in here. But you know what? We're starting you off with not just one, not just two, but 3 folders with your magnetic sheets in. These are all press studs. You open them up, take your magnetic sheet out. One sided is magnetic, the other side you can put your stamps on, so it's a great way, or your stencils, a great way of housing your projects. Lots of wriggle room in there as well, which is really important, because when you've got your dies in there, you want to make sure that you can still close that, which you can. You've got the 2 clasps that open up. I like that because when you open it up, it doesn't fall out instantly. You open the one and you open the 2, and it keeps it nice and sturdy. So you've got 4 holes in there. Again, beautifully designed with your spine, and even if you're carrying this, what I like, the spine itself, that's flat. So you ready for the walking demo? You can hold it and carry it. That's me walking. And you can walk wherever you like. Or you can hang this in your craft room. That is a great deal. You've got the oak wood logo on there as well, so it looks fantastic. People know you mean business with this. 597314 is your item number, £22.99. That's an absolute bargain. Freedom members, add that to your basket. You're not paying any P&P. Right, now, if that's not enough if you're thinking, well, I'm going for quite a few dies here, I need more storage, we've got more available for you. This is on extended delivery, dispatching on the 25th of June, £11.99, 595 564. We've been really busy for this. Nearly 60% of the stock, 1, 2, 3, have already gone. You could put these with your folder and you could go for all of it if you want to. It's a great deal, it really is. Right, let's head back to Karen. What we're going to have a look at now, Karen?
I'm going to do what we call highlight stamping.
Ooh.
So it's just involving simple stamping in one colour and masking, and then just having one just highlighting one with colour.
We've got 10 minutes, Karen. Is that enough time
it's
for you?
It's enough time completely, yes, because the dies, I've not had to fussy cut my masks out. With the dies of the roses fitting completely together straight over, I've not had to do any cutting of the masks out by hand. I've just simply stamped one there, and I'm just going to mask that over, and the mask fits absolutely perfect. As long as I get up, get my head over it, and pop it on right, I know that mask is going to fit that, because the die completely fits the stamp. And as you can see here, I've got quite a lot of masks ready for when I start doing stamping. I'll be able to make backgrounds.
You're the masked adventure.
I've got a masked adventure, and I didn't cut the masks out in one layers.
Yeah.
I cut 3 out in one go.
Oh,
because, well, it goes through, the dies go through extremely thick cardstock.
Yeah.
I've had these through the Jelly Bean 550 cardstock and done the embossing on it, so they do go, they're not too, an intricate die probably wouldn't, but these are outline and embossing
Good
dies.
idea.
So you would normally put a piece of plastic in, and we're going to just layer it up and down in different areas and just bob it there. I know it's got a little bit of colour onto it. I'm not worried, because I'm not changing my mind about where that one is going. Pop that one there. Oops, and that didn't work. So with stamping press, you can go down and press even more. So the beauty with stamping press is that you're able to move things around. So the back of that card, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run that over to try and stop me getting ink all over me. And if I show you, there's just a little bit there. And then I'm going to mask this out.
I love the shadowing and the detail.
Yes.
And that's great for anyone new to stamping and colouring in, isn't it, Karen?
It certainly is. You only have to go round the areas. And we're going to stamp 3 more. So we'll concentrate in the middle.
Okay.
And I'll bob that there. This is where your stamping platform. You could do this without a stamping platform, but if you're new to stamping, it's one of the things I'll always say. The stamping platform was one of the best things that they brought out for me.
Yeah.
It gave me the confidence. I can now stamp, whereas I wasn't confident enough before, because I never used to get. I always used to miss bits. Although I think we're more relaxed now, because we know that we can get a pen.
Yeah.
We're not frightened. At one time, you wouldn't think of you wouldn't dream of putting it in. You'd done it wrong, end of story, you started again. Whereas now we just highlight the eyeliner pen, the liner pens and everything else makes life so much easier. And we'll do another tall one, shall we, just there. Try not to move it, stick your fingers on it.
Now, if you've got some fabric ink, you could also make some lovely patterns on fabric with the roses, and it's always something that's popular. Roses on fabric, always popular.
And roses onto the your brown paper when you're doing all your brown paper bags and everything else.
That'd be lovely.
And yes, because they're an individual stamp. You can they are a scene builder, as in a bouquet scene builder, but you'd be able to do them randomly to do backgrounds and
maybe, you know, if you do like the handmade by Karen, you know, if you're doing cards, you could use one of the little roses as like a signature.
Yes, yeah, definitely. definitely on the back of it. So when you're packaging things up, you know, when you're sending things away and you're packaging things up, or if you are actually selling anything, you have a bag and you just put a rose in the top, in part of it, and it's part of your logo. And it's a classic rose. And I'm just doing stamping away, not worrying about anything. And I know I will get ink all over it. I'm on TV, I always do. And there we go, we're just going to pull them up now, stick them back onto the sheet, wherever I've got space. I've got some more here.
Do you know what I love about using masks like this? I love the reveal afterwards, you know, like now.
Yes.
And you're taking off the mask. And this is when you just, that realisation hits and you just go, that's how they do it.
But there is only one that is a complete stamp. All the rest are all mixed. And then the way to bring it forward, that one that you have done, is you just get your pens out. And all I'm going to do is, it's with my clean colour pens, and I'm just going to start blending and colouring.
Right, so you know how when you have like the fairy stamps?
Yes.
And you do like a field of mushrooms, you do the little fairies underneath, they're like houses. Well, I'm just looking at this, you could, if you've got some little tiny fairy stamps or little ladybirds flying, that could be like their little, those, you could turn them into like houses. Do you know what I mean, Karen?
Yes, yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, you could have all your little insects on top as well, can't you? All your little insects could go on top. But it's fairly quick with the clean colour.
Yeah.
And when all the shadings in this stamp for me. And I'm just putting the darker colour on using like the clean colour which blends.
Yeah.
And blending it through, and all the shading's all done for me. I can work harder at it.
Yeah.
I just want to, you know, I'm only doing it so that it's quickly done.
And I think the beauty of stamps, you could stamp out a couple of images like this and then just put them to one side, and then, you know, when you don't have a lot of crafty mojo but you want to do something but you don't know what to do, you could just get these out like a colouring book, and you could just practice your watercolouring, your alcohol markers,
yes,
your pencils, even your crayons, you know, give them to the kids as well. It's just such a lovely image to colour in.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just like if you sat there in front of TV, you can sit once you've done all your stamping. And the way I moved, when I was moving my stamp, you could have them batchmate, where you do, say you make about 5, 6 or 10 or whatever, and you're batch making.
Yeah.
You put your first stamp in the first place and you just stamp them. As long as you keep going back to as long as you have them in the same place, the same size,
yeah,
and you can take them out, put them back in, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
So you can do 10 of them and then mask them up, and 10 of the others.
Yeah.
And just keep taking them in and out of your, and only move your stamp on small occasion.
Do you know what, the first 3 that you've done there, it's almost like a little stairway, isn't it?
Yes.
Of roses. It's such a lovely image, again with the stalk as well.
Yeah, that one goes to there. And then all you need to do is a little bit of green. We'll have a little bit of, we'll just go where the dark is and straight in with, you've got to keep it wet. It blends better when it's wet. Unless you use a watercolour. Now I'm only using a smooth.
Yeah.
I've got a 240 GSM smooth, so it's great for the colouring, but to put a lot of water on would make it pill. But we've just highlighted it there.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do, we're going to get a pencil. I did have a pencil. And just around the part here, I'm just going to go around with a pencil.
Perfect. Do you know what? It's such a lovely way of colouring in roses, just sitting there. Maybe you've got some roses growing in your garden, or maybe, you know, your mum had roses in her garden, or your grandma, or your dad, for example. What a wonderful way of building and creating those images that you used to see when you were younger. Roses are so popular, and they go across the board, whether it's male or female that you're giving your cards to. But what we've got here is a combination of stencils, dies and stamps. So if you just want to stamp out, like Karen, then colour in, you can do. If you want to stamp and then die cut, you've got the opportunity to do that. Or if you just want to die cut them on their own, you can see here how they emboss that detail in, but then you've got the matching stamps with the leaves to go with the rose, so everything matches. And that's why buying a whole complete collection that we've got for you here, everything matches. You stamp, then you've got the dies, but then you've got the stencils, so everything works perfectly together. And you've got the different sizes in the roses as well, and the different designs. I'll just show you what you get with your stamps. So you've got the long stems, which are great. You've got the bud of the rose and then the rose coming out in full bloom, and you've also got those leaves as well. You've then got the rose on a stem with the leaves and also this lovely flourish of leaves just there. The smallest die, you can see that, isn't that lovely? I just think that's absolutely superb, and that's why this is such an incredible detail, and it just gives you the opportunity to start batch making because you've got the same stamps that you can use time and time again. 712119, £2 and £22.48 for your beautiful rose collection. Now if you want somewhere to store them, we've got the storage for you. My word, this is popular. Very, very popular. Now you can put any dies in here. You could use it alongside the dies you're going for in the show, or if you've already got dies at home, you can place them in there. Look at this. You open up the folder, good size folder as well. Inside we're getting 1, 2, 3 of the storage folders. 3 of the storage folders already in there for £22.99. But if you do want more, we've got more for you. These are on extended delivery, dispatched on the 25th of June. So many people are going for those. £11.99. You don't have to go for the storage folder. You could just have those separately. So you could just have these at home. You might have another folder you want to put them in, but get it in both together. Superb value for money. Entirely up to you. Karen, thank you so much.
There we go, and that one's just slightly different.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. Just singling out that rose.
And that just singles it out, definitely.
Love that. Karen, we're back together at
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock today. We certainly are,
Lovely.
yeah.
Yes,
Looking
we'll
forward
see
to
you
that. All right then, my lovely. Go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Go and have some coffee. Go and put your feet up.
And stop knocking things over.
Stop knocking things over. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Thanks,
Thank
Karen.
you. Bye.
See you in a minute. Right, Pink Ink Designs are here. The ladies are in the studio. We can't wait for that with Adam. Viva Decor Painting pouring with our Catherine after that. And then Stamps Away One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts Too. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts Too now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
A very good morning to you. I hope you are well. The time has just gone 10 o'clock and you are in for a treat this hour. I'm going to get it out of the way straight away. We are already busy. People are already shopping ahead this hour, and I've not even given you a number, told you a name and nothing. We are talking pink ink designs is what we're talking about. So first of all, we know we're talking quality, and when we talk quality, there are two ladies I need to introduce you to as well. Seamless. It is our Kathy and Matt. Morning, ladies.
Morning.
How are we?
We're good. We're together.
I know. They formed a little bubble for the little show. Well, you are in a bubble anyway, aren't you? You've made your own little pink ink bubble, which sounds delightful.
It is, very pretty.
Let's go straight in with it here, because it's already busy. These are stunning designs. Where did it all come from for the mushroom idea?
From Kathy's head this time, wasn't it? It was, yes. And also, we've gone to A6. We're known for doing the bigger stamps, A5, but this time we thought, our Pink Inkers Facebook page, which is a group for like-minded people, said that they'd like some A6s. So we have listened and we've come up with a really beautiful set of mushrooms, fungi, with all the little bits and bobs to go with it. It's really pretty.
As we've mentioned the Facebook group, might as well give it a plug, because management aren't watching. Give it a plug now.
Pink Inkers group Facebook page.
Because there is full of inspiration, isn't it? Full of inspiration and ideas that you've got on there already. Right then, let me give you some item numbers, because these are flying out of the door. We are talking a set of A6 stamps, a complete bundle is what we're going for here. You can go for them individually, should you so wish. It's entirely up to you with your £5 saving on there. But these are beautiful. They will work with your tiny little fairy stamps. They'll work around if you're going to create little fairy homes and things like that. They've got that beautifulness to them. And I know that's not a word and I've just made it up, but they really have. If you're just starting off in the world of crafting and you always, where do you go for your stamps? What do you look for in your stamps? You know, I don't really know what to do with them. These, they can be used on their own. They can be used as a group. And when you see some of the finished samples, they are absolutely stunning. Right then, already, almost 20% of the stock has already gone. It's going to be one of them shows. I'm going to confess it's going to be one of those. They're going to be busy. Right then, if your budget won't stretch to these two flexible payments of £24.97 or a one-off payment of £49.94, they're all £9.99 individually. Right then, let's go through them individually and we can talk about you and show you some more samples as we go along. So first of all, we've got Mr. and Mrs. Button. These are absolutely beautiful, what you are looking at on these ones. Large stamps once again. Let me show you the size of the stamps that we're actually getting, because you don't just get the stamps in here, you also get sort of the added accoutrement, as it were. So sort of your ferns and your leaves. So you're not just getting Mr. and Mrs. Button, you're getting everything to create a scene.
That's right. We try and think outside so that you can just create a full set. So you can use them all together or just a couple together, but you've got all the little added extras that can create a full scene.
I really, really love them. So then you've got so many little samples. Let me show you some samples that we've got here. Are these ones? All my samples have swapped around. Let me show you some finished samples for those.
They are underneath those, I think.
Oh, are they underneath these ones? There's one. Oh, we've got them. We'll show you them as we go along. So look, so you've got the absolutely stunning. They are absolutely beautiful then, but they all work together is what you are looking at here. So then from all together, the little family, and we will see these all individually, you've got cards that look like, so standalone cards, cards that will work for all occasions as well, I feel.
Yeah, for all occasions. And what we've done as well in this set is we've added a sentiment stamp set as well, so that you've got all the, they sort of gel together. So Kathy's illustrated them with little fungi around them and all sorts of things. So they just mix really well with this set.
They are absolutely beautiful. There are loads of samples for me to show you as well as we go through. So that's your first one. So that's Mr. and Mrs. Button. Remember, you get it in the complete collection as well. From Mr. and Mrs. Button, we then move on to the oyster frill. Oh, not on my order, we've not. Then we've also got the old chestnut that we've got there. So once again, quite... I see sort of Father's Day, Grandfather's Day cards with these sorts of ones.
Yes, I think people would be really happy to use them in that sense. They work really well for male cards.
They really do. It's sort of got that wise look about it.
Yes.
That we've got there. How beautiful are these? And just used on their own, used within the scenes that you've got there as well. But taken the same stamp, you can also get the... I get remarkable every single time that you get one stamp set, so your design team get one stamp set, as in the set, but they create so many different cards.
Absolutely they do, and we're very, very blessed with our design team, I have to say.
They are absolutely stunning. Let me show you the stamps. We'll show you the stamps later that you're getting for these, because they are absolutely extraordinary. They really, really are. And there is so many things that you can do with them. They'll work with all your collections that you've already got as well. Right then, let's press on. From there, we've then got your oyster frills. Let me show you the stamps for your oyster frills, just so you can see what you're getting, because all the little added extras that really do help. So, it's we are so busy. Over a quarter of the stock now has already gone. It's these tiny elements that you add in that I absolutely adore.
Yeah, they're lovely. They really, really add to the stamp set. But what Kathy's really good at doing is creating a character. So they've all got their own individual character, and they're beautiful.
I love it. I reckon if you were clever enough, I'm going to throw it out there, you could sort of turn that into like a big old tree.
Yes.
Like a big old wise tree that you could go in with there, and it could be a little, I can't remember, I think it was called the wishing tree, I think it was, that you've got. So you could turn that into a little tree if you wanted to, but then it's the smaller details, like the tiny little caterpillar that you've got in there, and the tiny little dandelion. I adore them. I really, really do, and they all can be yours. The details are on the screen for the complete bundle that we are looking at the moment. Let me show you one of the samples, just so you can see what they all look like.
That is our guest designer for this launch, Liz.
Yes.
Liz Connor.
This is our Liz. She's done very well.
Beautiful work, isn't it?
It's absolutely stunning. Look at that. How it all works. But once again, they're big areas. So if you're new to your colouring and things like that.
Yeah, and what we try to do is Kathy tries to add shading to the stamp so that you know where your shading sits and your colouring sits. So it's just that added guidance, if you know what I mean.
And I've only just noticed it from looking at the samples. So you could go from quite male cards that you've got there. Look at that. So I now see mothers in Sundays and things like they work in so many ways. Birthdays, anniversaries. I reckon you can sort of get away with kids' cards with the sort of creativeness that you've got with these as well. £24.97 across 2 flexible payments. Then we've got Totally Amazing up next. Once again, I love this little set. Let me show you the set because I have it here. Where's my white card gone? This is the set that we're looking at. And this time, though, we're now sort of getting little borders. So you're sort of getting the corners that you're getting there. You've got the beautiful frog. This would be amazing in a bullet journal.
Yeah.
Sort of your bullet journals ideas. And they're the right size for your bullet journals as well.
Perfect, perfect. And you can just... She draws them so that you can join them together. So you can create as much length as you want.
I also like the amount of detail that you get in here. You got the detail, but then, if you want a fussy cut out, it's not a pain to fussy cut, because there is nothing worse than getting all the detail and you think, I'd quite like to mat and layer that, but you think, oh, I've got to cut it all out, and it takes 3 weeks to cut it out.
Absolutely.
Not with these. You get everything you need. Let me show you what you can do. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. My producers literally just found out the name of the next set of mushrooms we're moving on to. Now, from
just like to be a little bit cheeky occasionally.
This is so once again, they all really work. Then let's move on. Your shiitake mushrooms that we've got there. Once again, beautiful. What's it? Something wise about him, something pixie-esque about him as well, which I really, really love. Let me show you stamps because I have some here. With this one though, you do get the tiny flowers, but they also look like little gears. So it sort of reminds me of, you know, sort of like the clever one out of the lot that likes making and tinkering.
Yes.
That you'd always find down a garage somewhere.
Yes. And you've got on some of them, as this one at the bottom, you've got the leaf, and you're talking about down the bottom. That's it. You're talking about creating a tree. Well, there's a couple of leaves on a few of them, so to build that up is quite easy.
I'd love that. Even the small things like your dragonflies and your shrink plastics and stuff would really work really, really well. Let me show you some of the samples as well. Designer of the month. Here she is again, our Liz. Works well. I like the little trench coat that's on them.
I know, it's so cute, isn't it?
You could be quite detective if you wanted it to be.
It could be.
Absolutely beautiful. All the design team names are running down the bottom of the screens at the moment as well. They are absolutely phenomenal. They really, really are. And once again, a simple change of the colours and the way you use them really does work. I love them. They sort of remind me, I don't know if you remember the program. Do you remember throwing the shoe people? No?
Vaguely.
Just me. They used to be shoes, basically. They used to talk. They sort of give you that sort of look, that sort of card. They're absolutely beautiful. They really are. Right, let's press on. One more stamp set that you've got. This is your happy birthday stamp set that you're getting in here. Say it with words that you are looking at. There are so many stamps in this one. Now, 40%. 40% of the collection now has already gone, and we are only 10 minutes in to our first live hour. Catherine's exact words when I left the green room were, leave me some. Leave me some for the later hour. I think it may go this hour. If you like it, start checking out your basket. But once again, with the sentiments that you've got in here, they all work, not only with this collection, but with previous collections as well.
They do, very much so, because anything that's animal, pet, wildlife, they would work, or florals, they would work with.
There's so many things that you are getting in here. Cracking little value for money as well. £5 saving, £49 and 94 pence. 972119 is your item number, or 2 flexible payments. You can split that into of £24 and 97 pence today. And remember, once you've opened that flexible basket, anything else you pop in will be split into 2 interest-free flexible payments. Jump to the website because you will see them individually as well for £9.99. And we've also got more in there as well. You've got Buttercup in there. Love the little Buttercup. We've also got your Pinking Designs microfiber fabric and your 2 6-inch wooden hoops that's also in there, worth having a little look at. Then we've also got the multi-surface paints on a pick and mix. Choose any 4 for £16.99. Beautiful, rich colours that you are looking at here as well. Stunning, stunning colours. Worth having a little look, especially at a pick and mix. £16.99. 9 5-star reviews is what you're looking at this, and it's very rare these days. People leave good reviews. You don't though, do you? You normally only leave a bad review. So people have gone out of their way to leave a good review. It's got to be very good to leave a good review. Let's be fair. Hasn't it? I thought so. Right then. We've switched ends down the other end of the counter. Got our cat here now. What are we up to? Oh, we are going to demo, aren't we? Oh, yeah, I thought so. What are we up to? I hope so as well. Where am I up to?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing quite a large piece using all of the mushrooms. And I'm going to show how to actually work out your composition before we start painting. But before that, I'd like to show you actually what's on every set, because you show them on the stamp set on the counter.
You see more detail when you stamp
and you can't really see what's on them. So here I've just stamped everything once and just drawn a little frame round so you can see what you're getting. But what we try and do when we design them is to have just little pieces that work really well on their own. So, for example, this little acorn here would be great just if you had a line with lots of them hanging. Like you could have them as baubles, like Christmas decorations. This is our totally awesome, I think. And this little ladybug, just on its own, is brilliant. And one of my favourite stamps of the whole set is this row of mushrooms, and it's great for doing borders and edges, and also the corner up in the top. Mr and Mrs Button, I adore these two, and particularly, have you noticed, Adam, her brassiere?
Oh, I did see it, and I thought I won't mention it just yet.
Hiding her modesty, I love that bit. But they work independently, but great as a couple. So if you wanted to do a wedding or something for twins or something like that, it'd be suitable for that purpose. Shiitake happens. Again, the dragonfly would work brilliant on its own, and even just little things like this group of three for doing textures for backgrounds, and just this little guy here, I think he's just perfect. And actually, if I've got time at the end of our second show, I just want to show really like a miniature card to show how just the small elements will work. And this stamp here, dandelion, the girls, I noticed on all the samples, have used this probably more than any other of the stamps, just as repeats. It's so pretty. And again, the little caterpillar just on its own. So, you know, you've got your hero, but all the little tiny elements are great. And the reason we put the sentiments on their own set as opposed to mixing them up is because we felt that they'd work really well, not just with the mushrooms, that they'd work well with any other of our stamp designs. Because, you know, a toadstool and mushroom's quite generic, but actually the words thank you, happy anniversary, thinking of you, happy birthday and best wishes would go with any of the other pink ink designs.
Well, it really would, especially your best wishes and stuff like that. That would work on wedding cards and all sorts with the borders that you've got on there. It really would work.
Yeah, and it's just nice to have the decoration around the sentiment as well, we felt. So that's what you get actually on all the stamp sets. Now, I'm working on the Bockingford. Now, Bockingford we actually have got on the show. It's A4, but I'm working on larger, only because I want to show you how to do and work out your composition for a piece of artwork. Bockingford is a hot-pressed watercolour paper. It's really sort of the Rolls-Royce and other cars are available of watercolour paper. It is beautiful, and since I started using it, I use no other watercolour paper other than the Bockingford. And predominantly, the main reason is that when you do some painting on it, it's open for a long time, so you can carry on working. It doesn't pill, it doesn't scratch, it's super smooth, so your paint stays on the surface and you're able to manoeuvre it around. If you're using water-based inks on it, again, you can stamp, spritz, the colour spreads, and then you can heat set it, and then you can also stamp with water base and heat set, so you can use it in two completely different ways.
Worth having a look. We've got a pack of 20 sheets is what you're looking at, 300 GSM for £14.99. Remember, if you're going for that big collection as well, you can split the cost of that also into 2 interest-free flexible payments. Well worth having a little go. But of our big collection now, over 50% of the stock has already gone. We are now 16 minutes into our first live hour of 2, and over 50% of the stock has already gone. £49.94, or 2 flexible payments on this of £24.97. 972119 is your item number that you will need.
Well, thank you everybody who's ordered, because A6 is new for us and it's always slightly nerve-wracking that we hope everybody's going to like them, so that's lovely. Right, so this is the piece I'm actually going to be working on and obviously stamping more, but when I start a piece of work, especially a piece of work of some size, and that could be, you know, A4 and bigger, is you need to compose what is going to go where. So positioning, and it's almost sort of how you're going to start, and especially if you're using a really nice piece of paper like Bockingford, you want to do your plan on like copy paper or something like that. Okay. So you can figure it out first. Any mistakes, or you know, if you get your positioning wrong, you can then rectify it on the proper piece. So this is my my rough piece. We've got the rose on the show, so I've used the rose. And I've also used the corners from the I think it's the Totally Awesome one that's come from. But if you look at this piece, I've done this on purpose. This is not straight, and the corners are not straight. So I haven't used any guiding whatsoever on here, and it can look a bit odd. So I'm going to show you how to make things straight. And also, this is the time you want to practice with your colours. So on here, in fact, I'm using Versafine Claire. this is the first time, well, yesterday when I plotted this out was the first time I've ever used VersaFine Clair. I thought, you know, I'm going to try something a little bit different, and it's brilliant. I really enjoy
What's your normal method then?
well, because we do a lot of work on fabrics, we use VersaCraft. It's still the Versa range, but it's permanent on fabric. So if you use it on fabric and stamp and then heat set it, you can launder it. So, and you can use it obviously on paper as well, and it's brilliant on paper. But because I'm going to do some watercolour painting on here, I wanted something that I could add my water to, and it wasn't going to bleed.
Makes sense.
So that's why I've tried that. So because it's woodland mushrooms, I thought, you know, I'm going to try something sort of quite earthy colours like the brown and the grey. So what I do first is I actually stamp them out once. That's brown, first registration, second registration, grey, first and second. And then I can take a look at my piece and think, right, OK, I want something quite pale for the background, and I want the foreground to be quite deep. So I've chosen this one's pine cone for the foreground and morning mist for the background. So that's quite a good exercise. And also, while you're doing this, this is great for then cutting out and using it to position. So if I'm not sure where I want to put this one, I've actually decided to put him there. But by moving him around, I can see what's going to work and what isn't going to work.
55% of the stock now is already gone. We are now 60% of the stock. This is how quick the stock is now going. £49.94. 972119 is your item number.
So I would plot it around, and I also use a pencil, and I know that we've got Buttercup on, and I want it to look like she's in the field with some flowers and buttercups, and then the mushrooms are at the bottom. So if I don't want to do a mock-up, you know, you can just indicate where things are going to go, and these are going to be my little hanging acorns, and I might put a sentiment up here, so I might think, well, no, that's too close to the cow. So just spend a little, you know, 10 minutes or so, or longer if you've got more time, just to plot and plan what's going to go where.
That's a good idea. We don't really think to do that, do we? Like, you could do that with anything you do, whether it's your stamps, whether it's cards, mixed media products. Really just think about it before you go straight in.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to be batch making and you're going to make a lot, you want to get it all straight right from the get-go.
Makes sense.
And so this is obviously what I've done post my mock-up. Now, to get it straight, what I've done, I don't often actually measure. I don't say, oh, that's 5 centimetres and 4 centimetres. I actually use the width of my ruler. I lay my ruler onto my piece. On a big piece, it would be a big fat ruler like this, or on a small, say an A4, I would use a smaller ruler.
Oh, okay.
And I literally just draw a pencil line down the side, and I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but there is a pencil line that goes all the way around, and the gap is the width of my ruler. That's all it is. So that when I come to put my stamps on, I know that it's all going to be straight. So I've added the corners, I've added a couple of mushrooms and buttercup, and then we're going to put in Mr. and Mrs. Button. Now, on the mock-up, I put Mr. Button there and Mrs. Button there, but actually, because of Buttercup in, I'm going to swap them over so there's a bit more space. So that's where they're going to go, and we're also going to use Shiitake Happens. And this is another way you can work out your composition. Just be very careful that your stamps are clean when you do this. That's why it's quite good to stamp it out on a piece of paper and move it around. So I'm thinking that that's probably going to be my composition. So we can get the Mrs. Button in first. And because she's foreground, she's going to be in the darker colour.
Let me give you the details for Buttercup that we've got on the show as well. We'll change the details. And this is a big old stamp is what we're looking at here. So this is your Buttercup stamp, £14.95 with a £3 saving is what you're looking at on this one. And she is a big old... Look at that. You are getting loads in there. I absolutely love it. Even the sentiments that you've got all the way around and the little flower borders, the detail in them are phenomenal. £14.95. Then you'll be creating cards that look like this, but it just changes just changing the colour of it really does change the whole of the samples. £14.95, 617881 is your item number.
Yeah, it could be a Frisian, it could be a Jersey cow, it could be any colour you like. And one of the DTers has actually put string on the hair to make it sort of dimensional. It looks really pretty, yes. So we've got Mr and Mrs Button in, and then I'm going to put in Shiitake Happens, all in the darker brown. And you can really see now, with Buttercup being in the lighter colour behind, it really gives that impression of depth.
It does. I am a big fan of grey anyway, so stamping it, because it always makes it look like, especially with your designs, it does look like you've hand-drawn them, like you've sat and sketched them.
Yes, and also, that just reminded me of something, actually, Adam, that yesterday, when I did this part, actually, I think that's half grey and half brown, this one, because it's a bit further back. Half of it didn't register.
Oh, OK.
I missed a bit. So all I did was I went in with a pencil and just defined, you can see a little bit of shading there, and just defined the bit that was missing. So if you're working on a piece and, oops, suddenly there's a bit that hasn't quite worked, it's not the end of the world. You can draw it in with either lead pencil or the black fine tip pen, just to reaffirm the line work. So we've got that in, and I want to just also show you about lining up something like this mushroom here. On your stamping, well, we use stamping platform. You've got lines. Use the lines to your advantage. So what I do, right, excuse the top of my head, I make sure that the bottom of my mushrooms line up as best I can with the grid, and then you can use the grid to follow the pencil line as well.
That is
so
a good idea.
That's you know, an extra help to get it straight. And if you get a wobble or there's a gap, it doesn't matter. You can always fill the gap with something else.
I'm so sorry to chip in.
Yeah.
So sorry. 80% now of our bundle has already gone. 80% of the bundle. I was meant to chip in ages ago and I didn't. I was too engrossed. 80% now of the bundle has now gone. £49.94. 2 flexible payments of £24.97. 972119 is your item number. The next update I give you will probably be limited stock. If you've got it in your baskets, I'd definitely start checking out now, because remember, it'll only sit in your basket on the website for 10 minutes before we put it back on the shelf. Really, if you definitely want it, I'd definitely start checking out the baskets if I was you.
Right, because, you know, we're running out of time, I would obviously carry on, and I wanted to put more buttercups and things, but I'm going to leave that. Now, top tip, if you've put pencil lines in, and we're going to do a painting over the top, you must remove your pencil lines before you put your paint on, because once it's got the paint on top, it kind of seals the lead in, and then if you try and put your rubber over the top, you erase it, you take some of the pigment, or you can't get the pencil off. So when you've got a rubber, always make sure it's clean. Rub it on your trousers or a bit of cloth first to get any dirt off.
I love these top tips.
Yeah, otherwise you can get grey marks, and then take your pencil lines out, like that. Now, I'm not going to do it there because I've only just inked that, and I don't want to smudge it, but that's basically what you will do with your pencil lines, and you would do that all the way through.
Approaching limited stock. We are now approaching limited stock on that big bundle, and I genuinely do not know if we can get any more. They don't tell me this information. £24.97 across 2 flexible payments is what you're looking for. 972119 is your item number.
Right, we're going to do some painting. Now, these paints, which we've got on the show, we've got, Mel has specifically picked these sort of colours because it's sort of earthy, woodlandy, mushroomy, fungi, you know, they go really well with this particular set. But they're brilliant for watercolouring, using watered down, neat, on fabric. If you paint them on fabric in the same way, neat and watered down, and heat set them, you can launder them. They are really multi-purpose. And this afternoon we're going to be using them on wood, wooden sticks and that
I'm going to put you on the spot then.
Yeah.
As it's a pick and mix of any 4. So I've bought the stamps, I'm going for the stamps, they're sitting in my basket. I think, I might as well go for the paints as well. My budget will stretch to a set of stamps. Which 4 would you say to go for with these sets of stamps?
Well, my top one is always white.
Yes.
Because white, you can mix and make pastels and is brilliant for highlights.
That's your first one.
If I was on a desert island, that's the one I'd take.
Yeah.
I love the inky blue. Inky blue goes with anything. And then I think with the mushrooms, I'd go for the warmer colours like the spice pumpkin, the coffee, and of course the red, strawberry, strawberry fire.
Well. Oh, so there's so it
For the
literally
fungi.
go for the. In theory, go for the colours that you like, because then you will use them more. But they are Kathy's choice of colours that we are looking at there, £16.99, and they do give you a rich colour as well, don't they?
They do, and they have got mica in them. So they are, when they're very neat, you can really see the mica a lot, but when they're watered down, it disperses the mica, so it becomes more like a soft watercolour effect. So what I've got here is I've got my palette, and I put some pigment in it, and what I want to do is I'm actually going to wet my paper first, and that's why I've got a big decorator's brush.
I did think, that's a big old brush to
It
paint
is.
with. We are super limited stock now. Super limited stock. Like, I'm down to literally single figures is what we're looking at on this one. If you want this bundle, I am down to single figures. You can really wet this paper.
You can, and that's why you want quality paper if you're doing this technique. We do this same technique with our fabric, actually, so that it all spreads. And the reason you want it to be wet is I want a really soft, subtle background, and I want it to blend and bleed. So we can do this, and it's very haphazard and random. You don't have to be careful. Don't fiddle and poke and think, oh, I need to move it. It'll do that itself.
I'm going to chip it again. You've got Cathy later. I'm so sorry. We're sold out. We are sold. I know it's one of these shows where you think, I wish you'd stop talking. So do I. We are now sold out, but our Mel disappeared. I wondered where she was off to. I was like, where's she off to? Middle of the show. She's managed to get some more. So we have got some more bits back on extended delivery. 21st of June. It's not that long to wait, let's be fair. 21st of June is what you're now looking at. 3 days, I think it is, which is nothing, is it? And good things are worth waiting for, and you are really going to enjoy these. 972119 is your item number. Right, and let's get back. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. But can you see where I'm
Look at
headed
that.
with this? And I'm going to kind of leave it like that. I want this part, you don't always want to cover everything with colour. Sometimes, I mean, white and blank space is really good, especially for composition. So, and with a tissue, now just say right, so I put some yellow on there. So I don't want that because he's going to be a different colour. While it's wet, you can just dab the colour off.
Oh, you can blot it out.
Yeah, you can blot it. Actually, I quite like it, but that's just another technique that I want to show. And basically, that's what I would do, and leave it. So I'm now going to wait for that to dry, if I can, quite naturally. If you want to do the counter again, then we'll come back and I'm going to carry on painting.
Not a problem. Would you say let it dry naturally, or could you heat set it if you wish? Or would you say just let it dry naturally because it makes it doesn't change the colours?
Well, you can do either. If you're in a hurry, I mean, if you come back, I might have to heat set it. But I find that when you leave it to do it naturally, you get much softer colours and better colours.
Okay.
The blending of it, because it carries on seeping and joining together. So you're making all sorts of, you know, if you've got yellow and red, obviously where it seeps together, you're making orange. And the longer you leave it, the better that mix
looks.
Yeah, becomes.
So if you can let it dry naturally, let it dry naturally, because the capillaries will bring it all together. Love it. Love, love, love it. Right then. We are busy. We've sold out in 32 minutes. Actually, 30 minutes is what we actually sold out in. We've managed to get some more back. This time, though, it's dispatched from the 21st of June. Not that long, let's be fair. 3 days. What's 3 days between friends? And we're on a weekend anyway. £49.94 is what you're looking at for this one, a saving of £5. Or 2 flexible payments. And remember, once that first flexible payment has been paid, everything will be dispatched to you. £24.97. Shall we look at some samples? Let's do it. Right then, here we go. Let's look at these samples. They are absolutely stunning, is what we are looking at in all of these. There are so many. I'm going to try and get through as many as I can in this one. We are very, very busy across the board for all of what we have on here. We are busy for the paper. We've also got the hoops on there as well. There are more. I'm just going to show you some of these that you've already got. Some of them you've seen. How you can change the design. Little case of... Oh, look at this one. Look at... look at that. How...
Look at that one with the dandelions, Adam. That's when I was saying about that dandelion stamp. Sheila's used that everywhere. It's
really
such a
have.
pretty stamp.
And then you can also then go to cards like this. So see how they work? It's the same set of stamps, but they all work beautifully time and time again. Right then, big bundle. Details are on the screen. £24.97 is what you're looking at. 972119 is your item number with a saving of £5. Something else we've got on the show. Remember, you've also got your fabric and your hoops. Check that out on the website. We've also got the pick and mix on the paints as well. You can choose any four for £16.99 is what you're looking at for the paints. If I was you, go for your favourite colours, OK? Go for your favourite colours, because if you start picking colours that we're using here in the studio, think, well, I'll use them because Kathy's using them. You get them home and you never use them because you're like, oh, I can't quite remember now. Go for the colours that you enjoy using, because then you'll be able to use them with everything that you've got. And in a tube like this, these are going to last you an awful long time if you're watering them down. I'm guessing with these, a little goes a long way. You only put a small amount in that tray.
Yeah, it goes a long way. And actually, if you look behind you, there's a board, Adam. That goes to show what it goes on. And in my craft stash, the only paints that I have that I use on everything are these. I don't have all sorts for everything. I use it on MDF paper, clay. It goes on resin. It acts like a stain on resin. We're actually about to just try sampling putting in the resin, and we'll see how that's going to go. But fabric, it's just perfect for, again, you know, really neat or watered down. Woods, you know, just a stencil with it. It's just fantastic.
I think this board proves as well that doesn't matter what you put it on, you're still going to get the colour that you originally started with. It doesn't dull it down, because normally when you put it onto grey board, it seeps in. When you put it onto MDF, you're going to get a slightly different colour to what you actually started with. What you're getting here is a true representation of what it actually looks like when it goes on. So you really are getting value for money. Adore it all, £16.99. You can choose any four is what you are looking for with this one. 216999 is your item number. From there, we've got some of the bigger stamps that we've got on the show. Your A5 stamp, excuse me for bending down. You've got your A5 stamps that we've got here. This is your classic clematis. That could have been anything you said then, Kato. Classic clematis that you've got £14 and 9. It's your only first show. £14 and 95 pence is what you're looking at. 522594 is your item number. With this one, you get one of the main stamps. I'm going to swizz it around so you can see, because you get so much in there. A nice feature stamp, or you could cut this down and use and just use snippets of it. So stamp it all out, and the snippability that you get with this stamp is absolutely phenomenal. It would look beautiful as a fleur-de-lis. It would look beautiful, sort of a registration mark on the back of a page. No one writes letters anymore, but I wish they would. We get a few, but not good ones. But if you use that as a registration mark in the background, sort of with your greys, it would look absolutely beautiful. It really, really would. £14 and 95 pence with a £3 saving. Then we got your Rambling Rose. Sure, that's a Neil Diamond song. Rambling Rose that you've got on here. I love the Rambling Roses because, once again, it's a big old stamp, and this is what our Kathy was using. I'm going to swing it around so you can see. Look at that. So if you like your colouring, you like your watercolouring, you like your alcohol markers, this is the perfect way to go, because not only do you get the rose that you get in there, you've also got sort of the filled-in shapes that also look beautiful for your backgrounds in there. £14, 95 pence, 465779 is your item number. From there, you've got your Magnificent up next. This is from the Wing series that you're looking at. Once a big old stamp. I know I keep saying about all of them, but they are. And you get a lot for your money, what you're talking about. So you get that beautiful pheasant that you've got, and then you also get your two other pheasants. So I think these would look beautiful. Once again, in shrink plastic and things like that, you can really start going to town with your elements. How beautiful are these, using the same stamp? And it would work for him, and it would also work for her as well. I reckon this on craft wrapping paper would be beautiful. Just stamped out, no colour, just stamping, making your own wrapping paper would be really, really nice. £14 and 95 pence. Have you seen a theme with the price? 711053 is your item number. From there, we move on to Buttercup that we've got next. Buttercup is very, very busy. We are approaching limited stock is what we are approaching on with this one. I laugh because every time I look at it, I think it says something else. Oh, bollocks. But look at that. Just for a tag, it's absolutely stunning. It really, really is. You get so... It is beautiful. Literally just stamped and embossed. It is stunning. £14.95. Let me show you the Highland Cow look. Oh, look at that. Looks like our Scott when he had hair. Absolutely beautiful. It really, really... Limited stock, now we are. Oh, bullocks. Limited stock is what we're looking at. £14.95. 617881 is your item number. It's the only time I can say it on the telly. And then, last but no means least, you've got your Ghostly Gorgeous. I love this one. Absolutely love this. Once again, your big stamps that you're getting in there, your main element stamps that you've got, but then you've also got those subtle ones that go around the edges that really, really work. Just doing them in the one colour. Can I pop in? Let's pop in. Look at those. How stunning is that? 416586 is your item number. £14.95 is what you're looking at with your 6 extra stamps in there as well. Right then, shall we go back to demo? Are we dry?
I might just do a little bit, but can I just... do you know what the sentiment is on the goat? Can I tell you?
Yes, go on.
Grab your goat, you've pulled.
I like it. I like it. Grab your goat, you've pulled. Could be taken so many ways.
You can tell what sort of conversations Mel and I have when we're talking about sentiments.
Well, yeah, obviously.
We if it makes us laugh...
It's in.
Yeah, it's in. Yeah, for sure. Right, OK, so it's just a tad damp. I will just dry it a little bit off. So what I want to do, I have actually added some orange and red and blue, but I'm going to try and stick to the same colours that I have been using. I think sometimes less is more, and so we'll stick to predominantly the green and the yellow. And like I said, if I've got time, or even between our shows, I want to add some yellow buttercups, because the buttercup stamp is just so pretty.
Well, the buttercups are sold out at the moment. We are technically sold out at Buttercup Fair at the moment. We are looking to see if we can get any more. For now, at the moment, it's a technical sellout. I have no more.
Right, OK, that'll be fine. So what I've got is a palette. Now, when I'm working at home, I never work on a little palette. I actually work on this tile I'm painting on now. I've got a massive tile, and I use the tile as my palette, yes. And it's so much easier to work with. Now, when you're using the pigments, you want to... I don't know if the camera can see over there.
Here we go. Oh, there we go. We can see you.
Because my page is quite big, it's difficult to get it all on. I'm now using them it's dilute, perhaps not as dilute as it was when I did the background. I want to add a bit more colour. So this is really sort of showing different ways of using it. And then instead of going in and colouring the rose, I'm just going to colour actually the background, just to be different.
And if we left these paints out, are they reusable once we just activate them with water again?
No, they're like an acrylic. So what you want to do is, if you're going to leave them out with a spritz bottle, if you're going to go away for an hour or so, I spritz them with water, and it just gives like a moisture over the top and stops them from drying out.
That's good to know.
Obviously, that's not going to, you couldn't do that the night before and come back the next day and it will be all dilute again. It's just not going to work. But actually, that's why they're permanent on fabric, is because once they are dry, yeah, you can't reconstitute it. So I'm just going to work my way down, and then I'm going to start introducing a slightly, bit of my old brush that left in there. Start introducing extra colours, and this is where things then start to pop forward. And I tend to actually do the background. I'm going to obviously colour these fungi in, but I tend to do the background before I actually do the fungi. It's not right or wrong, whichever way around you do it. It's just what I tend to do. And what I do is apply the pigment with a brush. A good point is recommended to your brush. And then what I do is I kind of drag it away. Can you see it just fades away until you haven't really got any water on your brush, and so you're getting depth of colour going to nothing, and that then suits the type of painting you're doing, which in this case is a watercolour painting. And then we can intensify the colour, and this really shows shade. So behind, I'm thinking that
it's going to be quite a bit darker, so we can add more intense colour and deeper colour. So I can either use the bottle, you see a bottle green is our new one, so that's why I've tried to use that. And it's quite a sort of, it's a bit grey bottle green, it's so pretty. And we've got a lovely hazelnut as well, which I need to put out. That's a pretty colour because it's got pinks in it. So we can introduce some blue here, again, not because it's blue, but to sort of show dark greens. So the paints mix really well. So you can make your own colours.
They do.
Now, if you do want to make your own colours and you start adding white to make pastels, the white is an opaque. So you won't be able to... So say I mixed the light grey, the meadow grass with white and I painted it, you'd lose that watercolour effect. It would then become more like a gouache paint, which is opaque. So just bear that in mind, because you might be a little bit disappointed if you did that and it turned out different. But to get pastels, all I do is add water. So this yellow here looks quite pastel, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's just because it's had lots of water. But when it's neat, it's more intense in colour. So that's how you get your pastels. But can you see how these are now sort of leaping forward?
Love it.
And to maintain this watercolour effect, if I were to put clean water back over the top, like we did the first layer, so that's now wet, you can carry on building up the same way that we did with the background. So if we don't want to fade it out with a brush, we can fade it out with water. So the water capillary action will take that over where it's wet.
And that's down to the testament of the paper that we're using as well. The boxes of paper, 300 GSM in A4, 20 sheets is what you're getting for this one at 300 GSM. We're just using it on a larger scale. That is all we're doing. £14.99.
So you can see how soft this is. You're not getting any edges because that's damp. And that's the key to doing watercolour washes and background washes, to maintain that watercolour effect. And watercolours is so lovely to do, and it's so lovely to look at. It's very mindful. And, you know, don't worry, don't stress over it. If things are going very pear-shaped, put loads of water on it and dab it off before it's dried, and then do it again.
It's quite forgiving, I find. I've only just got into watercolour, and it's very, very forgiving.
It is. What sort of things are you painting?
I just colour in pictures. I just find it quite therapeutic. I stamp and colour, that's all I do.
Yeah.
That's why I look at these stamps and you look at them and you think, these are perfect. If you're just starting out, I'm no expert. I put some stuff on social media. I'm no expert, but I just enjoy the process.
Yes.
I just find it very, very relaxing and therapeutic. But I like stamps with a large colouring area, so you can colour in. You've got all the detail and then you've done all the shading for us. So that's where we go in with our darker colours, and then you just fill them out and you make them your own.
Yeah. But also, Adam, if you do that technique with your bigger stamps, actually your little stamps, so here I'm building up the colour behind her, your little stamps are great just on top of it, where you don't even have to add any colour at all.
Because the background does it all.
Yeah, it could just be like a sort of a wallpaper, a pattern effect. So obviously I'm not going to do that on all of it, because otherwise you'll watch me do the same thing. So now what I want to do...
Just so you know, we've got about 9 minutes left.
OK, I want to start putting some colour on these roses. Now I'm using yellow instead of a pink rose because my colours are... I've thought about what my colours are going to be, and rather than throwing every sort of conceivable colour at it, try and be a little bit thoughtful about what goes. And so this is quite earthy colours, so I'm sticking to my earthy colours. And I am going to put some buttercups in. So again, that's my yellow roses are going to link to my yellow buttercups. So, and again, you don't need to colour all of your rose, just a bit of it. Can you see that? I mean, that looks like a rose, but it's just got a bit of dimension to it. And then we can start putting a little into the wet into wet, so it blends and bleeds. And you get sort of tone.
Look at that.
It's such an easy thing. If you just practice, I mean, get a big sheet and just practice dropping, like I've done for the first coat, dropping some watercolour in, and then just see what happens when you put another bit of wet in it, and then wait for it to dry and put dry on dry, and just try these, you know, different techniques and see what happens. And so, say that you think that's too strong, you can either add some water to it or dab it off. It's sort of being free and loose with your brush and sort of just not worrying about it. Right, so I want to then get some of the green into the leaves. So I might leave this a bit here, but bring some of this green here up to these ones up here. So again, don't fret too much about going over lines. Watercolour is forgiving like that, that you don't have to sort of be overly accurate. Watercolour's a bit like it's a feeling, isn't it, more than anything else?
It really is, and don't be scared of it. Really, don't be scared. Go in with whatever you've got at home, whatever mediums you've got at home, whether you've got a little watercolour set, have a go. But these stamps lend themselves to so many possibilities.
Yeah, anything that's water-based, you can dilute down. That's that's the rules. Any pigment, you know, even if you've got, you know, if you're wanting to do it with children, and you've got poster paints. If they're water-based, just dilute them down. The only problem you can have with that is if there's not very much pigment. So if they're very cheap, they're cheap for a reason. They're cheap because the volume of pigment that's in is not very high. So when you dilute it down, you can almost paint it, and then when it dries, there's nothing there. And that's really, you know, with quality paints, that's what you're paying for. You're paying for the amount of pigment that's actually in the pot.
And you can go for 4 pots for £16.99 down, a pick and mix, choose any 4. Tie them in with your stamps, and they would also be split on a pick and mix as well. So it would also be split on a flexible payment, sorry. Details are on the screen now. 216999 is your item number. Maybe you just want to go for the greens and the earther tones. You can do that. If your budget will stretch, go for 8. That'd be nice.
Or just, you know, slowly collect them. If you can't afford all at once, you know, just add one at a time or a few at a time. Can you see how now this fungi here is
really forward?
Is coming forward, and what I shall do is just really ham it up and make it darker, darker, darker behind. I mean, you could start adding purples to this green, and that will be lovely to deepen it down.
Once again, the details for the stamps are on your screen at the moment. We sold out. We had a massive amount of stock as well. We've managed to get some more back on a 3-day extended delivery to the 23rd, and already 10% of our extended stock has already gone. £49.94 is what you're looking at as a one-off payment. Remember, you are getting 6 sets of stamps, which is 43 stamps in total, is what you are looking at here for £24.97 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. 972119 is your item number, and 10%, as I said, of that extended stock has already gone.
Right, how long have I got, Adam?
How long have we got, Hol? We've got about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, right. So I want to, actually I might just dry that off. I want to get a little bit of colour onto this fungi here. So I'll just dry off round. If you don't dry off, if I want to keep a nice tight edge to this and it's wet around, obviously the pigment's going to bleed into it, so it has got to be dry.
The ladies are back at 2 o'clock with our Catherine.
Yeah, and we're doing mixed media. I'm painting on a recycled box, and on twigs, acorn cups, and just doing all sorts of interesting stuff. Yeah, again, to sort of show how the pigments work on so many different surfaces. So I'm going to go in with the red. So now this should really pop forward.
Look at that.
And the orange. They
blend so well.
They do. We've been with these particular pigments right from the very beginning of pinking. We've never changed. We never changed the ingredients or anything. We sourced them and worked with them right from the early doors, and we use them on everything.
So if you are looking for a set of paints, the details, you'll find the details on the website. The paper, the Bockingfords, is at the bottom of the screen at the moment. You're getting 20 sheets of hot-pressed A4 card at 300 GSM, $14.99, 631 185. And then down the side of the screen, you've got your, I want to call it a one-day special because the price is absolutely a phenomenal price, is what you're looking at this one. £24.97 with a £5 saving across 2 flexible payments to get your little family of magical mushrooms home.
Right, but can you see where I'm headed with this?
Yeah,
obviously, I need to continue, but I do want to show before the end of the show. I want to show
you've got
this.
3 minutes to show it.
Right, this is Liz Connor, who, as you said, she's our guest designer for this month, for this launch. And on the Pink Inkers Group Facebook page, everybody posts their images. And I mean, there's the most amazingly talented people. And we invite people to be guests. And anyway, she then used the mushrooms to make this beautiful box. It's all separate, so the lid and the bottom and the sides are separate. But isn't that beautiful?
Look at that.
The amount of work that she's put into it. So I just felt I had to show it.
And I mean this in the nicest possible way. It's not part of the design team, as you just said.
No.
Liz is not part of the design team. So this is someone like you at home. This is someone like you now that's sitting there. You've bought them. You're going, right, I'm going to start stamping with them. This is you. And now Liz's work is now being shown on the telly. This is how it is, and there is so much inspiration out there as well. Let's get Mel back in as well, and we'll say goodbye to the ladies because we haven't got that long left at all. You need to check out your baskets as well. If you've got anything in there, I'd definitely start checking them out if I was you. Remember, all the inspiration is out there as well. Mel, give the website a plug one more time, your little Facebook page. Where do we find you?
Pink Inkers.
The Pink Inkers is the best way to look for them all, because all the inspiration is out there for you to find it. Thank you, ladies. It's been an absolute pleasure. Now, sum it up for me, for those people that may be umming and ahhing, which I don't think that many people are, to be honest. Sum it up for you. If you're still sitting on the fence, what would you say to those people? Everything we produce is hand illustrated. We don't buy in any images. Kathy draws every single line. You won't get a product like we've got very many other places, will you, Kathy?
No, I don't think you will.
I love them. They're absolutely lovely. Thank you, ladies. It's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you for having us.
Absolute pleasure. That sums it all up, doesn't it? You will not find these anywhere else. Come back at 2 o'clock for Mixed Media. Now, don't let that put you off. Mixed Media just means layers of products on other things as well. You are in for a treat. Start checking out your baskets if I was you as well. And you could be like Liz. You could be the next Liz sitting there currently on your sofa. You could be now creating and designing and enjoying and seeing your work on the television as well. There's nothing stopping you, but you need the right tools for the job to do it. And I've got all those tools for you. The details on the screen, one more time, are for the big bundle, £49.94. 10% of the extended stock has already gone. We sold out in 30 minutes. 972119 is your item number. You are in for a treat. The help is out there for you. Just go and find it, because you will be in for a treat when these land on your mat. Don't you go anywhere, though. We've got so much more to show you. Remember, we are the craft store. We are the shop that never, ever shuts. Everything crafty, you'll find all on the website. I'll see you in an hour's time. See you then. Yes, indeed. Double trouble up next. Catherine and our Janice with Viva Decor, painting, pouring. Then we're going with Ali and myself for Stamps Away, one-day special. Then our Karen Keats is back with a little bit of Oakwood.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs. All of our products are manufactured in the UK and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Right, gather yourself together. Sorry, we were just talking about insect bites. We shouldn't laugh because they're a bad thing, but we were just having a giggle. Anyway, it's great to have your company. How are you this morning? It might be raining outside, but it's pouring inside the studio today. Do you like what I did there, Catherine?
I love it.
Brilliant. Catherine Sturrock with us, of course, for another show. How are you, Catherine?
I'm very well, thank you.
You really are the diva of Viva, aren't you?
Diva of Viva?
Yes. Well, you are. You love Viva decor, and you're so good at all your different crafts. So I know we're in for a real treat for this show, and I'm going to get my hands dirty too. Well, I'm going to wear gloves, so my hands won't be dirty.
We're going to have a bit of playtime. We're just going to see what happens.
Now, we've heard of acrylic paint. What is it about pouring acrylic paint with the pouring inside? Because we can pour acrylic paint, can't we?
You can pour acrylic paint, but you won't get the effects that you will get with this. This is actually, we've never had this particular one before. This is already pre-mixed, so you can work it straight from the bottle, you can pour it into cups, you can do your different techniques, but you don't have to worry about putting your mixture in there to make it more fluid.
Yeah.
It will give you a certain amount of cells as well, so there will be that oil content in there.
How exciting. Yeah, that's when all the paint starts to react with one another. Now, if you've perhaps tried pouring before, but you've not quite got the mixtures correct, it's all done for you. That's the beauty of the different paints that we've got available for you. It's already mixed in. So all you need to do start to get creative. Right, we've got 3 different sets for you. Everything is going to be dispatched from the 2nd of July, so it's not too long to wait, but we've got 3 different colours for you, or colourways. The first one is your Rose Dream. Now this is beautiful because you've got some pinks in here, you've got beautiful reds and blues, you've also got white. White's really important. Have you got white in this one?
You get 2 whites in each of the sets, actually. Yeah, it's the one that you will use more than anything.
Yeah, because that really makes the other paints stand out. It really, really does. So everything is pre-mixed for you. You don't need an awful lot either because it's very fluid, isn't it, Catherine?
It's very fluid, and that's the whole point, because it's going to mix, you're going to get those different techniques, those different effects. And we're talking about pouring onto lots of different surfaces. We're going to use some art boards, but you could pour onto glass, onto stones and rocks. You know, there's a real craze, isn't there, about painting stones and things.
I could have bought some stones.
Yeah, they look great.
Wow. Oh, that is amazing. I mean, we've all got stones in the garden, and sometimes we go, oh, I don't want these stones. You just cast them to one side. Don't do that anymore. Wash them and then buy some of your pouring medium. So that's your first first set. The next set, it's the same item number, 501583. The next one, this is really nice. This is called Sea Love. And as you can see, you're going to love the colours because we've got those beautiful greens and blues, and you've also got your 2 whites in there as well. You've got your pea green in this, which is a lovely colour, actually. I like that.
It's very nice.
Yeah, you've got your beige in there. Do give these a really good shake when you get them home. You've got your turquoise, your night blue, which is really nice, deep blue for you, and of course you've got your whites in there. That's really nice. I bet you get some really cool marbling effects from these as well. Same item number. Your next set we've got for you is your colour fantasy. So in this you've got your greens, your yellows, you've still got the 2 whites in there, and you've got your blues as well. So again, some great colours. Now $16.99 gets you all 6. If you really want to treat yourself, you could go for 2 sets or maybe even 3 sets. I mean, wow, how amazing would that be to have all of these in your craft room, and then when you're ready to go to do your pouring techniques, you've got all of these different colours to choose from. 501583 is your item number if you want to go for those. And if you have any questions, please do email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, we've got a pick and mix for you. So this is a bit more freer for you because you can choose any 4 of the colours that we've got available for you in the sets. So you might want one colour from one of the sets, another colour from another one of the sets. Then you can do that. It's a pick and mix on any 4, and it's $13.99. So again, if you want 8, the price will multiply by $13.99. If you were going to go for 4 colours, Catherine, which ones would you choose and why?
Definitely the white,
yes,
because you will find that the most important. Do you know what, with this one, I'm saying just go for your favourite colours.
Yeah.
Normally we say go for the primaries because you can mix them together. In this case, you don't want to be mixing too much. You want the colours to stay true. So I would say just go for your favourites.
Yeah.
One of mine being that beautiful pink that we've got there.
That one there? Or that one?
That bright
That one, yeah, that is really... In fact, if you want some inspiration, have a look at the Craft Store logo.
Ooh.
Because we've got the lovely light blue, dark blue, we've got the lovely pink in there, the purple and the green, which I think, I could line those up, actually. Shall I do that?
And you've got the white for the Craft Store.
It's that one there, then that one there, then that one there, then that one there. That's it, isn't it? 4, 5. Hang on.
That's
light blue. Yes,
yeah,
there's a purple. Come on, Janice.
Oh, you've just given me an idea,
colours.
Janice.
Should know my colours by now. There you go. Look at that. That's the Craft Store's colour. That would be really cool. Sorry, that is 5. Yeah. Well, that's why I left the purple out. You see, there's method to my madness. I'm going to put these in
I'd leave the
completely the wrong
purple in.
order.
I'd put the white in. I'd just have multiples of 2.
Yeah, do you know what?
Just double up on your white. Make sure you've got plenty of it.
Well, do you know what, Catherine? It's such a great price because think about how much it would cost to get the acrylic paints. And when we say acrylic paints, these are beautiful paints to use. Then think about how much it might cost to buy some pouring medium. And then you've got to sit and experiment. How much of the pouring medium do you put in? How much of the paint do you put in? Do you get it right? Do you get it wrong? Do you have to discard it? Everything is sorted for you. It's all mixed in, so you're good to go. So you could really treat yourself. Any 4, $13.99, 073878 is your item number. Now, we have got a pick and mix in the metallics for you. Now, these look absolutely gorgeous, and they're larger. They're 120ml for you, and you can choose any 2 for $9.99. Again, give these a good... We would shake these, Catherine, rather
yes,
than
you definitely want to shake them.
Do it round and round.
Yeah, definitely. Can I point something out as well, Janice?
Yeah.
When you get these home, the bottles will not be full. There is a reason for that. It's so that you can mix them properly. They make the bottles purposely a lot larger than what's in there. Whatever it tells you is in the bottle, you will get.
So I'm just giving it a... Oh, my arm hurts.
These
Look
are
at that. I'm
packed,
giving it a good shake.
absolutely
I'm going to
packed
shake
with mica.
I'm going to shake this one now. Yeah, you can tell, and it won't take long to give it a good... Sorry, I've just cheeked. It's like doing... I have to do both at the same time. I can't just do one. I've always been the same. It's like with tomato sauce. So I have to do both. So one arm... Oh, I'm exhausted now. There you go. Look at that. That looks amazing. Still got all that mica at the bottom. So we can use these in the pouring techniques.
You can.
Wow, these would look amazing, wouldn't they?
They would indeed.
Yeah, are we going to demo with these?
I hope so.
Okay. I don't know how we're going to do that because my arm's killing me now. At 999 674 930 is your item number. They are absolutely gorgeous. Choose any two. Plenty more on the website to go and have a look at. You do have some pouring medium. It's transparent. Does that make any difference with it being transparent or white?
Do you know, it's the same as what's already mixed into the paints that we've got, but if you want to make it even more fluid, then you've got that to work with, of course. It extends the paint, it extends the drying time. It just gives you that viscosity to work with.
That's a good word.
Yeah, it thins it out. Yeah, it gives you the fluidity.
Viscosity.
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 Yeah. Viscosity.
Viscosity.
It's like when you get paint, you can get a really runny paint or you can get a thicker paint. And the viscosity is different.
All right, you're just showing off now. Just quite literally showing off. We only have to say it once. Right, Catherine, what should we do?
Right, shall we start with our square artboard?
Yes. I'm going to take my watch off as well.
Yeah.
We've got these available on the show.
They look more like a 5x5, I think, these ones.
We've got a 4x4 and a 5x7. Which one? We do have these available on the show, by the way. The 4x4, £7.49, 708 318.
Well,
which one are we using?
That's a 6x6.
What's a 6x6?
Our board.
Sorry, I'm quite useless at measurements. That's your 6x6.
6x6. That's what we're going to work with.
And you get a little hexagon with it.
There we go.
Okay, yes. So £11.98. And you get 4 of those, so you get 6x6, as Catherine quite rightly said there. We'll give her that one. And you get the hexagons with that as well, so that's a great deal.
Okay, now these are really good because you've already got that white surface. Obviously, you can use different, you can use glass, as I've said, metal, tin, wood, MDF. I would say if you're using MDF, gesso first. It's better to have that white surface unless it is transparent like your glass. Now, what you could do, Janice, is prop this onto something so that the paint would drip off the sides. But, you know what, to be fair, we're working on a bit of scrap card. I don't think it's really going to matter. If you've got a full canvas board, it would be a good idea to put little legs on that or something underneath it so you can really sort of smooth off the paint around the edge.
You know, if you get some paper underneath that you're going to use again, you could always make a background with the...
You certainly can, yeah. Don't waste it.
Sorry,
definitely do that. Now, you will need to give all of the paints a really, really good shake because they have got, you know, they're not just the acrylic paint in there, they've got that mixture. The reason you get 2 whites in each of the sets is because you will use more white. Now, I know we've got a white surface, but we're going to cover that with white paint.
You've got your nice apron on. I don't have an apron on. I think there's an apron. I wonder
if you're careful, you
Charlotte,
shouldn't.
would you do me a favour, lovely Charlotte, floor manager? I think there's an apron just round the corner. Would you get that for me? And I'll put it on, and then I'll just in case I get messy.
Just in case. Okay.
We are getting busy, Catherine, by the way.
Right,
just to let everyone know at home. So I know you love to watch the demos, and I promise I'll shut up so Catherine can get started in a moment. But I don't want you missing out. So,
okay. And you'll just catch up, Janice, will you? Okay. Right, so we're just going to... This is why I love these bottles, because you can work straight from the bottle. So I'm just going to put a certain amount of white on there. I'm going to use a spatula. You could use a credit card or a spreader. You want a surface finish that's not too thin. You want to make sure that you've got... You know, it doesn't have to be perfectly even, but you want to make sure that you've got movement in the paints, that it can flow a little bit.
Okay,
We're going to add to this as well.
Just blob it on then, Catherine.
Just blob it on and then spread it over so you've got a nice sort of coverage.
Okay, so I probably need a bit more than that. Here you go. Oh, it is very fluid, isn't it?
It's very fluid. It's mixed perfectly.
That's brilliant. So, I'll cover the whole... Oh, you
cover the whole thing, yeah.
Now, we've had a question come in. Who's the question from? Do we know? Oh, Janet, thank you for emailing in. So the question is from Janet this morning. What is the difference between the fluid pouring medium and the transparent pouring medium? That's a very good question, Catherine.
I presume Janet's talking about different brands of pouring medium then, because
we've got two on the show. We've got the transparent, haven't we?
We've got
the transparent
pouring medium, which is also white,
but we've got the transparent one. Sorry, the transparent fluid.
They didn't give me that one. I've only got this one.
Oh,
go.
Give me a minute, I'll have a read up.
Otherwise, I would be able to tell you.
You certainly would. I think...
it's probably just because it is transparent, so it hasn't got that colour there.
Where an even paint application with a thinner coat thickness is desired. So I think if you want to go thinner, then get the fluid.
Okay, that looks white to me. You say that's transparent?
They're both transparent. Probably dries transparent.
It dries with a real sheen. I think it is the same as what I've got, but it comes out as a white
Did you
fluid.
say pouring medium fluid on it? Yeah.
It is just to extend. It is. The paints you've got are already pre-mixed. You've already got some of this in here. This will extend it further. You can also mix this with other paints as well. It will give you a really high gloss finish as well. You confuse me because mine's white in the bottle and your's in transparent, so I thought you meant...
It's not difficult, is it?
You've got a bottle that was totally clear. That's why it confused me.
Okay.
Right, okay. So are we...
Let me have a look at yours. How much have you got on?
I've covered it not so it's too thin, so it's got a nice coverage.
Yeah, I think I'm all right.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Now I've taken from water bottles the base of a bottle. Now, ideally, you want one that has got these sort of shapes, these little channels in them.
Okay.
Bottles vary. You get different types. There's another one here. This was a water bottle as well. That one's completely different.
Okay. Good way to recycle.
It is.
Okay.
Now I've cut it as flat as I could. We're going to actually place that right in the centre of our square, Janice.
Done it.
Okay. Now we start having some fun. Okay. So you can choose as many colours as you like out of the ones you've got in any combination.
Okie dokie.
Good chance you're likely to use the white again as well. It gives a nice effect.
Oh, yeah.
So you can go with 2 colours, 3 colours, 4 colours. I think you've got up to 6 colours there. Okay. So it's entirely up to you. I'm going to have a bit of a mix, I think.
Right.
I'm going to go with... Oh, I might go with the Hochanda colours like you said.
I'm going with the Hochanda colours.
Are you?
Yes. But you can copy me.
You got them all there then?
I have. Well, I've got.
You haven't got a purple. So
no, I haven't. But I'm going to start with the pink, Hochanda pink. What are you going to start with?
I'm starting with pale blue, dark blue,
pink, craft store pink.
Pink. Oh, I haven't got the craft store pink. I'll have to do with a different pink.
Okay.
Purple and the green.
Right, I'm going to go for that one, and that one.
So I'm going to start with the pale blue. So give them a good shake.
Yeah. What's this colour supposed to be?
This is again why these bottles are really, really useful. Because normally we mix the paints, we mix an acrylic paint with the fluid into a plastic cup. You don't need to with this. Sometimes you will use cups still, but with this, because you can go straight from the bottle, it's pre-mixed, it's great to work with. So what we're going to do, Janice, is just pour some of the paint directly into the top of our bottle. Okay. So because you can see how fluid it is, it's just going to start working its way down there. And because you've got those channels, it will naturally follow those channels.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you can see it starting to seep outwards.
Do you know what? This is a very relaxing and rewarding way of painting, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is. Now, you could go with a little bit more... Oh, I love that pink. I wish I'd got that pink. That's the proper craft store pink. Okay, when you've done that, then you can move on to your next colour.
Yeah.
And we're going to do exactly the same thing again.
Okay.
So a good shake.
Pour the same amount?
It's up to you. You can go with more, less, the same amount. You'll just see different effects.
Look at
that. It is good fun.
Oh, that looks amazing. It's just as good watching it as it is with the effects that come from it.
It certainly is. Now I'm going to go with a little bit of white next, simply because I just think that nice mix of the various colours. I've just gone with a couple of blues, so we'll go with some of the craft store white next.
Okay.
So entirely up to you, Janice. You can stick with 2 colours, go with 3.
Oh, I like that. Oh, mine's like raspberries and cream now. Yeah. Amazing.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Right, let's have...
Right, next one. I'm going to go... I haven't got the pink, but I've got a red, so we'll have to make do.
Green. Oh, they're saying they really like mine. Thanks, guys. Oh, yours is very European.
I'm going to go with a little bit more white next, just because I want to break it up in between the next colour. And you can see how this is formed. Because you've got those channels, it's almost as though it's giving you petals to a flower.
Yes, yeah, they do.
So my next colour would be the
go for another one.
purple.
Okay.
You can repeat colours if you like. You can just do them in any combination that you like.
I can. So I've got a dark colour there, so don't want that. Let's go for a bit more white. I've actually put quite a bit of white on, so I'm just going to put a little bit. And then that's going to blend down, and then I might go for... do you know what? I might go for blue. Now, do you
You're talking to yourself there.
I am. Mine's starting to react at the bottom. Is yours?
You will find that it will form cells naturally.
Ooh.
Now you can add, there's a few things you can do actually with acrylic paint. If you haven't got a silicone oil, which is the best way to add to form those cells, you can also go with a little bit of washing up liquid mixed in, or alcohol. Now you will get different variations of the cells appearing. The best is definitely the silicone oil.
Yeah.
But you have got built-in ingredients into these paints to give you those cells. And you will get different effects depending on the methods that you're using. So you can add heat, you can tip these around, we're going to see a technique hopefully a little bit later that's going to really, really showcase, those cells. So, when we've done this...
Yep.
Can you see what's happening? The paint doesn't go muddy. This is why I was saying if you're going for the pick and mix, go for your favourite colours. I normally say go for the primaries because you can mix them together, which you can. But if you want to, normally with pouring like this, you don't want to mix those colours. You don't want to end up with muddy colours.
Yeah.
You want to keep them true. Now, did I give you any serviettes or anything, Janice? You might have to use one of your boards for this next bit.
Yes.
Right, if you just very carefully lift up the bottle, try not to move it too much, try and lift it up in the air so you can see what you've got.
These gloves are big, aren't they?
They are a bit. Okay, so that's it.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, nice. Look at that.
Yeah, you like that?
Now, what we could do, we'll just do a little bit of this. We'll not spend too long doing this. There's other things I want to do. We're going to place this back on, but where the channels are, we're going to offset to the original one. So where you've got the gaps in between the petals, so to speak.
So put the channel in the gap.
Put the channel in the gap. Try and get it accurate the first time round because you don't want to be moving things too much. And then we can go again. We can do another little pour. So maybe just go with one colour again, two colours, whichever you prefer, you can go with, and we'll get those different effects coming through again.
Okie dokie. So we're putting even more on?
Yeah, why not? Why not? You can stop whenever you want. I mean, you might think, oh, we're using quite a lot of paint here, but you can just keep going. I mean, this is so fluid. You're not actually using as much as you think either. But just let this flow down that bottle. And remember, because you can wash these afterwards, you can reuse these over and over and over again.
Yes, you can.
Now, I was quite interested to see what happened with yours, Janice, because I cut my bottle a little bit higher than yours. And I didn't know if it would make a difference to the way...
Were you trying to scupper what I'm doing?
No, because it's going to take longer for the paint to go down.
Yes.
I thought it might give a different effect.
Yeah, mine's looking
so
a bit like lather, very...
We'll see. Okay.
It looks like a melted ice cream on a hot day.
I'm going to put one more little bit of paint on, let it run down, and then we'll take this off. We'll do something else with it as well.
Well, I'm going to do that then.
Okay. So that's mine.
Let me pop that. You could just sit... Do you know what? You could just sit and pour and pour and pour. Could you not? Love that.
Yeah. And again, any paint that's left on the plastic dome there, you could use. You could, scrape that off, use it in a different way, mix it into things. It's entirely up to you. Right, OK. So what we're going to do now...
Yep.
We're doing more than one technique all at once here, because obviously the first one, it did look like a flower. Now we've offset, so we've almost got petals within petals.
OK. So do I take it off again?
So you can take it off again.
Okie dokie.
And now what we can do, we can play even more. We can take a stick and drag through as well. So that's going to pull out
from
your
the centre
paint.
and down.
You can go from the centre.
Okay, so you can pull out and you can change how the paint is then flowing. So at any point you can stop. Obviously this is going to dry as it is in the pattern that it's formed, and it will have that gloss there as well. You can also, where I've got my smaller petals, I'm actually going to come in from the other direction, so I'm going to drag inwards with that one.
Now what I did first of all, I pushed too hard into the paint, so it's just very light, isn't it, Catherine?
Yeah, you can do it quite lightly, just, yeah.
Just dragging it out. Oh, I like this. Reminds me of a certain cake brand.
Oh, I quite like mine as it is. I was going to do something else, but I quite like it as it is.
What are you going to do?
Or shall I do... do you know, I will do it, because it's demonstration, so we will do it. You can stop at any point, as I say, so, you know, you... Oh, Janice, that looks amazing.
Oh,
that looks
thanks,
amazing.
everyone.
I'm probably going to spoil mine now, but what you can also do, if you've got a serviette, and it is best with a serviette rather than a paper towel,
yeah.
When you've finished with your paint and you've dragged that pattern out, what you can do is very carefully, I've got to be a little bit careful how I do this, put your serviette over the top, and I'm not going to squash this, but I just want the serviette to pick up or stick to the paint a little bit. Okay, this is going to change it completely, hopefully, and then I'm going to take all four corners, meet in the middle. This is where you really need a empty box or something to put this in. And then I'm going to lift that up. And that will give you...
Oh, I missed that. What did you do?
Oh, I can't do it again.
What did you do? I was just so engrossed. What did you do? What did you do? I want to do it.
You shouldn't be paying attention, Janice.
I am paying attention. What did you do?
But can we come in? I can't tip it to the front camera.
Did you scrump up
No, I didn't scrumple anything. But can you see now the cells that have formed?
What did you do?
Oh, Janice.
What did you
do?
Did you use a heat gun?
No.
What did you do? So you used a kitchen roll?
No, a serviette. I used a serviette. You've got one under your desk.
Right, yes, this one here.
Right, I'll have to talk you through this. Open it out.
Okay.
Open it out. Doesn't matter which way up you put it.
Okay.
Now, you've got to try and do this in one go, because you don't want to move the paper around. You want to lay it on top without disturbing what you've got there.
So just lay it on?
Lay it on, yeah, all in one go.
Do I not want to just use that?
No, I'd try and get the centre to the centre.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh,
that's it.
It's on.
Right. Okay. Now gently, don't squash it.
No.
Don't squash the paint, but just
press.
Touch it down so it's touching the paint.
Slightly touch it.
Lightly touch it.
You're just feeling it.
All over.
All over. I can do that.
Okay. Wherever your paint is, your design. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Gently, does it?
Yeah. You might want to move your hand out a little bit. You can see the paint coming through a bit. Just don't squash it because you don't want to disturb anything.
Okay.
Okay, a little bit more to the corners as well because you've only gone in the centre.
Like there?
Yeah, just gently.
I am.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to get another serviette for this next bit. I'm not doing it on my paint, but just so you can see what I'm doing. Right, imagine I've got that serviette.
Yeah.
This is to my left. I'll do it here,
Yeah.
just so that the camera can see as well. Take one corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Take the second corner.
Yep.
Meet in the middle.
Yep.
Third corner.
Always like making one of those little hat things.
It is.
Or
four
pastry.
corners together and then lift
like
upwards.
an envelope.
Yeah, lift it straight up.
Oh, yes, not too bad. But do you know what? Look what's left on the serviette.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that looks
I like
really good.
that.
So
you
let
could do
that
this,
dry.
You could do it with fabric.
Yeah.
You could do that with fabric.
Yeah,
I like that. I'm
could.
going to keep that. I'm going to make sure that that dries separately. I'll put that
I really
somewhere.
hope that the camera on mine, and hopefully yours is doing the same as well, Janice, but you can really see those cells now.
Yeah.
Really, really see them. And that is like some beautiful flower. I mean, just to let that dry as it is, it will end with that glossy finish. You could frame that. You could do 4 of those and put them on the wall.
Do you know what? I've still got a bit of movement in mine, so I might just move mine.
You can tip it around. That's the whole point of the fluidity about it and why you need that fluidity. Okay, I'm going to have a bit of a tidy up and get ready for the next demo.
Oh, sorry, yes, I need to do some work. I forgot about that. You're the demonstrator, aren't you? Sorry, I'm just having so much fun. Right, £13.99. It is truly absolutely fantastic to have a go with, and you'll be amazed at the results as well. And it's so, do you know what, for me, it's just so mindful, just sitting here playing with paints. 073878 is your item number if you want to go for your pouring all-in-one pick and mix. You get 90ml in each. Right, now, if you are a Freedom member, you'll know that you don't pay any P&P, you get great discounts. And if you're not a Freedom member, here's our lovely Leonie to tell you some more.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you'll benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Oh, do you know what? It's fantastic to become a Freedom member. It really is. Now, we have some metallic pouring mediums for you. Oh, my days. You're choosing any two for $9.99. So let's have a look at these. $9.99. And they've got great 5-star reviews as well. Ooh, now let's see what colours I'd go for. We've got blue, magenta, rose gold, gold, silver and steel. Now, that's an interesting colour, especially as the finish is metallic. So how beautiful are these going to be? Now, these will be dispatched from the 2nd of July, and they're a little larger than your regular pouring medium. So in these, I think is it 90ml in these? 120, even better. And we're going to demonstrate with these now, actually, and have a jolly nice time. Right, I've tied it all up, and sorry, I've got my gloves again.
Well, I've no idea how this next one's going to go because I haven't even tried it before. I'm doing this live on air, so it may work and it may not, but we'll try a little bit of the metallics in this one.
Yes.
Let's just go with one of the smaller squares this time, the 4-inch square.
Yeah,
Janice,
now these are available for you.
A big area.
And they come with the 5x7. So if you want to go for these are absolutely fantastic, because once you've done your pouring techniques, you can then frame it, which is fabulous. In fact, yeah, do you know what? I do have a pouring technique picture on my wall, and you can do the same. These are great value for money, saving £5, £12.48. So we're going for the smaller one.
We'll go for the small one. Right, now I'm going to suggest that we go with the white first of all again. But even if we're using
the metallics, okay.
We're going to do a cover like we did before, so the whole surface.
How many colours of the metallic have you got?
I've got 2.
Okay, I've got 2.
You can actually, if you want to colour the surface paint and not keep it white, it's entirely up to you, you can. So if I wanted to go with, which one's this one? We've got a green here. If I wanted just to mix a little bit of green in, and spread that over as well. You can kind of mix these together as you go. So it doesn't have to be completely white. You'll get different effects depending on the colour you're going with, but you just need to make sure that that surface is covered over.
So
the black would be another great alternative, of course, if you want to start with a black background.
The white goes on, Catherine, and then I'm choosing a metallic.
No, not yet. Just get your base coat on, whether it's white or whatever colour you want to go with, or mix it. Because I mixed a little bit of green in it, just a tiny bit. So if you want to use a different colour, what colour have you got there? Is that a black?
I've gone for black and the
go for
rose
black.
gold.
That's
That's
the metallic. Oh no, that'll come in later.
No, okay. I don't know whether I want another colour in the background.
Okay.
Oh, maybe.
Yep.
Yes, I do.
It's fine as it is.
No, I'm going to add a colour.
Okay. Right. Now, if you've got your bottles that you've just created to make that sort of flower shape, the other end you can also use. You can use it like a funnel.
Okay.
So rather than pouring the paints and doing a dirty pour or the paints into a plastic cup, you may as well use the other end of the bottle. We're going to see what sort of effects we get, because this is a little bit different, because we're going to use it that way up, because we've only got a small surface. And we are going to pour in various different paints all at the same time into our homemade funnel.
Okie dokie.
Including the metallics. So
Okie
again,
dokie.
How you do this, Janice, is entirely up to you in what combination.
Right.
We're going to put the funnel in the centre.
Yep.
It doesn't have to be in the centre, but I think because we haven't got a very big area, we'll go with the centre.
Got it.
And then you can start to use those other colours. So I'm going to go with the same green as I mixed in the background. I think I've got my...
So we're going to mix metallics in with
no,
regular?
Actually, I'm going to go with blues. Yeah. I've got a couple of different blues.
Yep.
I've got the pink metallic. I've got the silver metallic. And I'm probably going to use some more white as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, what are you doing
So,
first? You going
straight
for
from the bottles again. I would suggest probably going with one of the acrylic pour colours first of all. So I'm going to start with the pale blue. And I'm just going to go straight in.
Oh, I like
now, hopefully, what's going to happen is the funnel is not allowing the paint at the moment to seep out anywhere. Okay, it's holding in place. So a little bit of that blue. And then I'm going to go with a little bit of white. I think then I'm going to go with the pink metallic next.
Okay.
So a little bit of the pink.
Okay. And you're not really worried about you just throwing it in there. You
I'm
don't
just
need to worry
throwing it-
about
yeah, I'm just
it
throwing it
mixing
in.
together.
I'm not worried at all.
So what have you gone for?
Now, because we haven't got a very big surface area, we don't want to sort of overfill this.
You're filling your funnel quickly. Aren't you? Not worried at all. You're getting it right in. All right. Have you used metallic yet? Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited to see this, but I'm also very nervous because I've not done it before.
It'll be absolutely
Okay.
fantastic. Now, the silver is the busiest in the metallic. The silver is the busiest. I'm going to go for a bit of steel because I just think this looks amazing. Ooh.
Right, I'll wait
There you
until
go.
you've done yours, and then we'll do the next step together.
Okay.
Okay.
Together.
Together.
Right. I've got rose gold and I've got the black in there. Do you think that's enough? Yeah. Shall I put a bit more in? What shall I put more in? Let's put a bit more of the rose gold. There you go. That's nice. Yeah, we like that. Right.
Well, I've gone with even more because I'm just
Oh,
waiting.
no.
Just
Well, then-
wait. Might as well be busy while I'm doing something.
Well, I want
right,
to go-
okay. Now, what we're going to do now is lift up the funnel, but then we're going to not lift it right up and leave it. We're going to put it back down again.
Lift it up a little bit?
A little bit, and then put it back down. Try and put it back down where
Yeah.
it was.
Oh, Catherine. It's like an exploding volcano live on TV.
No, I think this paint is going to
I'll
come
do
off
mine.
the edge of this, but that's fine. So
I'll
we'll do it again.
mine. Are you ready? Oh, Catherine.
Can you see the cells coming?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if mine's going to have the same effect. Shall I give it a go? I'm going to... Oh, look at that. Oh, I like that. OK, here I go. So just a little bit. Oh, I'm nervous. Ready? Woo!
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, I
wow.
love that colour.
Oh.
Oh, no, I do love that. Look at the cells
Do you
you've
like-
got.
Oh, my goodness, look at that. Oh, it's like a planet. Oh, I've got a little happy dance. A little
Yeah.
happy jig.
I've got to say, I'm loving the colours you use.
Oh,
I
thank
much
you.
prefer yours to mine.
Thank you. And when do you take the... And then you just take the...
When it's empty, you can then take the lid away, of course.
Oh,
and, do you know,
wow.
I mean, you could do
Oh,
more
my
with that.
days.
You could do what we did before with the serviette, but why would you? This is a different technique. That is, as it is, I just think that is absolutely lovely.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I'm into that. Yep.
Are you ready for another one?
Yeah.
We can do more. We can do more.
Let's
Right,
do more.
okay.
Let's do more. Right, okay. Brilliant.
So-
I need to get this down here so it can dry. I'm just going to make sure that everything is nice and
Yeah, where am I gonna
clean
put mine?
underneath here.
And just put my serviette out. I'm just
Pop
going
that on
to...
there. Right, okay. Now, it's $9.99 for any two metallics. I highly recommend the metallics because look at that. That is amazing, isn't it? Isn't that amazing? And you know what?
Love it.
Anybody can do this.
They can. That's
Anyone
the beauty
can
of
do
it.
this.
Yeah.
That's
And
amazing.
These are water-based as well, so, you know, these are safe for children
Yeah.
to get involved as well, so we're super... The kids are going to love this.
Oh, that's fab. Right, I'm going to
Right,
let
okay.
that dry.
Now, the next one, we are going to work again with our base coat. Have I got a black one? I have. I might go with black this time, just so it's a little bit different.
I'm such a messy crafter. I'm making such a mess here, but I will clean up. Now, if you have any questions on any of the products that we're selling, or any different methods, or maybe you've done some pouring, you want to show it us and you want to show Catherine, please do send the pictures in, email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. papercraft.com. Right, what are we doing now?
Okay, so on one of your rectangles, if you just put your base coat down, you don't have to go too thick with this one.
Okay.
If you're wanting to tip things around and get them to flow on their own, then you'd want a little bit more paint maybe on the surface, but we don't want it too thick
You're
on
going
this
for a
one.
dark colour.
Can I just say about those metallics as well, Janice, the more they dry, the more that sheen will come through.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's the most amazing effect. Okay, so I've gone with black. I don't know what colour you're going with.
Oh, sorry, blue.
That's okay.
I'm going to go for blue.
Okay.
That is a lovely blue, isn't it?
Because I've gone with black. Oh, I wish I'd got that craft store pink, but I
Are you
haven't, so
doing
I'm
it
gonna have to go with
over
a
the
different colour.
whole...
I'm going to go with... Yeah, I've done the whole thing.
Could I not do the whole thing? Could I add some, like...
Yeah, you can.
Or would you want the background the same colour?
It's entirely up to you. You can do different colours if you want.
What technique are we doing? And I might decide.
We're going to use some string. We're going to do two different techniques with string.
Are we? On the same
second
thing?
one, no, two
Okay.
separate boards. The second
Right.
one is going to be my favourite, hopefully.
All right, well, the first one then, I'm going to do what you say.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm going to move on
Oh,
to the
look
next
at this
step.
blue. Sorry, but look at that blue. That's black that Catherine's using there. but-
Right, I've just put 4 little drops of orange on. I'm going to go with some yellow as well. Let me go with the pink. No, the green would be good, wouldn't it? You don't have to go with 4 dots. It can be as many as you like.
Look at
See a little
that.
bit of the board underneath, but that's fine. That doesn't matter. Let's go with the lime green.
You'll notice, everyone, if you're quite astute, that Catherine is using a spatula and I'm just using a spoon because I didn't have a spatula. Right, okay, so we're blobbing.
Yeah. So you can do
right.
lots of little ones, or you can do slightly larger
Using
ones. It's
metallics or the
entirely
regular?
Up to you.
Using the metallics or the regular?
Do you know, let's go with some metallic as
Shall
well.
we?
Yeah, let's do
do it.
that. So I'm going to go with. Oh, I'm going to go with the pink. I think. The pink
I'm going to use
against
the
the
rose
black.
gold. Just blobbing.
Now you'll notice that the metallics are a little bit thicker, so you can mix some of the pouring medium with that if you want it more fluid. But do you know, it works really, really well because you get different effects if you've got this kind of the difference in fluidity, the different paints. Now, I brought with me this morning, because we were doing dyeing this morning, some cotton yarn, and it is just 100% cotton. It's what I used for crocheting with. But you could use string, you can use yarn, you can use, you know, it doesn't have to be a really smooth string or rough string. Anything will do as long as it's some sort of string or yarn. You can also do this effect with a chain. You know the sort of chain that you get on a tap?
Oh, yeah.
Not on a tap, on a...
Like a plug?
A plug on a sink.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can
Okey
also
dokey.
do that as well.
Right, so I've got some string here.
Yeah. Now, how many rows of colour have you got? Have you got 4?
I've got 4.
Right, so go with 4 pieces of string as well.
Okay.
Okay. And then all you're going to do is lay the pieces of string across those 4 colours.
Okay.
Okay.
These gloves get stickier the more you use them.
I
Or
re-
I've
I
put
really-
2 on 1. Does that matter? Shall I lift it up again?
Just lift it up and move it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I don't know which string to go with first. I don't think it really matters. You'll get different effects depending on how you're doing it. I think I'm going to go with the yellow one. There is another technique with string that I really want to get in before the end of the show. But what I'm going to do, so I do apologise if my arm's in the way a little bit. I'm going to get hold of both ends of the string and I'm just going to sort of swipe it.
Oh.
And lift.
Side to side. Yeah. Do I do
So
that?
yeah, you can do that. So you're going to get completely different effects. So you can just swipe it one way. You could just, don't press into it too hard. You just want to sort of play with those colours. If you go backwards and forwards a little bit, it will start to mix with the background colour.
Yep.
And you can see, again, these cells are starting to appear. I'm going to pull the other 2 from the other direction.
Notice how we go really quiet. We're concentrating. We're like, oh. Yeah, that metallic looks great.
And if you want to change anything, you can actually go back in and use that again. Now, you can really see where the cells are working here, and it's actually showing some of the background of the board, but I quite like that, so we're getting the white areas coming through as well. Now, if you were to take heat to that, you'll probably see the cells
form a little bit more. I've got my heat gun. While you're playing, Janice, I'll just put a little bit of heat on it. I can see them. Actually, I might not even need to do it. This area here, I don't know if we can see. Look at that. You can see where the mix is. You can see the yellow underneath. I'll just put a little bit of heat on it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if this heat gun is ideal, actually. It doesn't get... You can use a torch, or... You can also use hairdryers because that will move the paint as well. You can tip it, you can blow it, you can heat it, you can do those different things. I'm not going to overheat that because I quite like what's happening there.
Again, you'll notice Catherine's using a heat gun. I don't have one, so I'm blowing on mine.
The thing is, as well, if you heat that too much, you'll form a skin on the top, and then it will stop those cells coming through. I'm going to leave mine because I do like
That
the
looks
effect
nice
of
with the
those
black
cells
background.
coming through.
I like yours.
Okay, my favourite's coming up though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. There's mine. So, yeah, mine's shimmery.
Oh, you've got lots of metallic in yours.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah.
It's like a sea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, we're getting really, really busy on the metallics. They are absolutely beautiful to work with. And you get to choose any two. They make the difference. And I think, Catherine, with the metallics, that's, for me, when you see that real cell activity.
You do, don't you?
And when we say cell, it's like, how can we describe it? I suppose it's like, you know, when you see petrol on the top of water.
Yes,
and
yeah,
it kind
oil,
of starts
yeah.
to react to the water and separate.
Yeah.
It's like that, only not, because it's paint. I love that. Right, let me pop that under there. Now, Patty has sent us a picture of her paw. Oh, Patty!
Oh, now look at the cells in that.
That's amazing. Oh, Patty, that's amazing. I wonder if you use metallics in that.
I'm
What
loving the
great
blue
tech.
and
I
the
wonder how she
pink.
did that. That is I really, really like that one. It's like a snake skin. Oh, Patty, that's brilliant. That is absolutely fan-davidosi.
Thank you for sending that in.
Yeah,
that is
thank you.
amazing. Right, okay, we're going to use
Different string?
another rectangle. Yeah, we want some different string now. I'm going to suggest we go with maybe 3 different colours this time.
Why is you not... Why is you? Why haven't you made as much mess as me, Catherine? Just
I
out
don't
of
know.
asking.
I've no idea.
No, I've got no idea.
So 3 bits of string. You are going to use some plastic cups this time.
Okay.
You might need the end of that paintbrush just for...
Are we doing a
as
dirty
tool.
paw?
No, no, no.
Oh.
No, we're not. We are going to coat the background again first. I'm going to go with white again, just because I just like the effect that I'm going to get with the other colours. Janice, you can use a metallic in this one if you wish, or you can go with your standard paints. It's entirely up to you.
Right,
So a little bit of a background. I'm sticking with the white, as I say, for this one.
I'm going to do white then, so I want to copy you. Yeah.
Okay, I've got a black spatula, so I don't know if any of the colour's going to transfer, but it doesn't
I don't
matter.
have
I'll
a
get
spatula.
little
Do you know something? Actually, I've just put... I don't know whether you can see this white on white. It's going to be a bit difficult. Maybe if I lift it up to show you. Can you see that? Now, if that was a different colour... there you go. Yeah, I'd let that dry just like that, Catherine.
Yeah,
It's like
well, you
Jackson
can do. Yeah, you can.
Pollux, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, I'd like that. But I'm not going to leave it like that because I'm going to... But I do like... Do you know what? I like that. And then I'd put some metallics in there. I did a picture like that on my wall at home. Looked really good.
When you've put your background on, you're going to put a little... You're going to put a piece of string in 3 pots.
Yeah.
1 in each pot. Of course, you can reuse these. So if you are using plastic, you can reuse. I've gone already with a little bit of dark blue. I'm going to go with a pale blue. I seem to be sticking with the blues. Actually, I'm going to go with this green colour. What colour's that? Turquoise. I'm going to go with a little bit of the turquoise.
Now, the boards that we're using, we've had an email in asking what boards we're using. We're using the 7x5, and we have... and that also comes with the 4x4. So there you go. So you get 3 of each, £12.48. Pop these into your basket. You're saving £5, so you might as well to get that deal. 362586. These are the ones we're using. They're great sizes to work with, actually. They're not too big, they're not too small. They're just the right size for you. So if you want to go for those, £12.49. Right, so a bit of string
I've gone
in the cup.
Yes, I've gone with 3 colours, blues and greens. You can actually mix the metallic into those pouring paints as well.
Yeah.
So if you want a mixture of colour with the metallics, you can do that. So I might just put a little bit
Have
of
you put
silver
your string in yet?
Yeah, it's in the pot.
All the way in?
Yeah, all the way in, because
All
what
the
you
way.
want to do
Yep.
is make sure that that string is
Yep.
absolutely covered.
Okay.
So use the end of the paintbrush
We have got gloves on, so
I'm going to go for
hopefully
green.
things aren't going to be too messy.
I'm going to go for yellow.
Okay, let's hope we don't knock the string now. Now, without taking away all of the paint from the string, you're going to open that string out.
And then I'm going to go
so
for...
it's literally covered in paint.
Pink.
Okay, shall I do my first bit and then you can follow on?
Yep.
So I'm just going to dot this down and curl it, almost like a question mark. I mean, you can change how you do this. You don't have to do it exactly the same as I've done. But what I'm going to do then, while I've got that string on there, is I'm literally just going to drag that. And straight away, you will see those cells forming.
Let's have a look how you did that.
I'm going to do it again with the second colour.
Yeah.
So I've got a little bit of metallic in there, but the cells are already coming through.
Oh, I should have put metallic in.
So depending on how you coil that string...
Wait a minute, I'm going to put some metallic in, because I can't have you having metallic without being put away.
This technique actually uses very little of the paint.
It does.
We could have got away with a lot... Well, I could have got away with a lot less than I've already used, because...
Okay. Right,
there's
so...
spare, so
what
you
am I
can just
doing?
keep going with this.
The metallic makes it really nice, actually. Okay, so I've got the string, Catherine.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, it looks like I've cleaned out my plug.
So have you opened the string out?
Don't do this with your plug hole hair. It's not the same.
Okay.
Right, what we're doing?
So I did a question mark. You can do a different shape, the same shape.
Okay.
You can go... I'm just going to do exactly the same shape again, but a bit further down this time, just so you can see what I did.
Let me have a look.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, got you. Oh, you've done yours the other way. Hang on then.
You can do it whichever way you like.
I can do it whichever way I like. Let's put it that way. I'm going to do the question mark. Yep.
Yeah, you
Done
can
that.
coil it as much as you want.
Yeah.
And when you're happy with that, then you drag away. And the important thing is...
Towards me or away?
I'm doing it towards me.
Okay.
I think you'll find it easier. But just keep...
okay. I don't think I've pressed hard enough.
You need to keep the string into the paint. So I think, either your string's not painted enough or you've lifted the string as you've done it.
Let's have another go. Ooh,
Okay, well, I've got a third colour to go with.
I'm really getting messy here. Right, wait a minute. Oh, look at this. Look. This is going to make art, everybody, this little thing here. That's a piece of string. See, these gloves, they're too big. Right, so...
Blaming the tools, I don't know.
Hang on, sorry. I'm going to make it more painty.
Yeah, make it nice and
Dip it in there.
painty. When your string comes out of the pot, if you've got to open it out, that's when you're probably losing some of the paint. So just be careful not to. I mean, if you've got more paint in your pot, you could just almost just dip it in.
I'm making a right mess here. Let's add some more.
What are you doing?
I don't know, Catherine. I've got so much. I've got more on the counter.
Oh, I like the colours though.
Yeah, thank you.
I knew I should have kept that pink.
Yeah, I know you should have done.
Right, I'm going to go again with my third colour. And I'm almost just staying with the same sort of pattern and technique. I'm just going to move that up a little bit. So when you pull the string, Janice...
Yep. I'll pull your string if you're not careful.
Make sure that you keep it to the surface of your board, the string. So you need to almost drag it.
Oh, bless them. They're talking to me like I'm...
Have you done it? That's all right.
Yeah, I've not finished it yet. I've not finished it yet.
Okay.
It's like a flower look. It's like, oh, sorry, where you got? Look at this. Looks like I've dipped an egg. Looks like I'm
That's
cleaning.
really nice.
It looks like I'm cleaning up after breakfast. There's method in my madness, so that's just the start of it.
That's it, and you can just keep adding. And I've gone all in one direction with the pull of the string, but you could actually go in opposite directions, and that's going to continue to keep forming those cells there as well. I don't know if we can see it on the camera, but there's quite a few cells in there.
Now, we've only got 5 minutes left on the show. I don't know where the time goes, but you know when you're having fun, and that's what you're going to do. When you get these home, you're going to have a lot of fun. Right, I'm going to go for a bit more string. I've made this a bit more moist.
I did have a practice with the string before the hour as well, and this was just with one piece of string. But can I just show, if the camera can come on, so you can see how after leaving it a while, look at those cells, how they're forming now. So the longer you leave it, the more those cells are going to form. Are you all right? How long's your piece of string? Well, you're at the other end of the studio.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Let's get in there. It's that yellow. It's put me off. It reminds me of egg. Oh, yours is brilliant, Catherine. Mine's getting there. It'll start to react.
It looks good.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Yeah. I might get my fork and do so because that reminds me of egg.
Your fork.
Do you know what? I might just.
You could
try
tilt
it.
the fork and pour paint onto the fork and let it drip through the prongs.
That's what I'm thinking, but not yet.
Oh.
Let's get some of that and let's just drag that through.
Oh.
Do you like that? Look at that.
You could make a peacock feather like that.
I could.
With the
I could
different
really
colours.
show off me in a peacock. Look at that. Who knew? Who'd have thunk it? It does. It looks good. And then you were saying pour it through.
Well, I don't know if it works, but it's worth a try.
I'm going to give it a go. Just thinking what
Pour
are the
it
colours?
onto the
fork. Yes.
And let it run through the prongs.
That was my idea before we started. Don't worry.
Oh.
Probably not. Probably not. But everything, it's all worth a go. And everything.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, you can just tilt that now. Let everything just sort of slide and find its own pattern.
Now it looks like something out of well, who knows what it looks like, but
no, it's like a centipede.
Oh yeah. I think I've got something here. Look at that. See, just there. Yeah. Oh, it's a seahorse. It's a seahorse.
Oh, I think it looks.
I'm going to keep it flat. It's good, isn't it?
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good indeed. There.
Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting I'm the presenter. Sorry, I'm wondering why you're going quiet. Do your job, Janice. Sorry. How long have we got left? Oh, we've got about 2 minutes. I do want to keep playing though. Any other suggestions or techniques?
What else can we? Should we just do a slide
do it?
then? Let's do one that just put different colours on and let's just tip it around and see what we get.
Yeah, let's just do it.
So we can throw in some metallics. We can throw in.
Right, I'm going to throw in some.
I'm going to go with the black again.
I think I overpour.
Oh, do you know? I'm going to go with the metallic as the background.
I'm not. Should I have done a background? No. You don't have to do a background every time, or do you?
No, you don't have to.
You don't have to do a background every time.
No, because if you're going onto glass or something, you don't go with a background then. So you can, but it gives you more of the effect of the cells if you go with the base coat.
Yeah,
and it gives you a colour to correspond with or contrast with.
Move it in, and it might not look like anything, but I'm going to get there. And then I'm going to take my fork and I'm going to start wavering the line through. And then I'm going to get a nice marbly effect.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I'm just going with paint on one side, pink, yellow, and then let's go with that bright
I'm not going to
green
do the
again.
yellow again because that looks like egg. I don't want egg. White, where's my white? Where's my white?
Oh, I need some black.
My red. Oh no, the white's next to my red, says Adam. Thank you.
We're in the last
got 1
minute,
minute
Janice.
left. Yes.
Right, so I've just put my paint on one side, and then I'm just going to let that pour.
Oh, yours looks fun. Mine looks a mess now. Seriously.
And you can move it around however you wish.
I think just keep going until you think, oh, what a mess, and then stop. Oh, you're going to have so much fun when you get these home, but you do need to get them home. Choose between the metallics. You've got your pick and mix. You've also got your set of 6 if you want to go for that, and just have fun. Just have fun. Don't tip everything everywhere. Wear gloves. Gloves is always a good idea, but yeah. Have fun with your pouring. So it might be raining outside, but we're pouring in here. Catherine, that is amazing. That really is amazing. Mine is
just
okay.
great fun. It really is.
Mine's going to get there. Mine's going to get there. Catherine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are we seeing you later today?
Yes, I'm presenting it too.
Excellent. All right, we'll see you after the break. Oh, too much fun. Right, Stamps Away One Day Special is next. Paper crafting with Oakwood, and then we're back with the girls for Pink Ink Designs.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy and see what you can create with our stamps.
Have you ever wondered how to make your own little journals, your albums, your own little spine books full of memories, papers that you've got excess of and you don't know what to do with them? You like both sides. You can go big, you can go small. Nothing will stop you. You can bind them, you can glue them. It's all down to your imagination. You can turn them into cards, you can turn them into fronts. But what you're creating is memories, is what you're going to be putting together. Because time is precious. And keeping memories and keeping the memory alive is all what we achieve. How many photos have you got stored on your phone so far? How often do you go through them? Once a week? Once a month? Maybe never. Well, now creating journals and albums and exploding boxes, all with the help of Ali at hand, is what we now can achieve. Hey, you see? You see? I love my little story, but it's all true in what we say. How often do you make these albums? How often do you make journals? What, you don't make them? Well, oh yeah, because they're too hard. We all think the same, don't we? Because it's hard to, how do you, if I gave you and told you now, go make a journal, where would you start? Front cover, back cover, glue them together, I'm guessing. But I would say go and make a bound journal that looks professional, that looks like you've been and gone and bought it, but only use the stuff in your house. Maybe you only use coffee filters. Maybe only use a seashell. An actual seashell that we have turned into a book. A proper bound book. How about if I said, get your nuts out? Pop your nuts out and turn your nuts into a book. Yes, you can turn your nuts now into a book. All we need is a little bit of hope. But I'm not alone. I've been dying to do that joke since last night.
I suddenly realised, why did I make that sample?
I'm not alone. You should have left it at the front. Ali's here as well.
Good afternoon.
I'm loving your nuts.
Well, thank you.
You've got very clever nuts.
Baking in a nutshell.
Oh,
You see what I
Ali always brings it back. Always brings it back. It is true what I say. If I said to anyone out there now, go and make me a bound book that looks professional, but you're only allowed to use the stuff that you have currently got in your home, I wouldn't know where to start.
Junk mail's great.
Just a random flipping comment.
Yeah, no. But the fold-up menus that come through the door, they're brilliant. They're pages.
Yes.
The free newspaper, not that you get them, but if we get a businessy one, that's great. Because if you want to then stick paper into it so you can write on it or gesso over it, but you can literally make that. I've got books here that are made from maps. You've seen coffee filters, bits of plastic. The tall one in front of you that we thought you might need a step to see over is made from a cardboard box and plastic packaging to do the cover, because if you look at the cover you can actually see where the hole is for hanging it up when it was on.
Oh yeah, it's there, look.
Yeah. So that's a cardboard box now. And then if you look at the pages inside, you have got literally all sorts. So, maps.
Maps that are in there, bits of newspaper that you've got in there.
Wallpaper.
Lovely wallpaper, like a little swatch book. Magazines that you've got in there as well.
Bathroom catalogues, because that's what I had at the time.
But this could be your little scrapbook, this could be your memory book, this could be your wedding planner book that you want to go and make.
Leonie was saying, when you go on holiday and you pick up all the leaflets of the things you're going to do, use them to make books. Because you can either make them into the cover or you can make them into the pages.
So now, that birthday book that you want to make with all those memories that you've got for all those little cards that you don't know what to do with, cut down the cards and keep everything inside your own book, but you have made the book. And how professional do they all look? They look absolutely stunning. But it's the size. Is it really possible, or is this just telly we've done this? You can go from this to this.
Yeah, it's exactly the same technique.
But all using everything that's in the one-day special. I haven't got to buy added extras. I haven't got to buy a smaller version of what we've got.
No, it's just, I mean, to be fair, the cradle that's in the one-day special makes the smaller books really easy, because you imagine trying to hold that. It gives you like an extra pair of hands. The bigger one, you might need to move it along the cradle to you know, have the gap to make your holes, because that's what the cradle's for, is to help you make the holes.
I love it.
But then once you've got that, away you go.
There is a reason why 65% of the stock has already gone. I've not seen some of these samples, they're amazing. £49.94. Let me tell you what you're getting when you go to Ali. I'll have a little flick through myself. So you are getting, you're getting your book press, so this is the main,
Well, no, the book press is, you use... Everything within the one-day special is used in different ways. So what we've done is we've put a collection together which should allow you to make hundreds of different books. So the book press is used if you want to cover, say, for example, some card with fabric. Voila. So that allows you to apply even pressure. If you're doing a notebook one where you want to peel the pages off and you run the glue down a wad of paper, you use a book press. If you've made a particularly bulky book and your folds aren't great, you pop it in the book press to flatten it all down before you use it. But you can also use your book press to press flowers to go in your book, or to press things into clay to go in your books.
They are beautiful. You were telling me this was an old cushion?
Old little clutch bag.
Hence what all
the tassels and the bookmarks are all part of the drawstring of the bag.
So it's all there, but look how flat. So that is where you get your press from. See, there's no bumps, there's no wrinkles, there's nothing. It's absolutely stunning, and it's as it was. And then you get that super smooth on the back. So it's literally like the material that you're putting onto your paper, it all becomes one, as it were, rather than the glue that you
nice,
get.
Even pressure.
So that is your book press. Once again, so many things you can do with the book press. Then you've got your book cradle that you've got. I was going to call it a crest. Your book cradle that's on here. And this is how we pierce the holes. This gives you the holes dead in the centre.
Get dead in the centre. It makes it easy because you're not having to try and line it up while poking into a sponge or a piece of dough or something like that. You've got a guide to help you if you want to have evenly spaced holes. I do a lot of them freehand because of the way you stitch. You've also got your needle in there. You've got some binder clips, which again are just the equivalent of giving you an extra pair of hands. They'll hold pages in. If you've got odd shaped pages or odd sizes, you know, you pop a clip on and it just holds it while you're piercing, stitching, etc.
So that is all there. That cradle set sold out individually. The only way of getting this now is going for the one-day special. It all comes flat pack as well, and it's very easy to put together, as my memory serves me correctly. From there, we then move on to the grey board. So you're getting grey board. So this is for our covers. So we're getting everything we need straight away in this kit.
The reason we've put grey board in is if you do want to do sturdy covers, but you've also got like super sturdy ones, because what else we've got in the one-day special is templates for doing fancier books, like exploding books and things like that. So having a bit of grey board. Also on the DVD, you learn about making Jacob's Ladder books, and you need sturdy board for that. So we put some in.
But then you're also getting a full DVD as well in there. So this is literally like you in our homes guiding us through step by step.
So we start with traditional stitching and how to do spines, how to attach books inside so that you don't have the stitching on the outside, how to make covers out of unusual things. You know, working with materials such as acetate, stitching beads in, all of that is covered in one section, and then the other section is using the templates and some other book styles that are just using folding and things like that. So you've got some techniques as well for doing different styles of books.
And we're still not finished yet. We've still not finished. On top of all of that, we're also going to throw you in 4 templates as well that are going to give you different styles of cards and different styles of, well, we say cards, but they can be whatever you want them to be.
We call these more albums because they're designed to have space to put photos in. So actually, the ones you're holding up there, the maze books, they're covered on the DVD because if you look, they're all different sizes, and it's just a folding technique, and it means that you can do them in any size you want. So I could have a giant one if I wanted, but I've made little ones, and I've gradually got graded sizes so that just to make a little stack I thought looked really cute.
So that is just one style that you've got. So that's a sort of exploding sort of book. Then we've got exploding boxes that we've got in here. So you've got the boxes, but then inside these you have matching books to go with everything that's in there. From there, we then move on to using the same template that you've got, just fold it in a different way. I love this one. These make cracking little like baubles, I thought last night when you see them, because they do all close all the way down, and you could fasten them that way, should you so wish. From there, what you've then got, no one saw Ali, gloss over. What you've then got is you've also got little pockets that you can put everything in to the tiny little pockets that you've got. From your little pockets, though, we then move on. These remind me of one of them. Remember one of them?
Yes.
Every time I see them.
Fortune tellers or something. Pick a number, was that all you heard in school? Choose a colour and you'd have to spell it out.
Pick a number, yellow, and then you spelt yellow, and then what was it? You stink. Something like that. But then it all folds out. So if you like building a scene, and you've got your little scene builders, you could start building a scene with these as well. Once again, nice for Christmas cards. Even if you did 2 of those, they remind me of a star.
Yeah.
Sorry. Even if you did 2 and you came one the other side as well, you've got those beautiful stars.
And also, it is available, well, within the template, you can also do it circular. So there's some two circle ones behind. Oh. So you could actually put 2 back to back and make a complete ball.
So you could either go that route, and then you put another one on the back, and you've got a lovely little disco ball that's going on, if you want to do. Little shelves, and we've still not finished. From there, we then move on to your ephemera as well. It's like a marathon, this picture. All the way down to your ephemera. Now, this is only available in the one-day special.
This was designed specifically for the one-day special. It's all things to complement your journals. So you've got the tabs, you've got the corners, so you can give that antique look. But then my very, very favourite one is the journal accessories, which is your paper clips,
How
your
realistic does that look?
bulldog clips, your hole reinforcers, aged sticky tape.
I love this.
Because I love aged sticky tape, but it's no longer sticky, so you can't use it.
You can't use it.
You end up
anymore,
gluing it on to fix the object.
But this is literally a sticker that's held in it. This is the one that got me because I thought it was real. That paper clip is a sticker.
So they actually still flick up. They're not attached, so they're not glued to the page.
They are just attached with a sticker. That's what you're getting in your one-day special. Once again, you can see why we're busy on this. 2 flexible payments of £24.97 at 70% of this massive bundle. Oh, I nearly went then. But already gone. 70%, everything you're looking at. And look at the saving that you've got there as well. £31. It's nearly 40% off is what you're getting here. 790416 is your item number. You've got your press. You've got your cradle to make your holes, so you know they're going to be perfect every single time. You've got Ali holding your hand all the way through the process. You've got 4 of the brand new stencils that we've got in there as well. You may have saw some of the others this morning. These are different to what you saw this morning. Making 4 different style cards. You can make from the largest of A4 folders down to the tiniest of books that you've got in there, whether it be journals, exploding boxes. You get everything. And in theory, because you've got your press, you can do so much more. You can make your own notelet paper, should you so wish, the ones where you tear across the top. You can flower press those flowers, that beautiful flower that you want from that garden, but you want it pressed because you want it in a journal. You can also do that as well. There is so much that you can do with this. And there's an email that was sent to Leonie last night from Terry Kim that's got here, that's got something like this, that bought it before, but scared to use it and didn't want to use it because they totally forgot how to use it. It is such a simple process. I think the only fall with this is you have to wait for the glue to dry.
Yeah, and if you're stitching, actually, that's a really good one because you don't have to wait for that.
So if you're stitching.
The stick and the folding boxes, they're really good because you can get straight on.
Because you can craft. And that's what we want as crafters, isn't it? As a crafter, you don't want to be waiting for things to dry. Well, you haven't got to.
The press, using it for flower pressing. I've got some lovely flowers. I put it in copy paper, kitchen towel, some cardboard, put it in my press. After an hour, I tightened it down so they were even flatter, and then I thought, I best Google, how long do flowers have to be in a flower press? 10 days. Oh. So I took the wadge out, popped in the microwave for a minute and dried them out, because I'd already flattened them, so I just needed to dry them out. A minute in the microwave and some kitchen towel. Perfect.
All done. And then these are the results that you're getting. So obviously that is just literally pressed and microwaved for a minute. Read your own instructions. Don't put anything metal in there.
What microwave, if that helps anybody?
There you go. Or just contact Ali, she'll tell you. Then those are your flowers with gesso over the top as well, with our sticker ephemera that we've also got on the show shop ahead for that. 790416 was your item number. Was that for the big one? That was for the big one-day special. Your bookbinding glaze that you may want to go for is now limited stock. So it's limited stock, but do not I'll start that sentence again. Do not let that put you off. Ali, obviously, this is the right tool for the job.
Yeah, for just attaching embellishments inside and everything, you just use your normal glue. Where this comes into its own is if you're covering the board or you're putting the page on the inside and you want it to go nice and smooth, even coverage, this is where you use your bookbinding glue.
It's worth having a little go. £11 and
concentration
99 pence. Don't tell people what I do during this still. 0480. I was just playing with another sample. 048072 is your item number. £11 and 99 pence. See, Ali, you're such a pro. I haven't got to concentrate. I just let you go. Just wind you up and let you go. Right, we are coming to you this Sunday. What are you up to?
Right. So while we've been talking, I've been running a piece of card over my closed scissors so that it's becoming really flexible, because I want to make a suede effect cover for the next book I'm making. I'm making the same as the pendant one, but I'm making it a little bit bigger, only because I thought it was more fair on director Jimmy, so that he could actually see what I was doing, because you can make them really tiny, but obviously you need to be able to see. So I'm messing up my card, and then I'm going to get my extremely small thumbnail, and I'm going to separate my card down and take a layer off it, and it reveals all these lovely fibres inside. So now I've got my leather effect cover, suede effect cover, to go on my book. Okay, so I'll pop that to one side, and then I've just got a few bits of book page cut quite small. You can make these up to this thin paper. You could sort of probably go 12 sheets, but I'm only going to do a few just because I want to show you what you have to do. So you fold them in half.
Do you have to fold each one individually, or could you do a massive one? Otherwise you get that fan.
I wouldn't do two. You will get the fan as your, but you can either leave it like that, depends what you're doing, or you could tear the edges, or you could trim them with a guillotine. But do that right at the end before you put it in the cover. I tend to, on a small book like this, not worry too much, because when you start stitching, it's going to pull it all tight and everything. So I've done a few pages there. So I'm going to bring my cradle in, and this one, I'm not going to stitch through the cover. I don't want to see my stitching on the outside. So I'm going to put my cover to one side, and I'm going to pop my pages in there. Now this odd looking comb goes over the top. That gives you like a pair of hands to hold your pages flush in the bottom there.
Okay.
Also, I don't even know how he did it, but my husband worked out where he needed to cut the groove to, so that when I run my needle through those, it puts the perfect holes in.
That's good.
So you don't have to use that if you wanted. So say, for example, I wanted to put 5 holes in, I could come in and put an extra hole. But what I find really handy is the fact it holds the pages in place for me. And also, if you're not confident, it just helps you space your holes out.
You see, so everything is part of this bundle, everything in there. Just to let you know now, the bookbinding glue has now sold out. We have got it back. We're going to see what we can do. We haven't got it back yet. So it's worth having a little look. So give me a minute on that one. I will see what I can do with your bookbinding glue. £11 and... Oh, I won't give you the details because I ain't got none. So... Don't pull it in. But everything's in that cradle, so all that cradle, it does all the work for you. Everything has been thought out, so and you even get the needle as well, so we haven't even got to go and find a needle.
No, and did you notice I used the needle to pierce the holes?
Pierce holes.
So if you're not happy holding a needle to pierce a hole, you can use a pokey tool, you can use an awl, you can, anything that you can. And we're also saying last night, if you wanted to say, sew your book together with string, like I have on the cardboard one, use your cradle to make your initial holes, and then if you need to enlarge them, use a larger tool to make them, so then you can go through with ribbon or whatever. But I just use this, and this is my original ball of thread that has stitched all these books, bar the one that's done with the string. All the rest are stitched.
Words, you get a lot for your money.
I can't remember how many yards it is, but you know, it just... So all I've done is I've gone through the middle hole. I'm going to go up. On my pendant one, I actually put a bit of ribbon to help me attach it to the cover. I'm going to do a cheats method on this one, and I'm just stitching. So up.
So do we need to do a knot? It sounds a silly question, but do we need to do a knot first?
No, you just leave a trailing edge.
Okay.
Okay, then you go back through, so you go across the middle, and then you come back up the middle, and you try and get your needle to go the opposite side of the middle thread to your tail. And then you can knot across, and it secures across that middle one. This has just got 3 holes in. I only tend to do 3 holes on very small things. Even my pendant one, I actually did 5 holes on just because I could. So I just put extra holes in.
You can really do this with absolutely anything and everything, as we've seen
on the
from shells.
On the DVD, I take you through how to create a cover out of anything, and then that's where you use the ribbon on the spine of your little book, because then that's easy to attach inside anything.
Really is amazing.
So if you had done the ribbon like I did, I must have done that at 8 o'clock last night. It's all sort of melded into one now.
It sort of does. Welcome to my world.
You then can use that to attach inside the cover, but I'm actually, because this is such a small book, I can cheat, and I'm going to apply a little bit of glue to the front cover and the back page, and then when I put that inside, push it up to the fold, close that over the top, and now my little book is attached to its cover.
Look at that.
And it's the teeniest, tiniest feels like leather, and then you can ink that up, you can add your embellishments, you could put a metal corner on it, although they're a little bit big for this book. But in the pick and mix ephemera, you've got small versions of those which would work on mini books.
So you can use the mini books as well. So you can go from your paper. From there, we can then also start looking at our sort of acetate books that you want to do. Is this acetate or laminate?
It's acetate. It's really thick acetate. It's what we use with the performer. It's the forming plastic. I use it for everything. But notice the stitching on the spine. As I've come out of the book, I've threaded beads on. Top tip, said this earlier because I didn't do this. Get your bead and the needle you're going to use and make sure it passes through before you start stitching, because otherwise if you've chosen all your beads and you get to that bit and the needle doesn't pass through, you have to unthread your needle, poke it through the bead, rethread your needle.
Yeah.
So check first.
Do check first, but it does give you another look, a totally different
I think
look.
with the acetate, it's really nice because you can see the beads as you're looking through the book.
I love it. It's a nice look at. So if this is like a little travel journal, maybe, or you've got places to put those little family memories and pictures and words and scribbles and even little handprints for little ones and things like that. But it's absolutely stunning. So that's just one way you could do it. From there, you could just make your normal jotters if you just wanted a normal jotting book. Maybe you've got watercolour paper that you want to turn into a book. You can now do that. From there, we can turn it into sort of another journal, so scrap little book. I like this one, sort of piratey. That you've got with all your tear paper. So there is really no boundaries to where you can go.
And by tearing the edges, you know, we were saying about, making sure all your edges are lined up. Obviously you can, but you don't have to. So if you're making it for you and you want it to have that feel, if you're going to have things hanging over the edge of the page, don't worry about making your pages all, embrace them all sticking out at different angles. That one's nice because you've got a cascade. So you've taken something that if you fold it in half is quite small, but then when you fold them all in slightly different ways, you've extended the size of your book, really.
So look at that. Remember, you can go from that to ones like these. I think this is absolutely beautiful. Maybe you're going to use this as little swatches of your papers, so you know what your papers are. Maybe you've got tiny little stamps that you want to display. Scraps of paper, this would be perfect for those little scraps.
I have used so much of my scraps box, it's been fabulous, because you can either start with the size of the piece of paper. If you've got a piece of paper you really want to use, that's your starting point for what size your book is, or like something like the walnut shell, that determined what size my book was.
I absolutely love it. And they're saying it in my ear, I think they said it was a joke, but it would work, that you could use it as sort of like a burger bun. You could go to town with the coloured edges of your papers, like with your lettuce and your tomatoes, and that could be menus from where you've been. And if you do run like a small cafe or somewhere like that and you are printing your own menus, this is the perfect way to go now.
The one sample I didn't get a chance to do, I'd got one of those in-car air fresheners that looks like a little jar, and when I looked, it comes apart into two parts, and I thought that would make a fabulous journal, because the two halves are going to make your cover. I just didn't get a chance to do it, because I thought, oh, you could then do sweetie paper or something inside it. It'd look really, like yeah. Didn't get a chance to do that.
Possibilities.
On my list.
Well, you better be quick with the list. 80% now. 80% of the stock has now already gone. Not only do you get the way to make your books, you're also getting your templates in there as well to make your cards that you have got. There are so many possibilities when you get this home. £24.97 across 2 flexible payments is what you're looking at. A saving of £31 is what you're saving on this. Now, if you want the book press on its own, this has been busy on its own as well. £15.99 is what you're looking at for the book press, all on its own. Well worth getting, though. Maybe you're thinking, oh, I'll have the book press, thank you very much. You can also get that book press, which is there. From there, the glue, I'm now hearing, we've now got it back in stock. So if you want your bookbinding glue, it will be dispatched from the 28th is what you're looking at with this one. So the 28th, your item number is 048072 is your item number. Now, we're going to look at Pick and Mix Ephemera. Now, this is the first time I've done the larger sheets. You are getting, choose any 2 of the Pick and Mix extra large sheets of adhesive ephemera. 6 sheets in total is what you're getting, because you get 3 sheets in each set. Each, oh, that could be anything then. Each set, that was close. Each set is the same. As in, so you get 3 sheets of the same design. So it's not different sizes, it's all 3 sizes the same that you're getting in there. But there is so much you can do with them. Everywhere I look, you can see what you can do. Things like, this looks amazing, look at this. Just look in the back of that, like a cathedral window that you've got in there. How beautiful is that? And I'm guessing on the front as well, this bit here, is that ephemera as well?
Yeah,
It
and the
looks
great
stamped.
thing is, if you had a paper that had that design, you're then trying to have to line that up to fit where you want it. I build the MDF, then put the ephemera in, so it goes exactly where I want it. The only thing when you're doing that is you have to think like it's a piece of paper. Don't be tempted to put it smack bang in the middle because it kind of looks false. So always put it off to the edge. Don't be afraid to trim a bit of the ephemera off so it appears to be hanging off the side of the paper and things like that.
It works tremendously well. Look at this. But it genuinely looks like it's part of the paper, like you've gone on with your stays on and stuff like that.
Yeah, what I found, again, with this, is I've started using up my old papers. You know when you've bought a pack of paper and you've used all your favourites out of it and you're left with the ones that maybe are a bit near?
Yeah.
This is where you use them because you put these over and you suddenly make your own designer papers. Most of these papers I've used are probably 10 years old, and if you looked at them just as they normally are, you're like, a bit dated. But you can bring them up to date with this layering of the different elements.
It's worth having a go. It's absolutely beautiful. I love these. I absolutely love it. £9.98. 6 sheets in total is what you're going to be getting. 365043 is your item number. Let's look at the designs on the website that you're going to get in there. So you've got the vintage adverts that you've got, which is absolutely beautiful. Then you've got the time, which is your pocket watches. Then you've got your vintage journals. That's like your handwriting, your feathers and your quills that you've got. Then you've got your bottles. I love the bottles, love them, because you can do so much with a set of bottles. From there, you've also got your architecture, so there's like your stained glass windows, you've got your dragonflies, you've got your florals, and you've also got your butterflies as well. Remember, they are clear, so anything that you put them onto, you'll be able to see what's underneath.
Yeah.
So do remember that. So if you are going to put them on acetate, they are literally going to look like a clear bottle, which would be absolutely beautiful. £9.98. But then we've got some others. I can bring this sample back in because it proves my point. So you go from the large. Now, the ones on the bottles that you're seeing here are from this pick and mix collection. So these are from the words. These are choose any 3 pick and mix self-adhesive ephemera sheets. You're going to get 9 sheets in total is what you're going to get, because each set has 3 sheets on the inside. But there is so much in this collection. Things like old family photos. Obviously, they're not your family, but no one needs to know any of this. From there, you've got the tag drawers, which I also like. My favourite is coming up. This is my favourite, the crackle.
Yes.
Because it gives you that instant crackle look on a large sort of sticker.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can bend it round anything. I love using crackle paint, but it's really hard. It's great on flat surfaces, but really hard when you're trying to do a bottle or something, because the way you brush it, it reacts in different ways. But with this, you can wrap it round the bottle and it will look like it's... All my antique bottles aren't really antiques at all.
Well, this is... And whatever paper you put in this, if you've got aged paper underneath it, even tea stain... Speaking of tea stain, you've got your marks there. Seen this, Adam. But even if you go like your tea stain papers and stuff like that, it's going to give you that age look because you've got that instant crackle. Because remember, they are see-through stickers is what you're looking at. Here's my producer's favourite sample that you've got at the moment. She loved the crackle that you've got on here, and she loved the bottle shape because it looked a vintage bottle. But in fact,
it's a balsamic vinegar bottle.
Balsamic vinegar. It's literally a balsamic vinegar bottle, but my producer literally thought it was age old. I mean, it's not a modern day bottle that she's got there. £11.99. 262145 is your item number. Jump to the website to see more of the designs that you've got there as well. There are so many. You've got I can never say it.
Apothecary.
That's the one. You've got those in labels. You've got butterflies as well. You've also got crackles. You've got your blueprints, which is nice. You've got your dirty cups that's on there. You've got your ticker tape. So there's all like little sentiments in there. You've got your vintage photos. You've got your type it. You've got you can read them. You know what you've got. Luggage labels. I like the luggage labels because if you've got an old suitcase, they would work perfectly.
We've got the ones that are like go around your handle on so you've got a natural cover to a journal as well, because they will wrap round and you can go around the spine. I've used the large ephemera a lot on spines. The words appear on a lot of spines of the journals as well.
I like them because they all work together. It really does work together. Have a little look at that, and you've also got your photo shoot as well. Right then, £11.99, you're getting 9 sheets in total. Shall we go back for another demo? Let's go back for another demo. I think this time we're using the templates, am I right?
We are. So we're using the star book. Now you'll notice the star book has a curved bit on, so to do the circle one. To do the circle one, you need a 12 by 12 sheet of paper. To do the square one, it fits on A4. So I have got a random size of piece of paper, but you can lay the template down and straight away see, yeah, it's going to fit. So I'm going to draw around the template, just very simply, and then these markings here are just for you to do your panels that go inside, your decorating panels. We include them because all of these are weird shapes and sizes. You know, you're dealing with triangles and circles and quarter circles and things. So it's just easier if we give you the layering templates. Also, because they're see-through, you can position them over photos, maps, or anything that you want. To do a full star card, you need to cut out 4 of these. I'm only going to do 1 just because me doing 1 or me doing 4, you'll see the same method. Okay. And you can either do them out of completely different papers or you can do them out of the same. Doesn't matter. Just whatever you fancy.
This is sort of the finished look that we're going for. That's how much our director loves it. He saw it twice. So it opens out, so you've got little scenes that you've got in there, so you can have your own little scene if you so wish, but then it will all open out. How beautiful is that? Maybe you're going to use it as a table centre. So you're going to have it as a little table centre that you've got in there. Maybe it's going to be little photos. You could turn them into like little picture frames.
Yeah.
If you've got those, something like air dry clay and stuff like that, you could really work. You could really go to town with these, and they all flat pack. So if you are going to send them, it's not going to cost a lot to send them because they do go really, really thin. There you go. Let's go back.
Right, I forgot to score a line, so I'm just lining my template back up, and I'm just going to score it. This is the great thing with a template. I forgot.
Is this the same one where you get the template for the half circle one as well?
Yes. So that's what the curve is, but then you have to just move the curve around so that we can make the template fit on an A4. So that is your basic shape. See, folds up. So I'm just going to glue. I tend to glue these on the inside of my triangle. It's all explained. I cover them in the DVD and you get written instructions as well. But I know some people prefer to see, you know, it's a lot easier to point and show something.
Yeah, than it is to... No, it's very
so
true.
there's your, so you would just make 4 and you just join them back to back. And all I do when I'm gluing them back to back is I make one, peg it at the bottom there, then I make the next one, glue it on and just expand the peg till all 4 are done, and then they will rotate round. But I just wanted to show...
Even one, though, even that looks nice on its own to make a lovely little card.
So, can we see in there all right? Yeah, we can. I was going to add one of the architecture ephemera because it lends it, so I'm going to just turn it a little bit. This won't be lined up perfectly because obviously I'm doing it from over the top, which isn't the easiest view, but you'll get the idea.
You do however you want. If it's easier for you, then we'll look at the end.
Yeah, well, because it'll still look cool.
Look at that. It's so subtle, but it works.
Yeah, it just breaks up. So you could have, so say for example, the window, you could cut it in half, put half in there, half there. Or if you're not confident doing that, before you glue your card together, dismantle it, you could actually put put that down, then rescore the line and fold it so it looks like the window's in the corner.
I love it. I really do. The possibilities are endless for these. I've just seen this one as well. Using like little bit. Oh my word! Look at this.
I've used a lot of old maps because it's quite a flimsy paper, but when you've got a structure like this, it has an amazing strength.
So using the map that you've got there, how beautiful is that? Then you put your photos over the top, and because we've all got loads. They change the A to Z weekly, it feels like. So you've all got them around there somewhere. If not, Grandad will have loads of them. So have a little rummage and have a little delve.
See that map there? I got that from a charity shop. If you look at the back cover, and it had obviously been on somebody's wall for so many years. It had turned that beauty. I mean, you couldn't make it that colour. It must have been on the wall for years and years and years. It's fabulous to use. There's no way I could have aged a map up to that colour. It should have been browns and greens, you know.
But it's now, and this is the one as we said, to look, so you can make. As I said, and I can't stress it enough, the only boundaries with this is your imagination, in theory. The world really is your oyster.
Yeah, oyster shells, they'd be good.
Oyster clamshells. Go to town, really. Go to town. Whatever you can find around your home, in theory now, you could turn into a book. You could turn into... let me show you some more. Things like this, and we're going to do one of these very, very shortly, but these are...
Other way.
Oh, Jim missed it. So literally, it folds down all on itself.
When we were young, these were the toys we had.
Oh.
Kept us quiet for hours.
Look at these. They still do them now, though. And when Ali showed me this morning, we used to have them on the ships, and they used to be wallets.
Yeah.
And you'd put your money in, and then you'd turn your money out, and the money had gone, and so we didn't get robbed. So it looked like your wallet was empty. But that's what they're for. But you can do this. You can create this, and all of this is in your one-day special. 2 flexible payments of £24.97 across 2 flexible payments is what you're looking at. Can we make to sell?
Yeah. As long as what you're making it out of, so don't start making it out of wrapping paper from superheroes or something.
True.
So as long as what you're making it out of, yeah. So go for, you know, safe things like old books and stuff like that.
So you can't go wrong, and you can't go wrong. You can make the sell as well. We are now over 80% of the stock has already gone. 790416 is your item number, and it's on flexible payments as well. You do not think about flexible payments. You don't know what flexible payments are. Have a little look at this.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
It will. It will make your shopping experience easier. Now, remember, we are talking about the one-day special. Good afternoon if you have just joined us. You are in for a treat. We are talking stamps away, and we are talking a massive bundle. We are talking ephemera that you can now only get inside this kit. It was made purposely for this kit. We are talking greyboard to make the front and back covers of your books that you're going to be creating. We are talking your press as well, which we'll get onto this in a moment because we've got a little demo on that one. We've also got your cradle. Now, how do you work your cradle? Your cradle gives you the hole, so you can now bookbind anything together. And you can only get the cradle now in the one-day special. You get enough twine to make all of the books that you are currently seeing on set at the moment, and I have a lot behind here as well, and more. Okay? You also get a DVD that's going to hold your hand and show you. How many projects are on the DVD?
Oh, it's sort of endless because there's 2 main sections. There's 6 projects of the albums with a twist. But in terms of the binding the books, I show you 5 different techniques, but then it's like, oh, you can also do this. You can, because I sort of rab it on a little bit.
So the possibilities,
shocked by that.
The possibilities are endless with this one. Not only are you getting the DVD, we're also going to throw in the templates as well, which is, I've never seen these templates before. This is the easiest way of now creating cards, exploding boxes, frames, journals. It's really easy, and it's no faff. When you think templates, you think, oh, it's going to be cutting, I'm going to have to do measuring, I'm going to have to draw here, there's going to be lots of little bits. No. You can make everything that you're seeing here, from the tiniest of books to the most exquisite boxes. Let me open this one at the bottom. So you've now got all of these that will open up. You are creating, this is what you are creating, little books that you've got in there. All this will fold up and then store away again. So you've got all of those. We've also got your exploding stars that we've got, that you can also turn into exploding half circles that you've got in there as well. We've also got books that look like this. Look at this.
That's your diamond concertina, which is one of the templates.
Your diamond concertina that you've got is absolutely beautiful. And that, remember though, if that was flat, you stick that back cover down, that could be part of your journal. That could come out and pull out as part of your journal. Well, they all could, to be fair, if you wanted them to be. Should we move back down? Tim's emailed in at Kim. Oh, sorry, Kim. Called you Tim. Hiya, Kim. I hope you're well. She's saying, what is the largest book I can put in the cradle? Yeah, what's the largest book you can put in the cradle?
Right, so if you want it all fully supported along, where it's 10 inches. But if you're say, for example, you wanted to do a 20-inch book, what I would do is put the first 10 inches in. Thank you. Do that, pierce my holes, then move it. Obviously, it wouldn't have that bit on. Then move it along and do the next. You could keep going and going and going and going. So it could be as big as you want. Because that's all that is there to do, is to support while you mark out. If you're doing a massive one, obviously you wouldn't necessarily be able to use your comb bit. So I would just, your middle page, I would mark out where you want your holes to be, just with a pencil. And then you just pop that bit in, pierce your hole, move it along, pierce your hole. We could do one as long as this counter, as long as you can fold the paper. There's a limit to how many times you can fold a piece of paper.
Well, I suppose there's also a limit on the paper you can find.
Yes.
I suppose if you're doing like a flip chart, first of all, well done. Second of all, that's a big old needle you're going to need. But you, in theory,
yeah,
could turn a flip chart paper into a book.
Yeah, as long as you can physically handle it. Because all you need to put in the cradle at any one time is one hole at a time, if you need to, because you can just move it along.
And remember the thickness of the paper, because you get the guide to the pen, but if you need to make the holes bigger, you can also do that as well.
Some of these were done without the guide. Oh. Because you can just, hang on, let me just grab some, I don't know what paper I've got, just to show. I'm breaking all the rules there. So I'm just popping that in. Where's my needle?
Oh, Ali just goes willy-nilly, look, willy-nilly.
But you'll see I have to hold it, which obviously when you're using the guide, but I've still... So the guide is just an extra pair of hands, but you don't have to use it. So therefore, if I had gone the other way...
So would you say start with the guide and then work your way into...
Yeah, the guide just gives you an extra
motion.
pair of hands, yeah. So let's just do this one. So I'd start with the middle, because you always want a middle hole. Then move the middle to the end and do an end one and then some even ones in between. Move it back the other way, end one. Obviously I'm just doing this by eye.
There you go, Kim.
To any length you want to do it.
Choose your length, Kim. Choose your length. The choice is yours. You choose your length. The world is your oyster, as it were. But don't take too long, Kim, to choose your length, because we're approaching 85%. Have I shown you my nuts? Look, I love this. I absolutely love my little nut, my little walnut. My nuts full of hope.
I had a little nut tree. Nothing would it bear. Isn't that a children's rhyme? No, you're looking at me confused.
I don't know. I just thought... I didn't know what was going on, to be honest. Just looked at me and said, if I had a nut tree. Yeah, I thought it was if I was a rich man as well. I was just going to go do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. No, it's not that one?
No.
It is a rhyme, apparently.
Thank you,
I had a
thank
little
you.
nut tree. Nothing would it bear but a silver nutmeg and a golden pear. The king was... What? The king of Spain's daughter came to visit me, and all for the sake of his little nut tree.
There you go.
There you go.
That's what we'll put in the next nut.
Wow, the king of Spain showing his nuts. Now, let's crack on, because we could be taking off air at any point at the moment. Yes. Oh, Kim says thank you. Thank you, Kim. I blame Kim for that. She sent us off on a tangent about her length. It was all Kim's fault.
I don't think we can blame Kim.
I'm blaming Kim. If I get pulled into a meeting, you're going to be on a Skype call with me as well. You're coming in with me.
Moving swiftly back to what we were doing.
Yes.
While we've been talking, I've just been flattening out a bit of terracotta air dry clay. I've loosened...
Loosen your nuts.
I've adjusted my book press so that the wing attachments are slightly raised. Now, I cheat here. I turn it over so that
That's a good idea.
It just means that, again, you're not having to... Because this is 18mm MDF. It's quite chunky.
Well, but they're big threads as well. So
Yeah, they
to
are.
spin those threads and keep doing all four.
Yeah, and yes, so by doing it this way, I can then put the things in, then I pinch it shut with my fingers, flick it back over and tighten it up. So I've just got some paper. I'm going to work in front here. You can see I've used this before. Put my clay on, take my grass, put another piece on the top, stick it in the letterbox. Did I just knock that? I think I did. No, I didn't. Keep the faith, keep the faith. Okay, poke that in. And then when I flick it over, I'm not having to hold that up with one hand. Gravity
Once again,
does it.
Sounds a silly question. How tight do you have to do your wing nut? Like, do you have to do it with some force, or can
No,
you just do finger tight?
all you're going is so it's squeezing down. If you go too tight, you're going to your clay out.
Oh.
You just want to feel until you feel a bit of resistance. When I'm pressing the flowers, right, so that's enough. And then you'd leave that for, I don't know, I was leaving it out in the sun the other day, so 5 minutes. If I was doing flowers, I would use a bit of kitchen towel folded up. You can actually see the impression there of the daisies I did. Then I would put my leaf on top, another bit of kitchen towel, and then put brown paper or whatever you've got, and either side little bits of card. Then I'd put that in, same way, flick it over, put it in, close it down, tighten it till you get the resistance. Leave it about an hour, especially if you're doing things like daisies, which are quite bulky, because it will start to squeeze the juice out of them. Then you can tighten it a tiny little bit more,
Okay.
leave it another hour, take the whole wodge out like that, pop it in the microwave, do 30 seconds to begin with, have a look. If they're dry, fine. If not, pop it in for another 15 seconds, then another 15 seconds, and then they'll come out completely dry and flat.
Well, I never. How long do you have to take for your clay? Do you have to leave your clay in? Do you have to leave it in there?
No,
or
you can, as long as you've flattened
work
it
it down,
down.
as it were?
You just don't want it to. You want it to be by sandwiching it between the paper. That's also going to pull some of the moisture out a bit as well. So, and again.
These are nice because when I saw these last night, I instantly thought of door handles, like for little drawers and things like that.
So that became a game changer for me, flicking it over and letting gravity
I like that
lift the MDF for me. So there's your grass. Now you might find that the clay's resisting a little bit, in which case let it dry a bit more. See, it's pulled the odd seed off. If you let it dry a bit more, then those seeds will just drop out. But you've got that perfect impression. When that's fully dry, just a dust of paint across to pick out the detail.
I love it. Absolutely adore it.
Oh, and you get-
£24.97. We've got
Get a nice
Oh, look,
impression
you got an
on that.
impression as well. We've got about 6 minutes. Anything else you want to show me in 6 minutes?
Should we do an acetate book?
Yes, let's do it.
Right. Well, it's not going to be all acetate. It's going to have an acetate cover because we'll do a bottle book.
Oh.
Sorry, I apologise now. This is clear on clear. I'm just going to move that out of my way. So, piece of acetate, fold it in half. Eek. Take, we'll have the square bottle, peel that off and get it as close to the fold as you can. Okay.
Okay.
Cut out the rough shape but not the fold. Okay. You will of course take a little bit more care than I'm doing. Now, do you want a full bottle or a half empty bottle?
How long have we got, Jim? We've got 5 minutes. Let's go half empty.
Still takes the same amount of time.
Oh, let's do a full bottle then.
Right, the reason I was saying is because what I do is I get my paper, fold it in half. Again, I'm cutting corners a little bit here for speed.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Obviously, I've put it on the wrong way round because I'm working back to... So, if you want a full bottle, cut up to the top. If you want a half empty, you cut along there, which we'll do just because I can.
Oh, so it'll look like this drink.
Inside. So I'm just going to...
It's the simple things, isn't it?
Right,
The
I'm
simple
being
things that get
absolutely...
me.
I know the label's going to be back to front. That's going to bug me less than the book opening the wrong way. So just half full bottle into my cradle. Right, now this is starting to look like my craft area. I'd been really good up until now. I've been quite neat and tidy.
You have, in theory. Julie's emailed in.
Hello.
She says she wanted to say with Ali, she loves your collection.
Thank you.
She's bought it and a number of other things. She says they're fabulous.
Thank you very
She says,
much.
Ali, do you ever have time to sleep?
No. When I do, I have really weird dreams that give me great ideas.
Oh, wow, there you go.
Right.
Thank you for your email. Who was that from?
Julie.
Julie.
So I've gone through, I've pierced some holes, but I've gone through the acetate as well. No trouble, because you're just doing a downward motion. So it doesn't matter that I've gone through thick acetate, it's gone through. Okay.
Have you made yourself like a little dream journal?
I should do really, but it might, people might look at it and go, oh dear, it's a bit odd. But yeah, I think I said this last night, with journals, you know, make the cover lovely, but what goes on inside, that you don't have to open that to anybody. That can just be for you to put your thoughts down. And I think at the moment that's a lot more, people need to do that. They need to get their thoughts out and written down. Even if you close that cover over and nobody ever sees it, it just gets it out of your system.
Very true. It clears your head. Do your own research, obviously, but it does. It clears your head. It empties the mind, just getting it all out on paper.
There is just something about it that...
We've got 2 minutes. So.
I'll just show you. Now, obviously, I didn't do what I said you should always do with your beads, but I just want to show how easy it is to add beads on. So I've come out of the middle hole. I'm going to pick up... Knew that would happen. First one I'll pick up. Bead on, and then you just keep feeding however many beads you want on. Back through your next hole, pull it tight, and then your beads are captured. And then you repeat whenever your needle is on the outside of the book is when you're threading your beads on.
I love these ideas. We've got a minute first. We are watching what you're doing, aren't we?
Yeah, that one's a nice one for showing how you can make small paper big just by clever folding. It's the same as if you've only got A4 paper. Obviously, when you fold that in half, that gives you A5. But by folding it in fancy ways, you can make your pages bigger. Your arms aren't quite long enough, are they?
No, I mean, there you go. There's all my samples.
So there, ignore the fact I did the cover.
Look at that.
And
That could be like a little cocktail book.
Yeah. Your little recipe book.
Little recipe
now,
for your
this
cocktails.
Is, without the beads on, acetate would benefit from going in the book press just to help that fold down a little bit. Obviously, if you've got the beads on, there's no point because it's not going to press it down. But yeah, a little acetate.
There you go, look, so that could be your little cocktail recipe book, cocktail show, Sunday, 1 o'clock. I think it's with our Janice. Is that with you, Janice? It is indeed. 1 o'clock on Sunday for your cocktail recipes, but you can start making your books now, should you so wish. The details are on the screen. £49.94 is what we're looking at, or 2 flexible payments on this. 790416 is your item number. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure. Back at 4 o'clock with happy hour / 1 day
We're
special.
just going to mix it all up.
Mix it all up at 4 o'clock. It's the way to be. There's a show title there somewhere. Remember, you can turn anything into a book. Stop holding me nuts now. Now, paper crafting with Oakwood is up next. Our Karen Keats on the side of the building. Her ears pricked up when we started talking about cocktails, I saw. They're pink ink designs.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK. Most important was at Picture This. And we have so much more to bring you.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
A very good afternoon to you. I had to just check then. It's great to have your company here at the Craft Store. And if you're new to the Craft Store, oh my days, where have you been? It's great to have your company. We have lots of different shows inspiring you for all different crafts. Now you can head to the website, you can have a look at all the items that we have on the show before we preview them. So if you want to quickly shop and then maybe get on to other things and watch the demonstrations, then you can do. But what we'll do is we'll take you through the items that we have on the show, and we also have a fantastic guest as well. And our guest is the lovely Karen Keats. How are you, Karen?
I'm all right, thank you very much. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you. We had a show earlier on today, didn't we?
Yes.
And we were extremely busy, weren't we?
Very busy, yes. It was lovely. It was really nice.
For anyone that hasn't seen you before, Karen, should we just have a little intro to yourself?
Wow. Well, I can't tell you the first time I started crafting.
Really?
I remember one of the first things, one of my favourite things was always going around that famous little store that began with wool and ended in Worth.
Okay.
Yeah, years ago.
Great pick and mix.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, not the pick and mix, the stationery.
Oh, yeah, of course,
We had to go around, my brother went to pick and mix, I went to stationery, and I always used to bought something for stationery, and I've always drawn and coloured and stuck things together. And then I remember the first scrapbook was probably about 45 years ago, and it wasn't in anything that's acid free or lignin free or anything else. It was just with sellotape and little pictures that you'd got, you know, from a photo booth and stuff like that. And then I used to go to places and I'd get a postcard and that'd go into it, and it's just gone on from there. And it's like,
and now you're here on the telly box.
I know.
Isn't it great? Oh, you wait till you see the demonstration that Karen has lined up for you. It's absolutely incredible and very inspirational as well. Right. Oh, my days. Absolutely love this collection. This is Wings and Things. We love butterflies. We love dragonflies. They look amazing when you add them to your artwork, and they're very inspiring as well. Butterflies, dragonflies, well, they're great for all occasions, aren't they? And in this particular set, we've got the dies. We've got the stencils in there as well for building up your backgrounds and also using as an embossing technique. We've got your dies and the stamps that come in pairs as well. So if you die cut and stamp, there's no need to fussy cut out. They look absolutely incredible. So that's for the butterflies and the dragonflies. Let me take you through the boards that Karen has put together. Now, these are fabulous, Karen, because we've got the back part of the butterfly, which we could just use that if we wanted to.
You could just
But then we
use
have the
that.
full detail, don't we?
And the full detail. So the full detail cuts the stamp out exactly, and then the back gives you a little bit of a border, so you can pop a border onto it, or you can stamp onto the back and it will have a border around it, or if you want it clean cutting, you can stamp it and then cut it straight out.
That's beautiful, isn't it? And it looks absolutely incredible when you do cut that out. And of course, using the corresponding stencil in the background to build up your effects. You've also got the smaller butterfly in there and the flower. The dragonfly as well works to the same principle, and you also have the smaller dragonfly, and that gives you the flower as well, which is really nice bonus. And that's a little dragonfly cut out. So it does look absolutely spectacular. Alongside that, you've got your frames. Now, these are lovely and very ornate as well. Now, you can buy this on its own. It proved to be very, very popular in the previous show. So you've got the larger element, so start to mat and layer. You've got the smaller element, the butterflies there. You've got the chain of butterflies, which looks absolutely beautiful. You can see that there just in the background, so it just adds that detail, doesn't it? And then you've also got, there you go, the centre part as well, which can be used in a whole manner of different projects to add that background to really make your butterflies, your dragonflies stand out. So, which is your favourite? Butterflies, dragonflies? They both are? Well, this is the perfect set for you. £59.94, but if you're a Freedom member, it's £53.95, which means you're saving even more as a Freedom member. And if you want to become a Freedom member today, it's a why not deal. That means £7.97 today, 888 your basket. You become a Freedom member, you don't pay any P&P, but you get great discounts like today. And you'll be able to take advantage of that saving right here, right now. 2 payments of £26.98 gets you the whole kit and caboodle. And we want to say a massive thank you to the design team that have put all of this together, because it looks amazing. I don't know if you can see that at home, but we've got lights in there. And doesn't that look really, really nice with the butterflies coming out, and then you've got the lights inside, which, oh, isn't that beautiful, Karen?
It certainly is, yes, yeah. It's using the Cool Cats frames,
Yes.
but we've made it, it shows that the dies are big enough to be used on cards, small enough to be used on cards, but also can go into home decor as well.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Right, that's your butterflies and your, well, your wings and things, and it's 793085. Now, we do have a happy hour deal for you. Now, this is so handy. You have lots and lots of glue dots. 3,000 in total, £13.90, 3,000 glue dots, my word. Now these are great for matting and layering, sticking down your die cut elements, also great for wrapping presents because it hides the sticky stuff that always looks awful on that wrapping paper that you've probably created with your stamps, stencils and dies. £13.90, but it's only at that price for this hour. 738017, the price going back up at 2 o'clock. Now, something that was very popular earlier on, because almost half the stock has gone, is your rose garden. Oh my days, these are absolutely beautiful. This is the same principle, so you get your stamps and the dies that will cut them out. Now, what we really like about these, and we were talking about earlier in the demonstration, is the shadow element in here. So when you stamp out your roses, you can see you've got that beautiful stem there. You've got the rose at the top and the leaves, which is fabulous. And again, you've got that lovely detail in there. So you're getting lots of roses for your money. And then when you start to stamp them out and colour them in, you can actually add those beautiful areas of shadowing to make them really, really stick out. Now, if you're just using the dies, you'll see that when you do cut out your roses, you've got that lovely element of embossing detail just there. And this is going to really make your roses quite literally stand out from the cards with that embossed detail, and they look absolutely sensational. So you've got your stencils to make the background, you've got your dies to cut out the stamps, and you've got the stamps to use on their own. You don't have to cut them out, of course. You can use them on their own, which is a lovely way of crafting. So whether you're making a card or whether you're making, I love this pop-up box. Are you ready? Pop, pop. I mean, that could be on a table holding down some balloons. £44.96, saving £14.99. That's for 2 stamp sets, 2 die sets and 2 stencils. As a Freedom member, you're saving £14.99. And even the tiniest rose here that you've got in that collection, look at that, love that sample. And each and every one of those roses and leaves are embossed with that detail that you can see just there. Yeah, love that. So £22.48 today, and we'll send everything out to you. It's very, very busy earlier on. So if you do want to get a hold of this, pop it in your basket and check on out, 712119. Now, we've got some storage. Now, 60% of the stock of your storage solution has gone. Now, you get your folder, and the zip goes all the way around the outside. And when we open the folder up, let me just undo the zip. You have got not just 1, not 2, but 3 folders in there, and they all contain a magnetic sheet. Magnetic one side for your dies, and the other side you can store your stamps on there. You've got a lot of room inside the folders, which is brilliant, and it's a really roomy folder as well. 1 clip, 2 clips, and then you can simply take your project out and start using it. You know everything's there that you need, and then you can pop that back in. You can click it into place, and then you can simply take the zip and then zip that up, and that is going to be your folder that you can take everywhere with you. And you've also got a spine down there as well, so you can actually label it. They're going to be dispatched on the 25th of June, so it's not long to wait, but it's an ideal gift for you or someone you love. 597314 is your item number. Busy already for this, £22.99. Love that, love that. Now, if you want some more storage to go in your storage element, we've got some refills or some additions. Now, how much of the stock has gone? 80% of the stock has gone. £11.99 for 3. That is superb value for money. You get the magnetic sheets inside as well. 595594 is your item number. No, it's not. It's 595564 is your item number. I'm twirling my 6s the other way round. Now, we've got some cardstock for you. This is beautiful pearl cardstock, and we've got it in 2 different configurations. Well, the other one's just plain. So this is pearlescent or pearl card, and it's £9.99. You're getting 12 sheets of each colour. You get the berry, the redwood and the sapphire, and it's single-sided as well. Just, oh, sorry about that. It's single-sided as well. So there you go, white on one side and then the beautiful pearl colour on the other. £9.99, and then you've got 816230 is your item number. Now I'm just going to get this one here and bend that forward. There you go. So you can see that lovely shimmer on there. That is a beautiful colour. Really, really is. Excellent value for money. 816230 is your item number. Now, we also have some plain card for you, and this is great for matting and layering. Oh, my days. Now, let me just grab these. I did this early because they look really nice. So I'm just going to get the black in the background. You get the black, you get the yellow, it's called gold, and you get the orange. Let me just place that there, and get a bit of black card. If you have a look at those three together, don't they look great? They look really good. So if you're matting and layering those together, you've got something in the middle. Looks amazing. Love that. £9.99. 259400 is your item number. I'm being told we're getting busy for the storage, so don't miss out on that. Go with the storage that everyone else is getting whilst we've got it at this fabulous, fabulous deal. Right, so we're going to head over to Karen. What are we going to have a look at first, Karen?
So we're going to do a little bit to do with the home decor.
Yep.
I have got a frame that I've already set up. As I said, these are from Cool Cats Crafts, and they are on the web. They're on the brand shop. So it's just covered it with paper. I didn't want to, you know, it's MDF. Fits perfectly together, absolutely beautiful. Mine's not going to be posh like Cheryl's because I've got no lights for mine, but we're going to do something with some dragonflies. What I thought I would do is, I've got the pearlescent paper, the pearlescent cardstock that's single-sided, and I'm going to attempt to cut a dragonfly and a butterfly out at the same time.
Okay.
It may be asking a little bit much of the machine, but I am using a shimming with this as well. You'd also it'll just show you exactly how it cuts. It would help if I turned it on, wouldn't it?
Do you know what, Karen? It'd be a good idea.
Yeah, electricity usually does help with an electronic machine, doesn't it? Now, I may be asking a little bit too much, but rather than watch it go through twice, you might have to watch it go through twice.
Yeah.
But
I suppose it depends on your die cutting machine. I mean, you'll get you know your own pressure of your die cutting machine. Just experiment, don't you, Karen?
You certainly do. I can see that it has come through, and if you can see from the overhead, it has cut, but I'm not quite happy that that has cut properly because I think I've asked far too much of my machine.
Okay.
So rather than take it off, I'm going to pop it through again. So I should have done it in 2 lots in the first time.
Well, do you know what? It's all about experimentation, Karen.
Oh, it's just trying to do it too fast. That's the problem.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
More haste, less speed, isn't it? That's what
yeah,
they
more
say.
Haste, more haste, less speed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Less haste, more speed.
That's right. That's right. So at the same time, these did cut out, and I've put some. But I know the pressure's good in my machine because it's stuck the what do you call this? Low-tack tape.
Yep.
Yeah. I seem to have lost my will of words as I'm getting older.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say anything to that. You do, don't you? Just words go.
Words go. They fail me, yeah. So then once this has gone through, so don't forget that this is a 300 GSM, and it's still cut that absolutely beautiful. Even though I did put it through twice, if I'd have done it separately like I should have done, it would have only needed to go through once. But it's just showing that all the bits are all coming out, and then you're just going to flick that through. But on the bit, when the bits have gone, I'm not using a lot to take them through. I'm just using my fingers, to be totally honest.
That's from the pack of 3 that we've got in the cards. Beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful
colour.
embossing as well at the same time. Let me move this out of the way, and I'll put that underneath. And we're just going to do a little bit with dragonflies. I've put 2 or 3 together. So the black is what is the plain cardstock. I'll just put those out the way, and then it's flying out.
What I love about this set, Karen, is that you can use the butterflies cut out as you're using them there, or you could use them with the solid background as well, or start to mix them up. And here's another lovely idea, just while Karen is clearing out that paper. Look at that little stiletto, and then you've got the little butterfly on the side. Isn't that gorgeous? Or maybe you've got some people coming round, you've got a little picnic in the garden. You can make some little serviette holders or little tea light holders, you know, as long as they're not of real flame. See, I can't get my words out now. If they're LED, for example. How lovely is that?
It's yes. And what, you know, so like smaller ones, you can do placemats and
Yes,
definitely.
yeah.
And then when you're doing the whole table, the big ones will be beautiful for wrapping up your like your napkin rings as well.
You could do a whole set.
Whole
you could
set.
do name placements. You could do napkin holders. You could make your place mats as well. Laminate them for your summer soirees outside.
Certainly. Talking about placemats, Carolyn from the design team.
Yeah.
She says, "Oh, I'm just about to do dinner and I can't find my placemats." She says, "Oh, I've just had an email from the craft store. They found some placemats. Are they to do with the samples?" So I've got them, Carolyn.
Excellent.
I'll be sending them back home.
Excellent.
We found it extremely funny that she sent them in. So you've got your this one's cut out of the 300 GSM, and then I've done a black background with it from the normal one.
Out, doesn't it?
And then what I would do with these is I would fold it just where my nail is, and I get my Teflon tool, and you can shape them, and you give them a nice little bit of a shape, so the cardstock shapes beautifully without creasing.
It's almost like the black element underneath is its shadow.
As its shadow, definitely. And you would stick them onto there. The same with the butterflies, you can shape it. However, I did cut them out differently, and I've done it with a black,
That's nice.
The
because the colours coming through, colouring up the dragonfly.
Definitely. And then I've cut out some little ones as well. So these are your small little ones. And there is a stamp that matches that, so you can stamp straight on top of it. And then I'm just going to shape and fold these up a little bit. And then I think we'll just pop it together. What do you think? So we've got our holes there. This is the way that it's looking to me.
Now, I've got some news on the refills for your storage. You know what I'm going to tell you? We sold out. We sold out. Very, very busy for those. People were going for them separately from the storage itself, but also they were adding them to their storage when they had that in their basket. But we do have some good news. We've got some back. But the extended delivery is the 2nd of July, so not long to wait. 595564 is your item number. So we've got them back in stock. Get yours, don't miss out, pop them in your basket and check out. That kind of rhymed.
It could be possibly sooner because they will all be coming together.
We'll say the 2nd of
if
July.
you say the 2nd of July to be on the safe side, but it most possibly will be sooner. So
I would say the 2nd of July,
yes,
Karen. Yes. Let's say the 2nd of July, extended delivery, and then kind of where you are.
Yes. And then all I'm using is the Hochanda acid-free glue, and I'm just bobbing it into there.
Oh, we'll put the details on the screen for the glue. You get 2 bottles. It's a twin pack, £15.98. 788279 is your item number for that, and that's what you're using now, Karen.
It is, yep. Using just using the black cardstock, part of the pearlescent cardstock. Obviously, the frame is from elsewhere, and then just making it up just so that you can put them into different. They'll stick into there. I quite like that onto that side, and then I think.
There's something quite majestical about dragonflies, isn't there?
Oh, I love when we've been to America as a family, they are massive, absolutely massive. But the colours that they have,
beautiful,
the iridescence of the wings and things like that is absolutely amazing. You just need to be able to duck quickly if they come at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that they're aiming at you. It's just that the way that they flutter through everything. They're not vicious or anything. They're just really, really big. And I think one more just on the box, and that will make a nice little simplistic, but what would you say? Classy.
Or brassy?
No, not brassy. Classy,
yes.
but simplistic.
Yeah, they are.
And
they
then
are lovely, aren't
I'll
they?
just pop that around. But the colours go beautifully with the pinks,
Yeah,
and
they
they
do.
all match together,
Isn't
even
that
with
gorgeous?
the black.
Absolutely lovely. 793085. Thank you, Karen. Here's your item number if you want to go for your wings and things. So you've got your butterflies, you've got the fantastic die. That's available separately if you want to go for that. It's a lovely, lovely die to get. We'll bring in the details for that because it adds to your backgrounds, and they really are pretty when you die cut them out. We've also got your stencils, so £12.99 if you want to go for the die on its own, that die set on its own. But it is in that complete collection. You've also got your stencils as well, so you can build up your backgrounds. You've got some lovely spotty backgrounds there. I'll just bring that in so you can see that, because that looks great, doesn't it, with that dragonfly. Then you've got your stencil with the butterflies. Again, a lovely design, building up your backgrounds, your wrapping papers, or just having on fabric as well, you know, your texture paste, you can use it like that, which is lovely. You've then got your stamps and your dies, and the great thing is with your dies, with the back die anyway, the larger one, if you cut it out in some pattern paper, as this, as Cheryl has done with this one, isn't that lovely? Because that gives you in the wings the pattern of the butterfly without colouring in, and it matches the background really like that. Be happy, be bright, be you. If you want to get hold of this deal and a Freedom member, $53.95, you're saving $18.99, but we'll divide the cost into 2 payments over 2 months. It's interest-free payment, so it's a great, great deal to have. Now, I feel like I'm doing This Is Your Life. Do you remember that with the big red book? Right, now we're very, very busy for your storage folder. You'll see the zip. I love the sound of the zip. Goes all the way around. And then you can open that up, and you have got 3 storage, so I'll get on my tippy toes, 3 storage folders inside with your magnetic plates. That is excellent value for money. That's why this is flying out the door, $22.99. But you can get some more storage folders if you want. The refills are at the bottom of your screen. You can use them separately if you want to, but your folder has been very, very busy. Right, something else that we're busy for as well is your rose collection. This really is pretty, it really is. So we have got your stamps, your dies, and you've got your stencils here. So you can use your stamps separately. You can use your dies to cut out your stamps. There's no fussy cutting, and it gives you those beautiful designs. You've got your large roses and your smaller roses that you can work with. So you've got lots of different sizes. You can make them look vintage. You can make them look slightly grungy looking. You could also add the traditional colours of the roses. There you go, there's red. Red for romance and love. We were looking at the different colours for roses in the earlier show. We had yellow, which was friendship. We had white, which was... Serenity. And what was blue?
Was it youth?
It's something like that, wasn't it? Then there was a blue rose.
Yeah.
Or it might just be blue for being cheeky. You never know. Just make it up as you go along. Do your own research on the colour of your roses. But you can change the colours, of course, to make different messages to people. It's a beautiful, beautiful set. And you've got those gorgeous dies and the stamps, and then those 2 stencils, which are amazing. We had some great demonstrations in the earlier show, and I think we're going to do some demonstrations with this next. Yeah, we are. 712119, that's for your 2 stamp sets, your 2 die sets, and your stencils. And Freedom members, $14.99. But guess what? We'll divide the cost of that into 2 months, which is a great way to pay. It's 2 interest-free payments if you want to go for that. Freedom members, just $22.48 today, and another $22.48 in a month's time. There you go. Right. Happy hour deals. Yes, been busy for these. These are your sticky dots, or your glue dots. 3,000 of them in total. 3,000 glue dots. That is a lot of dots. It's a lot of dots. 378017 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Do you remember, Karen, an old advert? Don't say the name of the glue, but it was a strong glue, and they used to stick a man on a board and fly him dangle him from a helicopter and fly him over the Thames. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
Can you believe there was an advert doing that? They got the glue, they stuck him with his big yellow boiler suit to a big piece of card.
It was for wallpaper.
And they dangled. Was the glue for wallpaper?
The glue was for wallpaper.
And then, yeah, they used to just fly him.
And he used to be like that with a white jumpsuit on going over the Thames, didn't he?
Crazy.
Yeah.
It was real. Yeah, that's what they used to do. Please don't do that with your glue dots. I don't know why I brought that up in conversation. Even though you've got 3,000 of them, don't do it. Not a good idea. Back to Karen.
Right, so we're going to do a little bit of masking, and we're going to attempt to do a little bit of something just like that.
Aww.
So it's just got different colours in, and it's just from, perhaps, with this one's a little bit smaller. So with your stamp set, what we actually have is we've got one stamp set that has got the what you would say two flower stems and heads, and then that small one, that's the one that you like. If I do it on white, you'll be able to see it. That's mine are very dirty because they've been well used. And that's the small one that you can do. And then you have the one which has the leaves into it, but you also get all these leaves. Now, every single die that you get will fit those exactly, so you don't have to fussy cut to get them all masked out. They will all fit in together.
And they make lovely backgrounds as well if
They
you're going to use the
certainly
leaves.
do.
This is a lovely sample here. It's by Sam. And you can see the leaves in the background there embossed. Isn't that lovely? So think about using the leaves other than just attaching them to the rose. Use them to build those backgrounds as well. That's why this is a terrific set for that. Back to Karen.
And Karen's forgotten to get all her stamps. So I think we'll go red, orange and yellow.
Let's do it.
Because that's what the flower was. I like the orange, I like yellow, and then the red one is a nice bright red. All I've got is some of the masking
tape.
That's
Do you know
it.
what? You've made some really nice patterned masking tape there.
Yes,
haven't
you could do that as a washi tape.
Yeah.
You could do that as a washi tape. So I'm going to line it onto my mat and make sure it's all level, and then decide how far from, do I want it really close or do I want it halfway up? Shall we have it, do you want it up towards the top on the right hand side?
I like it lower down.
You like it lower down, really low?
As low as you want.
Oh, we'll go about halfway. I'll meet you halfway, round about
I'm smiling
there.
either way.
Yeah, definitely. We'll pop it there, and you've got to try and make it straight. And it's just, you could use your low-tack tape.
Yeah.
I'm not using my low-tack tape because this one has I always end up smudging it because it's not a paper. It smudges. I get it everywhere.
You know, when you're asking me higher or lower, wherever I wanted it, I just thought that was the actual pattern of the tape, and that was going to be on the card. So I was going for the positioning of that, because doesn't it look lovely? You can make your own washi tape with your masking tape.
Yeah, with masking tape, definitely. And all we need is a little block. We're going to do it with a smaller one.
Okay.
Let's do this head. We've got this head here. And then we'll start off, and I think what we're doing a yellow, and I'm going to stamp off it, and I'm not worried about where I'm going to be putting it. Okay. I'm going to do it into threes, making sure that I come off the page and just re-go over.
And I noticed that you're turning the rows, so it's almost like they're tumbling down.
I'm turning everything and making it all different. Oh, I've just dropped my thing. I would normally wipe it down my jeans when I'm at home. Do excuse.
Are you all right?
I'm just trying to get this. I went to pick it up and I dropped it. I'm trying not to bend down, you see, bend my head down.
Yes, keep upright.
Keep upright, that's it. And I'm using
Versaclair
because I know that it will stamp really, really well. Turning the rows round wherever I want to. I'll do it properly, Karen. And I'm going to wipe it again. I might even put some more different ones on. I'm going for a red one.
Did you know that half the stock, Karen, has gone of your lovely rose garden collection? I know we're very, very busy for this. Roses are great because roses are for everybody, you know, whether it's a wedding, whether it's a sympathy card, whether it's a christening, a new home, happy birthday. And I think it goes across the genres as well, but it also goes across the genders. So a rose will suit everybody, in my opinion, anyway, because I think roses are just such a universal, wonderful, wonderful flower. And it's the different colours, and they all mean different things. I mean, do your own research, and if you know what different colours roses mean or anything like that, email in studio@thecraftstore.com. 712119 is your item number for that complete set. Freedom members, $14.99, and we'll divide the cost into two, making it even more affordable. Because sometimes we'll see a whole collection and we really want it, but we can't afford it that month. Well, we'll divide the cost over 2 months, £22.48, interest-free payments, but we'll send everything out at the same time. It means you're not just getting the stencils today and waiting for the stamps. You're getting everything at the same time, so you can start building and creating. Back to Karen.
So I'm just finishing last touches, making sure that I've got some little bits that are coming off the page, because that gives it, that makes it look like it's not just been stamped on. It's you've used backing paper. Yep. It's like with wallpaper. You don't have a lot of wallpapers don't stop and then start again with the same row. They have the pattern going through.
Yeah, they do.
To give it that continuity. Stops you looking at the lines that split it.
I'm rubbish at putting wallpaper up.
Say again.
I'm rubbish at putting wallpaper up.
I'm very good at wallpapering. I'm rubbish at gloss painting.
Are you? Oh, it's funny that, isn't it?
I'm rubbish at gloss painting.
You come and wallpaper
absolutely.
my house and I'll come and gloss your house up. Let's do that.
My mum taught me to wallpaper.
Did she?
She did. Oh, I must say, happy birthday, Dad.
Oh, is it your dad's birthday?
Yes. Yes.
How old's your dad?
How old is he?
Oh, no, sorry, I don't mean how old he is. Should I ask how old he is? I don't think I meant that. I meant what's his name?
His name's John.
John. Sorry, I didn't mean to ask how old John was. I do beg your pardon. I meant what's your name? John.
79.
You said it. 79. 79 years young.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Well, happy birthday, John. I hope you're having a lovely day.
Definitely, definitely. I didn't realise you were as old as that. Imagine you forget that when you get old, they get old as well, don't they?
Wow. 79 is young.
He is very young, yes, yes. You would think so. And there, I'm just laughing. He'll be having a go at me at the TV and saying, you know, Karen, shut up. Just shut up, Karen. One of my favourite stamps is a paper rose that may still be on the brand shop, and it just says beautiful. You can see the two bits that are going down there. Just there to put a nice little greeting in, and I've made that a little bit smaller so my beautiful has gone in there, and I'm actually stamping without anything underneath it, so getting a stamp press has made it much easier.
Oh, that really is beautiful, isn't it?
And then what you can do is just, oh, it's not the right kind of pen, but we'll do it very, very lightly. This is a brush pen rather than a
like a
micron pen, yeah.
Looks good though.
It matches the brush lettering, doesn't it? And so that's that. You could draw around it to highlight it, but I've got a little bit of the black cardstock and just using the glue again.
Now we do have the black card on the show. It comes to you alongside the gold and the red. It's more orange and yellow, but it is beautiful. It is beautiful, and that's available. It's a nice matte card, really good quality. $9.99, 15 sheets of each. That's 15 sheets of the black, the gold, and the red, but it is more orange and yellow. Just to let you know.
It is a nice black though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And it die cuts like a dream. And then that's going to go in with a nice big border there. And I didn't even have to draw around the outside of it. But that's just using one stamp out of the set. You could do that with lots of the other stamps as well.
Isn't that lovely?
It's cute, isn't it?
It is, it really is. Oh, thanks, Karen, for that.
You.
Well, we're busy for your rose collection, beautiful rose garden collection. It includes your stencils, it includes your dies, and it includes your stamps as well. So you can make some beautiful samples. Look at that, with a nice funky background, with a vibrant rose. So thinking of you, which is, again, a great way of sending a sentiment. You've got this beautiful card here incorporating the butterflies that we've got in the show, but the stencils in the background, which is really nice, and that's been embossed. If you can see that, that's the stencil If I move, there you go. The stencils embossed the card and coloured over it, which is absolutely gorgeous. 3 roses, look at that, aren't they beautiful? So what I like about this is that you've got the rosebud there, the open rose and the semi-open rose, which is lovely. And then if you really want to add a splash of colour, you can make a fabulous card with the background just like that. Beautiful. £44.96. You're saving £14.99 as a Freedom member, and that cost is divisible into 2 payments. So busy for that? Make sure you get it in your basket and check on out. Something else we've been extremely busy for. Oh my days. Over 80% of the stock has gone. Now, what I like about this, I like the size of it. I like the finish of it as well. It's a really good dark black finish, which is lovely. Quality as well with the fabric that's been used. You've got the logo at the bottom there, so it looks professional. The spine, you've got a little piece of plastic that you could put a sign down there. Also flat on the hand if you want to carry it, which is fabulous. That's me walking. And then you've got the zip that goes all the way around, so it keeps everything safe when you are off walking. Open it up. Let's take a look at this. Clip, clip. Now, do you know what? This is really handy because you've got the 4 holes there. You're getting 1, 2, 3 folders with the magnetic sheets in there. But because you've got the 2 sections that open up, if you've got anything smaller that you want to add with just the 2 holes, you can add it there. Or you can add it there. Or you can add it in the middle. Love that. Oh, I could click that all day. But that's a sign of quality, isn't it? That is a sign of quality. Let me just try something. No. Click in, click out. And the zip goes all the way around the outside. Lots of room in there, though. Lots of room if you want to add anything to that. And that zip, let me just get that, because that zip goes all the way. And I love a good zip sound. Quality through and through. And you've got the little handle on the top as well, so you can hang this in your craft room or you can hang it up somewhere else. So that's your storage folder with the elements inside. If you want more, please sir, can I have some more? Yes you can. Yes, you can. We've got 3 more envelopes, plastic envelopes with the magnetic sheets inside. £11.99. 595 564 is your item number, and that is for 3. You might want to go for these separately to the folding, and you can use them separately as well because you can have them on their own quite easily. Or you could buy a number of these and just get rings and put them over the top. And you could just have a collection rather than in a folder. It's entirely up to you. So you could go for quite a number of these to keep your dies in. You could keep them in a drawer as well. £11.99 and you get 3. So that's 3 folders and 3 magnetic sheets. 595 564. I don't know why I'm having trouble with that number. 595 564. Okay, it's because the 6 and the 9, I'm like getting them upside down. Back to Karen.
Lovely. So I'm going to do a little bit of die cutting. I have forgotten my mask. I've forgotten my mask to do what I wanted to do, so...
Can we help you out in any way, Karen?
Not at all. What we're going to do is we're going to improvise.
Well, let's do it.
We're going to make our own mask. So I've got a piece of white cardstock, and all I'm going to do is the oval from the die cutting set, the one that does the matte and layer onto it. I'm just going
That's from the butterfly set, but it's also available individually.
It
is. It's £12.99, and that is a great price. It really is, because you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dies in there.
And it's
9 dies.
And it's an A5 size as well.
Yeah.
So it does cover an A5 sheet of paper.
Do you know what? That's super value for money. Again, if you're thinking of a gift for somebody, even if you store it away as a gift for Christmas, that on its own would be ideal.
Yes, definitely a lovely Christmas present. So all we are going to do is we've cut that, and I'm going to use that as a mask. So it's a stencil, but it's only going to have one use because it's not done from mylar or plastic.
Okey-dokey.
And then we've got an A5 card, and we are just going to stamp onto it. There we go. We're just stamping nicely.
What's your favourite colour, Rose, Karen?
Yellow.
Is it?
Yellow always reminds me of my nan.
Oh.
It always reminds me of my nan. It was always her favourite one. And I'm going to pop that straight into there. And all this is just, I think, 5x7. Just a card that's folded into half. and then we're going to mask again. So I've missed it a little bit, but not to worry. You would use your stamping platform if you didn't want if you wanted to make sure that you got it right. And then a mask. So the dies match the stamps perfectly. So this die has been cut out through onto masking paper.
See, isn't that handy? Rather than fussy cutting a mask, it will cut the mask with the die. That is fabulous.
And you can cut at least two. I cut 3 at a time out.
Yeah.
So I put 3 lots of masking paper together, and I've cut three out in one go. And it's just one pass through your die cutting machine, and it completely fits.
Excellent.
And then we are going to put this onto here. Now, what I do suggest is you either tape it down, or you use a magnetic board to pop it down. And that's because I've not got the sticky mask that I should have. Always use, whenever you've got a grid, always try and use that to keep things straight.
Yeah.
And then pop that there. It may not be level, I don't know. We'll have a look. Keep it straight. It looks pretty central. If you'd got the mylar or you'd got a mask, you'd be able to measure it more. And then we're going to start off with some orange and some yellow, and we're just going to do like a sunshine. So do we have the yellow at the bottom or the orange?
Sunrise or sunset?
Entirely up to you.
Orange at the bottom.
Orange at the bottom?
Yeah.
So we're going to start, and we're going to just use I'm going to use my Hero Arts, and I'm just nice and gently.
Mask is such a popular word, isn't it? You know, after what we've been going through, wearing masks.
Yes.
I wonder if someone will call their child Mask. Like, you know.
There's a film called it.
You might. There is a film called Mask.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a good word. Mask.
Yes. Yes. Hide the truth, isn't it? To mask.
Yes. Yeah, to
Pass
mask.
the dictionary statement. Oh, here she goes talking about dictionaries.
I don't use dictionaries. I can't spell, and I can't use a dictionary to help me spell, because I can't spell in the first place to find the word in a dictionary.
Well, I think with phones, though, we don't tend to now, do we?
No.
We tend to just put it in and let it auto-correct.
Oh, you should see some of my autocorrects. They're not great.
I'm quite. I like to think that I can spell. I have been able to spell. I don't know about nowadays, because I spend more time crafting than I do doing anything else. But in my time, I've been able to, I'm very good at spelling. But I used to like to read a lot, so you always pick up a lot of words when you read. And I do, and I have sat and read a dictionary.
Have you?
Yes, I sat and read dictionaries.
Do you know what?
Not all of it, cover to cover,
No.
but quite a bit of it.
I used to read telephone books, telephone directories.
Did you remember numbers?
I used to just remember. I just used to like looking at the. I don't know. I don't know why I did, but I was looking for friends. Yes, I just liked just reading, because it was just nothingness, but also lots ofness as well at the same time.
Yeah. So now it's the reveal. This is the nice bit, and you can use that over and over and over again. However, if you went just diversifying, if we went and started blending more around it. Oh, we've got time to do this one, haven't we? Yeah.
Do you remember when tearing phone books was all the rage?
Oh, and it used to be...
you used to prove how strong you were.
They used to have television programmes and everything else, didn't they? And how many telephone directories can they tear?
Could you do it? Did you do it?
Me?
Yeah.
I couldn't even lift a telephone directory. And do you remember they used to get jobs from BT, didn't you? You get these temporary jobs delivering to phone directory, and you get about 3 or 4 weeks' work if you wanted a temporary job. And you used to be walking streets with boxes and boxes of telephone directories. Yeah, definitely. I remember all that. I remember dial-up telephones, so...
I know.
So we're just diversifying. because now I've used that bit there, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to tape it on and make myself a nice little bit of frame.
Now, we'll ring the details up for this separately. You can get this at £12.99. We've been very busy for this, actually, 618480. And this is going to cut out all those frames. You've got all the centres, and you've got all of the frames as well. So these are the centres. Imagine cutting all of those out for your matting and layering. Then you've got the fancy ornate style outer frames with the butterflies, the chain and the chain of butterflies. And I just think that is such a superb collection to get. So that's going to give you a lot, oh, nice and shiny as well, a lot of scope to start working with, which is fabulous. And that's what we're using at the moment, just £12.99.
So my ink's a little bit wet, so the tape's not sticking as it would. You would normally let it dry, but what we will do is we'll turn that over so the blade's coming upwards, and we'll see how it cuts. Bearing in mind that it is it's a wet ink, still wet, so it may not do it.
Will that make the paper soft?
Oh crikey! It softens the fibres.
Yeah.
So it doesn't cut
as crisp
as well. It doesn't cut as well because you know, like when you've got a paper bag.
Yep.
And you can flick it. And then if you get a wet paper bag,
you don't flick it.
You don't flick it, do
No.
you? So it's the same difference. It's the same difference.
If you were to use your wet ink with a stencil and then put that through, that would help because that's embossing, isn't it?
That's embossing.
Got you.
Definitely. So just please exit.
Do you know what, Karen? I like what it's left. That'll make a great stencil.
And then you can
Don't
spritz
you
through
think?
that.
Yeah.
It's just one thing that goes on to another, doesn't it? Excuse. Well, it has caught.
If you have just tuned in, Karen's not having a tantrum, everybody. It's a way of releasing the paper. Imagine if someone's just tuned in. Oh, she's a bit mardy. Bang, bang, bang.
And wherever you find these, it's amazing where you find these little white bits. So we haven't finished on that there, but we're just diversifying.
Oh,
look at that.
Isn't that lovely?
That is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah,
we could put that on top of there and have it as an alternative with the oranges and the yellows, but that's something to use at a later date. And then we've got that part from it, so it's all from that one die. And then we can take this off, and there we've got it all put together. I'll stick that on your machine, Karen. And then a pencil. I'm just going to use, you know, from one of them little shops.
Right.
That you get.
Okay.
Yeah, you know when you get those catalogue shops where you have to write the order down.
Okay.
Yeah, just a catalogue shop where you write it down.
They're
really good pencils.
Yes.
Yeah, they're really, really good pencils for this. They seem to have the inks just nice for it. And on these, you can see where the shading is. So all I'm doing is just doing on the side of my pencil is just where the shadings are.
I've just had some breaking news that apparently lots of crafters are heading towards that shop now just to take the pencils and not buy anything.
I'm not taking responsibility for that. Not taking responsibility, but the lead is good. The leads are really, really nice for blending in that. Definitely. I can tell you that from experience.
We used to do a lot of smudge blending at school with pencils and fingers.
And fingers.
I don't think we were actually trying to do anything, but we did used to smudge it a lot.
Yeah. So I've got some nibs. I've got some cut and dry nibs. I've had these ages. I just found them out. I'm doing a lot of tidying and I found these out. Thought, see if these will work. And they don't work so well for pencil. So they don't work, so don't you cut and dry on pencils. What you do need is a tortillon or a paper. There, can you see that's now works?
Better.
So cut and dry doesn't work on pencil. But
see, that's nice.
It's just doing it where the shading is.
What's that you're using? A blender?
It's
tortilla.
A paper stump, a tortilla or a paper stump.
Oh,
This is a paper stump. A tortilla is a roll of paper.
Yes.
And it tends to be hollow in the centre.
Yeah.
Now I'm very, very heavy-handed.
Yeah.
So I break the end of a tortilla. I do like a tortilla, but it's a case of, because I'm so heavy-handed, I need a new tortilla every time I touch one. And a blending stump is where it's completely solid.
Got you.
And it's a matter of preference. It's a matter of...
Now, we've got about, I think, 7 minutes left on the show.
Oh.
Yeah, about six minutes left on the show. So remember, we've got a happy hour deal for you. 3,000 sticky dots for you. 3,000, wow. But it's only for this hour if you want to go for those. We'll bring in the details for you because there's a happy hour. You can still buy right up to the top of the shop. £13.99. Sorry, £13.90. What is it with your nines, Janice? And you're saving £6 on that deal. So it's brilliant. Happy hour deal for you. 3,000 in total. Your glue dot rolls, absolute bargain. And that goes for everything else on the show. Of course, you can buy after the hour, but we have been busy for our rose collection. We've been busy for our storage. We've been busy for the card as well. Now, the folder, that's been flying out. We are approaching limited stock now. Don't miss out, because when everyone else has this and they get in touch with you and say, oh, did you get that folder? And you go, no, I missed out. No pressure or anything, but I don't want anyone to miss out, because it's an absolutely superb deal, because you get the 3 folders included, and they're snap open, snap close, and you've got your magnetic sheets inside, and they snap open and snap close. I just wanted to do that again. I love that. And you do get 3 included, so that is excellent value for money, and plenty of room to add some more if you want. £22 and 99 pence. I've been very, very busy, and yes, that zips all the way around, so all your dies are going to be really nice and safe in that storage, so you know where to go to them. And when you do get a chance to go off out crafting again, they're going to go with you in your project packs. 597314 is your item number. If you want to go for your refills, we've got those available to you. And your refills come in the plastic pockets as well. They are also snap open, snap shut, and they've got the 4 holes just down the side. £11 and 99 pence. You've got 3 in total there. 595564 is your item number. So that is a superb deal and would go very muchly alongside your folder if you want to go for that. So an excellent deal. Back to Karen.
So all I've done now is I've just drawn around it by hand with a fine liner, and then I've gone around the outside. Now I can see that I'm not quite happy with that outside. Rather than getting upset about it, if it doesn't go straight how you want it to, just double your line up and make it extra weavy.
Love that effect.
Yeah, and then what you can do as well, if you're not so happy with that, you start doing your little doodles and drawing in and making it a frame. If you want to just,
yeah, I like that.
Just brings it out a little bit. Obviously, I'll carry on straight doing that afterwards, because that's you don't want to just watch me doodle.
Oh,
do you like watching doodles?
I love watching doodles. Do you know why? Because I like to see what happens. Just by putting those lines in, it started to change it. You start to see things, and it gives you inspiration and ideas to go and do the same at home, whether it's in your journaling or whether it's on the cards that you're making. So, yeah, it looks great. You're going to stamp beautiful on there.
I think that's going to go either there or there, but I do think there, and I don't think it matters that it goes across the bottom of the flower. So I'm just going to stamp that one in. I didn't bring many, there we go. So I think just
Or
there.
didn't you bring many off?
I didn't bring many words.
Words.
Yeah, because it's... That's why I can't find my words, because I've not brought any with me. I've left them all at home. Yeah. And then I will just like doodle in and bring that up. Now you can see with my stamping that I have just missed a little bit there. I didn't stamp hard enough. Don't fret. Just colour it in a little bit. The person who receives it will never, ever, ever know.
No, that is as the word says, beautiful?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, Karen, well done.
Thank you.
Oh, some lovely demonstrations there. And what a lovely, gorgeous, beautiful collection. So you can start making roses on your embellishments, on your projects like that, which look great. Remember, your embossed dies, there you go, so you can die cut your roses out, but they do emboss that detail as well, which is lovely. You can change the colour of your rose to suit your occasion, or maybe make it bespoke to somebody if they like blue, or if they like coral colours, for example. You can do it to the beautiful roses that they come up with. We've only got about a minute left on the show, so it's a good idea to start checking out your basket. That's also a beautiful card with the 3 roses on the front there. But you've got the smaller roses. It's not just large roses, you've got the smaller roses to work with. If I just show you the different sizes for you to work with, you'll see there, this is them all cut out, and also with the embossed detail on there, which look absolutely gorgeous. Then you've got the larger rose as well. So you can really start to build up that bouquet, and you can add elements and details to your cards as well if you want to. You might have your own stencils to build and create your background, so you can do lots of work with those as well, which is absolutely lovely. And then you can make some lovely little cards as well with that extra detail on the side. 712119, your item number, £49.95, saving £10. 2 payments of £24.98. But Freedom members, you get an extra discount as well. Karen, when are you back, my love?
I'm back on Tuesday.
Are you?
Yes, I'm back on Tuesday morning, and then Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday tea time.
So I'll see you on Tuesday. That'll
Definitely.
be fabulous. Yeah, lovely.
Thank
Well,
you.
can't wait for that. Only a few days to see
Only
you back.
a few days, yeah.
And everybody, please check out your baskets. Make sure you get what you want, because you've still got moments for your happy hour. Remember, that goes back up at the top of the hour. But don't go anywhere, because Catherine is coming up next with the Pink Ink Designs. Yes, Pink Ink Designs are here. The ladies are back in the studio, and it's great to see them as well. Rowan Dean embroidery after that with Katrina, and then Stamps Away. Happy hour.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now, and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums, where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational, and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
A very good afternoon to you. I am looking forward to this hour. I'm getting to work with a couple of ladies we've not seen here together in the studios for a long time. Of course, it is Pink Ink Designs, and that means we've got Kathy and Mel here, both in the studio. Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
It's lovely
How are you
to be
doing?
back. Really nice to be back.
Oh, it's great to see you both here, actually, in the
Yes.
studio. It has been a long time, but obviously it's been for particular reasons, as we all understand, of course. Now, you had a very, very busy show earlier on.
Yes,
very
it was
busy.
fantastic. Yeah, lovely.
Well, do you know what? We did actually sell out of the brand new stamps, but we have got some more on extended delivery, dispatched from the 21st of June, so it's not long to wait at all. Wait until you see them. If you didn't catch the earlier show, you are in for a treat. Now, ladies, obviously, Kathy, you're going to be demonstrating, aren't you?
I am, yes, I'll demonstrate later.
We're going to see Kathy in a little while. I'm not going to say the words that you used. Mel, you're going to stay with me down the counter and, you know, explain and tell us all about these wonderful stamps that we've got and everything we've got on offer, of course, because we've got some beautiful, beautiful products. I'm really pleased to be doing this show, ladies, because I did say this to you earlier. It's been such a long time since we got to do a show together. I think it was when I first started presenting, before I was a full-time presenter, so it must be 2 years ago.
A long, long time.
Yeah.
But the whole thing seems a long time because it's a long time since we've been with you, and it's actually a long time since we've been on together side by side. So it's been really weird.
Oh well, we're going to make up for it this hour, that's for sure. So we will see more of Kathy. Of course, Mel's going to stay with me. So Mel, when it comes to these wonderful stamps, where does inspiration come from?
Well, this particular set, you've got Kathy's imagination to blame for, or thank for, whichever way you want to look at it. And you can see how her mind works now, can't you? This is how her mind works. She loves this sort of thing. So, yeah, she came up with the concept for these. She showed me a couple of sketches, and I went, absolutely, we've got to do them.
They're those stamps, again, you know, I had a good look in the prep meeting, but I'm already noticing things I didn't spot before.
Well, that's again, Kathy's talent. She does that. She tucks things in, and the more you look, the more you see.
Oh, these are amazing. Now, of course, you can go with your colours, Mel. You could keep this quite muted. You could emboss the stamps.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways. I'm laughing at that. So I'm just seeing these images here. They're just so sweet, aren't they? The Wee Folk series, they are incredible. And it's not just about, of course, the wee folk. We have got the happy birthday there, but continuing that theme, of course, there's the moths in there, there's the frog in there. So there's so many elements in each of the sets.
Yeah, and the other thing is, of course, you know, the main image is the main image and great to use, but you don't have to use that all the time. You've got the elements that actually make up some really nice cards that without the main image.
Definitely, and you always make use of every scrap. So, for instance, where something's upside down, it is simply so you can squeeze everything that you want on there.
That's right.
Isn't that fabulous? I'm going to show you one or two of these, just so you know exactly what you're getting for your money. I'm going to be careful with the next one because it's tucked underneath one of the stands and I don't want to tip them over. Look at that. That is just amazing. And the little caterpillar there. Oh, I love it. I love it. The dandelion head is there as well. You've got all those elements again, Mel.
Yeah,
there's beautiful
Kathy was
leaves.
saying earlier, funnily enough, that dandelion head has been used hugely with all the design team members.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
we're going to have a look at some samples in a little while. Now, I'm not going to show you every single one of the stamps, but I think you're getting an idea of exactly what you're getting for your money here. Of course, you can see on the packaging, is that the wrong way around, that one? I think it's that way. What you can see on the packaging exactly what you're getting, but you need to see the size of these. Look at the dragonfly there as well. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, and we thought, right, let's try and get as much imagery on the individual stamps as we can, and that's why we did a separate sentiments stamp set, so that you still got the sentiments, but they weren't taking up the space on the.
I'll bring that in, actually.
On the main stamps.
Let me just show you the sentiment stamp as well, so you can really appreciate what you're getting there. So we've got, let me just turn it that way as well. Thinking of you, thank you, best wishes. You've got the happy birthday, you've even got happy anniversary. But all the thought that goes into this, Mel, of course, you've got those little toadstools there, you've got the frames. It's not just words. These are set apart from just words on their own.
Yeah, they've been illustrated specifically.
Yeah. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now we've got so many samples. I'm just going to randomly pick some up because I will mention the design team as well because everybody works so hard. And you've got a guest member at the moment, haven't you? And this piece is actually created by Liz Connor, who is the guest designer right at this moment.
That's right. So for each launch, we try to have a guest design team member. Just as, you know, we see people and their talent, we want to showcase them as well.
Oh, these are so much fun. The expressions, look at the glasses as well.
Yes.
You know, the expressions are just incredible. This is another one of Liz's, actually. I've just shown one from Gail. But the work that's gone into this, Mel, with the colouring as well, it's absolutely superb.
Huge amount, with all the masking and everything as well. There's a lot of work involved.
Oh, and yeah, I have spotted the snail. Yeah, I've got a soft spot for the snail. Now, we've just seen lots of colour there, but there's many of the samples as well, Mel, where not so much colour has been used, but it's just incredible, the effect again.
That's our Karen, yeah. She's a very talented lady. She produces some beautiful stuff.
And of course you can mix these around, so these stamps are going to lend themselves perfectly to previous stamps that may have been out as well. There's that little frog. Oh, look, you've got the wee folk in there as well, the moths and the insects. Absolutely beautiful. And it just goes on and on and on and on. There are so many samples here, and each and every one of them is absolutely delightful, and I mean delightful. You can't possibly choose a favourite out of anything and say, this is my favourite, because every time you look at something, you see something different. And that's the point of having a design team. Look at that. This is another one by Gail.
They're
I
all
love
our
her use of
favourite.
colour.
Yeah, she's very, very talented, is Gail, but we love all of them because they're all different. And that's what, you know, it helps show you what you get your inspiration from, helps show you what you can achieve with them.
I love that as well. Absolutely amazing, honestly. Well, it is very busy again. Half of the extended stock has now gone. You do have a £5 saving. How can you choose individuals? You can't. You need the whole collection, don't you? £49.94. You've got two payments of £24.97, so we can split the cost. 972119 is the item number. Of course, we're going to see much more in the way of inspiration when it comes to demonstration time as well. Now, there is another stamp that has been proving very, very popular as well. We will get to that in a second, actually. Now, we've got some paints for you as well. Let's bring those paints in, because these are your multi-surface paints. Now, you've got a pick and mix here. It's choosing any four. We have got swatches, in fact, they're wooden spoons of the colours, but some beautiful, beautiful colours here as well. If you want more than four, as long as it's in those multiples, then you can choose from them. There's 14, I believe, to choose from. 216999 is the item number for these. Now, of course, we have got many more stamps, including the one I'm going to be talking about next, which, again, we've got some brilliant samples for. But do have a look on the website as well. We're going to be having a look at our buttercup. Now, I didn't get to see the earlier show, so I'm really, really excited about seeing more during this show as well. Now, this particular stamp also sold out on immediate dispatch. It is back on extended, again, from the 21st of June. And this, again, what a beautiful, the look on the face, the expression of Buttercup's face here, so sweet. Those eyelashes, the glint in the eye, so many samples again here as well, which I want to show you, at least some of them. This one, I'm not sure who's done this one. Now, there is a bit of a little cheeky little sentiment on this one as well. I'm just going to turn this around so you can see what it includes. Yeah, you've got to be a bit careful how you do say it, but it's tongue-in-cheek. We love it. It's absolutely brilliant. You may choose to use that. You may choose not to. What about this for a sample? I've not seen this technique done for such a long time. Watch this here. It's like magic, isn't it? Look at that. That is so clever. Do you know, that is a technique that I did in a workshop many, many years ago, and I've not seen it for such a long time. Showing you some more samples here. Again, you don't have to use the whole of the image either. You can see there the part of the body's been used of our Buttercup, but of course you don't have to do that either. You can go with the full body, use that colour, use different stamps, stencils in the background, different mediums for colouring as well. There's that phrase again, so clever. You know, you can have any colour you want. In fact, we're going from the blues, and I love that green in there as well, to a purple Buttercup. Let's have a look at the purple one. There we are. 617881 is the item number, and I can tell you that a quarter of the extended stock has already gone. A £3 saving, just £14.95. That's another one of those stamps that keeps on giving, isn't it? 617881, as I say, is the item number there. We've got so much more, but we do want to get to Kathy as quickly as possible, so we're going to head right over there now. Kathy, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. Well,
in the first hour, I just showed how to do composition on a piece of work, and I'm not working on this now, but I just wanted to show you where it had got to from the end of the show and the beginning of this one. So in between shows, I've added all the detail of the flowers behind an horizon, and I've gone to town a little bit more with the foreground and background here with this fungi. And I just specifically wanted to show just 2 little tiny stamps which come off Buttercup, which is this one and this one. And this one little one here has done all this background, so just one. And so it just goes to show on our little, not the hero, they're just the little gap ones that fill the gaps. If they're used in a repeat way, they can be so beneficial for your stash. And that one, I love that one. And I just wanted to show you what Gail has done with just those
that's clever,
2
isn't
stamps. So she's used that to repeat here and here, and then she's used that one down the centre, and then a butterfly off one of the other stamps. But how stunning is that? And that's not the hero, that's just the little stamps.
I love it.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's absolutely stunning.
Yeah, she's so good at like that watercolour effect, and her choice of colours is just so brilliant. But anyway, so I just wanted to show that before we moved on.
Okay.
And then what I want to do is we're going to work on something that we were talking about earlier, that not everybody in their craft stash has all the dies, all the gizmos. If you're crafting on a budget, sometimes you don't have these things.
Very true.
We wanted to show something that perhaps was a little bit more affordable. You know, use your stamps, but perhaps instead of a die, use some recycled boxes. So I was inspired by Sheila, one of our design team. This was one she made using one of the mushrooms.
Oh, isn't that clever?
And it's absolutely stunning. And now she's done hers on a background and she's raised it up with craft foam pads. But these are actually twigs that she's just picked up from outside, and it's that inspired me to then push it a little bit further and to mimic that and try some different techniques. So that's what we're going to try and work on.
Isn't that clever?
Isn't it? Absolutely. And her choice of colours is so good as well.
Beautiful.
So I've got a couple of boxes. Mel gave me one and I had another. They're completely different sizes. But what we've done is we've opened them up. This was an ice cream one.
Okay.
And what you need to do is make a window in your box. And if I can find the right ruler, this one. I don't tend to measure because I find, especially with a fold and a pre-scored one, you think, well, am I measuring it from the inner fold, the outer score line or fold line?
I see what you mean,
So what I do is I literally just put my ruler on, fold it up and draw a line.
Okay. So just the width of the ruler from that
Just
fold.
the width of the ruler. And earlier on, I did this exact same technique for my composition. I used the width of my ruler to give me a gauge as to where I'm working on, and to use it as a sort of a line to work from for the corners as well, so everything is straight.
Okay.
So simple as that. And then with the scalpel and a straight edge, or go freehand, just cut your little aperture out. And this is a great way of, if you haven't got the dies to make your box frames, this is the way to do it. Now, most boxes that are used for packaging have a sort of a sheen on the outside. I can show you that. Has got no branding, so that's fine. Okay. But it's got a shine, and you find it difficult to apply paint to that. That's why we have to use the inside of the box, because it hasn't got that coating.
Makes sense.
So what we're going to do is then fold your box up. Again, I've got to cover up my packaging there. You're going to fold it up and then join all the sides together, and you've got a ready-made box frame.
Wow, so you are keeping it as an actual box
then?
Yes,
yeah, as an actual box. So with this one, I've done it already. This is Mel's box, and what I've done is I've actually painted it. So we've got it like that with our multi-surface paint. Now it looks a bit, slightly Blue Peter-ish, a bit homemade. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on it to try and polish it up a bit, make it look perhaps a bit more professional.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got the box. I've joined it all together, obviously leaving one side open because I'm going to actually slip something in the centre of it to create the backing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some of the multi-surface paints and a tray.
Now, these are wonderful effects, aren't they, Kathy? We've got 14 to choose from, I believe.
They're fantastic, and what's so lovely about them, one is all the colours, but our metallics are real metallics,
Yeah.
so they do look like, this does look like copper, but I want to use some brighter colours to put against it, and this lovely meadow grass green. So all I've done here is just a basic bottle green background, and I'm going to use some bubble wrap, also from the recycling. And I'm going to use my paint quite neat. So I'm not adding too much water. Well, I'm not going to add any at this stage. I might add some water in a bit. But earlier on, for the first hour, I showed how to use these pigments really, really dilute. So if you're interested in that technique, then go back and watch on Catch Up or...
So you really have got lots of choices with these then. I think it's the same paints that you'd use on the fabric as well then, Kathy?
we use them on absolutely everything. We use them as watercolours, we use them for neat pigments, fabric painting in a watercolour way, fabric painting in a neat way. Now I also want to do a little bit of flicking. I need to get the right brushes. Some brushes work better. Stubbier brushes, like a stencil brush, works a little bit better.
Okay.
So I'm going to do some copper. I might need to add a little bit of water.
They are absolutely beautiful colours, each and every
They
one
are.
of them.
And they're full of mica and full of pigment. And a good paint needs plenty of pigment.
Yeah.
So when you do dilute it, you don't lose the colour. So... And I'm trying to achieve a sort of a kind of a woodland colour, you know, so that's why I'm going for these sort of earthy colours. We can also stipple if we want to. So I'm just going to do...
Actually, that shows up really well. The copper. I like the bubble wrap effect,
I
actually.
do. I use it a lot, and it's really nice, actually, if you use white. If you use an opaque white, and it can get some really nice highlights.
Now, as we're just watching you stippling there, if it's all right, Kathy, we'll just go through the colour options of the paints, actually. These are the 14 colours you can choose from. There is a difference with a couple of them, so if we look at the spoons, I can explain exactly what you've got here. So you have got all the different colours there. You can see how wonderfully that they do cover as well. Now, you've probably noticed on the darker ones here, I'm going to pick these out, actually. On this one, can you see the shimmer, the sparkle in there as well? A couple of the paints... It's almost a binder that dries clear with the sparkle in there. So we do have, if I just point them out, I don't know if I can come back to the paints, the one that looks pink at the front is the one that I'm holding here. So that is our, that's the Copper Chic Sparkle, I believe, that one. There it is. So you can see that's going to dry clear and leave that beautiful shimmer. And then we also have... I believe it's this one here. I think it's the Sunset Yellow or something like that. Let me just have a look at the colour on the back. Sunlight Gold, that's what it is. Sunlight Gold. Absolutely beautiful. Those colours that you can see here, each and every one of the spoons represents one of the colours we've got there. There's a couple more at the front. The white is included as well. Do have a good look at all those different colour options. You've got everything that you would need there. $16.99 for a pick and mix of any four. As I said before, if you want to go for more than four, as long as it's in multiples, you can go for whatever you wish. 216999 is the item number. Back to Kathy.
So I've just been doing the background as well, just with a bit of stippling, a bit of bubble wrap, just to create that texture. But the one thing that I tend to use more often than not is my finger and neat paint, and normally a metallic for doing edges. And this is a great effect. You can use it on so many different things. A bit like you when you're doing your moulds.
Yeah.
And just brushing it over, and it just picks up the raised edges.
That again goes to show the pigment that's in there.
Yeah.
You know, because it's intention, not losing any of the colour there. You're only applying a small amount, but it really works. It stands out beautifully.
Doesn't it? I love it. And it just seems to me the metallics work so much better because it's sort of, well, it gives that metal effect, doesn't it? Or something with these sort of tones, sort of rusty or a bit of verdigris. If you added maybe more turquoise to that and browns, you could get real rust effects.
Of course, yeah.
They're great. And what I like about them, Catherine, is that you only need, I mean, you just need this one set in your arsenal to do so many different surfaces. You know, you don't need
because they're multi-surface,
exactly.
Aren't they?
You don't need a set for fabric and a set. It's the same one used throughout. So I love that, and that to me has a sort of a woodland effect.
Yeah, it looks very nice.
You can see it's got the sheen on it. So what I'm going to do next is, apart from wiping my hands clean, is that I think this is a slightly ugly edge. Because it basically is cardboard. So what I've done is I've cut another bit of board just to give it a bit of a framed edge.
Yeah, it neatens it off nicely.
It does. It just makes things look really neat and tidy. So we'll just put a bit of glue in. I'm just using solvent glue only because it's very, very quick drying and I'm mindful of time. So, but you know, you could use red liner tape or a wet glue. So I'll put that on.
So, Kathy, when you're designing the stamps then,
yeah,
is that how it works? Do you just disappear into your own little world and you imagine yourself in this magical world?
Yes. My husband tells me I live in fairyland. And I think I do, actually. I really do.
That's not a bad place to be at all.
No, and also, see, my background is children's book illustration, so that's what, you know, I have done all my life. So these little characters, I mean, are typically what you'd find in a fairy book, aren't they?
Yeah, I've said this so many times, I don't know if you've ever heard it, but my favourite ever books from being a child were The Enid Blyton Enchanted Wood, The Magic Faraway Tree. So you've got all those sorts of characters in there as well.
Yeah, and you're too young to... Do you know Arthur Rackham? Arthur Rackham, the illustrator? He was in the 20s, but he, you know, his books you know, are still, well, I don't know about now, but when I was a child, they were really popular, and they're just really beautiful. I mean, look it up, Arthur Rackham, and another one is Edmund Dulac, and they were really the people I used to follow. They were so good. So what I've done here, I've jumped ahead on this one purely because I've used a 3D gel glue, and I thought if I do it now, it's not going to be dry in time. So I've sort of got some twigs, and I literally have just brushed my finger along the edge of the twigs. But what I really wanted to use was these, because the colours...
Oh, wow,
I mean, look at those. And I literally found these outside my back door. And I love it all. It's just so pretty. And it just reminded me of Sheila's... piece of work. Now this is something that we've got, and we're actually bringing it next time we come to the craft store. It's just, we call it Fluff It, and you can fluff it on paper, and particularly with ours you can do it on fabric.
That is really
and you can launder it. But that's what Sheila's used. But when I saw that, I thought that's nature's Fluff It, isn't it?
It definitely is.
So what I would do, and I probably won't be able to actually attach it now because of drying time for the glue, but what I would do is get my secateurs and actually cut it to fit the size of my back page. So
do you know, it's amazing what we can find in our own gardens. You
Yes.
know, even when you don't think you've got the appropriate trees or shrubs, actually, what you will find in the gardens that have broken off, you know, any plant and that have dried, or the birds might drop little bits and pieces as well. Even things like if you've got a cherry tree and then you find the stones in the garden, they can all be used, can't they?
And of course you can paint them all, and with the multi-surface. I mean, that is going to be great. Now that's not going to go in. I'd have to glue it down with 3D gel or more of a solvent based or something like that. But it's just really to give you the idea of what could be your background that's not going to cost you very much. I mean, I love that. It's just lovely.
Don't you already want to walk right into the midst of that picture, that image there?
So what we're going to do is, this is going to go into our pre-prepared box. Okay. So I'm going to actually take those off because they're not going to go in. I might be able to slip them in actually from the front, just rest them in as if they were glued. Okay. So that goes in. Now I'm aware that there is a bit of a shadow, so we'll have to try.
I can see that nicely, actually.
Okay, so that goes in like that, and then we would seal this closed, obviously with glue. And I did actually bring a rubber band to help me with that. Okay. So again, imagine that we've glued it. Because
you
I will...
really can create dimension, can't you? Because of the twigs there in the background, you could go just on the inside of the frame, but still inside the box, and then on the outside of the frame as well, creating almost 3 different layers.
Yeah, I'm not going to glue it now because I actually will go, when I get home, I shall go in and actually stick these down for proper.
Okay.
So we'll just imagine that they are stuck down. Actually, let's make that one a bit smaller. Is that the rain I can hear?
It is the rain.
It sounds like there's a flood coming through, doesn't there?
Always does in this studio, Kathy.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
But look at that, isn't that? Can you
works
see?
wonderfully.
Yeah, let's push that down a bit.
I'm loving how the texture's been brought out with the paint as well on the twigs that you'd already got stuck down. You can see every little grain in the wood there.
Yeah, so let me just clean this up. So, you know, so far, all this has really cost me is some paint.
Yeah.
And basically what I've just
And
found
very little paint as well.
lying around. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is our leaves. Let's move that out of the way. Because I have stamped using our little... now, which one is he? Which one's that one? That is... I forget the names of them.
Oh, I can't see.
I can't remember which one he is. But anyway, he's got these.
Find them out.
He's got these lovely leaves on them, and there's different leaves on different ones. Now, that's one way of stamping them and filling your piece. But these ones, can you see they're all slightly different?
Yeah.
I actually went outside.
Different sizes, different shapes.
Yeah, different shapes. There's no dye involved in that at all. I went outside, got a real oak leaf. Several of them, and I drew around my piece of card, cut them out and painted them. And the best way to get a real, true, life-looking leaf is to draw around a real one. And that's what it is.
That is a really good point. You could actually print with a real leaf and cut it out as well.
Or print and cut it out. So you're already got shapes to be working with. And again, with the multi-surface, all I do is get it on my finger. And I prefer a finger to a brush because you can sort of get it on edges and not necessarily everywhere else. So we've added so it started off that green.
Yeah.
I've added the meadow grass, and then we're going to add some copper to the edge.
How did we get the veining in there, Kathy?
In this one, I've used a white gel pen.
Right, okay.
But you
I didn't know if you'd scratched into it in some way or whether it was drawn on top.
It's a gel pen, but I mean, you could use a copper pen, you know, so it all matches. But that's the way I'd use my leaves. And then my little acorn cups that, again, I found outside, I've painted with our copper multi-surface. But aren't they gorgeous?
They are absolutely beautiful.
I mean, brilliant for mixed media.
Amazing.
So what you would do is you'd collate all your little bits and pieces which are there, and I've pre-coloured some of my mushrooms.
Oh,
but
this is where the wee folk really come in.
Yeah, but would you like me to do a little quick demo with painting or not?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, if you missed the earlier show, I won't do the whole thing, but I'll just do some of the main colours like the red.
And the only paints you're using, Kathy, are the multi-surface?
Yeah, that's all I ever use at home. I never use anything else. I've been using these for years and years. I use it on everything. So what we do is we get some multi-surface paint. You only need a tiny, tiny bit. I always put way too much out on my palette. And you water it down like a watercolour. And then you're going to paint it on. And if you want to blend it out, take that off your brush and clean it, and I've now got just water on my brush, and you're just going to drag it out with clean water, so it now goes lighter, and then we can go back in with the darker, so you've got darker to light to dark, or we can then add more pigment to our water so it's a bit darker and add that in, and while it's wet you lose the furry edge, and these are the basic principles of watercolour painting.
Look at that, and straight away, because you've got that lighter area in the centre, it gives you that roundness.
Yes, and if you want to, while it's still wet, you could use your tissue and dab some of it off to make even more of a highlight. But to really intensify the...
that as well.
Yeah, in darkness, you just keep building up, and now I'm pretty well just adding in neat paint, but it's still wet. So it's going to the pigment's going to travel, or you can just brush it along with your brush. So you've got your real shape with your... I mean, I call it watercolour because they're water-based. You can call them watercolour.
Can you reactivate those paints, Kathy?
No, you can't. They're like an acrylic, so, and that's why they're suitable for fabrics.
Okay, yeah.
So that once they are dry, you can't reconstitute them.
So it is best, as you say, a little goes a long way, so don't take too much out of the pot, because there's such a generous amount in each of those pots. They really are going to last a long time.
Yeah. Let's add some greens.
Oh, I'm loving that colour there, that orange as well.
So, yeah, so you would do whatever stamping you wanted, because these are going to be fussy cut out and in relief onto their box. Like that. Now, I've got a top tip for fussy cutting as well. I see all sorts of different types of fussy cutting. A lot of people give a wide berth all the way and cut it out in one big piece. Some people actually cut on the line, and some people cut just off the line. My advice is that you choose a dimension like 1 millimetre, or even 2 mid or 3 millimetres.
Okay.
But whatever you choose, you maintain that around the whole thing.
Okay.
So if you've got a 1 millimetre gap beyond your illustrated outside line, as long as that's maintained, it looks really tidy. If you go from 1 to 2 to 3 and all over, then it can look a bit messy.
It's going to draw your eye into it in a negative way.
And if you actually cut on the line, you cut away some of the detail, and it kind of loses a bit of its essence. So when I'm doing it myself, I go about 1 millimetre or maybe half a mil, and you get used to it. The more you do it, you just make sure you maintain that gap.
Lovely. Are we all right to have a little bit of a recap, Cathy?
Yeah,
I'll let
absolutely.
you continue with that. I know you've got one ready coloured and cut out as well. Just watching that there straight away, how quickly that was coming together as well. Of course, the collection that I've got right in front of me here, it did sell out in the earlier row. I'm not surprised. We have got it back on extended delivery, but it's busy again. You've got a £5 saving. You have got flexi on this as well. 2 payments, we're going to break it down for you. The price is $49.94. Look at this, 2 payments are $24.97. Remember, if you want to go for something like the paints or anything else we've got on the show, you can also split the cost if you add it into your basket. What you're actually getting here is 43 individual stamps. We have got the wee folk here. Oh, we're so busy. Almost 60% of the restock has now gone. Look at the characters, look at all those elements within each set. It's not just about the main focal point. Look at the eyes on that one there. I mean, straight away you're looking at that and you're thinking, I can tell so many stories there. You're looking at the dragonfly that's landed and he's having a chat there or singing to it, or he could be thinking, what on earth are you doing sat on my head? You know, it can be so many different things. There we can see the stamp that Cathy's actually working with now, that old chestnut, and then you've got the sentiments that come along with this set as well, which is so important. They've been created specifically to go with these. I am going to show a few more samples, and again, I'm just going to pick these up randomly. This one is by, who's this one by? Karen. Karen has done that. Isn't that clever? Isn't that absolutely beautiful? And once again, whether there's lots of colour, very little colour, it doesn't matter. Every single sample is beautiful and everyone looks different. There's one from Susan as well. I'm loving the colours of this next one. Do have a look at these wee folk again. Look at the characteristics in their face. Look at the dragonflies, the snails, the ladybirds, the caterpillars. They're all there. Who has done that one? Let me just... that's another one by Karen, actually. Absolutely stunning. Let me just pick up again 1 or 2 more from the beginning where we've got lots of colour here. You know, full scenes. Look at that. Mixing again with stamps that you may already have or you've seen previously, because these will go hand in hand with the previous series as well. I'm loving the leaves that Cathy's just doing. This is a very clever way. This is another one of Gail's. Look at that. I mean, if I said to you, you know, we're going to go with blue leaves, you'd think, what on earth are you talking about? But doesn't that work so well? The whole composition of the card is absolutely beautiful. And again, if you want to work with borders, if you want to work with those autumnal colours, you can. Who's done this one? Another one by Susan. That's lovely. All different mediums being used here. You know, we've got the multi-surface mediums on the show, but do you know what? You can go with other things as well. Your crayons, your pens. It just goes on and on and on and on. Now, I can tell you 2/3 of the extended stock has now gone. Item number you need is 972119. This is second hour. It's been so busy throughout the day. Remember, that's the extended stock. So, you know what? You need to be checking those baskets out as quickly as you can. Now, we do have other things to show you as well. We didn't show this at the first part of the show, but we've got fabric. We've talked with Cathy there about using the paints on the fabric. This is a lovely kit. I'm going to bring our Mel in with this one. This is a perfect kit, Mel, because not only are you getting the fabric, which is your microfiber fabric, you're getting 2 of the hoops as well.
Yeah, and they frame it beautifully. We use them as frames. We don't use them for embroidery purposes, although we do embroider, but we tend to frame them with that because they've got a ready-made hook to hang them from and everything.
Oh, amazing.
You know, it's brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. So what a lovely kit again. And just to go back to the stamp smell,
You can bring in your stitching. I know these are
Yeah.
more for display purposes, but if you want to bring in that stitching, some metallic thread, perhaps some little beads, you know, some little sequins, you know, variegated threads, it will help accentuate what you've already got with the stamps as well.
It will, and free motion embroidery is lovely on them.
Oh, now you're talking. That's a lovely bundle. We've got 100 centimetres by 142 centimetres. That's the size of the fabric, so a really generous piece. You've got 2 6 wooden hoops there, 6-inch wooden hoops, I should say. £17.49, 094918. Now the paints, remember you've got 14 to choose from. It's a pick and mix of any 4. I'll show you the spoons actually. There's a couple at the front. We've got the white there. If I bring this one as well so you can actually see them. So this one is coffee. If I just show you there, I really want to get that glimmer, that glint there with the mica that's in there. Absolutely beautiful.
That's one of our newer colours.
Yeah, is it?
Mm.
You can really see the pigment that's packed into these, and of course the mica as well. Obviously that's your white. So is there a shimmer in that? That's more of a flat white, isn't it?
That's opaque, yeah.
Perfect. So you've got a choice of lots of different finishes here. Then we have, now this is nice. This is, oh, look at this. We've got the graphite there. You can see the shimmer in that one, can't you? Is this
Beautiful
one coat
colour
of paint on the wood as well, or is it 2 coats? What would you
The
recommend?
paler colours are 2 coats, but the darker one, the graphite, is definitely only 1 coat.
Really?
Yeah.
That shows what great coverage. Obviously, different surfaces can give different results. Look at the gleam in that one. Spiced pumpkin. That is the perfect name for it as well.
Yes.
It really
Lovely
is,
colour.
isn't it?
And it goes
Gorgeous.
with so many other colours as well.
Yeah. Now, to work on fabric, Mel, would we need to heat set once you've painted?
You do. I mean, yes, you do, to be certain. But I've had some on a boot before, and I thought, oh, it's fine, I'll get it off later. I've never been able to get it off. But yes, by rights, yes, you heat set it.
Wonderful. Now, the last one I showed was the antique copper, if you did see me twist that over. Now, this is the bottle green. I believe this is the one that Kathy used on her box as the base of the box. It looks like it. Isn't that the most beautiful colour?
Again, one of our newer ones.
Oh, that really is nice. And again, you can lift the colours with the golds, and as we saw
You
with
really
Kathy in the
can.
demonstration there, you know, and even the white. Let me just turn this one around. Vintage gold. That's nice.
I mean, you know, all of the colours are standalone, but I tend to look at some of the colours as carrier colours. So,
Yeah.
like the graphite noir carries so many other colours with it. You can mix so many more into it for accents and highlights.
There's your meadow grass, that beautiful bright green. The next one I've got for you is one that is obviously a red, but let's have a look at the name, Strawberry Fire. Ooh, that is beautiful. These are absolutely divine. And can you mix the colours as well, Mel, if you wanted to really mix them together?
You can, yes, you can. And that warm hazelnut there that you've got there, I mean, we haven't got the colour I'm going to mention on the show today, but it goes so well with a hot pink.
Do you know, that looks as though it's got a pinkish glow to it
It's
already.
got a sort of, yeah, pinky, sort of a little bit of gold in it as well, but
That's
hot
lovely.
pink with that is such a fabulous combination.
Oh, now you're talking. I love the sound of that. Let's have a look at the last few. We've got here another green for you. This is the green apple, another very sort of bright, fresh colour there as well. You can see the gold in that one.
Yeah, and we've tried to choose, this time, we've tried to choose a sort of a foresty palette.
Yeah.
If you like, woodland sort of colours.
Look at that blue. Oh, what colour is this one? This is Atlantic blue. Again, lots and lots of shimmer and sparkle in there. Beautiful. Now, the last two I've got for you are the ones now, Mel, this first one.
Yeah, copper
We're
chic.
looking more at the glittery effect, aren't we? This is a copper
That's
sheen.
right. The colour
So
underneath
yeah.
is a colour to show the glitter.
So you could put the copper sheen over any of the colours we've shown,
You can.
but it's the glittery effect that we're seeing there. So in the bottle it looks a little bit milky, but it dries transparent, and you're
Yeah,
left with that
yeah.
beautiful glittery effect. And we've also got this one for you as well.
Sunlight gold.
Sunlight gold, beautiful colours. Okay, $16.99 for any 4. 216999 is your item number. Now, I did also mention we've got many more stamps. We'll have a very quick look. Now, this is absolutely gorgeous. This here, the clematis, it's part of the Flora series, and again I'm just going to flash up a few samples to show you as I give the details, so I want to get back to Kathy as soon as possible as well. What a beautiful stamp this is.
Mel.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. Delicate. You've got, you know, movement about it. You've got the flourishes in there as well. And, of course, any excuse for colour or not colour.
It's super decorative, and I think what it would be lovely for is a tessellation pattern on fabric, or a muted background on a card. So pretty.
It really, really is. Look at this one as well.
It's got quite a lot of structure to it, that particular design.
Beautiful. Item number 522594. If you want to go for the clematis, we've got £3 off today, just $14.95. The next one, we're staying with the florals. This is beautiful. I've got the most amazing sample to show you as well. This is Rambling Rose. I mean, the packaging, the detail, the inspiration on the packaging is just gorgeous. But every time we see the samples as well, Mel, of course, we see a difference because everyone has their own take on everything.
They do.
So, yeah, you do. And then, of course, you can see the red roses there. But it's when we open this up. Now, I do know on this particular sample there are other stamps that have been used as well. But how clever is this? I know we're going to see more of the rose, I believe, as we go through this one as well. The work that has gone into this is just incredible. There's the rose, the Rambling Rose. You've got a main stamp and 8 extra stamps in this set, so you've got those worker stamps as well. Isn't that beautiful?
Sheila did that for
Everything about that is just divine. Look, the front, the back, the inside, the whole lot decorated. 465779 is the item number if you want to go for the Rambling Rose. Then we have, oh, this is beautiful as well. Oh, the Magnificent. Did I say that right?
Magnificent.
Yeah, that sounds better. It is a play on words because it is a pheasant. But yeah. Yeah, Mel does it so much better. Look at this for colour as well. I mean, oh, this again, Mel, absolutely beautiful. I'm going to pick up another sample and put them side by side to show such a complete contrast. Look at that. But the same stamp.
Really different, aren't they?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And another one with colour that I just think, wow, this blows me away. Who's done this one? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? 711053 is the item number. Again, a £3 saving, $14.95. Look at the face again. It's got such a happy face, hasn't it? A glint in the eye there. Again, it's telling that story. Love it. Absolutely love it.
With a bit of character.
Now, Buttercup has been proven to be very, very popular. Did sell out earlier on, dispatched now because we've got the extended stock from the 21st of June. Already 60% of the extended stock has gone. Now I'm just trying to find some samples I didn't show earlier because I try and be fair to everyone that sent something in, so I'm going to show some that maybe I didn't show the first time around. Look at the glaze on the nose in a second of the card that I've got here as well. Look, can you see it? Can you see how shiny it is? Isn't that lovely? There, I think you can just catch it there. That is absolutely beautiful. Oh, how sweet is Buttercup? Absolutely gorgeous. For a minute I thought that was going to spin that centre bit, but it doesn't, does it? You see, whatever colour you go with, again, this is beautiful as well. This is one of Sue's. The use of colours. There's those flowers again. That's the flowers that Kathy was showing us, isn't it, earlier on?
They're so pretty, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, just seeing the purple one, you've got that monotone that is equally as striking as all the colours as well.
It really, really is. Oh, and it just goes on and on and on and on. Look at this. One of Sheila's.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous. £3 saving, $14.95. That's all it is. You're getting the one main stamp and 5 extra stamps there as well. So you're going to use all of those in conjunction with each other and also separately as well. And then to finish, Totally gorgeous. That's what we've got next. And it is, isn't it? It is gorgeous. It really is. Again, excuse for colour if you want to go with it. Monotone again. Use your embossing powders. Stamp onto your fabrics. Use your stitches in there again and use some embroidery. Your beads, your sequins. It just goes on and on and on. It is absolutely endless what you can achieve. Oh, I've just spotted another one I absolutely love. I'm drawn to these monotone ones, you know.
I know, but they're so striking, aren't they?
They really are. And once again, previous stamps, maybe other stamps we've got on the show, look at the detail in that one, doesn't it work?
Montage Queen, that's Karen.
Brilliant work from everybody. £3 saving on this one as well, only £14.95. 416 586 is your item number there. Let's get back to Kathy though, we don't want to miss another second. Thank you, Mel. Kathy, back over to you.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll carry on with our box. I did a little bit more painting to that one, just added some green at the bottom. And then what I've done already is I've coloured some others and I fussy cut them out. So these are going to be part of my box. Now, because this is just a recycle box, can you see I've got a little dip in my box there?
Oh,
if
yeah.
I do it like that, it sort of sinks down. So what I would do if I was at home, I would get a little bit of paper and I'd make sure it was the right height, and I would put a score line in it. I'd obviously do this with a lot more care and attention, but I'd have a little tab at the top and a little tab at the bottom. I'd glue the tabs, I'd make sure it was obviously the same colour as the background, and I would support
Oh, that's a good
that
idea.
lip. So that's a bit too tall, but let's trim it down a bit. But I've done that many, many times before where I've had a saggy edge.
That's a
Because you
really
don't see
good
it,
idea,
but
yeah.
it just props it up. And like I say, I would have painted it the same as the bottle green. Let's just trim that so you don't see it.
You could actually do the same thing. You know, we're always saying don't throw away what we would class as the waste to MDF pieces or something like that. Cut them up and use them as supports or something like that.
As packers as well, to pack things up. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have this one in the corner, and I'm going to have her on the inside, but the top on the outside, so to get real dimension.
Yeah.
And then this one's going to be on the inside, and then he's got, on that stamp, he's got a little, well, I think it's his son. So I'll put some glue on. Again, I'm just using solvent just because it's quick.
We have, just to time check you, Kathy, we've got about 10 minutes left as well.
Great. Well, I've got another little very quick demo to show, and then if there's any time, which I doubt it because there's never enough time, I have got some fabric samples just to
lovely.
show.
Oh, I hope we get to see those.
Yeah. So
we'll try and make time, Kathy.
we'll try and make time. Let's do speed crafting. So this, obviously my twigs I haven't stuck down because I'm going to do that when I'm at home. So I would stick down with 3D gel, so you don't see any of it, but you get that dimension. And I'm going to have him, in fact, I might actually have him right off the front. And this way you get a real sense of foreground, midground and background because of where you've positioned your various pieces. And then I would either go...
this is my favourite bit, actually, starting to build up the foliage.
Yeah. You see, you could go on the outside or you could actually do it on the inside, which I think I'm going to go on the
Do you know, we're busy again on these mushrooms. We really, really are. In fact, 70% of the stock, of the extended stock, has now gone. This is the second and final hour. Please do check those baskets out. You can have so much fun with these. You really are.
You know, and with your, if you do it on a decent cardstock, you can sculpt between your finger and thumb as well to give it even more dimension.
It's worth giving it that little bit of shape, isn't it?
I think
Makes
so.
such a difference.
And, you know, I mean, if you look at the back of my paper here, I've even stamped on bits of paper. Instead of chucking them out, the back's fine. So that was a mistake of something. I'm using the back of it to stamp on. So I economise on all bits of paper and everything. Now, these are the handmade ones. I think they actually go quite well with the stamped ones. So I might put these in perhaps this corner. And I'm very mindful that I really would like to use my beautiful acorn. In fact, I might put them in first and then work round it. Again, this would work with either solvent or gel glue. I've got to have an odd number, so I'm going to put another one on.
Oh, I am trying not to disturb you, Kathy, but I've got to give a little bit of an update because Buttercup on extended delivery has gone limited stock. You need to be very, very quick with this. And I'm just going to turn around the actual stamp so you can see it there as well. Isn't she beautiful? And we've got those beautiful florals in there as well. I don't think I've got a sample at this end, have I? We've just got the stamp here, but you can see that limited stock. You need to be very, very quick on that one. Back to you, Kathy.
So I think you can see where I'm going with this. I mean, I've got lots more leaves, and I would just build and build and build. And I'm going to lift it up. I don't know what's going to happen because I haven't glued the twigs and him down. But Yeah, he's going to... Right, let's pretend. Yeah, you can't really see him because he's dropped. But you get the idea of where we're heading. And this is all out of a box that Mel's husband was eating something out of it a few days ago, wasn't he?
I love it. And
I love it as well.
Especially, I mean, look at the little caterpillar there hanging. I mean, oh, it's just, as we said, you keep looking at these stamps, Kathy, and you see more and more and more every time you look into them.
Yeah, and I think on one of these stamps there is just one little caterpillar somewhere, which, you know, you could have it sort of walking along the top of this edge. And also, wouldn't this be a great project to do with children?
Definitely. You could turn it into a little theatre with the little lollipop sticks on the characters as well.
And the fact that they're using recycled bits and bobs, I think, is really good to encourage them.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Before we just move on any further, I've just got to let you know that Buttercup, she has gone again. Well done, well done. If you've missed out, oh dear, let's hope she's back again another time. Well done. This is how quick things can change. So, of course, when it comes to this collection, this beautiful bundle here, don't miss out on those. Kathy, we're going to stay with you, I think, as long as we can. In fact, to the end of the hour, almost to the last second, hopefully, because we want to see as much as possible. Got about 5 minutes.
All I'm going to do here is something really, really simple and really, really quick with one of the stamps from Oyster Frills. It's one that I've noticed that the girls use a lot on some of the samples, so I'm going to particularly use that one. And with it, it has some little leaves, but this is basically it. And if you look at this, it's got a relatively straight stem, but I can curl it to go either way. So it then makes it much more useful for being the same stamp but coming out from different ways. So I'm going to start with black and a leaf. And also what I'm going to do, incidentally, which I always tell myself to do it and I always forget, is when you've got a card that's got a fold in it, it doesn't sit flat and it can move. So if I can find the end of my tape, there.
Do you know, that's something I've never even thought about.
Stick it down.
Right. Yeah, because of the scoreline, it naturally just wants to sort of raise itself in the centre.
And you think, oh, it's going to be fine, and you sometimes just get a line that's slightly furry. So we're going to, that sort of centre, so I'm going to go like that.
Okay.
And this is just 3 of the little tiny ones. Right, let's think about composition, Kathy. Always think about composition, how things are going to go. And I said in the earlier show, what I do is sometimes I stamp things, cut them out, and lay them on just on copy paper,
to see
how it's going to
That's a really good idea.
look. And I might just...
Would you suggest that with the stamps anyway, Kathy, when everyone gets them home, to stamp everything out?
Yes.
And have a good look at them.
Just to look at them, yes, I think so. Do you do that when you...
I do you know, I can't wait, I'm impatient. I've just got to stamp everything straight away. But you soon start to get a feel for the characters, you soon start to build up those stories, don't you?
You do.
One thing leads to another. Oh, I've just noticed your box there, isn't that gorgeous? The square box you've got in front of you.
Yes, do you want to just... We showed it in the earlier hour. This is Liz Connor. Sent
Is
that.
it?
Let's pass it to you, yes.
Oh, wow.
Who's the guest designer. She started off as, well, she is a member of the Pink Inkers group Facebook page, and it's from there that we saw her work and invited her to... and we only asked them just
that little caterpillar.
We only asked for one sample for the stamp, and then the girls just send in huge amounts. They obviously enjoy doing them, so...
This is absolutely brilliant. How much fun is this? The little ladybirds on there as well. The patterns that go around the edge of the lid. Oh, what wonderful work. Oh, you can see how much they've enjoyed working with these, Kathy.
I think so. So we're going... Can you see how I've changed the stem?
Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, they're so useful, aren't they, the little dandelions?
Yeah, it's such a lovely little stamp. Actually, I have done some more since on some new ones that are coming up that are ever so slightly different. Then you can mix them all up together. We've got to have 3 in, haven't we?
Oh, these are beautiful.
3. And then I love... This is a diddy stamp. But this is what we do. We really contemplate all the little extras.
Oh, the seeds. Do you know, I'd not even spotted that. When we looked at the stamps, I'd not spotted that, and I did actually think, oh, what a shame one of the seeds isn't floating away. Well, it didn't need to be because you've got it as a separate.
Yeah. So I think I don't want to overdo it. I think also I try not to stamp all of the stuff. You know, even just the tip. I've tried not to stamp the seed, and that's just down to pressure. And then what we can do then, we've got a let me see what size that is. 0.5. That's too big. 0.1. What we can do is we can then go in if we want to. Well, that's going straight.
You know,
in
3/4 of the
bin.
extended stock of the mushrooms has now gone. While Kathy's doing that as well, I did show her a sample earlier on, and I hadn't realised that the dandelion had been used in such a clever way on this one. If I can show it, we're just looking at all the stamps there on the bundle, but when you come back to me and see this particular card design, this is another one of Susan's. I did show it earlier, but I was pulled sort of into the central point there, and the dragonflies. But look at the corners. What a clever use again. Isn't that just amazing?
Susan does symmetry, and she does it really, really
Doesn't
well.
she just?
It's her really area of expertise. It's so beautiful.
And Liz has just used a little dandelion in the corner of hers as well here. There it is. And the seeds just floating away. Wonderful. Right, back to you, Kathy.
So all I've done is I've put a little bit of, I'll just do a bit more so you can see me doing it. A little bit of black work.
Okay.
So
there's about a minute left, Kathy.
Yeah, we've given you the main thing, but you can then go in and then with a white gel pen. Oh no, that's glitter. Where's my white? Of course, you can use glitter, but white's going to show up really well on the craft card.
look at
So
that.
you can then put all your shading in, smudge it so it's not defined. It can be really smooth.
Oh, I like that.
And then
That
just
works.
fill it with dots. I mean, how easy is that? And how beautiful is it?
That makes such a difference. You need that in your staple stash, don't you? Your crafting stash, a white gel pen. It just brings everything to life even more. Oh, what are you doing there? Oh.
Little sentiment. So again, make it your own. So you use the stamps as the basic, and then.
Amazing. Amazing.
Am I going to have time to show my fabric, Catherine, or not really?
I don't think we're going to get time, Kathy.
What a shame.
I know. Where did that hour
Next
go?
time.
Next time for sure.
time.
Do check those baskets out. That hour has just disappeared so quickly. So much inspiration, many hints and tips. Start recycling those boxes as well. Create those scenes. Don't forget about those paints as well. The other stamps that we've still got left. But if you're going for this particular collection, you need to be very, very quick. It has been literally flying out of the door. Ladies, thank you absolutely so
you for
much.
having us.
It's been
Thank
an
you,
absolute
everybody.
joy. Stay with us. I hope the ladies are back soon. Menu coming up. Oh, I've waited so long for that show, and it really didn't disappoint. Of course, we've got Rondine Embroidery coming up next, and then Stamps Away, Happy Hour, and then, of course, we've got something else after that. It's just fun all day.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows. Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has
been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hello, good afternoon. Now, as you know, I am a massive fan of Rowan Dean embroidery. We're just looking at a few beautiful finished samples. These are the sorts of things that you can be doing at home, displaying so beautifully, giving as gifts. It's totally up to you. There's so much choice. I would say go and get ahead on the website. You can shop by brand, but we just wanted to start off with a few gorgeous samples. Just look at these. Aren't they absolutely stunning? Now, what we have for you today is a brand new play around pack. But before we look at that, of course, let me introduce you to Katrina. Hello, Katrina.
Hi there.
I was just saying, because they wanted to start by showing, because the set looks so beautiful.
It's lovely to see the
Yes.
finished pictures and create and just the colours that you can work with.
Yes.
And when it's a collection, I think it looks really lovely.
Gorgeous. So we've got a brand new play around pack. This is the summer collection this time.
That's right.
So what sort of things are we going to find in these?
Well, the play around packs really originally were designed so that you could, as a taster really, with a collection of threads that you can stitch with, whether they're, you know, multicoloured, variegated threads, beads. They've got some organza in there. They've got the needles, and it's really just a way of having a play with the threads and a play with the stitches. So it might be that you create one picture, you know, a full-size picture, or that you create lots of little pictures that you could turn into cards. But there's a whole variety of colours, and these colours that I've chosen for the summer are really just what I think of when I think of summer. So there'll be a little bit of pink there and purples, a little bit of the oranges and yellows, and then a combination of greens and different textures to work with.
Loving this. Oh, and we've got a little bit of maybe satin.
A little bit of satin, and I think there's a little bit hand-dyed gauze there as well.
Yes, this bit.
Just to create that little bit of texture in the foreground. So, that, you know, just a little bit different. And because there's two pieces of fabric, you can get it in cotton or you can get it in the wool, whichever, you know, works for you. But you can create a really interesting collection of stitching on that size piece of fabric.
No, actually, yes. Well, let's have a look at the. So this is the tweed. Let's just have a little look here at the sizes. So you've popped 2 squares in for us, have you?
2 squares.
Nice. So this is obviously your tweed option. Oh, it feels so soft to work with.
It's lovely. It's just nice to hold.
Yeah,
it's
it
really
is.
a nice weight to stitch with as well.
Good stuff. So you've got the 2 pieces of the tweed and all of those lovely sets of organzas. Look at all that lovely pile there. Obviously, you'll get some needles as well, which is always brilliant. So you can just crack straight on.
That's right. You'll get a bead needle and a chenille needle, so that's great when you want to thread the thicker threads.
Nice. And then there you go. We've got that beautiful set of threads. So that's your tweed option. And then this one is the cotton option. So again, you're going to get 2 of the squares of the cotton. So it's whichever one you want to work with, really. Now, this is £14.95. New today. Item number is 473539. Now, if you're getting the play around pack, you might want Katrina's book, because it's got so many different projects and ideas, isn't it? Hasn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I've brought a couple of the interesting pages on different kinds of stitches. So I've brought the ones that I've used in the book here to show everyone.
Oh, good.
But it's really telling you and showing you how easy it is really, and what fun you can have with the stitching and what to do with the stitches really.
Absolutely. Look at all these projects. They're great. So this would be perfect hand in hand. Look there, so showing you stitches hand in hand with the play around pack, which is getting very, very busy at the moment. So if you would like this beautiful book, so look, I haven't even finished flicking through it. There's just oodles of projects there. It's £17.99. Item number is 903483. Then we've got our summer doodles on card. Now, as you know, this is what I do with my Rowan Dean embroidery. I'll mount them up onto cards. But you've put a complete pack together for us, which is lovely.
Well, I like the idea that you've got 6 individual designs that you can create, and they're all slightly different colour combinations and different stitch techniques. So you've got really 6 individual pieces of art, really, because they'll all be slightly different, and they're quite quick to stitch as well. That's the beauty of the doodles, is that you know, the designs are so quick to do. You can really just do them in an afternoon.
Oh, we're just having a look at these again, beautiful samples. I mean, they're wonderful. I think they're really nice thank you cards, actually.
I think so. I think everybody loves something floral and something to do with the garden. But at the moment, I know it's raining outside just now, but my idea was that it's summer.
Yes.
And it's that lovely. The colours are so bright. June is just really, really bright flowers, then the green's very vivid. So all those colours, they make you feel good. So if it is raining, you can still enjoy the colours.
Absolutely, loving this. Another thing about you, I love that you already do the organisers for us, the thread organisers. That means a lot to people.
I think so. I mean, we've been doing the kits a long time, and that's one of the things originally that we wanted to do, was to organise the threads, so that you haven't got to wonder which green that I'm talking about, or you know, which one's next. The order is there, and I think it's nice to see the colours.
Absolutely, there you go. And of course, you've popped in for us the tweed. We've got some more organza to play with. We've got the beads. Look at that, isn't that gorgeous? Again, you've got your needles, and we don't even have to hunt for any card blanks or envelopes.
No, they're included, and I think that's nice to have those that you can, because you get really excited when you finished a project and you want to send it to them or give to somebody. So the cards are in there. You don't have to buy them separately.
Excellent, excellent. Right then, so for this kit then, £19.95. It works out at just £3.33, I believe. Yep, per card. I mean, how good is that? Right, so it's item number 539419. Next then, we've got the hayfield. This is adorable. It's so beautiful, and again, it's a great price. Just look, I always say this about your artwork, is that you could literally dive in, as in you could be there. It looks so realistic.
Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? The edge of the road or the hedgerow, looking at that field, it does make you think of summer and wanting to be there. But the idea is that the stitching is really, really easy to do and relaxing, because that's the main thing. It's got to be relaxing to stitch. So we use lovely colours to inspire, but easy stitching. That's the key.
That's good. So again, we can see all those beautiful colours on the organiser. Now, I notice as well that you've popped the actual print. There's a print to sort of help you along, isn't there?
Yeah, this is at the starting point. So you've got a basic outline there on the fabric, and that's with a fabric ink. So it's just going to give you that guide, and you're going to stitch over it. You won't see it at the end of the project, but it just means that it's going to be in balance with the design.
Perfect. And then some organzas as well, and your beads and your needles. Do we need to get our own hoop?
I'm going to show everybody that we've got the spring hoop to stitch with. Because if you want to display your work in, we've got the 4-inch display hoops to actually put your work in. So we've got a working hoop and a display hoop.
Lovely stuff. Have a look on the website for that. I do like the way it's been displayed, actually. £10.95. Item number is 409012. Then next we've got, now right, let me get loose
Drive.
Which is something I hadn't heard of, but you were saying it's a beautiful weed.
It's a beautiful weed, and it's got a very tall spire, and I just think it's just such a lovely purple, really. And I think with the little bit of orange there, it looks great. So it's a nice, very quick project to do. It's on the tweed, so it's a mini. It's on the tweed, and the new minis are starting. I'm starting to create a range with the tweed because I think that's nice to stitch on as well.
So beautiful. Here are the colours so that you can see. I always say, you know, go with the designs and the colours that you absolutely adore the most. Beautiful. And again, you've got the tweed with that little starting point of the print on there. Yeah, that's nice. So we're going to have a whole series then?
I think so.
They'll look so beautiful all across the wall. That'll just look absolutely gorgeous. Again, another great price, £10.95. 483869 is your item number. Next then, so we've got the pink campion, and this is beautiful. It looks so nice in a frame, doesn't it?
I think it's a nice. I mean, the subject I just love. You know, travelling here today, it's full of cow parsley and pink camping all along the roads, and it's just a lovely way to stitch using the organza, but a different way of framing. So that's good to show that, you know, everybody's got different styles of how they want to show off their piece of work. And I think that amount and a hardboard, it's good.
It looks gorgeous. Once more, you get absolutely everything that you need. It's £14.95 and your item number is 748178. So here we go, having one little look at the colours. Oh, bit of metallics, you know me, Magpie Alex. Love that. Gorgeous. All righty. Then moving along, oh, these are absolutely adorable. Pebbles on the beach, and I love the way that these have been displayed.
I think they're like little sculptures, I think.
They are.
They're almost as a pebble. The idea is that you're going to create a little bit of reflections in a rock pool or the sand on the seashore. You can just use very, very easy stitches to create that, and a few beads and a little bit of sparkle there, just to create a little bit of texture.
Loving all of that. Well, there's loads of texture to it. So you are getting both. Let's have a look at this one. You've kind of done a cool and a warm one.
Yes, yeah. I think that's the sand. You know, the golden sand, and the sequins are sort of oranges and golds and bronzes, whereas reflections, lots of that teal colour and turquoise colours, just to give texture. But it's the beads as well. You get a collection of textured beads just to give it that depth.
So you've got some little wooden beads in there.
I think those are lovely, the wooden beads, a couple of sequins there as well as the gold beads.
Oh, so you've popped some wadding in?
So that you can make the whole thing. So the idea is that you stitch over on the wool, and then you're going to create that pebble effect, and then there's a template inside that you cut out into card,
right?
And then you're going to sort of stretch that over the shape. And that's going to give you that domed effect, you know, layers of the wadding, and then you're going to hand stitch it round.
Nice, love that. £19.95. You are getting both of those lovely pebbles to make. Item number is 392346. Next then, because I was saying to you I haven't seen this, there's quite a few that I haven't seen. So we've got our sunflower quilting kit, and it's so delicate, it's so beautiful.
It's very gentle colours.
Yes.
So the idea is that it's hand quilted, so it has a backing fabric and has the wadding, but then the top surface is a knitted jersey, so it's like, you know, just a bit like a t-shirt fabric. So where you stitch, you get the shape appearing of the lines of the simple flower, of the sunflower, and then all the beads and sequins dripping out at down the side of the sunflower. So it's a really nice way of working with just colours that are very similar, gentle, and a little bit of sparkle as well.
Beautiful. Would you recommend when you're working with this one, because it's, like you said, it's a jersey type fabric. You did say that, didn't you? Yeah. Would you put that into a hoop, or you don't mind?
Well, I would tack all the 3 layers together so it becomes one.
Ah, okay.
And that keeps it, and then it's sort of not going to separate, and to do that very carefully so that you can hand stitch without it in a frame.
Right.
If you're doing something like stem stitch, some of the lines are done in stem stitch, and that's sometimes easier
Cool.
to do.
Yeah, lovely. Here are the colours. So gentle. Is the word ethereal? I don't know. There's just something about it. Yeah.
There's something nice about sometimes you want to work with loads of colours, like the summer doodles. It's got really bright colours.
Yeah.
But those are really quite restful, I think.
Nice.
The gentle colours.
So you've got in here the jersey fabric, a bit of wadding, and then where does this go? This fabric.
So that's the backing.
Ah, that's
so
the
that
backing.
all the sort of indentations go on the front.
Got
so
you.
it's a firmer weave than the knitted fabric.
Okie dokie. And of course, you've got those beautiful big pieces of the lemony organza. Thank you, because I was going to go chiffon. I thought, no, it's not that. Right, £25.95. Item number is 590659. Then, this is cute. We've got the farmyard hens. What a gorgeous project. It's so sweet. Have you got farms and things? Well, I suppose we've all got farms near us, haven't we? But, have you got one very close to you?
Yeah, it's one that we visit. Just with our granddaughter sometimes, so when it was possible. So, yeah, they're just lovely. They're sort of just in the yard, aren't they?
Yeah. Pecking away. Do they have names? Jimmy wants to
No,
know.
I can't remember the names.
Love
You
that.
could give them a name, though, couldn't you?
We could do. Look at that. So it's pecking away. Again, you've got your threads. Why couldn't I think of that word? So we get the hoop in this one.
This one you get the hoop.
Right, lovely. And once more, you've got that beautiful tweed and the lovely organza. One more look at those colours then, aren't they stunning? You can see you've got the hen colours, then you've got the greens for the grass, we've got the floral colours. Love that. £15.95, 468558. And then last but not least, on the counter that is, do go to the website. There's so many you can choose from. They're gorgeous. So this one is your Summer Breeze. And this is perfect because the rain will go soon.
It will. It will.
And it's just the colours are absolutely divine. Like you said, when you think about summer.
That's it. I mean, it's got a little bit of organza there just to create a little bit of texture. It's got really quite gentle colours, and then, of course, you've got a couple of beads there as well to give it a little bit of sparkle. But a really easy project that's not going to take very long.
Lovely stuff. £14.95. Item number is 115001. Now, we have got some things for you to add to your basket. If you'd like some display hoops, here they are. We've got them. You've got a pack of 4 4-inch hoops. That's it. There you go. The hardwood display hoops. £14.65. 235264 is your item number. Then we've also got some bigger ones. So you've got your 5, your 6 and your 7-inch, and that is £13.99, 727069. And then also, if you want to go for an accessories pack, we have got this available for you. So this time, people differ, don't they? Some people like to work with the wooden hoops, and some people like to work with the spring hoops.
Yeah. I just quite like the spring hoops, as you can move your work around very easily, and then if you do machine embroidery, you can use it for that as well. So I think they're quite versatile. This type of hoop.
Nice. Okay, so that's £15.95. So you're getting a 7-inch and a 5-inch, and you get the scissors. And your item number is 646785. Now, you know what I'm going to say? If you've had any of the kits and you've finished them and you want to display your work, you want to get your artwork on telly, then you can send your beautiful pieces of embroidery to studio@thecraftstore.com, or of course you can pop it onto our Facebook page. Over to you, Katrina. Which one are you going to start with?
I'm going to start with the summer play around.
Lovely.
So I've got all the ingredients here to show you. The thing that's the great thing about these colours is that you get a lot of choice in the colours, you get a lot of texture in the colours, and they're just summer. So they're there to sort of experiment with and just play with, really. So I have got the collection of organzas on here, so you're going to get a lot of different colours there just to create an experiment with on the fabric. So really, really nice to have a bundle of threads. So I've stitched a little bit on mine. So I'm just going to put this into the spring hoop. So the spring hoop, you just place the plastic ring on a flat surface and then hold the spring. And then when you release the spring, that's going to keep your work in place. So you can adjust that It's not going to mark the fabric, it's just going to keep that taut, and then you've got all your work ready to start and stitch.
Yeah.
I like those. And so this is the 7-inch, and then in the pack you get the 5-inch, so I'll show you how that works later. So I'm just going to take, I've just taken to start with, I've just cut some little bits of organza, and it doesn't matter I'm just creating an imaginary garden here, and I'm just going to take some little snips of the colours, and I'm just going to place those onto the fabric, and then I'm just going to pin. So all the organza is doing is just giving a little bit of colour on there and a little bit of texture, just to create. You've almost got a little bit of paint on the fabric already. So you can cut it on the bias. So when I'm in the bias, that means that the sort of stretchy part of the fabric, and that makes it easier to fray. So you just try and be a little bit mean to it, and you can distort that fabric just by twisting it and pulling it. Almost think messy, pulling it apart. And then you can use those and you can place those just to create texture, and pin those on to start with. So I'm just going to show you the basis of most of the designs are straight stitch. So I'm just going to start off. So really it's going to, so there isn't a print, so I'm just going to do some straight stitches to create grasses, really. So if you're just experimenting, if you have the book, there's a whole section on straight stitch, how to work the stitches and what you can use it for. But the idea of this kind of stitching is it's never wrong.
Yeah.
It's never wrong. You're covering the surface with thread, but you don't care what the back looks like, and you just have fun with experimenting with the stitching.
No embroidery police.
Yeah, I think it's just create a little bit of texture there, and you can build up an area and take that through the fabric. So you can cover part of the organza, or you can leave it showing. So that gives you a little bit as a starting point, and you can bring that colour all the way across, leaving some of it showing. So the thing about this kind of stitching is that it's very quick to do.
Yeah. I'll just do a quick stock update if I may, Katrina. We are extremely busy for the brand new summer play around packs. 20% of the cotton has gone, and a quarter of the stock of the tweed option. Look at all of this that you're going to be getting. It's fabulous. So very busy for that. $14.95. Back to you, Katrina.
Okay, so once you've got a little bit of fabric on there, you can start and create. One of the most interesting stitches, I think, that I use is a French knot. So you'll see that on all my designs, I can't really bear not to do a kit without French knots.
You know me,
I did it once a long time ago, but I think it's worth having a go with these and stitching. So there's lots of ways of creating French knots, but I'm just going to show you an easy way to do them. So keep your work in the frame, and I'm using the full 6 strands here. Yeah. So I'm just going to hold the thread about a couple of centimetres and fairly taut. So I'm just going to take the thread and I'm just going to go around once, twice, and then I'm just going to place the needle, not in the same place, but almost like one thread over. So as you push the needle in, you just tighten that, and that keeps it sort of twizzled around the needle. And then as you push the needle through, then you can let go and let it sort of twist itself. It'll just flow into the right shape, and you've got almost like a little rose with a little dint in the middle, and that's
so satisfying.
That's so lovely. It's such a great stitch. I mean, you can work that thread a couple of times, but if you want the knot to be bigger, you make the thread thicker. So just keep to the 6 strands and twice round, and you'll get that beautiful shape. And you can build a column a little bit like lupins or loose stripe. You can make those, and you can just build up a little bit of texture there. And then as you want to change the stitch a little bit, you can work that thread around once, and you'll get a much smaller knot as you work, and then you don't have to fasten off as many times, and just build up a column. So I think if you know, when you look at all our designs, you can use French knots for masses of things. You know, it's almost like trees, flowers, you know, walls. You know, you can use this technique and the texture for a lot of different things.
Sheep's wool.
You could use, yes, you could, you could. Okay, so once you've done that little variation, then you can go a little bit and you can actually make the stitch a little bit loopy. So this time, once you can do the original French knot, then you can go around once, twice, and leave it very loosely round the needle.
Okay.
And then the same thing, you're going to place that into the fabric, and then just going to leave, as you pull it through, you'll get great big loops appearing.
Nice.
And nice texture. So it's not one that's gone wrong. You know, you're sort of doing that intentionally.
Yeah.
And you can get lovely little loops and texture. And this one looks absolutely great if you work it in a metallic thread.
Oh, it looks like a rose. It really does.
And of course, in your pack, you'll get variegated threads as well. So you'll be able to mix the textures and create a little bit of colour there. So I'm just going to snip that out of the way. Okay, so once you've got those and you've done a little bit of straight stitch, you've done a little bit of the straight stitch and French knot, then you can have a look through your pot, choose a different one. And the beauty of variegated threads,
I love it,
is that the magic happens. You don't have to think about it. So you can have a look through all your colours and see which one you want to have work with, and you'll see a slight colour change, and you'll see some that are, the change is very quick.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to thread that back through. Okay, so I'm just going to show you another stitch. So this is Lazy Daisy. This is the one that we use quite often just to create a flower shape. All right, so I'm just going to take a thread and I'm just going to go back into the same place, and then I'm just going to push the needle back onto the surface, and I'm going to put the thread underneath.
Right.
And that just gives you an individual detached chain. And then as you rotate the stitch, you can then turn it round and just repeat that thing. Go round and round.
I love that.
And then, I mean, this is the beauty of this kind of frame, is that if you feel the tension is changing, you can just retighten it a little, just move it a little bit and retighten that thread very easily. And you can see you just create that nice little shape all the way around.
So pretty.
So really, more or less, I would say you probably only need 4 or 5 stitches.
Yeah.
So once you've got those and you've had a go and you know how to work them.
But you get a lot of detail even with just 3 or 4 stitches.
3 or 4 stitches, or you can reverse the stitch as well.
And once you know the stitch, you can actually stitch quite quickly.
Yeah, I think it's relaxing even to stitch quite quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you can work that stitch that way.
Oh, look at that! It's so cute. Looks like a lovely little daisy.
So it's like a really interesting texture. So you can vary it. You can make the, when you take that stitch to hold the loop in place, you can make those longer, shorter, and you can create many different patterns, and you can add other colours in between. So if you've got, I could just reach across and see if I can find that one. Here we go. So here's the one that I've got with the French knots. So this is the idea. This is one of the ones that came from the book. So it's showing just how to do loopy French knots and some ordinary French knots, and then tiny ones. Just by reducing the thickness, you can create a really good design. And then, of course, there is a chain stitch. So this is a continuous version of this idea, but it's using the organzas. So you know, you've got lots of colours in there. You could create with that, and again you can make a really nice little picture with just a bit of organza, some lazy daisies, some straight stitches, and a couple of French knots. So that gives that, the idea in the book is that you just have a look at those and just have a go at creating your own thing with those.
Amazing.
Okay.
Would you like to see a picture?
Oh, love to.
Lovely. This is from Karen. Hello, good afternoon, Karen. This is her favourite kit, she's saying.
Oh, that's lovely. The hydrangea. Gorgeous. Now, that design is from my garden.
Ah, there you
It's
go.
the hydrangea in the garden.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for sending it in, and it
Beautiful.
looks so nice framed, doesn't it?
Looks great.
Yeah.
I love it. I love to see when people send the pictures in. It's really good.
Yeah. So you can still send some more in. You've got half an hour remaining of this show. Send your pictures to studio@thecraftstore.com. Right then, this is our new today. We are extremely busy for both of these options. Now, with the tweed, is the tweed in the lead? Tweed is in the lead, I like that. So this is a summer play pack. It's brand new because you can find on the website. Have you done all 4 seasons now? Or we've got autumn?
We've got autumn. And we've got spring, and there's
yeah.
brights, which are much more vibrant colours.
Yeah.
But we haven't really got winter.
Oh, maybe next time.
Never know. But we've got purples and pinks
That's
as well.
true, yeah.
So we've got lots of combinations. But I think as this is the season of summer.
Oh, yeah, you've
great
got to talk summer.
Great to work with these colours.
Yes, lovely jubbly. So in the kit then, you've got your 2 squares. I'll move that so you can see the size. Okay, so you've got 2 squares of your tweed. There you go. That size. Oh, it's so lovely to work with. It's so soft. You're going to get loads of different coloured organzas. What did you say this was again? Or gauze?
It's a calico, a very fine, it's almost like muslin fabric that I've dyed in different colours.
Oh, it's wonderful. So there's a
But
bit
it's great
of
to fray.
Yeah.
You know, at the edge of a wall. It looks interesting.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. So you get a bit of that. There's more organzas. There's a little bit of satin. And then you've got some beautiful beads to play with. And then look at all of these. Look, you've got textures. You've got some wool threads. All of those wonderful skeins. You've got purples and pinks. You've got those beautiful summery yellows and oranges. You'll get some that are a little bit of metallic. I just love doing that, actually. It's just so nice. You'll get your needles as well. So tweed is currently in the lead. However, if you prefer working with the cotton, so again, same concept, you'll get all of those lovely strands of threads there. You've got the organza, the needles, and then you've also got 2 squares of your cotton to play with. So it's just your choice, really. Now, lots of you have got them in baskets. Please do make sure you're checking out your basket so that you can secure it, it's yours, and then you can enjoy watching the demos. And you'll just be so joyous when the postman comes and these come through your letterbox. £14.95 for either of those options, 473539. Then we have got our fabulous card kits. I love these. These are some of my favourites. Now, you're getting all 6 projects to make, and look at these beautiful stitches. And as Katrina said, sometimes you want a little bit of a quick project. Sometimes we don't have a full day to dedicate to ourselves, but you just want to do something and feel you've finished it and achieved it. And these are the sorts of things so nice to do sat in front of the telly, aren't they? Or when we do have sunny days, sitting out in the garden is just wonderful because they're a lovely portable size, these. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, you literally get everything you need. So you've got all your threads. They come to you on the organiser, so you don't even have to think about it. There it is. And then we have got the tweed. You've got the organza, the beads, the needles. But then you also get those lovely card blanks and the envelopes. So you can get started straight away. £19.95. Oh, Jimmy really wants to show the bee. It's so cute. There you go. £19.95. Item number is 539419. Again, do go to the website at thecraftstore.com where you can see the whole range. I mean, look, we're just surrounded by beautiful, beautiful samples. I'm going to hand back to you then, Katrina, if I may.
Okay, well, we're going to go on to the hayfield, because I just thought when you've looked at it, you've done a little bit of stitching, then you can use a display hoop just to frame that, and it instantly turns into a garden that that you've created, or or use with the other one. You could create several designs to do that. And then don't forget, if you do get carried away, the larger packs of organza are in the same colours that are in the play around, but much bigger. So you can actually make a much bigger project. That's quite useful. Okay, so
if you want to go for that, then Item number is 1188. No, it's not. It's 118313. Back to you, Katrina.
Okay, so I've got a little project here. So the tweed is actually woven for us, so it's a beautiful weight and really lovely to work with. So for this one, I'm using the spring hoop. So just put your work over the top, and then you just gently hold that spring and release it, and you'll find that it's just great for this size of work. So I've got my print, and in the kit you get a couple of pieces of organza just to create a little bit of the field there. You pin that on, and then your stitching will hold that in place as you go through it. So there are different areas. Normally if it's a landscape, I tend to work from the distance to the foreground, but I want to show you different parts to the stitch, right, as well as using the different stitches. So I've got a little bit of organza here. So it's again the same idea, that you can take a little bit of organza and you can take that on the bias, so that's the stretchy part there, and you're just going to cut that across, and then you're just going to fray it like before.
Yeah.
Just make that interesting colours, and then you're just going to place that over the foreground. And that's just going to stay in place while you start your stitching. So for this one, the basis of the colours, I'll show you the colours, the basis of the design is actually mostly different directions of straight stitch. So we've got some variegated threads, we've got cornfield, we've got some wools, we've got some metallics, and we've got the bead thread. So you've got all the colours there to create the project, and the needles, of course. So I'm here. If you know, sometimes if you're not using a variegated thread, you can mix colours together. So this is what I've done. I've got 2 strands of one colour and 1 strand of another colour, and I'm going to create the field, and I'm just going to do horizontal stitches, more or less higgledy-piggledy. They're just going to fill that area in to create a field. You've got a guide from the print, but you will probably stitch just to the print. You don't want to see the print at the end, and so you're just going to really fill that whole area in, and wherever you've got that colour change, it'll look really, really lovely.
Looks really, really realistic.
So really it's not difficult stitching.
No.
And there's no counting or anything. You're just filling the area in, and you can chat and you can sit in the garden, you can sit and have a cup of tea while you're doing this stitching. It's a relaxing thing to do.
I know a lot of ladies, they have the sewing circles, don't they? And they all get together and...
I mean, it's a chat, it's a social thing. It is really lovely. So once you've stitched a little bit, if your thread's starting to run out, then you can turn it over, and then to fasten that off, you're just going to wind the colours around a couple of times, and that's just going to give you enough to hold that thread.
Perfect.
Okay, so the other thing that's in this kit is I want to show you that there are some beads here. So there are some lilac coloured beads here, a mixture of greens and purples, really different sizes and different textures. And then we've also got a bead needle. Let me just find the right one. Okay, so I've got some bead thread to attach these with. Now it's called Nymo. It's a specific thread for jewellery making, and all it means is that it's not going to stretch when you use it. So where you place the beads, they will stay. So you bring the needle up from the back.
Do we get that in the pack?
That's in the pack, the lengths of those, and you then put them in a little container. I tend to sometimes use a container that's for the pins.
Yeah.
The flower head pins. So you just pick up the bead, and then you're just going to take that down, and that's enough to hold that in place. And you can work with as many colours or as few colours as you wish.
Oh, I'd go crazy.
I mean, I do go a bit overboard with the beads, you know. So as many or as few as you wish.
Lovely.
And then you're just going to attach those, and that's going to give you that little bit of interest in the foreground there. And then, of course, you can add some of the green beads there. So all the way across the foreground, you're going to add little bits of texture.
And then they look like lovely little flowers.
They look like
the
little
distance.
tiny flowers, and
Yeah.
you can just attach those, and it's really, really relaxing to do that.
Just gives
So
it
you
so much
just get
variety.
texture. They're really,
Yeah.
really nice to work with.
And you've put some bugle beads in there as well.
Yeah, it's the look of the drawer really. It's
Okay,
it's
that's
a
all good.
mixture of colours
Yes.
and sizes. So you can use whichever ones that you want. And again, once you've got those on, you can remove the pins now, and you'll have that
Lovely.
to stitch.
Yes, and now the organza's nicely held in place as well.
Yeah, I think it just gives it a little bit of interest with the organza. And so they are mini, so you know they won't take long. They won't take long to complete, and then you can use some of the other textures in there. So the other texture, this is a wool. So I'm just going to use a little bit of that to create.
That's a lovely, soft, delicate purple
So it's
lilac.
a really, really nice, nice gentle colour.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take a couple and just repeat that French knot, and it just works just slightly differently in wool, but you're still going to hold the thread, and then you're just going to go around once, twice, and then you're just going to place that almost into the same place. If you placed it really into the same place, it might disappear through to the back if you take it down into the same place. So just enjoy the stitching. And you can create. I think the thing about the minis is that you can either follow the instructions exactly, or you can just get carried away and add stitching of your own. You could fill the whole foreground with flowers and beads and stitching, and then again you might want to add a couple of fly stitches. So this is a great stitch for working. Oh, it's a great stitch for like just creating a little bit of texture. So for this one, you bring the thread up from the back, and then you hold the thread, and then you're just going to place the needle opposite, and then bring the needle back into the middle between the 2 points, tuck the thread underneath, and then you've just, it almost forms like a Y, and then that stitch, that length there, could be any length at all.
Yes.
And you can just make those and make them as dried grasses in amongst the flowers. So it's a really, really nice stitch to do. So, and the rest is really horizontal stitching and diagonal stitching. Really, really fun to do.
Excellent.
And then if you've got your display, you know how you want to display that. If I just take that out.
Yeah, don't forget the display hoops. You can get some on the website, pack of 4.
Then you can see when you put your work back into there, obviously you need to finish that. It's a perfect size, and it's not going to take too long, and it looks quite spectacular when you finish.
And it looks so lovely in that wooden frame. It looks really posh as well.
It lends itself to the the tweed and the colour and the natural wood.
Yes,
lends
it does.
itself, and it's a nice way of framing things.
Nice. Do you want to see another picture?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. This is from Jane. Here we go. Oh, we're just showing that sample. There you go.
Oh, lovely.
Isn't that gorgeous? It's more of a wintry scene, this one.
Winter frost, yes, that's really gorgeous.
That is stunning.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah.
Lovely.
Beautiful stitches, beautiful colourways. Love that you've added the sequins. Thank you, Jane, for sending that in. And Karen, we love it. OK, so just a quick recap then I'll do, and I'll come back to you, Katrina. Right, so this is our beautiful Hayfield tweed mini kit. Love this series, but look, and I love the tweed. Can you see that, how it's been woven? But then you've got all of those beautiful grasses, the trees. You can see those woolen, what do you call them, French knots, how can I forget that? And then you've got the beads. It's just absolutely beautiful, and especially when it's been displayed. So as always, of course, you'll get all your beautiful colours, all your skeins of thread and the skeins of wool on the organiser. You've got your needles, you've got your tweed with the print on, beautiful beads, and of course I haven't mentioned this, and I know it's obvious, but I'll still say it, you're going to get your full instructions. In fact, because I haven't shown it this hour, it might be worth just showing the actual paper, the instructions that you'll get, and it gives you beginners tips, and it gives you, you know, all of the distant, it gives you like where you're going to pop each of the pieces of the organza and the groups of trees, etc. Then on the back it'll teach you the stitches. In this one, there you go, you've got a little stitch guide, just 3 stitches, and there you go. It's all there. £10.95. Item number is 409012. Then our beautiful doodle cards. Now, a third of the stock has gone. I can't tell you how pleasurable these are to do. They really are. So you're going to be able to make all 6, and you've got everything in this kit to make all 6. Beautiful, lovely, quick kits. These, I totally love giving these to people. Little thank you notes, but to be honest, any occasion. See, again, very, very beautiful. You've got a little bit of satin in there, so you can make for those beautiful flowers. You'll get your beads. Let's see. And I like the way that the tweed has been frayed a little bit around the edges. Again, it gives it some beautiful texture. Jimmy's bumblebee, he's a bit obsessed with this bumblebee. That lovely centrepiece of that flower. Loads of bugle beads on this next one. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, and this one, you can really go to town. Look at that. Divine. As always, you get absolutely everything you need, and you even get your card blanks and your envelopes. £19.95 is the price. 539419 is the item number. So I think, Katrina, are you going to do some of these cards now?
We are. I'm going
Excellent.
to have a look at the cards and just sort of, it's a really nice way of working, because you can work on one project and you can complete it.
Yeah.
And I would probably do all of them and then cut them up.
Oh, okay.
And
on one
so
big
that you can admire them, because we don't often sit back and admire our own work.
Yeah.
So I think work those, all of those, and then cut them up and put them into the card. But this time, probably gone a little bit overboard with the threads, but we've got some really lovely variegated colours here. We've got some really nice pinks and purples. We've got metallics. We've got the bumblebee, threads for the bumblebee there, and a mixture of really just summery texture and summery colours. And we've also got a collection of organzas to use. And, you know, obviously I'm inside the instruction, it'll tell you where I've used organza, but you can always change the colours. Yeah. It's fine. So the first one I'm just going to show you is just a little way of creating some texture. So this is a great fabric. It's in Summer Breeze as well, just to create a little bit of a flower. So it's worked on some satin. So you just cut a little bit of a bad circle.
A bad circle.
Yeah, don't be good at it. I think just a misshapen circle is very good. And these are just going to be added to your work. Sometimes I use the same fabric for poppies, and you know, a bright red or a bright purple, or if you've got some of the others, we've got yellow. We've got a big collection of colours there. So all that you do is take up the shape, and then you're going to bring the needle up, and you're just going to do a little bit of a French knot. So you could just do one turn of a French knot there, and then as that goes through, just let it travel on its own, and then that's a nice way of creating a really quick way of working a flower. And then another way that you could use, you could add a little bit of organza. So you just take a little bit of the organza, and then you fold it, cut it out a little square, and you about 1 centimetre square. And then you can fold it into quarters, you can fray the edges, and you can apply a little bit of a flower, so you can pin that in place. And then take the thread, and you could add either a couple of straight stitches or a couple of French knots just to hold that in place. And that's just going to give you a little bit of interest. So we've got the lazy daisies. See the lazy daisies there? Yeah. Got a couple of fly stitches and some straight stitches. So basically it's all the same kind of stitches, just to create a little bit of a garden there. And you can add more French knots if you wish. And then again, fastening off, just wind it around a couple of times, and that's going to be enough to hold that in place.
Yeah.
So you'll see there are step-by-step instructions for all of those. Just going to take my work out for the minute. And it's nice to see the whole piece as you start to stitch, and then I'm just going to show you a little bit on here on the dahlia there.
Okay.
So that's got a little bit of blue behind, and then it's got 2 pieces of the red organza, and you're going to stitch all the way around with a stitch. It's called stem stitch, so it's a great stitch. It goes in an outline shape. It's perfect for this kind of flower. But I'm just going to show you a little bit on the edge.
Yeah.
Just because I've already gone round the. I'll add the little bit here. This time's disappearing. So you bring the thread up from the back. You can see the print underneath.
Yep, that's good.
And then you're just going to do a small, almost like a half back stitch. And then you're just going to repeat that and keep the thread out of the way. And it forms like a solid line. But on the back, it looks like a back stitch.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
it
a really
does.
nice way of getting a solid line on the fabric. And once you've got all your layers done, let's cut that off. Then you're going to use the embroidery scissors just to remove the red. So this is what, once you've gone all the way around, then you can take the fabric and then you can cut quite close. If you're unsure about it, leave it a little bit bigger, but just cut all the way around.
Okay.
So that's why you need some really good sharp scissors.
And you can get these lovely embroidery scissors with the 2 hoops.
So you go all the way around, and that reveals the flower.
Yeah.
And then you can add French knots in the centre there.
Nice. Our details are on screen. You'll get a 7-inch hoop and a 5-inch hoop and the scissors. £15.99, 646 785.
So that's 2 different stitch techniques.
Yep.
And then, have we got enough time to show the
We have got
next?
about 6 minutes.
Oh, good. That's good. Okay, so I'll just move this around now. So this time I'm just going to take one of the colours.
While you're getting the thread, do you want to see another picture?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is Michelle.
Oh, look
and
at that.
She's added her cat to it.
That's great. That's really lovely.
He's very realistic, that cat.
Yeah, he is.
That is so good. Amazing. I can see you're a lover of French knots as well. Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Michelle. We really appreciate it. It's so nice.
Lovely.
It's nice as an oval, isn't it?
Yes, that's good. That's good.
Lovely
I like
stuff.
little flowers in the centre there and the cow parsley.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite plants, cow parsley, I think. It's just really lovely.
Excellent. Thank you, Michelle. Back to you, Katrina.
Okay, well, this is the one of the other designs, but we use the stitch like on the pebbles. It's the same stitch, so that all we're going to do is we're just going to take a cross to start with. So there'll be a little print on the fabric as the starting point. So you go back into the centre.
Yeah.
And then back in again. And you're almost forming, I suppose, a star shape. A star shape.
Oh, a star shape, yeah.
You can go in between once, or you can go in between twice, you know, so that you get more legs on this spider's web. So you go all the way around. And then when you get to the last part, you then bring the needle back into the centre, and you just bring the needle and use the eye of the needle this time. So this time you're going to go back over and under the next one. So you're just going to keep turning your work, so you're going to go back over and under the next one. As you go round and round, you'll see that appearing. And eventually, if it's 6 strands, it's quite quickly revealed. So you just keep going round and round, and eventually you will close up all those stitches, and you can see the ridge gradually appearing.
Yeah, I like that. And again, it's very tactile.
It's really, really, really lovely to do. And you just keep going round and round until that's complete. And then if I can just reach across here. So if you're doing the one with the pebble, all right, so this is the one with the reflections. So it's the same stitch that's in the this kit.
Yeah.
Lovely, and you just do them all different sizes and then fill in with French knots and beads and make that really, it's like a little garden. A little garden that you're looking over the top and you're seeing all the foliage and all the flowers. So a really nice imaginary garden. But the stitch, I just love. Stitch is great. So here's another way of using that stitch. So this is the pebble reflections, or pebbles on a pond, the two together. So inside here I've got a little bit of a bead, so that means it raises the surface, and so you're just going to do the same thing as the stitch all the way around, and then you're going to fill in with French knots and beads. So there's a really easy project to do, but when you look at it, it's got a lot of texture.
It has.
You know, it's really, really, really nice. And then inside, to create that pebble, you'll have a little bit of a piece of card that's got, you've laced the card, and then you've got some layers of the wadding, and then you're just going to take the pins and you're just going to pin all the way around, just evenly, just so that you get a really nice pebble shape, and you can really move and work the fabric to be nice and smooth, and then you can stitch all the way around. Just to give that pebble effect.
Love that. Thank you. Thank you, Katrina. So as we've just been looking at the pebbles, we've popped the details on screen. Oh, well, there we go. But we're going back to the lovely card kits. So you'll be able to make all 6 of these beautiful designs. Now, I can tell you that half of the stock has gone. So pleasurable to do. Whoever you're going to send it to will absolutely adore receiving it. So you get absolutely everything you need, even down to the card blanks and the envelopes. £19.95, and your item number is 539419. And then, last but not least then, we're going to come back to our brand new today, which is the play around pack, but this time we're going into summer. Love this. Now you've got 2 options, so again I'll whiz through what we've got here. So you'll get your, you can either go for the tweed or the cotton. You'll get 2 pieces of the squares of the tweed. That you can see you've got those 2 pieces here. Then you'll get a lovely array of organzas. Don't they look beautiful? Lovely summery colours, pinks and yellows and oranges in there. Plus maybe a little bit of satin, love that, for florals. And you've got so many wonderful textures in with your skeins of thread. You've got woolen ones, you've got the threads, you've got the metallics. Oh, it's just luscious, this, so nice. You've got your needles, and then you've also got your fabulous pack of beads. So you can create so many different designs with this. Possibilities are endless. This is the tweed, and this one is the cotton. So same array of goodies inside, but then you've got your cotton instead. Just depends on which one you fancy working with, really. Which one's in the lead, Katie? Tweed is in the lead still. I like that. Tweed is in the lead. £14.95, 473539. If you are going for those play around packs, I have to say it would be a good idea if you go for the book, in case you haven't yet got this. It's really good, this book. It's got so many different projects in here. It's an absolute array of information and inspiration. £17.99, 903483. Thank you very much, Katrina.
Thank you.
Do you know when you're next in?
July, Christmassy. The Christmas.
Oh, Christmas in July. Yeah,
I know.
No, we'll see you then. Lovely stuff. Please do check out your baskets. As always, don't go anywhere. We've got the one-day special coming next. It is your last chance now to get the one-day special. After that, we are paper crafting with Funky Fossil, and later on, Dolly Dimples.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the craft store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the craft store.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hello, thank you for joining us at the craft store. This, of course, is the one-day special, but we're mixing it up a little bit this hour as well. It's Stamps Away. We've got all sorts for you. We've got some happy hour deals. Of course, we've got the one-day special as well. Going to have a good look at that. And that means as well, we've also got Ali still with us for the final live hour today. How are you doing, Ali?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
You look full of energy still.
I am.
Yes.
It's exciting.
It is exciting. This has been a busy one-day special.
It has. It's been crazy, but it's brilliant because there's so much you can do with it.
It certainly is. Oh, do you know what? It has been busy because we are approaching limited stock. This is the final live hour, so please, please, please don't forget to check those baskets out. Now, Ali, for anyone that hasn't seen this yet, this is a whole configuration of all sorts of goodness, isn't it? What can we do with it all?
Well, this is why I called it Adventures in Album Making, because basically it's so that you can make your own journals, memory books, gift books, all sorts of different things. So you can do traditionally stitched books, but you've also got some more interactive folded books and things like that, but then they can become elements within other books. So you can have books within books. On the DVD we cover 2 other methods of making books that, you know, you don't need a template for and you don't need to measure, but I can show you different ways. So it's literally about making anything into a book.
Amazing, amazing. And we've got some fantastic samples, but let's break this down a little bit. Let's have a look what we've got. So where do we start then, Ali? Where would you say, what is the star of the show? Is it the book binding press?
That's great, but it can be used for all sorts of different things. The cradle is brilliant because you can stitch with it. It just all works so beautifully together, and you find yourself grabbing. The book press, I chose that size because I wanted it to be easily manageable.
Yeah.
And I find that when you've unscrewed it, you turn it upside down and let gravity open it for you and little things like that. But you can press flowers in that. You can obviously flatten any books that you need to hold pieces while dry. Works really nice with air dry clay to press things in.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I was pressing grasses in to create all the little...
So the little leaf prints. We'll have a look at those a little bit later on. So you've got your press in there, you've got the cradle in there as well. I can see we've got some new ephemera in here as well.
Yes, and these were specifically designed to go with bookbinding, bookmaking albums. So you've got tabs to do your sort of dividers within your pages. You've got corners so that you can do those metal effects on your covers. And then you've got my favourite, which is the sort of journaling bits. So you've got sticky tape, you've got staples, you've got paper clips, you've got bulldog clips, but they're all flat. So it's like a staple. You can have it on your page, but it's not interrupting the page behind. It's not going to stab through to the page that goes on top of it.
No, and they're transparent at the back, aren't they? So it really does look as though you've fastened that paper clip or added that bulldog clip or applied that tape, of course. Now, we've got quite a lot of board in the bundle as well, Ali.
So you've got 2,000 micron and 1,000 micron. Some of it's white lined, so if you're doing really hard covers and things like that. And then you've got the 1,000 micron, which is great for if you're making the boxes for the books. That's the one that you use to make the Jacob's ladder. It's just a really handy thing to have. And also, if you want to make fabric covers, the thinner grey board is the one that's best to put your fabric onto. That's what I've used on the fabric.
Wonderful. And we've talked about those different folds, those different types of books as well. You do also get the templates. So we've got the star card, we've got the exploding box here as well, we've got the matchbook, and we've got the diamond accordion. Now, these templates, I'm just going to pick some of them up actually from the back here. So you can see these are made of mylar. So everything's been thought out for us here, Ali, hasn't it? So all the markings are there, all the score lines for the folding.
Score lines. So what you've got there is the square one is the diamond accordion. And so basically you can cut as many of those as you want, and then you can make the book as long as you want.
Lovely.
And it all folds up. And then the other two bits make the matchbook. And you'll notice that you've got the holes marked so that you can go through your pages and your cover, and it all folds up traditionally like an old-fashioned matchbook.
Brilliant. So you don't have to measure anything, it's all thought out for you. Perfect, even better. Well, this really is a great bundle. No wonder it's been so busy. You've got a massive saving on it as well. £31 saving. We've got Flexi there for you as well. The price will go up at 6 o'clock, remember. This is the final live hour, but that price actually goes up at 6. You don't want to miss out on this. We have got that Flexi for you. Item number 790416. Yeah, 2 payments. We just flip that around again so we can see exactly what you're paying today, and another in a month's time, of course. There it is for you. £24.97. Amazing. We've got so many fantastic samples as well. I'm going to show you one or two actually. One that really caught my eye when I came into the studio, and I do understand that Leonie spotted this at the start of the show last night as well. But for anyone that hasn't seen the earlier shows, I've got to pick this up. Ali, we've got 2 books that look very similar to this one, but there's a story behind that cover. It's just beautiful, it really is. Do you want to tell everybody how you created this?
So basically this was a little velvet sort of clutch bag drawstring purse that my mum had given me that was literally falling apart. The seams were falling apart, but it had this amazing embroidery on. So what I did was I, as carefully as I could, dismantled the bag, and the velvet was starting to fall apart as I was doing it. So I quickly got that attached to grey board, which is why it's got the raggedy edge, because that's as much of the fabric as I could save. I dismantled and grabbed the tassels and the drawstring, and that became my cover. And the tassel decoration, and then the drawstring became, I added a bead to the end, and it's like a bookmark within your pages.
That is
and then
so
I used
clever.
Graphic 45 to make the pages.
Absolutely love it.
So
it is so clever.
And it just meant, because as I was working with it, I was having to sort of put the book binding glue underneath and smooth it down, and it stopped the edges from fraying.
I'll just show one more for now, because we've got lots to talk about. But if I this is a Jacob's ladder, so if I let that drop, and then hold this one like that, look at that. How clever is that?
And this has got the ephemera on it because it's great. So you can have the paper clips in these, but they're not going to interfere with the mechanism. Because obviously you couldn't have real paper clips because they'd catch as the pages cascade over each other.
Look at that there. You wouldn't think that was a transfer, would you?
I'm so pleased with them. They look so good
brilliant.
when they're on.
Absolutely
Because you do actually
brilliant.
run your finger across thinking they're dimensional.
Yeah, amazing. 790416 is your item number. Got lots more to show you. So we are going to tell you about some happy hour deals. Of course, that means these prices are only relevant for this hour only. They will go up at 5 o'clock. So what we've got is the shape card template collection for you. Now you've got a whopping saving here of £7. Just £12.96 is the price. Item number 797877. Now we've got all sorts of shapes here. We've got the double fold back card. Let's have a look at that one first of all, actually. Is this a double fold back?
That's
not the one. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the one.
Yeah, so I've actually done a double there.
A double. That's why I was confused. I thought there's more than double. This is a lovely design. Look at that.
So I've just done one going each way so that it folds in on itself. So it's a template, so you can make it into whatever, however many layers you want.
Could you go with a triple double?
I'm not sure where you'd attach it. You could have that coming off the back. You could have it opening out at the
back
back.
to back.
Yeah.
Back to back. Okay, what else have we got there then? Because we've got more than one template. So what's this one then?
That's the stepper one.
That's the stepper.
World's quickest card to make.
Lovely. And then we have this
double
one.
trifold.
The double trifold.
So if you pull the front out,
there
you've
we
got
are.
all
just
that.
tip that up so you can see that. Beautiful. And what haven't I done? There's one more then. The twist. Ah, there we are. There we are. Beautiful. £12.96, remember, and you can get all of these for that price, £797,877. Right, moving down again, we've got more templates for you, so let's have a look at the details for this one. Oh, I like these. Details there for you, £7 saving again, £12.96 is the price for this hour again. It's another happy hour deal. So we've got another whole collection here then, Ali.
Yeah, so these ones are a little bit, we call these ones the cards and more because, again, these would work with your journals and these. So this is your slider card. So, again, you could imagine that, yes, it's a great card, but also have that as on a page within a journal because you can have hidden messages and, you know, things like that.
Perfect. What else have we got here? We have got, oh, what's this one
the
called?
surprise shadow box. So when you pull that, and that's got a little, on that sample, I've made a little accordion album that sits in the bottom that you can then pull out. You see there's a little tab.
Oh, that is so sweet. Yeah, you could put little gifts in there, couldn't you?
Yeah.
As well. Put
But
little
the idea
necklaces or
being that it will
something.
also fold completely flat to go in the post. This one is the double pocket, but I've done a couple of them and then stitched them together to make a book. So you'll see when you get to that page there, you've got all those little pockets that you can put things in.
Yeah. Oh, how lovely. I love anything like this.
Anything with, you know, that you can hide things in. And again, I've used the ephemera to hold pictures in there, just like you would really, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that is perfect, isn't it? And then finally, is it finally this
yeah,
one?
the pop-up one.
There, let's have a look at this one as well.
So again, this one I've put two of them together to make a more of a sort of an exploding card, but then you have the traditional one though it just stands up a bit like a trophy, like an award.
I'll just turn this around as well so you can see from the other side because you can hide your sentiment in there. Yeah, and the one that stands up like a little award, the one that Ali's just talking about is this one. All done from the same template, but two different looks there. So lots of templates available on the show. This particular bundle we're very busy on. £7 saving, £12.96. Remember, that is a happy hour deal, 599067. Now we've got the bumper box of tubes for you next. Now these are hefty pieces, aren't they?
They are. I wanted something construction-y. So if you use them with your Powertex, you could wrap your clays around them. It just gives you a shape that you can't do in MDF.
They're
you
really
can't do
solid.
cylinders. So that's where the idea was. So you can make little sort of tables, but I was thinking wrap your clays around.
Yeah.
One I've made into a box, one I've made into a little hanging that the light will shine through, and three I've made in...
Oh, I didn't expect that. Oh, look, how clever is that? Oh,
but it's also a really
wow.
nice little pot. Adam didn't realise this morning that that was made out of the tube.
Didn't he?
No, he's like, I'm not sure
I
why
didn't realise it had something in it. I had realised why the sample was here. Look at that. So you can use, again, recycle bits of old costume jewellery.
Yeah. Jewellery is
you know.
great because you can wrap it,
Yeah.
the necklaces right round.
Of course. Again, your moulds and your clay is going to come in perfectly for that. I love this one, actually, Ali.
This is my pen
This
pot.
is so, so useful, isn't it?
And that's
Look
just
at
using the
that.
3 different heights and then, you know, glamming it
Love
up
it.
however you fancy.
Do you know what I love about this as well? You've worked with the texture on the tubes.
Yeah.
And it looks brilliant.
It's got a really nice feel, and obviously it's a recycled product, so you know it's helping.
Of course it is. Yeah. Well, busy for these as well. A £5 saving, £9.99, 912621. We'll keep going because we've got drawer storage for you next. Now, when these have gone, they are gone. We haven't got any more for you. This is a really, really good price. You're getting 2 of these, so exactly what you can see in front of me here. 3 drawers in each. A £6 saving, only £9.99. Now, these are sturdy, Ali,
Yeah, they
as
are.
well, aren't they?
They are. I mean, obviously they're a lovely colour as they are, but because they are paper-covered card, but it's a nice paper. It feels almost like leather. But obviously you can personalise them if you're not a peachy girl. You could easily, you know. Adam said, "What would you do?" Well, well, obviously I'm going to do black gesso and make it match my pen pot because you can do. That's the joy of them. But they're really handy, decent-sized drawer that you can get lots of bits and pieces in.
They're really nice and sturdy. They would make great gifts as well if you wanted to gift them and break that one down. Only £9.99, a £6 saving here. Just for this hour again, 426893 is the item number. Now we've got some scrapbooks for you as well. These are new for you, aren't they, Ali?
Yeah, this is something,
before?
Yeah, these are paper chase.
Ah.
So they are exquisite quality.
They are
Even if you don't want
beautiful.
the scrapbooks, just take the paper out of them. And we say paper, but if you feel it...
Oh, that is thick, isn't it?
It's lovely.
That is super smooth, lovely surface
So
to it
that's
as well.
going to be really fabulous as journals.
Really nice ring-bound spine to it as well. I love the fact that you've got the ribbon so you can tie this together. Isn't that gorgeous? Again, they look perfect as they are, but if you wanted to decorate again, you certainly could do.
It's a textured paper on it, so, you know, obviously you can mix them up. But
that is a great buy.
Just for the paper alone inside.
Yeah.
But I couldn't bring myself to tear
Do
one
you know how many
out.
pages are in there?
I don't.
Oh, there's quite a few, isn't there?
I think you could take half the pages out to use the paper and you would still have a decent amount in there for a journal.
Definitely.
That's what I would do.
There's a lot for your money there. £9.99, you're getting 3 of these, not just one. 3, that makes it £3.33 each. 603447, another happy hour deal. Don't miss out on those. I think they're going to be busy. I'm just going to lay that one down for a second. Now, we've got some cases for you next. Now, these are multi-compartment cases. You do get 2 of them. I've not opened one of these, so this will be a bit of a surprise for me as well. Nice zip on there. Are you ready? What's happening in here then? Oh, another zip inside. Oh, I see. Nice little pocket there. You could keep all sorts in there, Ali, couldn't you?
Yeah,
Tools.
I mean, really handy. Adam said earlier, you know, you could put a little crochet kit in there because you could tuck your hook in the pocket
That's
and
a
then
good
have a
idea.
few balls of yarn, so you've got something to take away. Pencils, your glasses, mobile phone and charger, anything really. And they've got the nice little handle. But what excited me the most is they're from recycled paper.
Are they?
So you can stamp on them.
I was just going to say if you
paint
stamped
them.
that.
I've stamped the flowers, I've stuck ephemera on, I've stenciled on them, I've painted them. So you can really go to town or leave them. I mean, they're a nice colour. I like craft colour. But yeah, you can alter them up to your heart's content.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Works so well with the ephemera as well. 2 of those for £9.99, a £10 savings, so half price. 393059 is your item number. Now we've got some glue runners next for you as well. Always very handy. You do get 5 of these as well. I mean, there's a different glue for different jobs, but it's always handy to have the glue runners, isn't it?
It is. Glue runners are great for quick fixes and also on the move. You could be on the train, you could be in your caravan, you could be sitting out in the garden, because you can't take a pot of wet glue outside, because especially not today, it wouldn't dry out, but yesterday it would have done. You know, so they can go in the pocket. You can have one in your handbag.
I was just going to say it's worth keeping one of those on you. You never know when you might need it.
And also for your journals, just to quickly put something into, you know, if you've got a ticket or something like that, because it's just that quick, instant.
Oh, there's loads of goodies, isn't there? Only £9.99 again. You've got a £5 saving. Yes, you are getting all 5 of those. 248368 is the item number. And then we do have some beautiful satin roses for you. Now, these are classed as the pastel roses. They're not all pastel, though. We've got red in there as well. But
I
you
know,
could,
there's just that pop of colour, isn't there?
Yeah.
And also, what I really like is look at the beautiful green that the leaf part is.
Yeah.
That's a really gorgeous deep colour. So you could add these to your embroidery. You can also use them on your card making, power text, anything like that, because they're ribbon. They're just, and you get 30 in each bag, and you get 6 bags.
Wow, so that's 180 then, if my maths is correct. I love how it says freshly picked roses.
I know, I like that.
Really good deal again. £9.99 and £8 saving, 759919. Now remember the happy hour deals that we've just seen. The price will go up at 5 o'clock. The one-day special, that may not be around by the end of this hour. Who knows? That will go up at 6, but we are at limited stock now. Now, we are going to go to Ali and we're going to see the first demonstration. Can't wait to see what she's got in store for us. What are we going to do, Ali?
Right, so we're going to really mix it up, and this is why I wanted sort of everything on the show, because then I can pick. So what we're going to do is use the twisted gatefold template from the happy hour deal, but make a book to go inside it, because with the twisted gatefold you have this fabulous panel in the middle, so I'm going to make a little book that's going to fit in there. So I've cut a bit of 12 by 12 paper down to A4 because these templates are designed to fit on A4. But what I love about the twisted gatefold, it is perfect for your double-sided papers. In fact, a lot of what we've got on the show lends itself to double-sided paper. You don't have to make the decision which side do I prefer.
Because it's nice when we get something like that as well.
I hate that bit, especially with graphic 45. And so I've gone, so that's why I've cut up a 12 by 12 for this. But obviously, again, you know, you've got your A4s, so they are designed to work perfectly with A4. So all I'm doing is running my embossing tool up and down the score lines. We have got all these markings here. That's for doing your layering.
Okay.
You've also got a scalloped edge here. I don't cut that out. I ink over it.
Oh, that's
and
a good idea. Yeah, so you use it like a mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I haven't got time to cut those scallops out. So I cheat. Now, the only trouble when you're using graphic 45 is it's hard for you to see the score lines. But you'll see that the card knows where it is because I've given that.
And you've gone straight onto your glass mat there. You've not had any sort of sponge or anything.
Yeah, it's just to help train the card. You can put a sponge mat, but I'm so heavy-handed I'll probably go straight through everything. So I just go straight onto the glass mat. And then you can just see, I'm sort of trying to hold it up so you can see it's guiding itself along. So that
Oh, perfect.
is your, you see what I mean about the double-sided?
Yeah.
You're really making use of that. So that's your actual card, stands up. And also I did this in vellum earlier because even though vellum's a really thin paper that I was using, the structure of this has strength to it, so it does stand up.
Yeah.
Right, so
that
that's
look beautiful in vellum as well.
Yeah, and acetate because it makes things look like they're floating.
Of course,
And then when you use your layering elements, you can actually make the triangle look like it's floating. It just really plays with your eye.
Oh, wonderful.
Right, so what I've done is I've used the middle layering template to cut myself another piece of graphic 45. I've just done it twice. That's going to be the cover for my book.
Okay.
And I've just roughly cut some paper. This is some old paper I found. It sort of feels a bit like school paper, and that's going to go in there.
Lovely.
So, bringing in my cradle from the One Day Special.
Part of the One Day Special. You've got the bookbinding press as well, and all those other items such as the ephemera, the DVD, more templates in there as well, and you get the board, two different weights of the board as well, so something for every job.
Right, so I've just put... You don't have to use the guide if you don't want to, but what I like about the guide is it's holding the pages for me, and it just pops in there, and you see you've got these grooves. If you run your needle or your pokey tool down those,
So again, no measuring, no rulers, no guesswork.
No, you can measure if you want to, but I don't.
You don't need to though, do you, with a tool like that?
And I'm going through quite a bit of paper here and my graphic 45. I did acetate with it earlier. So I take that out and you'll see I've got my row of holes.
Lovely.
So, have I got enough thread on that?
Now we do get some thread in with the One Day
You
Special,
do,
don't we?
and I keep showing this. It is getting smaller, but I've only ever had one roll of thread for all these samples. So it does last quite a long time, and like there, I wasn't 100% sure I'd got enough thread, so I've got myself another bit. I then put that aside. Well, that was amazing. I really didn't think I'd be able to do that this time of the day.
Well done, Ali.
Right, so this can come out of the cradle now, and I can just put that to one side. I don't glue my cradle together because it means that I can dismantle it and put it away if I need to.
So especially if you're short of space.
Yeah. And literally when it's folded down flat, it doesn't take up much space at all.
Well, so you see it didn't move, it didn't go anywhere. Everything locks into position.
Yes. So I've just gone through the middle hole and then I go up the next hole, leave a trailing edge, down,
So do we always start in the middle then?
I always start in the middle because then you're not going to have any strings trailing out the top of your book.
Okay, right, got you. Now we are very busy. We've got approximately 3 minutes waiting time on the phone lines. If you can go to the website, then that will be the quickest route. Hopefully the app's okay as well. But if you are waiting on the phone line, then we will get to you as soon as we possibly can.
Right, so when you get back towards the middle, because we've only done half of the book, we skip the middle and go one above it.
Right, got you.
And then you just...
This is going to be really secure then.
It is. I mean, obviously, depending what paper, what you're doing, you could do every other hole. You know, it's up to you, but it just... You've got it evenly spaced out there. I'm running dangerously and close to unthreading that.
Now, details on the screen for the one-day special. It is getting busier and busier as the hour goes on, and we are at limited stock. £31 saving. Don't forget, you're getting so much there. The cradle, the press, really strong components as well when it comes to the items in the one-day special. You are getting lots of ephemera that will go beautifully with everything, of course. The DVD with lots of tutorials and instructions on there. We've got the boards, 2 different weights of boards, and then there are those templates as well. So with the templates, you've got your star card, you've got exploding box. What else have we got there? We've got the matchbook and the diamond accordion as well. Absolutely beautiful. What a buy this is. 2 payments of £24.97 if you're taking advantage of the flexi. Do you know, even we can split happy hour, can't we, as well? The happy hour deals is whatever you put in that basket. If you've got other things to go in there, as long as that flexi is open or it amounts to £60 or more, you can split the cost. 790416 is the item number, of course, for the one-day special itself.
So when I've gone back up and down, I come back up through the middle hole, so I'm back where I started, and then I can tie those 2 ends together across that long middle stitch and tie it again just for good luck. Snip your ends off. Now you see, by starting in the middle, I've not got any ends that might trail down.
Do you know, that is so neat, isn't it? That is very secure as well. And you don't have to pull too tight on that thread, just let it sit nice and flat.
Yeah, and because you've pierced everything all together, you've kind of pushed the pages together.
Yeah.
So you've got that tightness anyway. And then you can just glue that into there, and then you can start decorating. Can I sneakily show some of the large ephemera on this?
Oh, go on then.
I'll ask nicely. There we go. I didn't really use my bookbinding needle there to release the pressure in my glue. That would be naughty.
Now the extra large ephemera, we do have a pick and mix on it for you. It's any 2 for £9.98, £2 saving, 365043. This isn't a happy hour deal, but I can't say those savings can be back again another time. Who knows? But I saw you using these earlier on. These are just wonderful. The detail in these is incredible.
But you see, so I've got a nice patterned paper there, but I'm just adding a little bit of, so that's the architecture one. Let's add, I love this one.
Because you've got those transparencies again, Ali, you can layer these up, you could put ink splodges underneath, you could put your paint, you could stamp.
You can mix the small ones and the large ones together. You know, it just adds that little bit of interest. And the other thing is you can combine different papers and then you put an ephemera across all of it and it ties it together and it looks like it's a designer paper.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But I love using, particularly on books, using the architecture ones because they've got that straight straightness to them. So I have a flying buttress along there, but this bit of church, I've already used my squirrel earlier. But yeah, so, and then that will fold up. And I think that would be quite a nice little shopping list book.
It's ideal, isn't it? It's just one of many, many ideas that you can create from the templates, of course. Using part of the one-day special because, of course, the cradle was being used there. You can choose your own papers, but the template came from this particular bundle that's in front of me as well. We've got much more than that one template. So let's bring those details again. So the double fold back card, let me just find that one again. This is a double. Really nice, really, really nice. Look at that. This is onto a board as well, but I mean, you could use your regular card. Using ephemera again there. Ali's ephemera is just incredible. Of course, the template that we've just seen, the double gatefold there. This one just treated as a card, but as we've seen, you can apply those little books inside there, which I think is a genius idea. Then we've almost got that cascade effect here as well. I mean, these are lovely because they fold flat, but as I pull that out, if I just turn that to the side so you can see the dimension there. Isn't that amazing? But that is actually a card, but then you can fold that completely flat again. So if you did want to post, you certainly can do. We have the stepper on this one as well. We are approaching limited stock on this set. This is one of the happy hour deals. £12.96, a £7 savings, £7.97, £8.77. Do take advantage of that while we've got it as well. Ali, can we come back to you for some more demonstrations?
Shall we do a stepper card and show how quick they are?
Oh, go on then, yeah.
But then I
why
thought
not?
I'd make a little notebook that would fit on the stepper card.
Do you know, I've never seen that done before.
No, neither have I.
This is a first then.
I was like, if I can stick a notebook on it. Right, so again, I've got a piece of A4. I'm going to mark that middle line.
Okay.
Normally, if I'm doing this at home, I don't mark that with a pencil because it will be visible, but I want you to see what I'm doing. And then I'm going to score these lines. Okay.
Now, steppers are notoriously difficult when you're trying to measure and mark and cut all at the same time.
Yeah. 45 seconds I did it in this morning.
Wow.
So cut that line.
Okay.
Then we're going to fold, fold.
Oh, we've just got limited stock on these templates
Fold.
as well.
Oh, I'll finish
How
it
quick
before
is
it goes sold out.
That is unbelievably quick.
But I want to show, see how I've managed to get that where I wanted it? Because I can see through the template, and like my flower, I made sure that was under where I wanted it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, that's wonderful.
So, and I thought I'd make a little book that can go, that I can stick there, and I could either wrap a piece of ribbon round so the book would slot in there and then could be pulled out, or I could glue it to the front.
Yeah, so you could change it if you wanted to.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do the book exactly the same way as I did before, but this time I've found some old ledger paper that's already folded in the middle, so it's done half the job for me. But this time, just to show that you can do it, I'm not going to use the guide, just to show that you don't have to. So I'm going to put a hole in the middle.
Okay.
You see, it's slightly tricky because you're having to hold the paper.
Yeah.
So, you know, the guide does make your life a little bit easier.
Yeah, I can
one at
see
the
that.
top, one at the bottom, one in between.
Okay.
But you see, I'm having to hold that like that.
Yeah.
So you'll find that simple little bit of MDF is really handy.
yeah,
and
we can
also,
definitely see
I don't often say it, but for my husband to work out how long to cut the slot so that it would make a perfect 45-degree angle and put the dot where the hole where we needed was quite some serious math.
I can see.
Because I was like, because he was explaining it, I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's going to work. Obviously, I had complete faith that he could do it.
Well, he's done it because it works a treat. Oh, now the templates, we've just had a technical sellout on those. That means all stock is allocated. I'm just getting updates as we go along, actually. Now, we do have a little bit of good news on those because we have got some on extended from the 25th of June. So these are the templates that are in front of me right now, the ones that Ali's just been using. 797,877 is the item number. The price stays the same until the top of there. This is a happy hour deal, isn't it, this one? Yeah, so the price will go up at 5 o'clock. You've still got a chance to get these, just that little bit of a wait, but not long at all. Busy, busy show.
Right. Shall we make this pretty? Now, I've said this every time I've mentioned putting beads on. What I recommend you do before you start is make sure that your needle will pass through your bead.
Okay,
because otherwise, you select all your beads and then you're going to have to take your needle off, thread your thread through your bead, then put your needle back on, and it just gets laborious.
It gets a bit tedious.
Yes. So I'm going to now. When you're doing something with beads, what you might find is that your thread becomes slightly heavier. so might want to pull out from the middle. So I have been known to use, on your ephemera, take a little bit of the backing that's left that hasn't got any printing on it, you know, when you've peeled them off, and just use that just to hold that end in place. Don't press it down too firmly, you're just using it a bit like a low-tack tape, and it just means that you can worry, because you're worrying about a lot more when you're doing beads. I keep losing the middle of my book. There we go. So I'm just going to use that just to hold that.
Yeah, got you.
So now I can concentrate on threading my beads, and I'm not having to worry about pulling too hard on my thread. It's just removing another element of what can cause you problems.
And again, are these beads that you've collected from old custom jewellery, things that you've collected along the way?
Yeah, definitely. They've got a really nice feel to them because they're just old. Broken jewellery. Make friends with a local charity shop is my top tip on that one, because they can't sell broken jewellery. So what they might do is they might make you up a bag of it. I sometimes get a kilo bag. Always don't worry about the inside stitch. You don't have to put any beads on that. It's just when you come back to the outside. And then you're just going to thread a few beads on. Ooh, got a bit of glue in that one. So I'm not even caring that they're odd beads, it just will add. And I'm going to go back down the same hole, pull my beads up tight. Still going to cut across that middle, come up there. Let's find another couple of beads. Putting some green on. I've got a nice silver one there. And another nice green.
I'm loving the beads, Sally.
I just think the colours are matched quite nicely because this is a really nice vintagey paper.
I think the notebook idea is such a lovely idea as well.
Well, especially if you don't attach it properly to the card so it can be picked off and used.
And we all love notebooks. We all use them, don't we? All have to write little things down. Something else you could use, probably the wrong time of year now, but a little calendar on the stepper would work nice as well. Or you could even put that incorporated into the notebook.
Yes, again, so we're saying baking books, but obviously there's so many other things that are the same mechanism, as you say, calendars and all sorts. So I'm just putting the last bead on. Back through the middle. So now, wasn't paying attention. So don't worry if you've done something like this where you've missed your hole. Just line it back up, pull it through. I can then release that thread.
Oh, nice.
That is, some of the tricks is just about giving you almost like an extra hand.
You know, that would be a lovely idea as well if you'd got a relative or someone that maybe had a piece of jewellery, costume jewellery, that had broken, they thought, oh, I'm just going to get rid of this, I'm not going to get it fixed. You salvage it and then incorporate it into a lovely project and then gift it back.
Exactly, exactly. It's just about saving those things. It's heartbreaking how much stuff people don't put a value on, but that could be. I mean, my mum used to have these necklaces, I think it was from the sort of 70s and 80s, that were really big pendants. So when she used to kiss us goodnight, they used to swing and hit us on the head. And it's like, you know, at the time it was like, but now, you know, I'd love one of those as a mechanism within a book, or you could cut out pages. So obviously you can then cut out holes within this and do like tunnel books like I've done there. But I just think that, again, I would possibly put some ephemera on there. Maybe find one of the nice sayings. Don't think I've got one of the sayings, but we'll just put postcard on it just so that you can see that. Just there. And all I would do, I need this ribbon for another demonstration, but I would attach, this is the nice thing with a stepper card, you can come in, attach some ribbon there, wrap it round and attach here, and that will give you a slot that you can then slide that into, so it'll hang on the front, and there's your little notebook with your card.
Good idea. Oh, we're so busy on the templates, Sally. We really, really are. Happy hour deals, that's what we're looking at there with the templates. We've got lots of them, actually. We're busy across the board, I can tell you. Let's have a recap of some of those. This is such a brilliant idea. I'm going to show you the depth or the thickness of these again, so your tubes. Do we know what the diameter is, actually, Ali? Have we any
I should
idea?
know off the top of my head.
We'll find out. We will find out. But it's a decent diameter there. There's so many ideas that you can achieve with this.
Do you want internal or external?
External.
External is 3 3/4 inches. And internal...
Oh, I get both.
Is 3 inches.
Amazing. Amazing. Which is a great size.
A wine bottle fits in them.
You can get loads in them, and they range in height as well, from 5 to 20 centimetres, which makes them absolutely perfect for the idea here. Ali's favourite, her little pen pot, a little tool holder. It could be anything. It could be, you know, with the taller ones, you could even put knitting needles in there as well. Paint brushes, pens, just any tools that you use in, so they're close to hand, and you can decorate in any way that you wish. What I love about these is the fact they do have texture, so you can see that coming through on that particular sample. This is such a great idea. I genuinely had no idea there was anything in here, but look at this. Isn't that a lovely surprise when you open that lid? Everything attached there. You could write little notes on the back. You know, again, you can keep other things in there. Just make little pots to keep your jewellery in, little trinket boxes. So many ways to decorate. Item number 912621, you've got a £5 saving these. You're getting a lot for your money there as well. And you're helping the environment because you are recycling, you're repurposing. Only £9.99. Love it. Now, we do have more to remind you of as well because, of course, do you remember the drawers? This is such a good buy. Now, these are really, really sturdy. Now, you're getting 2 of these. Each has 3 drawers in them. I'm doing everything a bit back to front, but if I can just pull one open again. In fact, I've taken that right out so you can see the depth of that as well. Nicely lined as well, Ali.
In fact, Adam said earlier about making mini scenes in there because actually
you could do that,
between each drawer is a shelf. So if you take the drawers out to use them to make little scenes, you've still got a shelf unit as well.
You have, haven't you? Let me just take another one out so we can see that. I'll not take them all out, but there we are. So you can see, that is such a lovely idea. So that shelf goes all the way to the back. Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
So you could actually take one of the drawers out, stand it up on the top, make a little scene, then you've got a shelf there, and then leave 2 drawers in, or mix it and match it about how you want.
But you could make a little dresser as well. You could put a fancy top on there, decorate again however you wish. But 2 of these for just £9.99. I'm just going to leave those out for a second. £6 saving, 426893 is the item number. What a great way to gift as well. You could put little knickknacks in there, toiletries perhaps, bit of jewellery in there. Even bits of food, you know, as long as they're wrapped as well, you know, little cheeses or things like that. It's endless, isn't it? Now, something else that I'm really impressed with are these. I am not surprised these are busy. I'm just hearing they are extremely busy. I love everything about these, Ali, because they're lined beautifully. You've got the ring binder on there, the O-rings on, so you can really open these out. You can flip those pages perfectly. You've got really good weight to these pages.
They're fabulous. I was saying it wouldn't hurt if you took some of the paper out to use. But what I like is its landscape.
Yeah, it could be portrait.
It could be portrait, but it's the fact that it's just so it lends itself to having a photo, some nice writing. Photo, nice writing. You've got that scope. And also, being ring bound, you can add fold out elements. So you could make up one of the little pockets that we've got the templates for and add that in. Oh, it makes a nice easel like that. You know, it's just, they're really... But I couldn't bring myself to tear anything, and that's unusual for me.
I love the fact that they are landscape, as you say, because you've got the options then. But actually, to go portrait, if you do your different designs, you can flip those pages and have something else on display every single day. Really lovely. You're getting all 3 of these for that price. It's not 1. I'd gladly pay that for 1, but for 3, £9.99. That makes it £3.33 each. You could split these down into gifts again, or use them all for yourself. Just keep them. 603447 is the item number. Love it. Something else you're loving as well are these. These are another great idea. Now, you're getting 2 for the price that you're going to see on the screen there. £10 saving, so essentially you are getting 1 for free when you look at it that way. There's a lovely little pocket in here. There's a zip pocket also. They're quite generous. There's a decent depth on that, isn't there?
than you think. So you could get your glasses in a case in there
Definitely.
and some other stuff. But scissors, you know, anything that you need to carry. So if you want a crafting on the go, and they've got a little handle, so they're a nice little bag. I suspect
really
it's
are,
going
yeah.
to become a phone carrier for me at some point.
I love the fact it's got the double zip end on it as well, so you can zip from both ends, so you can go to the middle or you can zip from one end to the other.
Yeah, so if you just need to pull a pencil out, you can do without unzipping it all, because I'm also terrible for unzipping, knocking it on the floor, but you can literally just open a bit, pull out what you need. Adam was suggesting a lunch box, but frankly, I don't think it's big enough for that. Maybe some
You've got my
afternoon
lunch in there
snacks.
today, because I haven't had any.
Oh, bless
You get my
you.
breakfast in there. I had a cereal bar.
Oh, that would fit in there a treat.
Don't worry, I'll make up for it later. £9.99 is the price here. 393059 is the item number. Then the glue runners as well, another good buy. You're getting 5 of these. Waiting to see the price, another happy hour deal. Check these baskets out before 5 o'clock to secure these. £5 saving, only £9.99, 248 368. And then finally, we have our roses. There's so much here. You're getting 6 packs. There are 30 roses in each. That's 180 freshly picked roses for you there. Again, only £9.99 and £8 saving, 759,919. There we are. And of course, don't forget about the one-day special that's proven to be very, very popular. In fact, we're going to go back to Ali. And what are we going to look at next, Ali?
Should we make a maze book? From the one-day special.
can
So
we?
this
Please.
isn't a template. This is one that's covered on the DVD.
Okay,
And it's
yeah.
the one I've made 5 different sizes of. This is why I did it on the DVD, because it's a folded one. And you don't need a template, but you can make it in different sizes. So I've made a little stack of 5 different sizes and put them all on top of each other.
Brilliant.
So all you need is a square piece of paper or card. And you fold it in half and unfold it. Then fold to the middle. So this is going to be a really teeny tiny one. You'll like the size of this.
I love anything miniature.
And then fold to the middle. Turn it round. Fold in half. Unfold. Fold to the middle.
Oh, this looks easy enough.
It is, and you can literally make any size as long as you start with a square. So if you want to do the progressive size, you start with a 12 by 12,
Yeah.
11 by 11, 10 by 10, 8 by 8, and you can then make progressively smaller books.
amazing.
So this is 6 by 6. This is the smallest one. So you've now got 16 squares. So starting at one end, you're going to cut a line up to the corner of the 3rd and 4th square.
Okay, yeah.
Rotate your piece of paper round and do the same going the other way.
Yeah.
Rotate, go up.
Again, nice and easy.
So you end up with sort of like a bit like that. And then you just start folding. When you get to the corner, you go round the corner, and depending how you work, you might work methodically and want to put the glue at this point, or I sometimes go and glue it all at the end.
Would it be safer to do that, do you think? Glue it at the end when you know where you're going with it?
If you've done a few of them, you can do whatever takes your fancy, if you know what I mean. But
I see you've done quite a lot of these, haven't you?
So now you've got your little accordion book.
Oh.
So what you get is where you've joined them, you've got like sticky out bits. But if you look, you've got so many little elements to decorate, and then you can make a cover for it, or that can then fit inside, say, the surprise shadow box, or one of the others, or inside a book. So you cut a little. So I wanted to do a book within a book. I was going to make a book and then cut a little hole through each page and put something like that in the hole.
Idea. I like that.
But I ran out of time because
no.
I hadn't made many samples.
Well, we can see the stack of books at the front there. I don't know, can we just have a quick look at the display that Ali's got there at the front, because it's absolutely incredible. There's a lot of the ephemera being used on the bottles as well, I can see, but the stack of books, we can just see it coming into shot there on the basket.
So the bottom one on that stack is made with a 12 by 12 piece of paper, and the top one was an 8 by 8, and then the paper varied size in between, always square, made exactly the same way, little covers, which then could tie together so they'd
The
stack.
ephemera again, look at that on the spines.
Yeah,
It works so well.
I think when we make books, we forget that you can put a spine on them, and put words on them, because that's, if they're going to go on a shelf, that's the bit you see.
Yeah, of course. I love it. Absolutely love it. I can think of so many things that you've brought to us in the past, Ali, where these are going to lend themselves beautifully as well, like the cabinets and the dressers. And
I mean, well, that's
as well.
where, I mean, we did books at college. We had to present some of our work in hand-bound books, and I did love making them, and we made children's books and things like that, but you forget to do it. And then I started making a few when I was making paper and things like, oh, well, what do I do with the paper? I've made it, I'll make it into a book. And then you start making more and then putting things, and it just grows until you've got loads of them.
You know, the idea that you've just done there, if we've got old books, or music sheets would probably be big enough anyway, but if we've got old books, pages from books, could we join them together and then create that? Is there a way we could stick them together and then do the fold to create the size we need?
As long as you can cut your paper to a square, so if I haven't got a book page handy, but just trim it to a square and then you just work with it anyway, because it's only about folding.
Yeah.
So I have what's the smallest square I've got? Hang on.
Can we go smaller than the size you've got?
I'm going to try one this size.
Really?
I'm going to try it.
That is going to be small. Oh, this is
Sorry, this is going to be challenging for Cam. Honestly, there is something happening here.
Now, this size, whatever it is you're using, Ali, is definitely going to be, a size that you could get from a page in a book.
Easily, yeah. So just square, and obviously the easy way to create a square template is fold diagonally. I didn't cut this perfectly, so it's not a perfect square, but it's close enough to...
We remain busy on the phone lines as well, but it's been a very busy hour, actually. Do make sure you start checking those baskets out, especially if you're going for the happy hour deals. Those prices will go up in a little over 10 minutes' time. The one-day special itself is at limited stock. Will it last till 6 o'clock? That's the time the price will go up on that. I wouldn't wait until then. Of course, this is the last live hour. I'm really intrigued by this. I can't wait to see this finish. Is this going to work, Ali? Look how small it is. Oh.
So I now just need to go in, do my gluing, and I will make this one a little cover just because it is the cutest.
Could we tie... Yeah, we could, couldn't we? Because you've done it on the stack of books. You can still put ribbon in between the covers,
Yeah,
so you can tie them together.
Yeah, that's where I always do the tie, is use the cover. So let me just... Sorry, this is the weirdest television viewing because it's so tiny. But look, it is...
Oh, look!
It is a perfect little accordion book. Okay, so I need to just work out roughly the size of my cover. Let's use a contrasting one. So it will always need to be slightly bigger for your cover that you might need.
Now I've seen your recycled handbag. You see, I'm thinking I'd love to make little covers where I can embroider little motifs on there, you know, take tiny bits of patterns, or a little cross stitch perhaps would look beautiful on the front.
Did you see earlier when I made the faux suede? Because that stitches, you can stitch through that, which is really nice. So it's still paper, but you'd be able to stitch through it. So I'm just going to create a little neater spine.
Okay.
And I'm going to, where did I put my glue? Right, so when you're making a cover for these, you only attach one end to the cover, otherwise it won't open properly.
Of course, yeah.
So then that's going to come out of there, and then you can just put a little bit of ribbon there, a little bit of ribbon there, and that is...
Oh, I want to make hundreds of those now.
Wait, I've got a tiny stitched book that I've made into a pendant.
Have you?
Yeah, and I started making another small one. I was going to make a pair of earrings.
Oh, that's such a good idea, isn't it? It really is. Oh, do you know, it's endless, isn't it, what you can achieve with this? Do you know, and if you go for the one-day special, let's just go through everything again there. You know, the fact that we've got the book press, we've got the cradle, with the string, the binding string there as well. You've even got bulldog clips with the needle in there. You've got ephemera, which is going to be so useful. The DVD, of course, is there. You've got 2 different weights of the board, so you can make those covers. You can cover with fabric if you so wish. And then, of course, we've got all of those different templates as well. The star card, the exploding box, the matchbook, and, of course, the diamond accordion, which in itself is absolutely stunning. I'm just looking around in front of me. I can see more and more samples. Old maps have been used. You know, you can use your favourite papers. You can use the book pages, music sheets. You can create your own papers with your favourite stamps and your inks and your different mediums as well. It really just does go on and on and on. And if you're loving these bottles, do have a look at all the ephemera as well. If you're going for the one-day special itself, it's 2 payments of £24.97. Because you can split the cost, you can add in other items, maybe some happy hour deals while you've got the chance there. 790416 is the item number. Are you still busy over there, Ali?
Yeah, I was just going to make a matching little proper bound book as well.
Oh.
So, but I was looking to see if I'd got a bit of my card that I used to make the faux. Right, so... doesn't matter how big or small your paper is, you can put it in the cradle. Now, you can use your guide again, but obviously the gaps are quite spaced.
Yeah.
So you could move it along, or you can sort of grip it and just do it by hand.
As you just line that guide up, Ali, you could have got 2. Would you say that's enough, or would
no?
you
Want an odd. You want an
3?
odd number, really.
Okay.
I'm actually going to do 5 on this.
Oh,
just
imagine that look the part, because it's a miniature book.
Exactly, because it's the same as, you know, when they do special effects in film and water never looks right because the droplets are wrong. So if you go for all those little details of making sure you get it. So, and I'm also not going to attach the cover at this point. I'm going to stick it inside so that the stitching is on the inside. So it doesn't matter how big or small your book is, it is made exactly the
just
same.
Just under 2.5 minutes left, Alice, so we're going to time this to perfection, I'm sure. Do you know, can I say as well, I didn't get to see the launch last night. I was being busy. And I normally try and watch as many as I can, especially when I know that, you know, I've got shows to do myself as well. But Ali, I know your enthusiasm is always so infectious.
Thank you.
Right from the beginning, and now we're at the final live hour as well. You've not waned with that enthusiasm at all. I can see
but my needle threading skills have gone out the window.
But you can see the enthusiasm is still there. You could just keep going and going and going, because I think this is the thing about the one-day special. It lends itself to so many different projects, so much fun. You've got so many ideas in there with the templates, the different sizes of the books that you can make. You know, you've got quality pieces here as well with the book press and the cradle that are going to last and last and last. Look at that little book there. Key rings. We've heard about the pendant as well. You know, we've seen how small you can make those books. You can see how many different folds you can do there as well. You really are going to have a lot of fun with this. If you can, I would pop some of that ephemera into your basket as well. We can see how it really makes a difference with these samples, especially when you've got the wording, you know, you've got those architectural shapes as well. There's so much available. Do have a look at the pick and mix on those as well. We've got a minute left, Ali. How are you getting on?
Right, I've just done the stitching, so I've just got to knot it in the middle. I've got a little tangle there, but that's fine. We'll snip him off in a minute. So all fingers and thumbs.
Check those baskets out, everybody. We are seriously limited stock on the one-day special. If it doesn't go during the live hour, I think it will just afterwards. 790416. Do not miss out on this.
Snip, snip, and then I would take the front page and the back page, put a little blob of glue on that, fold that over. This is a cheap way. You can get away with this with small books. So there you go.
Perfect.
One miniature book bound to match its mini maze book.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, how sweet. And you've done that in the nick of time, Ali. Well done. Oh, what a lovely hour. So enjoyable. We've got some great shows again today, haven't we? Do check those baskets out. Don't miss out on the one-day special. Be quick with those happy hours. You've got a few minutes. Menu coming up next. Thanks, Ali. Thank you. Oh, what a wonderful hour. Oh, I did enjoy that. What lovely shows we're having today. We've got more. We've got paper crafting with Funky Fossil. Oh, do not miss the one-day special, the new launch at 6. It's Dolly Dimples. And then we've got Helen McCook embroidery. How wonderful.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dyes, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hello, good afternoon. Now we have got the lovely Sarah back in the studio. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, Alex.
Hi.
Good to see you again.
We were just saying it's weird how the shift patterns fall, because sometimes you don't get to work with somebody for ages. We went through a stint where we worked together all the time.
We did.
And then even though I saw you, we're sort of crossing paths.
Yeah,
but now
I was worried you'd put in a request.
Definitely not. No. So we've got some fabulous new todays, lots of new todays. But of course, if we haven't seen the designs by Funky Fossil before, do you want to tell us like a bit about the company, the ethos?
Sure,
the designers?
Yes. So I've been going for about 2 years now as Funky Fossil, and my aim really as an avid crafter myself is to just bring an eclectic mix of everything that I love to work with myself. So things that catch my eye often find their way into our ranges. So I'm very lucky to work with a range of talented designers, all with their own individual styles, and that enables us to bring out stamps, stencils, and more recently dies and papers. Really just to kind of either bring a smile to your face or bring something quite elegant and classic. There's a bit of everything.
That's it. I like it. I really like the eclectic mix. Okie dokie. So we're going to start off with this first set, which I think is so lovely. Coffee and friends, and now we can meet our friends.
I know. And this is very much for me. It's kind of inspired by those kind of chalkboards you find at coffee shops, that kind of coffee shop chic, I guess. I mean, I have a confession to make, and I'm not a great fan of coffee myself.
Okay.
I do love coffee shops.
Yes. Well, you can have a hot chocolate, can't you?
Hot chocolate is my favourite drink.
Amazing.
So this is designed to really, you say, people getting back together, just sending people really kind of fun little good wishes cards.
Yeah.
And there are lots of people out there who are huge coffee fanatics as well, and this works brilliantly for them.
I'm a mocha girl, me.
Are you?
Yeah, like that.
Sophisticated.
I don't know if it's that. So, as you can see, we've got your stamps, you've got those lovely dies that's got the coffee in, and also in heart form. I think that's just beautiful. And then you've got that fabulous coffee stencil, which is something that little bit different. And I love your sentiment, so coffee is a hug and a mug, perfect.
Yeah.
What else have we got here? So we've got life begins after coffee. You see, I think that's so true.
I mean, they're great for sometimes little things in the kitchen as well, you know, for people who like to have a coffee. So, you know, coffee is my superpower, and, you know, happiness is a cup of coffee. You know, things like that. You could imagine those in little frames in the kitchen as well as on cards.
Now, I can tell you that our lovely Hannah, who is directing, her other half is like a famous barista.
Ooh.
There you go. Just a little fact for you at home, if you know, don't know if you want to know that.
Well, I hope she's going to be picking up the stamps today.
Yeah, making it for him. Lovely stuff. I'll just show you the size of the stamps because they are bigger than the packaging, but they're really fabulous. This also, do you know what? The designs of this almost remind me of, you know, a certain American sitcom where they used to meet in a coffee shop and they've recently had a bit of a reunion.
And I think, I think a lot of that whole kind of coffee culture came from that kind of source, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're designed to be, most of them, big enough to be a focal point on the card.
Yeah.
So there's not necessarily a lot more that you need other than maybe like the stencil or the die to complete the project. But
perfect.
Yeah, for me it was that whole idea of that kind of that chalkboard writing. I just love that look of that.
Love it. So we've got the lovely heart coffee shape with the beans in it, I mean, and then you've got the coffee, and then coming to this one, oh, she says, can I pick it up? And, oh, I should say, this one's by Jane, because how many people are on your design team now?
I think we've got about nine or 10.
Oh, wonderful.
So, yeah, so lots of different styles, and I think that one's a Jane one as well.
It is.
That's one of the stencils I think we've got in the pick and mix in that cup as well.
Nice.
So.
Did you do this one?
I did that one,
so.
yes,
Yeah,
the chalkboard look, and quite a few of the samples, the last three have all been using the new paper pad that we're coming to later as well.
We will, because it's good stuff. This one is by Sam. That's just that, I mean, that's lovely. That, you could hang that as a little sign, couldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, and that's using the papers as well.
Excellent. This one is by Donna. And again, and this wouldn't take long to make if you want to batch make.
Well, you say that the die is a good size, and the way it works is you can either cut the coffee beans into the paper or cut them out with the outline, as Donna has there. So yeah, you can't done with that as a focal point.
I know, love that. And last one for now, but we will show more as we go through the hour. There you go. There's our lovely, and look at that stamp. That's just brilliant, isn't it? Now, this has got a freedom discount, which is jolly marvellous. So it's £26.99 if you remember. And, of course, your postage is covered. 052360 is your item number. Now, the ferns, which we're looking at now, these have already been busy. Already been shopping ahead for them. And we did think that well, you predicted very well, didn't you? So you've got your beautiful stamps, you've got your dies, and you've got your stencil. And this is for, oh yes, and of course, and the MDFs, isn't it? So this is such a lovely universal set for all occasions, isn't it?
It is, and you say kind of quite classic images, and we brought out a set before, it was meadow flowers and silhouettes, so it would work brilliantly with those, or with lots of other things people have got in their stash. So that kind of woodland walk feel, the kind of rich greens, that kind of, that was in my head with this set. It was that kind of like that forest floor and rich greens and browns.
Nice. Look at that, and then we've got the stencil, lovely log slice stencil.
Yeah, the
so
tree
useful.
rings. Yeah, exactly. And you say you can see where my head was going with it as I was putting it together.
Amazing. And then, of course, we do have your MDF. So you've done hearts for us and some ferns too.
Yes, so these two MDF hearts are layered hearts, so you can either use the overlays separately to the solid base, or layer them up in contrasting colours, and you get a really lovely bit of home decor.
Nice. And then again, just to show you the size of the stamps that we've got here. So is one of them a fig leaf? Because we've got fig on there.
No, it's you know when you've got in textbooks fig 7, fig 8, so it's like figure.
Oh,
so
I see.
It's meant to be like in a botanical book. You can put it next
I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, that is good, isn't it? So again, you can see lovely large stamps.
Yeah, I was stood there for a second thinking, is there a fig leaf?
It's just me, it's just me. And then, look, these are the die cuts, just so you can see how they work. They're fabulous. And then, of course, we've got to show you some samples. This one is by Tina. She's done this. Oh, in lovely, lovely greens, those.
So those dyes in different tones of greens, and I think she's stamped at the back. It's just a great combination, because the dyes give you the opportunity to add a bit of texture and dimension, don't they?
Nice. And this one is by Jane. She's done this. Oh, that's adorable.
So she's used the wild and free hair that Tina designed and was in our last release. So I think that's still on the site.
Yeah, nice.
Works well.
And then here's another one by Tina again. Lovely. I like this. So it's because I like that she's not stuck it all down, so that again it's got a bit of movement.
Moves a bit. Yeah.
Nice. And then I've got to show you this. Look at these. Hang on. Onto the MDF. Who's done this? Did you do this?
Me,
Yeah, you
yes.
go. So you can hang them up. Don't they look beautiful?
And both of those have got the A7 stamps in the background,
Right.
so the wood grain and the script there just on the base. But you can separate them and have the overlay as almost like a see-through heart that you hang separately. But I do like the layer.
Nice. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, already we are a quarter of the stock gone. This is flying out the door. It's £32.99. Item number is 171637. That's a big bundle, that, because you've got all those components. Coming up next, we've got our chicas. Chicas, yeah. I feel like you've got to do a little shimmy with this.
Well said.
Nice. So we've got, this is, oh, I should just say, so who were the designers for the coffee?
The coffee was a mix of my designs and some that I'd purchased as commercial licenses. So it's a bit of a combination of that one.
And then who designed the ferns?
The ferns, again, are just general kind of images that I've been able to find.
And then who's designed the chicas?
This is Elena Gzinska, which is known as Zinsky Art, and is a very established papercraft designer. Lots of people will be familiar with her style, and I'm really excited about it because it's the first set she's designed for us, and we've got lots more coming, lots more in the pipeline.
Yeah.
And she designed both the stencils as well that go with it. But she's got just a fabulous, really kind of distinctive, kind of cheeky style to her designs. You know, all the characters have got real attitude and expression in their faces. And I just love with this set particularly how she designed it as mix and match heads and bodies. So you can combine them in any number of ways to create different characters.
Excellent. Look, here we go. We can see the stamps. Here they are. They're so quirky. I mean, you can see. So we were saying earlier, it's lovely to have the heads and the bodies separately, so that you can, you can just mix and match so well. But look at her eyeshadow. Look at her pose. She's sassy. They're just great, aren't they? There's a lovely, groovy is the word. You've got the word groovy in here, and I think that sums them up fantastically.
Yeah, I mean, some of the styling looks a bit 60s. Some of it is very kind of beach and summer. Yeah, and you say the different heads. It's amazing how they look so different when you combine them in different configurations.
Cool. Samples. Let's have a little look.
Well, that one by Jane is fantastic. If you take the band off it, she's actually done it in such a way that all the different heads and bodies.
Hang on then. Oh, I love that. I used to play with these
I know.
things.
She said as soon as she saw the stamp set, it was the first thing she thought of doing.
It's brilliant. These things used to keep me occupied for hours when I was little. That's really cool. Love that. So that one's by Jane. I'll make sure I put that band back on. This one, did you do this?
No, it's by Natalie. It's a very cool one. She's combined the stamps from this set with our Guitar Hero stamp set. So she's put the wings on and the guitars in the background, so turned her into a real rock chick.
She is, isn't she? That's super cool. Here's another one. Has she done this one as well, or is this you?
No, I don't know who's done that one actually.
Oh, we'll
it's
fantastic.
Try and find it. It's using washi tape from this show and the papers, and also some of the Polaroid frames from the last show as well. The dies.
Fab. Lovely as ever. I'll show you some more samples as we go through. It's £21.49. Item number is 703317. Then we've got our felines. Look at these. Who's the designer of this one?
This is Donna Gray, who anybody who's seen previous shows will probably have seen a set designed by Donna. She's been with us for a while now and just comes up with the most fantastic animal characters. Particularly, we've had sheep and pigs and snails, and it's the turn of the cats this time.
Yeah.
And when we were talking about the next set, she said, Cats and flowers is in my head, so that's
Let's
what she
do
gave us.
Love it. So again, what you've got here is a lovely mix. You've got your stamps, you've got this wonderful stencil that's kind of a little bit Art Deco. That
Bit
rose.
Macintosh
Yes,
rose,
that's
isn't it?
the
Yeah,
word.
yeah.
And then you've got a thank you die. Nice size, that one. Once more, I will show you the stamps. You've got such little faces. See, whenever I'm away, I really miss my meow. Yeah, but look here, that's so sweet. They've got the little flower, like you said, they're all holding flowers. That's
Flowers.
beautiful. One's in a flower pot. That's funny.
It is a cute one.
Yeah, and samples. Let's take a look. So this one is by Donna. There you go. Lovely. She's just layered those up as well. He's in the forest picking flowers.
Absolutely. He's got the, I think, wood grain, the A7 wood grain behind him as well, I think.
Yeah. This one is by Sam. Oh, is that using one of the stencils in the background as well?
It is. It's one of our stencils, but I don't know if it's on the show. But yeah, the brick wall works perfectly with the cat in the pot.
And this one is by Jane.
That's
love
so
that
funny.
one.
So she's used Weird Fishes, a stamp set that we bought last month. So
Yeah.
I just love the fact she's made it into a balloon. I think that's so cute.
Brilliant. And then this one is by Donna. Again, just so funky, so fun. They've all got personality, these.
They do,
Nice.
they do, and they're just such a cute size as well. So
Yeah.
they're really lovely for. I think there's one on the front on the counter there where all four are actually on the same card, but they're great for making little dinky notelets
Yes.
or bigger projects.
Wonderful. £18.73 is the price. 280209 is your item number. Please go and shop by brand because we've got lots more on there. There's a pick and mix of some A7 stamps. We've got paper pads with some washi tape. Loads of stencils. I wonder what number we're up to now.
I dread to think. I've lost count.
Spoilt for choice. So do go to thecraftstore.com. Right, I'm going to hand over to you then, Sarah.
Great. Okay. Well, let's start with the ferns because it's such a lovely set to play with, and there are fab samples on the counter. I wanted to use it in a way that combined it with some of the A7 textures and backgrounds, and make a card a little bit like this, which is so simple to do, one layer, but a bit of masking to create a bit of visual interest and almost little windows to put the ferns in. Yeah, so very straightforward, but quite a nice, fun one with some stamping. So if we use our trusty blending brushes and some of the Distress Oxides, we'll go in with some greens. I've just got some masking tape down here on my card front, and just going to throw a bit of colour into this square that I've masked off.
Yep. Oh, and the blending brushes, I think we've got those on the show.
I think we should do.
Lovely.
And yeah, they're permanently in my hand whenever I'm making.
I just find that they really do give you such a nice even blend. There are some like sponges and things that I've tried, and I get splodges.
Yeah, I mean, if you use the blending foams, anything really with a whether it's circular or square with a straight edge, it's harder to get that seamless blend. Of course, with the brushes, you've got that dome and also that soft bristle. So, I mean, I absolutely do still use sponges for other. Every tool's got its use. So if I'm wanting to apply some really intense colour or edging, sometimes a sponge is a better way of doing it because this gives you a lovely soft airbrush look.
Nice. Here they are. Look, you can get a set of 4 for £12.99. 3.5, 2.5, 2 and 1 and 1.3 centimetres. Very specific. 985,982. Back to you then, Sarah.
So I put some peeled paint and crushed olive onto that little square we masked off, and now I'm just going to ink up the vintage script A7 stamp. I'm just holding this in my hand. I've not got it on an acrylic block because I'm not looking to get a full solid image of the script. Just add little bits in the background, and we are effectively doing some tone on tone stamping because I've just used some peeled paint.
Isn't that a useful stamp, that one?
It is, and it goes everywhere really in terms of, and having it this nice kind of palm size means it's really easy to just pop little bits in where you think maybe you've got a gap. So we've now got our inked background, bit of stamping in the background there, and then I'm going to go in with some VersaFine Claire and one of our fern images. And these are quite a size, really. They're you know, a good kind of front image on for a card just by themselves.
Absolutely.
So of course, when you're doing this masking off, just be aware of where the masking tape is, so you don't inadvertently stamp onto your card.
I would do that.
Well, I've done it. Absolutely. So I'm just stamping this across the front, and it's worth as well just testing out different tapes, because I was doing one of these earlier and the ink went through.
Right.
So again, some tapes will give you more protection than others, certainly if you're pressing down with an inked stamp over them.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that, hoping it's not going to go through this time. So, and how lovely does that look?
Very nice, so pretty. Just transports you to nature, doesn't it?
It does, and it just is something as simple as 3 shades of green. It's just, you know, gives you all the variation that you need. So I'm going to just take this masking tape off. I'm not going to do the whole card. I've got one prepped already, because masking off each of the separate boxes and doing the same thing might get a bit repetitive, but I will do a brown one with the wood grain, just to give you an idea of how they come together. And this is such a lovely technique if you wanted to make the cards, the boxes really bright, poppy colours, and maybe have the cats in them, etc. But I really love it as a way of just getting part of an image.
No, I know, and then I love the clean, crisp line that boxes it. I love that.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the masking tape or whatever you use, making sure the ink doesn't go through it, because there's nothing more frustrating than building something up and then revealing a bit of a smudge. It's not really too precise here, but.
I've got an update for you then for the ferns. We are already a third of the stock gone. Do check out your baskets. We've got another show together tonight at 9 p.m. So, you know, we can never promise that things are going to last. There we go. So you're just removing some of that tack.
I am, just a little bit on my trousers, just to be on the safe side. And I've gone with fresh tape again. Sometimes when I reuse tape, I manage to transfer ink where I don't want to.
Yeah. Absolutely. Better safe than sorry.
So certainly on the telly.
Yeah.
So let's go with some brown tones here. A bit of vintage photo, the classic distress brown.
Yeah. I think that's a lot of people's all-time favourites. So you get that.
It must have been one of the first ones, mustn't it? I think it feels like it's been around forever.
Yeah.
And a bit of antique linen. And again, with these, with this inking in the background, we just want to ensure that the box is clearly defined. It doesn't need to be perfect in the middle, because we're going to be stamping over that.
Do you like to keep a separate brush for all your separate colours?
Typically, I do that because they're white bristle, and you can see therefore what colour you've got on them.
Yeah.
You can move between different light and dark tones of the same colour, and sort of scrub off on a piece of kitchen towel if you're worried you've got residual ink on there. But I don't typically clean them, and I haven't found many problems with transferring between pads. So this time we do have the wood grain.
Yep, part of the pick and mix again.
Pick and mix. I do love these A7 stamps, and I'm going to use a VersaFine again, just like crisp image. This time I have put it on an acrylic block because I'm wanting to get a slightly more precise coverage of the whole square. I'm just trying to be careful I don't inadvertently stamp onto something I shouldn't do. And this wood grain is really cool because it's almost like a kind of photorealistic image, the way that it stamps out. So it's hard with ones like this one and the grungy one to really see what see what detail you get until you actually put it down on your paper.
Yeah, that's like, you know, when you get an old tree and the bark is all gnarly and flaky.
Yes,
love it.
Yeah, it does. It feels like a kind of full
A wise old tree.
Yeah, a full tree. So what I'm going to do is just go back in over the bits. Because it's wood grain, it won't really matter too much because we're going to stamp over it.
Yeah.
And then just catch those bits. That's the thing with stamping over the masking tape, really, is just putting a bit of extra pressure because you've just created a little bit of a ridge for yourself. And of course, if I was doing it on a stamping platform, I could have gone back in. But that's the value of hindsight, isn't it?
Don't worry, all is good. It's looking good to me.
So let's go with a slightly more solid fern leaf to go in the on the side of this one, and I think I'll go with a slightly darker brown from the same Versafine range. But our last release was very bright colours, very bright and poppy, and I've been really loving just playing with these kind of craft tones.
Yes.
And it's just nice, isn't it, when you can switch gears a little bit and go with a different colour palette. So this one, just going to, again, mindful of where my masking tape is, so I'm not going to get stray bits of fern, and I'll give this one an extra press down to try and make sure the masking tape isn't going to block the image. Oh, it's come out nice and clear.
Again, looks like it's got so much texture to it.
Yes, and against the bark, it's immediately.
Oh, this is the best bit, really.
I know, and then it's just hoping your masking tape doesn't take any paper with it. There we go.
Actually, do you know what? Like that could be a tree in itself. Looking at now, you've revealed it.
Yeah,
it kind of looks like a tree in the foreground, and not just a fern leaf.
Oh yeah, the actual stamped image.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Well, it's fantastic. Some of the uses that the ferns have been put to. So they're great as well for underwater seaweeds.
Oh,
and
that's a lovely idea.
So, and both the dies and the stamps work well for that.
Also, I guess it could be any season. You know,
Yeah,
so you could even make them a bit wintry.
Yes, I mean, they go great with in terms of Christmassy wreaths, but autumn colours as well, with the kind of richer oranges and browns. So you can see there how
really nice.
You can kind of build that up and create little blocks wherever you want to kind of fill in the card front. So that's the one that I had done already, and just a few finishing touches to complete this card. So we'll use your fig stamp, Alex, your favourite fig stamp.
I'm so dark sometimes, I really am.
So, but I love that the kind of botanical books, kind of illustrations. So if we just, again, just put this along the side of this one here with the where the bark is. And little touches like this are the things that always kind of make me happy.
Yeah, all good.
It just brings the project together, doesn't it?
Yes, I like that a lot. I love that composition and love those colours. And what's the sentiment say?
The sentiment says, find beauty everywhere. And for me, that was something a little bit about, you know, we often kind of focus on gorgeous flowers and bright colours, and then there's this beautiful kind of foliage, really, down below eye level that we don't always see.
Yeah.
So, just to finish off, is a great little. This is what I often like to do with my A6 size cards, is add a little bit of washi tape at the bottom just to ground. So I've cut the card panel slightly shorter than the full. Whoops, I've been ridiculously stingy with my washi tape there. Well, it doesn't even go across. Look at that, outrageous. I'm going to have to do another one, Alex.
That's going to bug you. I'm like that though. I'm like, no, it's not perfect.
No, that's not right. It's not what I had in my head. So this is one of the 5 washi tapes. that come in a set. And the design of these was to really kind of, certainly of these ones, to give the effect of craft cards.
Yeah,
and so in my head I was thinking, oh, wouldn't they'd be lovely if you were kind of wrapping gifts in brown paper to use as a sealing tape. So that's how that little card has come together.
It's wonderful. It's so, I just literally want to go and skip in a forest right now. Without the rain, preferably.
It'd be a wet forest, yes.
Oh, Meg's just said to me, really, you'd go camping? No, don't go that far. I do not camp.
Just some skipping and then you're out.
That's fine. Thank you, Sarah.
No problem.
Okay, we are really busy for the ferns. You are getting your MDF there, lovely MDF shapes. You've got your stamps and your dies. And you've got that wonderful sort of wood slice stencil. Now, we are nearly half the stock gone. That's how busy. Oh, over half. There you go. And we do have another show at 9 o'clock tonight. As I said, I can't guarantee it's going to be around. It's £32.99. Beautiful set there. I think it's going to be a real go-to. 171637 is your item number. Now, we've been talking about the background stamps as well, and they are on a pick and mix. Sarah's done a nice little board for us so we can see how they stamp out. So let's show you. And there's all sorts here. It's really cool. There's a lot of choice. Let's hold it the right way. That would help. You kind of got you've got your chevrons. Very useful. Then we've got the grunge. Vintage script. They're all so different, aren't they? So many different uses. Then we've got the letterpress. That's that one. Next, we've got the machinery. That's cool. That'd be great for your steampunk, wouldn't it? And then the wood grain that Sarah has used. Really brilliant stamps. So they're on a pick and mix. You're choosing any 3. Are there more on the website, or is it this 6? Just these 6 for now.
More coming.
See, then I'd be tempted, you see, to get 2 lots on a pick and mix. Yeah, it's one of those I want it all moments, isn't it? And very reasonable for the 3, £13.49. Item number is 832696. Yeah, for £26.98 you could get all 6. Just depends. Lovely. Then the paper pad and the washi tape that Sarah's just used. You've got 5 rolls, haven't you? Yeah, I was just looking because I didn't realise this bottom one, or these 2 bottom ones, they're a lovely width, aren't they? Nice chunky width. There you go. And then you've also got these in this size. Lovely. All right, so we've got 3 15mm, that's the top 3, and 2 30mm. Lovely stuff. And you also get the paper pad, which I can have a little flick through. It's lovely, it's neutrals. You've got 36 sheets, there's 12 designs, 3 of each. Now these are 200 GSM and it's a 6x6 paper pad. Wonderful as well for masculine as well as ladies cards. By having a little flick through, they're very useful, aren't they, as your background papers, just to give everything a little boost. And I do think going with the ferns, that's absolutely perfect because it does have those natural tones. There's loads in there. Look at that. And it's a good, I have to say, it's good quality. I mean, 200 GSM, we're going into card weight, really. 1994. £19.94. I don't know. In my head, I was going, it's a year. No. Item number is 852621. Right, so we've got some fabulous stencils here. So these are on a pick and mix, and you're choosing any 4. Now, these are the ones that we've got here that I'll flick through in a second, are the newer designs. So we've got our fabulous coffee beads. We're literally, I reckon we're in the 70s on the website, something like that. I reckon we are. That one is called Lots of Beans. Shall I have a flick through this way? Yeah. Let's do this one. Then you've got Retro Orbs. This is our fern silhouette. Oh, if you're getting the fern set, you've got to go for this. Yeah. Because it's not this one that comes with it, is it?
It isn't. It's the tree rings that comes with it. So yeah, that one is literally hot off the laser cutter. So I've not even had a chance to use it myself. It's,
oh, really?
Yeah,
yeah, I would definitely say to finish that fern collection off if you go for this. Then you've got the Checkered Sun. And next, sorry, sorry, I didn't touch anything. Right, oh, it's just hay fever, rubbish right now. Oh, anyway, Checkered Sun. Then Next then, we've got our lovely ring of roses. Oh, sorry for snipping. We've got the tree rings. And then next, this is the coffee bean heart. I love the coffee beans. And then look at that with our lovely coffee cup. It's called Cup of Love. Isn't that adorable? Nice. Oh, mwah, this is cool. That's brilliant, Sarah. Yeah, that's wonderful. Last one is our doodle sunflower. Excellent, there we go. See, there's loads on the website as a pick and mix. You're choosing any 4 actually for £12.75. You've got a £4.25 saving, I think. Now, let's see how many we're up to. Oh, it doesn't say, but there's so many, and I just couldn't choose, you know, I really couldn't. Wow, what else? Oh, we're still going. Look at that, it's a full collection there. Oh gosh, how do you choose? Meg, what would you go for? She's like, oh, don't put me under the pressure. Oh, you like which one? The crosses? Yeah, that would be very useful, wouldn't it? Oh, you like the tree ring? The fern she likes. And the cup of love. Lovely stuff. There you go, and that's how you can add it to your basket really nice and easily. Do check out the website for everything else, of course, at thecraftstore.com. And you can place your order either via the website or you can call us on 01733 602,000. Back to you, Sarah.
Great stuff. Well, I'm going to use the moi stencil as well. So just in this demo, because we're going to play with the Chilled Chicas by Zinsky Art, because these are just the most fun stamps ever, in my opinion. So all I've done just while Alex was going down the counter there is simply blended some salvage patina with a brush over some white cardstock. So it literally took me seconds to do, just to give me a bit of base colour, because I'm going to go for quite a bright and bold card design here, and the lips need to be, they need to be hot red.
They're so
they?
fun.
So and I think they just work so well with the chicas.
Yeah.
So as I've inked over the card base, I'm going to put some paint over the stencil to create that nice contrast. And this is some Dilutions paint, which I personally find really good for using with stencils because it's got a lovely fluidity to it. And using it with a foam, so this is almost a foam blending tool that you could use as well for inks.
Yeah.
But I find it's a really lovely way of picking up the, and this is something that Diane Reevely does with her products. So I am simply just copying her example.
Really cool colour that for the lips,
isn't it? It's just,
I want lipstick this colour.
You can have the card. I haven't got the lipstick. So it just glides over this, and I really like the kind of the light blue behind it.
Yeah,
it's a real summer vibe.
Yeah, like California.
I've never been, but I can imagine. Have you not?
I'd love to.
I would. There's a long travel wish list. I'm just trying to avoid painting my nails. This would be a nice colour.
Yeah, I was going to say fabulous colour as well.
And one of the nice things about this stencil is all of the images, all the lips are complete, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So it means I can just literally carry it on at the bottom here.
Oh, I'd so use this stencil to make a nice Valentine's card or anniversary card
It's a
for me
lovely
at the
one.
heart.
Yeah, it is a lovely one for.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Lovely.
So just a really fun card base. I'll just take a bit of the paint away to avoid further disaster.
Disaster.
It's always the red. You've got to watch out for the red.
Yeah.
So I just love that. Just that
It's
bright
wonderful.
poppy combination of colours.
Summer love, that is.
It is, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
just fun. And I think that's one of the things about these Chicas sets. They'd be great for all ages as well.
Yeah, I
kind
think
of, you
so.
know, teens, tweens, and everybody in between. Well, not in between. That's not very wide range, is it? So let's get so on the card that I'm using as my inspiration, I'd gone for a bit of a beach a beach vibe with
Yes.
the outfit, but I'm going to go more with the fashionista rock chick that Natalie had used on her card.
I love her stance. I like just her inverted feet.
Yes,
inturned
it's
feet.
a
I
real
love
kind of
that.
modelly stance
It
as
is.
well, isn't it?
And of the pose of her arm, she's super cool.
And this is what Eleanor does so well, is that, you know, when you look into her stamps, there's so much doodled details. They're great to colour in, but there isn't acres of open space if you're not entirely confident with your colouring. So, you know, as you're saying, even with the eyeshadow on this character, you know, she's got dots on the eyeshadow, so it's already got something there for you to play with.
Yeah.
And they're very easy to use in terms of the, obviously, clear stamps. So in terms of lining up the heads and bodies, very easy to do.
I love her hair. Brilliant.
Yeah. And they've already got long necks on them. So if you do slightly miss, in terms of, you can always elongate the neck and it will look
get a
great
micron pen.
with micron pen, exactly. So I won't take ages colouring in this this character because I have done one already, but I'm just going to use some colouring pencils. I typically, when I'm at home and I've got lots of time, I use pencils for my colouring. You like your gel pens, don't you?
I'm obsessed.
Yeah, I've got a whole tub of them
I
here.
actually, no joke, the other night I had a meltdown because one of my colours has run out. And I'm colouring a crab and he's got one leg missing. So I've had to order some more. But I can't finish it.
I ever since you said you use them, I've been steadily collecting them because they are great for using over pencils as well, and over ink. So, so I'm literally going to do a bit of colouring on the hair, but not get lost for the whole hour.
Meg's just said to me in my ear, which head would I be? This is the thing I get in my ear, tell you. I would be, hang on, where is she? I'd be this one. In fact, this one. I'm going for this one for me. Oh, Meg doesn't agree. Which one, Meg, then? This one, because of the hair. Okay, this is Meg. This is actually what Meg looks like, just for everybody at home. Love that. Which one would you be, Sarah?
There's no one with my kind of short hair, is there? So I think I'd have to. I do like her attitude.
Yeah,
but
she's good.
I'm not sure I quite would pull off that attitude.
Oh, it'd be great. I love she's got blue hair. Again, really funky.
Again, yeah, the designs of these just invite you to go kind of mad with colour and not, you know, pink hair. Well, of course, pink hair, blue hair is
very in.
All in anyway, but.
I love that, actually. I love. We've got a few guests that do their hair like that with the combination.
Yes.
It's like mermaid hair. It's lovely.
Yeah. No, I think I'm not quite sure how I would manage to do that, but yeah, I do love it. I love that bright colours. I don't know whether the last kind of year has kind of encouraged people to be a bit more adventurous and playful, because it's, you know, with lockdown and things, you can try stuff out and you think, actually, I might not need to leave the house again for.
So if it goes wrong,
if it doesn't work, yeah.
I like that.
And I'm absolutely no expert on the colouring with pencils, but certainly the way I would do something like the hair here is I tend to go in heavier at the kind of the roots and at the top, and then fade out towards the middle, just to give it the look of that natural highlight there. And I would typically as well, if I was building up my colouring to get some depth there, would normally use three shades of the same colour just to give myself that
lovely blend
in. But typically when I'm on, I will go with the watercolours because it's a quicker way of building the colour, isn't it?
Nice. Yeah, I like that. You've got lots of light and shade going on there. That's cool.
They're saying you could carry on doing that for quite some time and get that colour deeper and deeper. And another thing that's fab about these designs from Eleanor is again all the lines, the contour lines in the hair.
Yeah.
So, for example, on this one, you know, I've just coloured this different strand slightly different colours, so that's already given me natural variation in my hair without needing to think about how I would shade it.
Nice.
So, as I say, I could spend the next half an hour or so. These aren't massive images to colour, they're quite nice little projects to colour, but it would still take me a little while to really build up the colour as I would want. So that's how I did it when I was sitting at home. And you can see a very different vibe to our beach lady is this one with the attitude.
Like it a lot. Beautifully coloured, I think.
And it's definitely still a learning curve for me with colour. I think I just need to still get braver with the building, the shading up and the depth.
No, I look at that. It's coming along beautifully. That is such a fun card.
And then just literally white heat embossed style diva on this one. So the previous one had chilled chica because that felt like it was right for the beach.
Yeah.
And this personality is definitely a style diva.
Nice. Love it. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Okay.
Hopefully, I think we've got time to fit that third demo in.
Right,
excellent.
I'll get on it.
Okay, so our chicas. Half the stock has gone. You're liking these. You predicted very well. £21.49. Now, you're getting, obviously, all of your fabulous stamps. I love that you can mix and match their heads. They are bigger than the packaging, so I'll show you in a sec. And then you have got, I mean, look at her with the lips. That's so brilliant. One's doing a bit of yoga. Yep, one's on the beach, one's really sassy. How adorable. And then we've got our stencils. What was this one called again? Cosmic something, I think. I could be wrong. Retro orbs. And then we've got our lovely flower with the sort of the grid in. Wonderful. Let's show you some more samples again. Fabulous samples. Not sure who... Oh, Zoe's done this one. Zoe's done this one and again made a very sassy with one of the Pick and Mix background stamps there. This one is also by Zoe. Yeah, she's done that nice beach vibe. Again with the background stamp. This one is again by Zoe. Well, got a batch of Zoe's there. Looking really funky and cool. I think that would be lovely for any age. Teens as well. There she is, look. Chilled, chica. Very nice. Oh, this one. This one's really fun. That was by Jane, by the way. I'm not sure who's done this one, but a lovely bit of texture paste going through one of the stencils, and then you've got her. She's looking up at the sun. Salutation to the sun. There you are. You're now right. It's now 60% of the stock gone. It's really jumped up. £21.49. Item number is 703317. Lovely. Now, something else that is proving extremely popular are the ferns. We are 2/3 of the stock gone, very much liking this. And you've got a whole collection of items in this that all work together beautifully. We have got the stamps, and we've got the dies, we've got the stencil, and we've got the MDF. Lovely ferns. They could be any season, summer, winter, spring. So useful. And any occasion, of course. They're just such staples, aren't they? Or essentials. Then we have the dies that cut beautifully. And they're a really nice size, so they can be a focal point. Then we've got our stencil with that wood slice, as I like to say. And then up above, we've got the MDF hearts with the ferns in. Looking really, really good. And some more samples then. Oh, look at these samples. They're just beautiful.
say, Alex, that frame, the MDF frame there, is on end of call.
Thank you. So what that means, if you're new to us here, when you go to check out your basket, a little, like that will pop up at the end saying, do you fancy adding this as well? Because it will go perfectly. It's called How About. Right, this one is by Jane. How about? Sorry, I'm being chuckling in my ear. This one's by Jane. Love that. Love the colours. They're stunning. And bringing this one in. This one is by Sam. So autumnal. Beautiful. Oh, Meg's just said to me, but stamping onto fabric would be lovely. Can you imagine a bag?
Oh, yeah, gorgeous.
A little tote bag or a cushion cover. That would be gorgeous. This one's also by Sam. I like the way she's done this. So she's sort of split it in half and then put that sentiment in the middle. And then this one is by Jane. That's really fun.
It is. It's a fantastic rainbow. It almost looks like you're lying on the ground looking up at them, doesn't it?
Yeah, nice. £32.99. Item number is 171637. Oh, we've had another jump up on our cheekers. Really? We've gone limited. That was quick. Okay, £21.49 is the price. Green is on the screen. 703317 is your item number. Again, you can see there's the number on screen, 01733602000. You can call us that way, or you can go to thecraftstore.com. You ready to go, Sarah?
I am,
Good
yes.
stuff.
Let's try and squeeze in a quick demo with our flowery felines from Donna.
Yes.
So they're just such a cute set to play with. And actually on this card, I've used everything that comes in the bundle. So I've used the Ring of Roses stencil to frame it. I've used the thank you die, and actually I've used some patterned paper in the background as well. So a good way of seeing how all the things work together. So I'm going to go with a different colour for my flower frame, and it's so easy to just colour your own texture paste. I'm using the Pentart, the heavy body gloss gel.
Oh, nice.
Which I just
lovely big dollop.
A bit like you say. I know I'm going mad with that.
The mica.
A bit like you say with your gel pens. I'd have a panic attack if I didn't have any.
It's amazing, isn't it, what we're obsessed with?
So I'm using some of the Indigo Blues Luscious powders, because they just add such a lovely, beautiful kind of richness.
Yeah, I love those products.
The colours. And you see, I'm just mixing this in. And as most of you will know as well, of course, the gel medium will have a slightly milky appearance at this point and then dries clear, so it will end up with a lovely clear glossy finish that just has the colour coming through. Now what I've already done here is I've die cut a circle that's going to be the aperture on my card. When I did this original card, I did the stenciling and then I die cut it afterwards, which is absolutely fine, but of course that can slightly flatten the gel medium by putting it back through the die cutting machine. So if you know that you want an aperture, and because the stencil has a solid centre, it's easy to cut the aperture and then stencil over the top, if that makes sense.
Just while you're doing that, I've got to do an update.
Okay.
Our lovely cheekers, obviously it's not just the stamps, you're getting the stencil and you're getting the, am I right?
Two stencils.
Two stencils, that's it, sorry. This one is now technically sold out. All the stock is in baskets. Just make sure you check out to secure it. And thank you and enjoy.
Yes, thank you ever so much, everybody. I've stalked Eleanor online for years.
You've what, sorry?
I've stalked her online for years, and I just love her style. So I'm so glad that everyone else has taken to it.
Is it Facebook or Instagram or all over?
She's on Instagram and Facebook. If you look up Zinsky Art, you'll find her stuff. But yeah, more to come as well. So I'm super excited. So you can see I've just gone over the stencil with my coloured paste. Just a little bit of masking tape there to.
Oh, that looks gorgeous.
And then this is Juicy Plum. Luscious powder, but it's Juicy Plum is the colour, so it's a beautiful, rich purple.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move this out of the way while it dries, because obviously that's not very demo friendly. And so you can see what I've done here with the sample card. I've just used a different one of our chalkboard the papers from the neutral set to give me a different background here. And if we've got time, I'll
5
just
minutes we've got.
quickly stamp out a little cat. So my personal favourite from this set is this one with the flowers in her hair. I just think she's very elegant. Very elegant cat. Although I do like the one in the flower pot as well.
Yeah, that one makes me chuckle because cats like to sit in anything.
So I'm studiously ignoring the paste at my side. I'm hoping I'm going to avoid it.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah. So this time I could watercolour this, and I'm going to use some watercolour markers, but they're quite pale colours, so I'm just going to literally colour this cat in super quickly.
Oh, a lovely little grey cat.
And I'm not going to worry too much about the details here because I've got it popping out behind the aperture, not all of this will be visible. I'm going to just colour her all in grey for speed with minimal shading.
Are these watercolours or?
They are actually. These are the Zig clean colours. So I don't have any water out. So
Oh no, so I'd use them neat. Another quick stock update because our fern set has now gone limited. Very busy hour today.
Thank you.
Yes, so that's gone limited. Again, it's not just the stamps, you're getting the dies, the stencil and the MDF. £32.99 for the whole collection. Item number is 171637. Lovely jubbly.
Oh, thank you everyone. And just for you, Alex, I'm using some gel pens here to colour in my flowers. Genuinely, I think it was a show we did together, and I didn't have any at that point. And you were saying how much you use them, and you got me curious.
I've literally got pencil cases full. Yeah. And the hybrid ones.
I think Lou Sims brings them on, doesn't she?
Yes.
And every time she demos them, I'm like, oh, I need those ones.
Yeah, yeah, and sometimes on Leonie's Let Leonie Loose shows, we'll have the hybrid ones from Pentel.
Oh, so what do they do? They water.
I'm getting you.
I know. Don't start me up again.
We forget we're on the telly. We're just having a chat. They're dual tone. Thank you, Meg, because I couldn't think of the word.
Right.
They're really cool. So if you do them on white paper, they'll come out one way, and if you do them on dark paper,
and they show on dark paper as well, do they? Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
Oh, right. I shall have a look. So you can see how easy it was to colour this cat in. They are lovely, and of course, colour them in whatever colours work for whatever cat you have in mind.
Yes, mine's a tortoiseshell.
Oh, so yeah, so lovely to add the details in there. So you can see how it peeking out. Now, I've
I like that a lot.
And I've used excuse the stray elastic band, that is not included. I've used the thank you sentiment and die cut that, and I've die cut it a few times and done the usual of adhering it up and then using some clear embossing powder to give it a glaze.
Oh, nice, yes. Beautiful.
There you go, there's our cat.
She looks like, because of the paper in the background, I can sort of see a night sky.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, and somebody said to me when I posted this one online, it looks like rain. So you can create the little scene behind them.
Meg is saying, cats in space. Love that. And she's prettified herself to go up into space. I love that. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Now, we have some good news because we can get our cheekers back on extended delivery, though. So it's going to be from the 28th of June. That's when it will be dispatched again, just to give Sarah some time to get more stock. So you've got our fabulous ladies there in all those different poses, interchangeable heads. You've got the 2 stencils that are so useful and usable, and I just think they're really funky and sassy. I've got time just for a few quick samples. Here we go. This one is by Donna. Really cool, with that lovely background, just chilling out there she is. Love her pink hair. This one is also by Donna. I like the composition of that one.
Yeah, Yeah, she's used one of our abstraction stamps in the background there.
I've got to show this one. This is hilarious. Are you ready?
That's Donna as well. She's got her cat in there.
That is just brilliant. I really like that. Nice. Okay, so unextended delivery dispatch from the 28th of June. It's £21.49. That's your price. Item number is 703317. So thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, we'll be back together though
We will.
later
See
on
you
this
at
evening.
9.
See you at 9. Make sure you're joining us, of course, for 9 o'clock. In fact, just don't go anywhere because we've got some more fabulous crafty hours, something for all crafts coming after this short break. Next then, we have got Dolly Dimples coming up. Wait till you see these fabulous ladies that are in stamp form. They're fab. And we've also got dies in this as the one-day special.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, it's 6 o'clock. That means we've got a brand new one-day special to launch, and we're visiting Dolly Dimples, of course. Shall we say hello to Charmaine? She's here with us for, of course, lots of demonstrations throughout the shows, not just tonight's show, throughout the shows over the next 24 hours. A very good evening, Charmaine.
Good evening,
How are you?
I am fine, thank you, and it's lovely to be here with you.
Ah, that's very nice. Well, it's lovely to be here with you. And what we've got here, Charmaine, when I walked into the studio, it was an explosion of colour once again, and that's what we expect from you. This is any excuse to get all your different mediums out and have a good play around, create some amazing fantasy type projects, I think.
Yeah, they're definitely fantasy type, aren't they?
Amazing.
They are really, really fantasy type. I mean, I like the collections to mix and match and cross over into so many different hobbies. we'll say hobbies.
Exactly, yeah. These are great size stamps as well. We've got so much more than the stamps. In fact, on the screen already, you can see we've got a big collection for you. We can break this down, but the full collection is already there if you want to look at the details. You've got 2 die sets, 3 stencils, and 4 stamp sets. Not 4 stamps, but stamp sets, because you've got lots of elements in there. The price on this is ridiculous. Now, we have got smaller bundles. We are going to break this down. There is savings that can be carried over to that big collection, and then more savings on top. You've already found the big collection. 233473 is the item number, but we will break it down, as I say. So we're going to start right here with the one-day special itself. These are your dies. Now, you've got... What I've got to say, Charmaine, with the dies this time... We can recognise them as being Dolly Dimples, but also there's quite a lot of intricacy with these, I think.
Yeah, they are really, really intricate. So a lot of little pricking out bits, or bang, bang, bang with your dies. All those that are die cutters will know exactly what I'm talking about. When you grab all your die and you go bang, 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 there's lots of that. But they're so versatile. I've done boards. And I could have carried on for a month doing boards. I've got them here because...
You've got them there.
Yeah, I might find it a little bit easier to explain. Not that you wouldn't figure it out, Catherine, because I know you would, but I just thought it would be easier.
Well, I can see already that you've kind of got... You're following a theme from previous dies, aren't you? So it looks to me as though you've got the cutouts on both sides. Is that right?
Yeah, it's like the on-the-edge dies. So you've got one of the on-the-edge dies. Obviously, I'm working on a theme, so people who've bought them in the past... They can add to the collection, and they can mix and match. And of course, there will be something coming to go with. So it just keeps going, so you can keep adding to your collection and stuff. So, right, if we're on the overhead, am I in the right position there? Do I need to wiggle? Yeah, good to go. Okay, so if I bring my dies in as well, and I grab one of them. So if you've got the on-the-edge dies, 1, 2 and 3, or one of those, you'll know the concept of this, and if you haven't, why not? No, and if you haven't, I'll explain it quite simple. This area here is not a cut line. All of these areas here are cut lines. So to actually do this one here, we need this one, which you'd place in your machine like so, and then you would need this one to go with it, and you could either put it in afterwards, so where the emboss line is there, you can line that up and tape it, and you cut that again, and you get this one. But if you want to leave it like this, you just pop that one in your machine, and then you can have it as big as you want. So if you want to create large cards, aperture cards, and things like that, or you want to do journal pages, or you want to make little books, or you want something to wrap around, or you want to extend, you can have it whatever size you want. And as you can see with this one, I've die cut it there. I've turned it around, I've die cut it there, and that could be as big as your machine will allow you to pass through. So all these nice little holes pop out, so if you put something behind, you've got colours and so on and so forth. So that's quite simple to explain. So the two are married together, and there's lots of options you can do other than this with it as well. So if I put them two in there, you've then got, this is just one set that I'm talking about right now, hopefully. Oh no, this is from the other one. I'm going to mix about here with my boards because I haven't laid them. From the second set, you get, there's this die in it, which creates that if you put it in on its own. If you put it in with the one that is in the same set, so I'm working on the same set here, so this is in Sir clips, as in Sir, as in, you know, Mr.
Yes, of course.
So if you put those two in together, you get that. So to be able to have this one actually cuts into the card, and these little tiny bits pop out, and it stays in. So if you want that as a piece on its own, then you need a separate one to cut it out, if that makes sense. So they'll all mix and match with each other. Then moving on from this one, if we add in this little wee one here, and we place that one in, we then get this one here. Does that make sense? It's almost like making a doily in a way, or a mandala. So you
can lay those as well, couldn't you? And offset the
of course you can. So you can interact interact. Is that the right word? You can mix and match. That's an easy one for me. Then this one is obviously the first one that we used, and I've used this one and repeatedly popped it in and cut out randomly in there. This one, I love this because this is what we normally class as the negative space, but I absolutely love the pattern and all that effect that you get there when you start layering up other dies on top of it. It looks awesome. So that's that one, and in there, and that's the negative space. So what you would get out is you'd get this one out of it. So that's a bit that normally you would keep, but that's the bit that I really, really wanted. It'll make sense as we go on. Then, of course, if you wanted to do an aperture, so you cut out this shape out of a card and fold it over, and what you get is this. You stick that inside. How simple a card is that? So that's your, you know, your waist area or the negative space, as we class it.
Great stencil as well.
And a fabulous stencil. It makes a great, like, starburst or a sun and things. So we're moving on from that one. And then if you want to paper piece it, you can pop the bits in as well. So I haven't decorated it up just to keep it nice and simple, so you can paper piece quite easily. Then moving on to another one. Again, this one here, as you can see, it's like the waist. So you pop that one in, and what comes out is all these tiny little things. And yes, Charmaine paper pieced them with a quickie glue pen, and you're moving. Get back in place. But what I did is I used that as a stencil. I overlaid it and popped them back in with a quickie glue, and then removed that and then stuck it down on my board. Then, of course, I've moved on to the next one. I've die cut that one. I've gone for the next one, so you can see how they're mixing and matching. And then I've gone back to that little one in the centre there as well, just to give you an idea. And you've got lots of negatives. So if we jump to a sample, which is right on the front of the stand, you can see how this effect has been done by the top one in blue there. That's the one.
Now,
so
they're so different, aren't they? These are absolutely incredible.
I should have said the blue one, shouldn't I? Now, that was a Facebook Live that Lou Sims did, and she made, I think, 3 cards at the same time with those dies within an hour, and that's on the Dolly Dimples page as well.
Oh, do
now,
look at that.
Everybody who was watching was commentating and saying, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this.
Oh,
the chat was so fast, you couldn't keep up, bless her.
But that's a good sign, because it shows everybody's
so much versatility.
And, you know,
it's just once you get going
and
you start, it's endless as what you can do. So as you can see, we carry on, and you carry on with this board, mixing and matching, and you've got those. So shall we leave this? As I've got a lot more to show you under here with the dies. We'll move on to something else, and then we can come back with these.
Oh, of course. Well, we are very busy already. Over 10% of the stock has gone on the one-day special itself. A £10 saving, just £39.98. Item number is 293418. We've only, as I say, just scratched the surface there. Now, that £10, if you're going for the complete, will be carried over, but there's more to come as well. Now, we've got the stencils for you next as well. You're already shopping ahead for these. Oh, you're kidding me. Already limited stock as an individual bundle. Part of the big collection again. You need to be quick with these if you just want the stencils. These are really, really nice. Yeah, they are absolutely gorgeous. We've got some boards to show you as well. Really love these. You've got a £9 saving. Remember, these savings are carried over to the big collection as well. So we've already got 10 from the dies, another 9, that's 19 already. Now, I love when you do these, Charmaine, because you do the stencil, then you kind of mop up from the stencil itself, don't you?
Exactly.
So you get
so I've just used 3 colours, and I've done the same throughout with all 3 stencils.
Amazing.
So, the 3 colours, you've got your candied apple, your mustard seeds, and your broken china, and mixed and matched them around there, and you get a little bit of the green popping in. And then I've sprayed my stencil with the water, and then just overlaid the card on top of it to do the mop up. And the third one, they've gone, haven't they?
They've gone. Yeah, they've gone. Yeah, could you tell my face?
Yeah.
They are. Everybody's shopping ahead. Yes, individually the stencils have gone, but if you're going for the big collection, you still get that £9. Just because they've gone doesn't mean you lose that. That £9 is still carried over, but it doesn't stop there, because then we've got the stamps for you. Now, these are huge stamps. Now, we're going to look at the tree stamp first of all. I do have samples. I do have the actual stamping. I've got some boards as well. So let's have a look at this. I love love this one, Charmaine. Again, there's so many opportunities here, and you bring in the most interesting characters, the cutest little faces, the insects there, the shapes of the flowers, the girls themselves. But we are looking on this one at that tree trunk. We've got different florals on here as well. I'm just going to pop in front, if I may.
The picture that was on screen just then is by Anne-Marie. She likes to do big pictures. She's not really a card maker. She's more of a journaler and does art pieces. And I said she's not really, she does do cards, but mainly she'll do journaling. So she's the designer, and she's cut the tree in half and split it up. But you can also extend the tree really easy by just doing wiggly lines to make it a little bit taller. But you can see by the size of it, Catherine, it fills, you take your A4, fold it in half, and it nearly fills the page. Just a few little wiggles if you're starting it down at the base, and you've got the tree all the way up. But one of the things I want to do, and I run out of time, was cut it back and then layer bits of it up so that you could see back, you know, like layering up of, I can't remember, what do they call those cards where you've got multiple layers? I can imagine people screaming at the screen now. You know when you do like a zigzag fold, and then you've got one and the next one and the next one and the next one. Oh, I get lost when they give things fancy names.
A tunnel card? No.
Like a tunnel card.
Like a shadow box card.
Shadow box type sort of thing. And make it look like inside a forest, but I just run out of time. Time, if only we could bottle it and sell that.
Yeah, that's it. It's always about the time, isn't it? Just a couple of samples to show you as well. Look at this. I mean, that tree is just amazing. I mean, you can bring in all sorts of different characters from previous series as well, if you like. You know, work, of course, with the different stamps we've got on here. This is the first one we're showing you. Watch out for these ladies as well. But we're looking at the tree at the moment. Really, really busy on everything, actually. Right, let's have a look at the next stamp. So the next one is Pickle.
Isn't she awesome? She's absolutely awesome. We've kind of done it in the wrong order, really, but I'll talk you through. So Pickle, look at her hat. Isn't that awesome? And you'll see in some of the samples that the girls have been barbaric and done a Catherine. Chop their heads off. So that's where the toadstools come from. Chop their heads off and chop their bodies up and mix them around and create things. But they really had fun with these. She's just so adorable. And she makes a nice tall, slim card as well.
Oh, look at shoes as well. Oh, the insects, the faces on these.
I was really shocked, like he's giving her away.
Oh, gorgeous. I'm going to show you the actual stamp as well, so I'm just going to turn that around and show you. Again, look at the size of the character itself. You really have crammed as much as you possibly can into these stamp sets, haven't you?
Yeah. I don't like wasting space.
So Pickle, can I just show a couple of samples of Pickle while I'm here as well? Because, I mean, depending on how these are coloured, the way you work with them, you get completely different effects.
So you've got the stencils in the background of that one, fussy cutted around the outside.
That is so effective, isn't it? Isn't that wonderful? Look at that.
Absolutely gorgeous, doesn't she? And the little creepy crawlies, the books up on top of her head there, as if like she's giving them a free ride. Come on, I'll take you through the forest.
I love that. And then in complete, you know, comparison to it, but completely different. And you can see the dyes there as well. We've got some of the flowers there, but dressed in different clothing, or the colours are different, the hair's different. It totally changes it. I'm going to squeeze one more in just to prove a point again, just how they look so different with the colouring. So that's our Pickle. Love it. The next one is Finola.
Finola's got a tongue-twisting name for me.
Has she?
I must have named her about 3 different times, different names. I think Anne-Marie and Sue chose the names, and I just keep calling her anything but Finola.
She looks very serious. I've got to say, she looks
she's the forest keeper.
Is she?
And she has she's spotted humans. So whenever she sees humans, all 3 of them, when they see humans, as in us guys, they freeze, even though we can't see them because they're naked to the eye. You know, not visible. They're not naked. Honestly, they have clothes on and not in the forest naked.
Do you know, I'm just doing a very strange thing there as well. Yeah, I'm glad you couldn't see me, because I'm looking at Finola on the screen and I'm kind of staring back at her, because it just makes you want to do that. She does mesmerising.
She's like got powerful makeup on.
Yeah,
without you having to go in and do. But so she's frozen, but we can't see her. So then she suddenly thinks, oh, you dozy Burke, you can move because they can't see me. And she protects the forest, looks round, looks after the forest, cleans up. And the other two are her helpers. They all live there in the forest, looking after it and protecting it and looking after their animals.
Brilliant.
So that's,
do you know,
that's the tale behind them all.
Look at all the tools you've got with her as well. Very, very useful. So she's doing a
very organised.
She's very organised, isn't she? Let me show you one or two samples again here. Now, these are really nice. I love that because I love everything about that. The background, the dyes that have been used, the decoration on a dress as well, the tools in her hand. She's still got that look, but look how that's coloured in. But look at this one. That is clever. I like that one.
Completely different, so you don't have to use the but that's a crossover between two of the stamps using the butterfly out of it. And the butterfly as wings will fit all three of them.
Oh, wow. Well, let me just show you this one as well. And I've just spotted something else that I'm going to sneak in on the next sample, because I think it contains all of the ladies.
Now, that one's specially for you.
Is it especially for me?
Especially for you.
Is this a off with her head one?
Yeah.
We'll have a look at that in a second.
It's especially for you to figure out.
Right, but we've got one more to show you, haven't we? So who's this one? Bright.
So wherever Bright goes, guess what? Everything is bright. She is just such a bright spark in the forest, and again she helps look after the forest, and she's suddenly seen a human and thought, oh, freeze, and then she thought to herself, you dozy Burke, I can get on, they can't see me.
There she is. She looks quite inquisitive.
She does indeed, doesn't she? And again, if you want to chop her hat off, you've got another toadstool there.
You have. Look at this. Let's see this here. Yeah, straight away. You've got that beautiful tusk. It's perfect as well, isn't it?
Can you see the little tiny caterpillar there?
Yeah.
He's hugging up to her leg like a puppy.
I think the caterpillar's one of my favourite things. Look at it out here as well with the flower.
Face. It's so cute.
Oh, these are wonderful. Again, teamed with the dyes as well. Just beautiful. Oh, there's a box here. Can I open it?
What's
Midnight
in the box?
Forest.
Oh, yes. Please do. Now,
here?
I've got to say thank you to Jimmy, because Jimmy set up the stand. But if you open that up and then you take out what's inside, and on the back of it, what Samantha has done is you'll find a little switch, Catherine.
I can see the lights. I can see them.
Yeah, we might need the lights dimming now. I forgot to mention this.
Are they coloured ones? They are, aren't they?
Yeah, they're cool.
Oh, that's the enchanted faraway tree again.
I wondered, because I know that you sell the little lights, I wondered if you could take an alcohol pen to them and change the colours of them.
Do you know, I bet you could have very thought that. Yeah, you could. And this is created, Lo, in that style that you were trying to... That you
diorama card.
Oh, that's
I got there in the end.
Yeah, that's bright. So there you've got those details for the stamps. So the different options there, all the different elements there. I keep seeing no samples. I haven't shown you that I want to show. Now, all of everything, well, everything. So that's the dies, the stencils, which are sold individually, and all of those stamps are part of that of that full collection. So we've got £10 from the dies, £9 from the stencils. Look at this, £33 saving on top of the savings we've already got, but it gets even better, because if you are a Freedom member, you're saving on top of the savings already made of £41.99. That is just crazy. It really is. All you need is item number 233473. We are extremely busy. I am not surprised. Already a third, is this a big collection as well, of the full collection has gone.
It's one of the biggest collections stock value that
I've
given.
Wow.
Gee.
I keep spotting more samples, Charmaine. Next time I have a break, I've found some I want to show, but we want to get over to you for demonstrations, if we may.
OK. I'm going to go to the sample boards to carry on with explaining some of them as well, because there's lots of explaining to do. I haven't gone too crazy with them, but rather than actually do a demo on some of them, I might do later on, but I thought these are really easy to explain. So this one here is this die. Come out, you little devil. Right, so this is this die, so it's like a half of a flower. The reason why, and it's, if you put it in the die machine like this, and then you put it back in like that, you will get more of an oblong shape rather than a circle. So if you wanted a flower, you have to put it in so it kind of overlaps a little bit to get that sort of shape. And it will just slightly cut into an edge, but it's still usable. But that's not how I wanted to design it. So what I've done is so that you can do on the edge again, and you can die cut it like that, and then you can just cut away a straight line here and here, and that will give you a tab. Same again there, just moving it down. And again, so if you cut several pieces and then you trim off. So that will give you tabs for your cards. And all I've done is scored it here and glued those layers together. So if you decorate them up however you want, you can either make books or you can make it as tags.
They could be separated cards in maybe a recipe folder or something like that as well.
Yeah, it could indeed. And then bring me to this one, because we had a little bit of space. If I move that back on there, and we go to this one, which is hiding underneath this ginormous flower. Come on, you. Come on. There we go. So you see this one here, it just, you know, plain and boring, isn't it? So all I did with that is I popped it in, die cut it through, and then I trim off this section, which is great for matting and layering your sentiments and things. Then I take it from there and then measure it like that with my finger and my gadget measuring tool. Then I move it down on the next one to do it one down, and then I do it again like that, you know, I move my finger for measurements. And then that way, when I move that one out, whether or not you want them in there, and again, as big as, you know, your machine will let you, you've got all those different ones out of. All I've done is use my go-to papers, mounted them onto card, and I've got all those tabs ready to do whatever you want to do with tabs.
Perfect.
So I could use a die in there and put them in my books, or whatever you want.
Yeah, you could actually make a very, very tall book because you're not limited by the length, are you, with your die machine? It's more the width.
Yeah, and that's just like one little thing that you can do with it. So move on to that board, and we come to this one, a little bit more colourful. But these do need a little bit of explaining, because you look at them and think, what the heck are they for, Shaman? Well, if I take hold of, we have 4 of these, 4 different sizes that'll do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, halfway, if that makes sense, yeah? And when you cut into the card, you can see that it will only cut so far. And the die itself, I've got 2 of them together here. The die itself is like this. So I had to do the 4 candle thing. Yeah. So what I've done is you get four different sizes once, and I've put 2 of them together like this to create this effect here. So if I peel it back, and it's the lattice fold, do you know, it'd been ages since I've done that. So I pop it in like that. Yeah. And then run it through my machine, move it further down, rinse and repeat, and then bend one forward and one backwards and tuck it underneath the next one once I've done. And that's your lattice fold. So you can have it wherever you place it in your machine. And then exactly the same process, I've die cut here and here to create this one, and then just curl the inside out and put a little bit of silly glue underneath. And this one we've not mentioned yet, but basically that's part of one, which I'll explain in a minute, for the body. And these 2 pieces here are the waist from this one.
Oh, nice.
Which I thought, as soon as I designed it, I thought they'd be great for butterflies, you know, when we chop off the thingies.
Actually, they are perfect for it, aren't they?
Yeah, so you can see the mechanism of that, you know, the little tiny dies that are in there. And then if you repeat just one of the dies, cut it out one side, turn it and cut it out the other side, they could be butterflies, dragonflies, or they could be little dicky bows, or they could, if you cut them out of black, they could be moustaches.
They could be.
These are flowers, so what I did with that is pretty much the same here, kept going along and die cutting it, and then rolled it up to make the flowers in 2 different sizes. And then over here, I've cut them out, and then I trimmed the bit, so just like this here, but then took a pair of scissors and trimmed across there, and you've got little like paper clips.
Oh, that's handy, isn't it?
Which just
really
pop in. So yeah, and if you do them out of different colours, then this one I just kept placing them in so that I could lift up these bits. So it just gives you rough ideas. And then if I remove this one and then open it up, you've got the candles. These have come from a waste, which I'll show you in a minute. and then you can see that it's made a little simple card like that.
Oh, that's clever.
They also make absolutely awesome stencils. This piece here, we'll be coming to that in a moment, is this die. So when you pop that one in the machine and you repeatedly do it, so I've done it twice here, once and again, it doesn't cut there and there, so you can continue it as long as you want.
Yeah.
Okay, does that make sense so far?
It does make sense,
so
yeah.
Pop that one in there and come to one more board.
Oh, this looks interesting.
I'll put that one back on there. So that's that die that we just left with. So you can see it cut once in the card, and you've got nothing cut away there, but I've extended it all the way across, so you can see that I haven't trimmed it out. This is trimmed away, so it's the piece on its own. But how awesome would that be, which we will do tomorrow, and weave through with these. Now you see the negative space in here? That's the bit that I did with the candles.
Yeah, got you. Right, can see that now.
Again, you can see it there, the negative space. Now, if you move them further apart, you get a different one, but the actual negative space, I cut 4 of these out. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you did that smaller, you get like a postage stamp.
That does look like a postage stamp.
It just looks like a huge postage stamp.
You've got loads and loads of options here.
And then here, what I've done is I've built 2 layers up on top of each other as a stopper. I've cut it out here, so if you wanted to do gift vouchers, you can pop your gift voucher. I prefer anybody sending me gift vouchers. I prefer just cash that you can use anywhere. So, you know, if that was gift voucher or cash, you can pop in there, or it could be tickets to, you know, go somewhere or something in there. And then this is one of the demos that I'm going to be doing, is this one. Nice. Will open up into like 4 pieces like that, but it will actually sit as, if I spin it round like that and we go from the other camera.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Am I in the right position? It will sit like that as a card, or if you fold it up completely and add 2 layers to it, it makes a cool book. And this is from that one die.
Would that work as a pop-up in an album?
Yes. Yeah. And this is from that one die repeatedly. So if you go back on the overhead, if I spin it back around again. So lay out flat. So a die cut, you can take a square piece, die cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah?
Love it.
And then cut into it. So you just crisscross with the score and cut in half the way up. It's really quite simple to do, and it will make like a zigzaggy book. Yeah. You could glue sections together, so you'd glued that one there and it would give you pockets as well. So there's lots of options with doing the same bits and pieces. And finally,
it keeps going, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's loads, and there's some dies that I haven't even managed to put on the board yet. So you've got your negative space here, and as I say, if you cut that out a few times, you've got a lovely big stencil there for funky pieces, so there is no waste. And you can see that you're layering up on top of each other like this, doubling them up, all the different ones, and just keep going. And the bits that pop out.
The way a little bit.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
That's it. We can see. Yeah, that's better. We're hidden a bit.
This one here, the same one that I used on the last one, if I bring it in.
I'm loving those colours together as well.
They do come funky. These should be on the show, the go-to papers.
Ooh.
I know they're down the end there.
Okay.
You've got 3 in a row there, and you just nick into it. But if you don't, you can actually make another one, which I'll show you later. But if I bring this one over, you can see the same principle.
Oh, nice.
So that could be a table name, place thing.
That works really well.
Does that make sense? Yeah?
Brilliant. Absolutely.
So that's as far as I've got with the boards. There's quite a lot in there to say there's 2 die sets, but there's so much that you can actually do, you know, with them and mix and match, you know, with each other to get lots and lots of options. I could have gone on and on and on and on and on. So over to you, and I'll get ready for a demo.
Okay, well, inspiration from the boards there, and of course lots of inspiration from the samples. As I give you details again, I'll show you 1 or 2 more. We're just looking at some on the front of the counter. Now, if you're a Freedom member, you are saving $41.99 on top of the £19 that's already carried over. So the one-day special, we've got a saving there. We've got a saving on, of course, the stencils which aren't available individually now. It works out, in fact, that you're not really paying for the one-day special, because you're adding on not only the savings carried over, but that extra on top. Just do the math. So Freedom members, £19 carried over and another £41.99 saving on top of that. 233473. It's a bit of a no-brainer, this one. I don't think you can go with one of the stamps without the others. Of course, those dies are absolutely endless with opportunities. The stencils, I've got to say, are some of my favourites that I've seen from Charmaine. I always love everything Charmaine brings us, but, you know, these are really, really special, I think. I'm just going to bring the stencils back in again because we saw on that last sample as well, this particular one being used. As I say, individually sold out. Now, what Charmaine does for us here is stencil through and then pick up the spare ink, so you've almost got that positive and negative. So you're getting those two different looks. I think that's a combination of various different things. I'll just show you the three that we've got for the particular stencils. I'm loving the colours that have been used, but of course you can decide on the colours. That's really, really effective, that one, isn't it? Wonderful. The big collection, all of those dies, all of those stencils and all of the stamps as well. I mean, I don't know how many individual elements we've got there. There's sentiments on the stamps as well. There is an awful lot. But 4 big stamps there. We've seen the size of them. I'm going to, just as I'm talking, give you a few more samples just to flash in front of the camera so I can show you as much as I possibly can. We're talking the bigger projects. We're talking the smaller projects as well. We're talking whatever colours you want to work with. We're talking home decor. You know, you're going to mix and match these with other things that you've created or other sets that you've already got from Dolly Dimples. Look at that. It's any excuse for these colours again. The handmade papers, if you've got those from previous shows, they're going to come into their own as well. All you need is the item number that's on the screen for the big collection, 233473. We have got so much on offer, but everything works so beautifully. I'm loving the effects on these papers as well. Now, what you're actually getting in the big collection is 23 dies, 45 stamps, if you count them all up, and 3 stencils. But do you know what? It really is absolutely endless what you're going to achieve. We've got so many different samples. I can't even start to sort of show you even the minority of what we've got here because I'm just pulling more and more out, and every time I pull one out I see something else and it's like, oh, I've just got to show this, just got to show this one. You know, the tree, the ladies themselves have all got different names, of course. I'm just going to go to this end. This is a really lovely one. Let me show you this. I do like that. Isn't that clever? Oh, look, again, I don't know if it's those caterpillars. We've got a bottle here as well. Using the dies again. The intricacy of these dies as well works perfectly. Yeah, your home decor, we all upcycle, don't we, jars and bottles. You can even see the texture here of the tree trunk. That's clever. How's that been done then, Charmaine?
It's done with paper. So if you take like the handmade paper and you wet it on the, so it's placed on top of the stencil.
Yeah.
Top of the stamp and then push it into it. You know, a little bit like you do with your clay and your mats and things, but the same with the paper.
Doesn't that work well?
It has a fancy name again, as everything seems to have fancy names.
It's just brilliant. It really is brilliant. And it goes on and it goes on.
It's a little bit like bark rubbing, but yeah, it moulds the paper to it. It's really cool.
Oh, and even your little ATC cards as well. You don't... Oh, look! Oh, I didn't even realise they went together. I thought it was 2 completely different ones. That is clever. Where's the one with the mushroom hat that's been taken off and then the skirt, the dress has been... Is it this one? Is it this one here? That's... I'll just check with Charmaine. That one, is that the hat off one of the ladies and that's the dress?
Yes. No.
That's her dress?
Yeah, that's... If you, right, the mushroom bases, if you look at the pink one on Pickle...
Yeah.
And the on the toadstool, they're the same.
That... Right,
yeah.
So,
And then the hat of the mushroom is from the Forest Keeper.
The Forest Keeper.
Yeah. So if you look at that one, can you see?
Actually, it would work with Forest Keeper.
Well, look behind it. Bright. The other one's there as well. Bright is actually on that same card, Catherine.
Is it?
Yeah, go back to that card.
Let me just show you the buds so we can really... These are the stamps. So there's Bright. There's the Forest Keeper.
That's Finola. But can you see the one behind?
I can see now.
There's Bright's behind you.
How clever.
Yeah. A few of them have done it. You see the orange box on the front there?
The orange box. This one?
Yep.
Yep.
And if you turn that around...
Oh, look, there we are. Oh, these are coloured in beautifully as well. Let's go all the way around with this one. Using the stencils on the box as well, I can see. Look at this. Oh, I like her in that outfit.
She just looks stunning, doesn't she?
She really does. There we are. Oh, we are very, very busy. Over 40% of the big collection has now gone. We're only 35 minutes in. This is the launch hour. I've made a right mess at the back here with these samples. I'm going to have a tidy up in the next demonstration. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll show you some pictures as well. So we've got some handmade papers for you. These, well, I've just shown you some, haven't I, in that little album, but these are brilliant because you can do all sorts with them. You can make your albums, you can cut into them, tear in them, stamp on them, spritz them, colour them every which way. Look at that saving! Saving £57 there, only £32.97. That is way below half price. You've got 30 sheets there of really generous sizes, 876639. That is the item number for those. Oh, you are treating us tonight, Charmaine.
No, and if you actually die cut the handmade papers, which Lou Sims did in the live as well, you can fold them up, and she said she got 3 layers out.
Really?
I did, yeah. Just if you get the thick, you know, the thick ones, you put 3 in at one time, so you can do like a massive die cutting, if that makes sense.
There is something else. I've buried it. Let me just find it. Would this, by any chance, be made of the handmade papers, or is this a different one? But it's very clever because it's made with one of the stamps.
I know there is some handmade paper bits and pieces in there.
This
but that's
is
made
very
with the stamps,
clever, though, isn't it?
Sam did that one, and she has used Pickle's head. Well, hat.
How clever is that?
Not a head, Pickle's head.
That is just very clever, isn't it? I love it.
It just doesn't sound right, does it? Just Pickle's head.
It's handmade paper on the leaves.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't that work well?
It does. I mean, you could open that right out and make it into a big flower,
you could,
or you can have it closed up as a bud. But when I saw that, I thought,
really
oh wow.
clever.
Sam always does. Well, I've got 2 Sams, a Sam and a Samantha. They always do something different instead of just cards or other things. They do different, little bits and things, or big bits. Right. Okay. So, are you ready?
I'm ready, yeah. I'm tidying, but I'm paying attention.
Okay, so what I've got here is I've got 2 sheets of my go-to papers. So, and I'm just going to turn that around, and I'm going to try and cut 2 at once, see if it works. So, I had an idea, but it was taken from somebody else. But I thought, will it work if I do 2 sheets? So I'm going to do that live on air. It might not, so it could go Pete-tong. So I should have tested it first. You know, you get these ideas and you plan what you're going to do, and then all of a sudden you think, oh, actually, you could change it and make a twofer. So I'm going to go through. So I've placed some of the dies on here, and all the dies that I placed on, bar one of them, are the ones that leave the bits in, if you know what I mean. So we'll pop that through that way. I'll bring it back again. Come on, come on, come on. So I'm going to do this one as a card, and I've got one planned as a, what's it called? As a, more of a picture. Okay, so I'm just going to pray to the crafty gods. Yay! Who's the daddy? Right, so we remove them, and I've taped them down. So take that one off. Come on, slowly and steady. Don't ruin it now. So you can go back on there. And we take that one off. And put that one back in its place. And do this one. So the paper is 120 GSM. So it's gone through both layers, which I'd say most dies would do. So it's not like mine are super, super special. Yes, they are. So
well, they are. Look
peel
at
that
them.
one. And when I pop this one out, I want to be careful with this one because I want the negative, obviously. So come on, pop out. There we go. Yes.
It's almost like a dandelion head as well, in a way.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted. So you're seeing what I saw.
Oh, that's good.
You're right. There we go. So we've got hopefully 2 sheets. It's moved slightly, but we've got 2 sheets which will marry up.
Okay.
I should have done this in white, but I didn't. So, from the live the other night, you know what these are, don't you?
They're sweet wrappers.
Yeah. So I'm just going to move.
Somebody eat those during the live then?
Actually, no, but they mentioned about the certain type of sweets. So I'm just going to pop this underneath.
Okay.
And try not to trip up over it. So they mentioned I didn't eat all of them today, Catherine.
Okay.
I had one.
Really?
I had a pink one. No, I didn't eat them yesterday, neither, Jimmy. It was actually Robbie, who's not usually sweet, so he went and got 2 because they were on offer. So what we're going to do with these 2 pieces is, now I know what I should have done, is I should have had the colour the other way round. So it's colour both ways.
Right, got you. Yeah,
when I put it in the machine, but I didn't. So we're going to make like a stained glass window. Well, we're not quite, but we're going to kind of show it. So if we put the yellow in there, does that make sense?
So because that's white on the other side, if you'd have put the two back to back.
If I'd have done them back to back and put them through the machine, now I've had another brainwave. Okay. And if I'd have just folded it in half and put it through, that'd have been easier as well.
Yeah, because automatically it's the right way for cutting.
Yeah, so we'll just pop a pink one in there. Obviously, you'd probably cut them down to size, but this is not actually what I'm intending on doing, but I'm just going to pop them in. And then if we'd glued those together, you'd glue them, so I just want to show you that if we lifted it up, you get that stained glass effect.
That's
yeah?
really clever.
And if I'd have done it the other way around, because I'm thinking now, my brain's in gear, you could have that in the card as an aperture card.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd see the back side as being the pretty colour as well if you were just...
Brilliant.
thing in it. So you've seen how the die's cut. If I move that to one side, I've done exactly the same here. But what I've done here is I've used some double-sided sticky sheets.
Yeah.
So, you know, like the Elizabeth Crafts ones on a roll, and I've put it onto my papers, run them through the die cutting machine, and mixed and matched these pieces. Can you see?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I mixed and matched my colours. Now, it looks totally different on black as it does on cream. So we're going to work... Jimmy, would you say that I need to work on the black or I need to work on the cream for vision? There's an argument in the office. Okie dokie. So if we just move these to one side like that... So you move them to one side. So this is like the negative thing, but I absolutely adore that piece there. So once you start popping things over it and you get that, that looks really, really funky to me.
Yeah,
so
really
all we've got to do is just decide where we're going to put things. So we're going to grab a pokey tool and we're just going to move them about. I think we'll have that one there, that one there. You might be just having that one peeking out there.
I love how this is building.
Yeah. Yeah, you see with this one here, it's quite funky.
Yeah.
That one is this one.
Ah.
But then what I've done is I've placed in that one inside it to
Yeah.
get that. So you can just keep mixing them around, but it does look like cogs, doesn't it?
It does.
So I pop that one there and put the flower back. And let's actually physically do something. So we've got a sheet of paper.
That could be a wheel as well with the spokes when you put the circle around it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, basically what I do with them is I die cutting them all out. I've got a big stash of them, and then I mess around with them and see what I get. So with these little things, and it was just, when I was doing the boards, it was just endless. These little tiny bits, because I've done it on double-sided sticker, I can get these little bits to pop out a bit easier. No, you can't. You can, but I'm not going to faff about with it. Some are going to stay in. So you can pop them out, especially when you're doing this paper. So we're going to get that one on there.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, in.
Lovely.
Of course, if you're just doing it out of card or paper, you'd put your glue on, but this is kind of like Need for Speed, isn't it, with the double-sided sticker sheets. Come on. And sometimes
it does look a little bit like a clock at the top there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, there is lots of options.
Yeah,
so, you know, you could do male
it.
cards, female cards. You could turn them into flowers. To me, these look like sort of flower petals. Like what did you call it, Catherine?
I said it looked like a dandelion head without the circle around it.
Yeah. So if I take that one, so. Oh, it's just endless, isn't it? And then we could have used that as I should have done it just out of plain white and used it as a stencil first. So these little tiny pieces that are coming out the centre here, which really I should have popped out first. Come on. They're sticky, so it's great for paper piecing as well when you... And that one maybe isn't sticky. Right, I'm just going to put them on as is. So you are going there like that. Where does the time go? Right, okay, speed it up. This is 2 dies together, but I kind of want to keep them together. Can you see how we've got that one?
Yeah.
And that one together. So I actually put them in the machine together.
Got you.
So you can do that. So you can put, it just depends on your machine, doesn't it, of how many dies you can put in at once. So put these in together and you get different shapes. So, but I want to keep them together because they have cut out in 2 pieces. I don't know if this was a good idea to actually use the sticky stuff.
Well, it's always the trickiest part, isn't it? Getting the back off any sort of tape or sticky stuff.
I think I find it easier putting glue on. But then that's probably because I can't bend my arm as much with my wrist brace. And I might take that off, actually. There we go, got that done. So, was it going there, Catherine?
Yeah.
And relax.
What have I said no now?
I'd peel it off gently and move it.
No, it didn't go there.
Oh, that one there is going to be a glue job. So,
okay.
So glue job come, and it was going on there, wasn't it? So, come on. And the glue end is blocked.
Oh, that's why you use the double-sided sticky.
Right, okay, so I'm running my glue around. Obviously, I want to use a clear one that dries clear, or else you're going to see it through the holes. And then just going to take off a little bit and pop it down. You see, I wanted to do really fast demos. Didn't work, did it? So that'll be 8 o'clock. I've got fast demos. I really wanted to explain the concept of the dies because there's so much going on.
We've said a few times, haven't we? You've really only scratched the surface of what you can achieve with them.
Yes.
And I reckon you could just sit and play for days on end still and still find new ways of working with everything.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And I didn't want to put everything on a bob because, you know, I'd like people to be able to, well, and I haven't got the time, but I would like people to be able to play with them and come up with their own little ideas. I'm going to have that one just slide off.
Okay.
I'm going to get rid of that little bit of white there because that is, right, so take that off. They're really funky, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
And if you did them out of,
Almost.
you know when I did the divas?
Yes.
Can you imagine them out of the divas papers, how cool they would be?
They would. I'm loving it. Are these the papers we've got on the show today that you're using here, Del?
Yeah.
These are lovely
So they're like, they're just down at the end there. They're spotty and sort of linen texture. So this one here, we'll just pop you right down at the bottom there.
Oh, they're a good buy. Got a £3 saving on these as well, $11.99. We're getting 25 sheets here as well. Really, really lovely colours. 659531 is your item number there. Paper collection, linen dots and patchwork patterns. Fabulous colours. You've got everything. You've got pastels, you've got brights, you've got darks, you've got muted colours. So really lovely collection there. I like those a lot.
There. Okay, should we get a character on here before you turn around and say you've got 2 minutes, shall we? Right, we'll leave that one there. I've got one. How long we've got?
We have got 9 minutes.
I think it's going to be a pre-done one. Oh, go on then, let's see if we can, because I've got one pre-done. So we'll take the card.
Yeah.
Oh. And we'll take a piece of, this is my smooth cream.
Lovely stuff.
And we get the jobbies in there.
We need to stock up on that. Have we got it on the show?
It should be.
Wonderful.
It should be. And we will grab a stamp, which are hiding under here.
Oh, who are we going with?
Which one?
Pickle. Is that all right?
Yeah, we have a little bit of pickle. Here we go. Pickle, pickle, pickle.
I like pickle.
I like Piccolilla. She's so cute, isn't she? She's just.
Really
am I
is.
okay in shot there? Right, let's move the sweetie wrappers. I will actually finish one off properly doing the sweetie wrapper idea, but you could see the concept of it, of where I want it to go. And I'm just, because she's quite a decent sized stamp and there's quite wide open space on her, I roll her on and roll her off, but she's absolutely awesome for paper piecing as well. So, which we could actually do, and that might speed it up. So, piece of paper. Oh, gee. Right,
Where's
pickle.
this hour gone? We've only got 7 minutes left.
It's gone really fast, hasn't it? Have I missed anything, Catherine? Can you see?
Have you missed anything?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It looks good to me.
Yep, right, well, we'll go with that. So pickle, go back over there. One of the things that I do when I do my stamps is, shall I give her wings or not?
Oh, yes, let's do it.
Okay, I do have a demonstration coming up in the next hour with pickle again, with wings, but I will be doing a little bit of paper piecing and, what's it called? Paper piecing and lifting of bits with her.
Oh.
So she's going in a nice little card. So when I get my stamps, the first thing I do is, it doesn't matter whose stamps they are, is I stamp them out to test them that they work, and I'm happy with them. And then I do that onto paper, and then I cut that bit out, and I put the temporary glue on the back of it.
Okay, yeah.
To do my mast. I don't need that. I actually need the stamp, you dozy work. Right, so we've got a mast off. We put our wings in. A little bit of wingage.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And put your leg down, lady. No, I don't want to. Okay, we'll keep it up then. Right, so I'm using the Hero Art because it's a hybrid.
Okay.
Brum brum. And that means I can whack on watercolour or my alcohol pens or whatever my chosen is. So we've got a wingage on. Yep, happy with that. We put a wingage over there. And we take that one off.
Oh, it's like magic every time you do that, isn't it?
I know, you can just keep going, you can build up a scene, or you could use masking fluid if you prefer, but I find that it's quicker and easier, especially on
that was
Telebox
very
land.
Quick.
Yeah.
Instant.
Right.
The effect you've got there with those things.
We're going to try and speed all of it. Shaman doesn't do speed. Right.
I love her stance as well, the way she's got her hands behind her back.
She's just...
A little feet
Hey,
curled
dude,
out.
look at
Yeah,
me.
she is.
Oh, she's like, oh no, they're here again.
Yeah.
I'm not a
human.
human.
She could have been told off by the keeper.
She could have been.
The forest
She could have
keeper.
been. Are you saying they're naughty girls? I'm
a
just
bit
going to bend
sheepish.
down and grab my pens.
Somebody could be saying, why are you wearing a mushroom on your head?
She said, I'm fitting in with the scenery, Catherine. Did you not know this? She looks cool, doesn't she? So I'm hoping it's dry enough. So I'm not going to do the face yet until I know it's dry. So, Catherine, this is where she's going. What colours are we choosing?
Oh.
Quick.
Blue.
Blue and
different blues.
Blue and
Yeah,
more
pale
blues. Blues. Okay, so we've got blues. So
Pale
what
to
I tend to
medium.
do, because I'm working on this, is I'm going to write down my number so I know if I need to go back to her. Okay, so we've got that one. That's a dark one.